In the depth of night above the forests of the demon domain, a streak of light like a falling star tore swiftly across the dark sky. On closer look, that rainbow-like radiance faintly revealed the silhouette of a woman. The woman's figure wavered, losing stability as she plummeted straight from the night sky toward a wooden house nestled within the trees. With a resounding crash, she shattered the rooftop and fell heavily into the room below. Ning Yechen, who had been sleeping soundly on his bed, jolted awake, sitting up in shock as he stared at the woman who had literally fallen from the heavens into his room. The woman wore an immortal dress of phoenix-hued clouds, silver hair cascading, scarlet eyes blazing. Her skin was fairer than fresh snow, her brows and features as if delicately painted, her thin lips like cherry blossoms, beauty incarnate like an exiled celestial descending from a painting. Her peerless face was tinged with a blush like ripened peach, a soft rosy glow seeming ready to drip. Her beautiful eyes like red jade shimmered with rippling spring water, her expression irresistibly charming and seductive. Even Ning Yechen, who had seen countless fairies and demonesses, could not help but be stunned, his gaze lingering upon her for a few moments longer. From the immortal dress she wore, she was likely a fairy from some holy land of the immortal realm, her status clearly far from ordinary. Could it be that his secluded hiding place had been discovered? Had the immortal realm sent someone to encircle and hunt him down? That should not be possible. He had been hiding here nearly a century, his concealment measures ought to be utterly flawless. Moreover, the immortal realm should scarcely have the courage to provoke him. This was probably nothing but a coincidence. What should he do? Kill her outright and secretly bury her here? He had no desire for his identity to be exposed. Just as Ning Yechen hesitated over how to deal with this sudden intruder, the woman's eyes, limpid as spring water, fixed tightly upon him. The youth before her possessed features as refined as carved jade, his appearance elegant and scholarly, and on him there lingered a quality she could not name. She had never expected such a graceful youth to exist in the mortal realm. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. She had to leave at once and seek a method to dispel the poison, otherwise she would no longer be able to suppress it. Feeling the lustful poison within her growing ever more intense, spreading throughout her body and eroding her mind, Luo Ruiying's face flushed like water-drenched rouge, her eyes ever more hazy as her red lips exhaled waves of scorching fragrance. She struggled to stand, yet her body was unbearably weak. No sooner had she risen than her legs gave way, and losing balance she tumbled straight into Ning Yechen's arms as he sat upon the bed. What in the world was happening? Was this a staged accident? A deliberate trap? To avoid any misunderstanding and to demonstrate his upright character, Ning Yechen spread his hands wide, carefully refraining from touching Luo Ruiying's delicate body. He merely lowered his head in surprise, studying her increasingly seductive and strangely entrancing expression. As a former demon sovereign of the demon realm, he quickly recognized that the poison afflicting Luo Ruiying was none other than the infamous Thousand Demons' lust poison of his own realm. The Thousand Demons' lust poison was concocted by refining myriad lustful insects and venomous beasts from the demon realm together with numerous herbs that inflamed desire and bestial urges. Containing the venom of 1,000 such toxins, it was said to be incurable. Once afflicted by the Thousand Demons' lust poison, if one failed to couple within a limited time, the poison would erupt and claim one's life. Judging from her current state, the woman before him had already reached her limit. Luo Ruiying, burning ever hotter as she lay in Ning Yechen's arms, gradually realized she no longer possessed the strength to suppress the poison raging within her. When she inhaled the rich masculine scent on Ning Yechen's body, she could not help but swallow unconsciously, heat surging through her from head to toe. Luo Ruiying lifted her passion-filled eyes to gaze at Ning Yechen's handsome face, lightly moistening her red lips as she made her decision. Given how matters had developed, she could only use this man's body to purge the poison. There was simply no other way. She would just let this mortal take advantage of her. With a flick of her hand, several immortal cords shot forth, binding Ning Yechen's hands and feet, forcing him to lie on the bed in a spread eagle position. Her slender jade hand reached up to remove the golden hairpin atop her head, and a cascade of silver bright hair like a river of stars tumbled down to her hips. With a light tease of her delicate fingers, the phoenix cloud immortal dress slipped from her body, her undergarment falling to the ground. A flawless, enticingly curvaceous figure was laid completely bare before Ning Yechen's eyes. What was happening now? Was he about to be forcibly ravished? What was he to do? Should he resist? Ning Yechen found himself at a complete loss. This was, after all, his precious first time. Though he had dominated the 6 realms for hundreds of years, he had never been involved with any woman. Abiding by the principle that women would only hinder the speed at which he drew his sword, he had never allowed himself to grow close to any of them. To suddenly be pressed beneath a woman, he could not help feeling not only slightly nervous but also a faint thrill. If he wished to resist, he could break free from the immortal cords within mere moments. Yet if he did so, the woman before him would die when the lust poison erupted. Though he was by no means a great benevolent soul, the thought of such a flower-like beauty perishing here seemed an enormous pity. If she were to die here, it might also expose his identity and bring him trouble. Very well, he would consider it doing a good deed for once. Luo Ruiying exhaled a breath of intoxicating fragrance, bit down lightly on her silver teeth and lowered herself onto Ning Yechen's body. Soon enticing cries like birds and warbling swallows echoed from the beams of the house. Under the amplification of the lust poison, the mingled sounds of passion and breath within the room continued unbroken for 3 days and 3 nights. On the morning of the 4th day, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes. She was currently lying naked upon Ning Yechen's chest. The surroundings of the room were a complete wreck, and the bed beneath them had at some unknown point already collapsed. The two of them lay naked on the floor, wrapped in each other's arms. As memories of the wild intimacy of those 3 days flooded back, Luo Ruiying's face instantly flushed crimson, then slowly shifted into a look of desolate sorrow. Her body had thus been given to this mortal before her. Luo Ruiying lifted her gaze to look at the still sleeping Ning Yechen, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes as she slowly raised her jade-like palm. As a female emperor of the immortal realm, to fall into the mortal realm and lose her purity to a mere mortal, this was something that absolutely could not be allowed to spread. Yet after a moment's hesitation, Luo Ruiying finally sighed softly and lowered her hand. He had been forced by her, it had not been his intention, and he had even saved her life. How could she repay kindness with such cruelty? Besides, between them what had passed already amounted to that of husband and wife. Supporting her weakened body, Luo Ruiying pushed herself up and with a wave of her hand donned her immortal dress once more. Before leaving, she once more walked to Ning Yechen's side, her gaze soft as she looked at him and sighed lightly. Immortals and mortals walk different paths. All of this was nothing but a fleeting dream. Let us act as though we never met. With that, Luo Ruiying tapped the tip of her toe and vanished from the room in a single flicker. The instant she disappeared, Ning Yechen opened his eyes and sat up, a helpless smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he murmured softly, "Nothing but a dream, is it?" Very well. He had awakened long ago, but uncertain how to face Luo Ruiying, he had simply continued to feign sleep. Seeing Luo Ruiying quietly choose to leave on her own was in fact precisely what he had hoped for. In this way she would go on being her fairy of the immortal realm, and he would continue his carefree reclusive life, the two of them never disturbing each other again. Glancing at the wrecked room around him, Ning Yechen scratched his head. It seemed things had been a bit too intense. He wondered how her body was faring now. Suddenly a thought struck him and his expression changed. Damn it, he had forgotten to take any measures to prevent conception. Still, she was an immortal fairy with no low cultivation, it should not be so easy for her to conceive an immortal child. Besides, upon returning she would certainly use her immortal power to prevent pregnancy. He probably did not need to worry. Realm divisions: tempering body realm, spirit awakening realm, spirit controlling realm, martial spirit realm, heaven spirit realm, spirit condensation realm, transformation to immortal realm, heaven man realm, heavenly god realm, immortal celestial immortal realm, immortal king realm, immortal emperor realm, immortal venerable realm, immortal sovereign realm, absolute immortal. 10 years later, in the demon domain forest. Amidst mountain ranges towering like walls, a lone wooden house stood prominently in the vast expanse of forested slopes. In the courtyard, Ning Yechen lay on a rocking chair wearing a pair of improvised sunglasses, lazily raising a glass of freshly squeezed immortal fruit juice, his expression relaxed in content. As the rocking chair swayed lightly, he basked in the sun with unhurried enjoyment. This to him was what life ought to be. He could sleep until he woke naturally every day with no one disturbing him, no need for school or work, and no more ceaseless fighting and killing. When hungry, he simply ate the immortal fruits, spirit herbs and medicinal plants he grew himself. When idle, he could go to the nearby lake and lazily fish for the fish he raised in its clear waters. A carefree life without worries. Compared to those former days of constant slaughter and storming through various realms, this was the kind of existence he truly yearned for. The only flaw was that after living alone here for more than 100 years, he had indeed begun to feel a bit bored. In this world without mobile phones and with few means of entertainment, repeating the same routine every day for a century had become somewhat tiresome. Though there were a few creatures who could talk with him, they were so terrified of him that it was hardly any fun at all. Unbidden, Ning Yechen once more found himself recalling that enchanting dreamlike night 10 years ago. Over these 10 years, whenever boredom crept in, his thoughts would inevitably drift back to that night. The transformation of that night was deeply engraved in his mind, making it truly hard to forget. Was it simply because he had been single for several hundred years and grown desperately lonely? Ning Yechen could not help but suspect as much. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why he had so often found himself reliving that night lately. Back then he had only wanted to save that woman's life, not to disturb his reclusive peace, and had not thought beyond that. Yet now he could not help but remain haunted by it. He did not even know her name, and they would likely never meet again. Ning Yechen shook his head, casting off his stray thoughts, and closed his eyes once more. Since he had chosen seclusion, he should not think so much. Just then Ning Yechen suddenly snapped his eyes open. Someone was coming. His spiritual sense clearly perceived one, no two figures walking toward his abode. That anyone could make it here at all was astonishing. Such a thing was truly rare. Interesting. He had lived in seclusion here for 100 years, and aside from that woman who had barged in 10 years ago, no one else had ever found this place. As though discovering some amusing diversion, Ning Yechen's lips curved slightly upward. He clapped his hands lightly and the barrier enveloping the area around the wooden house instantly dissipated. He wanted to see what purpose these visitors had. Within the dense forest, a woman of graceful, alluring figure and stunning city-toppling beauty walked slowly between the trees. Her face was somewhat pale and exhaustion shadowed her expression. On her back she carried a little girl of only 3 or 4 years, as delicate and lovely as a porcelain doll. The little girl wore her long black hair loose and glossy, her baby-fat cheeks and delicate features forming an exquisite face. Her bright, spirited eyes widened with curiosity as she looked around the forest, and in a soft, milky voice she asked the woman, "Mother, where are we going?" "Didn't Ye say she wanted to see her father?" "Mother is taking you to find your father." Luo Ruiying turned her head, a warm and doting smile on her lips as she looked at the little girl on her back, her daughter. Though her face was adorned with a kind and gentle smile, a trace of sorrow and worry flickered in her eyes. After 10 long years she had never imagined that one day she would descend again into the human realm with a child in her arms to seek the man from that night. Strangely, despite following her memories for so long and searching for quite a while, she still could not find the wooden house from back then. Had he already left? It would make sense. For a mere mortal, 10 years was already a long span of time. Perhaps he had long since moved away and might even have married and started a family somewhere else. At that thought, the worry in Luo Ruiying's heart could no longer be concealed and surfaced plainly on her face. If she could not find him, what should she do? Really? "Mother, you're taking Ye to find father?" Hearing that Luo Ruiying was going to take her to find her father, Luo Hongye became instantly overjoyed, pressing her little face close to Luo Ruiying's cheek and asking again and again. "Yes, we're going to find your father." Seeing her child so happy, Luo Ruiying could not bear to shatter her fantasy and replied with a smiling agreement. In her heart, however, she had little confidence in whether she could truly find Ning Yechen. After her joy ebbed, Luo Hongye's small head filled with a big question. Lying on her mother's back, she tilted her head and asked, "Mother, didn't you say father died when Ye was born?" Luo Ruiying was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. Once Luo Hongye had grown old enough to understand, she would often tug at her, asking where her father had gone. Back then Luo Ruiying had lied that her father had unfortunately passed away when she was born. Now suddenly saying she was taking her to find her father did indeed sound rather strange. "Yay, actually your father is not completely dead yet," she managed at last. After racking her brains, this was the only excuse Luo Ruiying could come up with. Luo Hongye blinked her large sparkling eyes and to Luo Ruiying's surprise believed her without question. In a pure sweet voice she asked, "So father is still alive, right, mother?" "Yes, that's right." Luo Ruiying hastily nodded. She thought she had muddled through, but Luo Hongye continued to press, "Then why has father never come to find Ye and mother?" "Is it because father doesn't want Ye and mother anymore?" As she spoke, Luo Hongye's eyes reddened crystal and tears welling and trembling at the rims. Startled, Luo Ruiying quickly shifted Luo Hongye from her back into her arms, gently patting her back to soothe her. "No, Ye, that's not it," she murmured. "How could your father not want you? He actually suffered very serious injuries and has been hiding here all this time to heal. He didn't tell you because he was afraid you would worry." This was the most reasonable excuse Luo Ruiying could devise. She could hardly tell her daughter that her father did not even know of her existence. Luo Hongye did not doubt her mother's words in the slightest. Her tears stopped at once and worry filled her small face. "Then is father all right now?" He's fine, Luo Ruiying replied with a faint smile. Just then she suddenly halted mid-step. Her expression turned extremely grave, her sharp gaze sweeping around the forest. There was the aura of demonic beasts. And it was not weak. 10 years ago she had not noticed that there were demonic beasts of considerable strength in this place. In her current condition she was not sure she could handle them. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye tightly with one arm while her other hand found the immortal sword at her waist, ready to respond to an ambush at any moment. Yet in the next instant all the demonic auras around them suddenly vanished, as if fleeing in all directions, disappearing without a trace. Why had those auras all disappeared? Had they sensed her presence and been frightened away? While Luo Ruiying was still puzzled, a delicate wooden house suddenly appeared in the near distance before her eyes. How strange. She had not noticed any house there a moment ago. It was as though it had emerged from thin air. Though her heart was full of doubt, the sight of the wooden house from her memories still brought an irrepressible smile of joy to her face. She had found it. This was the place. Luo Ruiying, holding Luo Hongye, arrived at the wooden cabin and with a mix of anxiety and unease gently knocked on the door. With a creak the wooden door slowly opened. "May I ask who this young lady is looking for?" Ning Yechen smiled and asked at the door. For some reason looking at the woman before him stirred a feeling of déjà vu within him. Gazing at the familiar face, Luo Ruiying slightly pursed her red lips and lowered her eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. After hesitating for a moment, she cautiously opened her lips to ask, "Do you not remember me?" Ning Yechen scrutinized the girl once again. With ink-black hair and crimson eyes, her beauty was striking. Very familiar. Yet he just couldn't recall who she was. He had encountered so many beauties in the past that he simply couldn't remember her at the moment. Moreover, he had been living in seclusion here for quite a while, so no one should know him. "Miss, who are you?" After thinking for a long time and finding no match in his memory, Ning Yechen could only awkwardly ask. Seeing that Ning Changli truly did not recognize her, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but show anger and disappointment on her face, and she couldn't resist scolding him in a delicate voice. You heartless man. Not only had he taken her first time, but she had gone through great pains to protect this child. Now, after finally escaping from the celestial realm, she specifically came to find him, yet he didn't recognize her at all. She understood that perhaps for mortals 10 years might be enough to forget many things. But for Ning Yechen to completely forget her, she couldn't help but feel disappointed and angry. Ning Yechen was momentarily dumbfounded by her scolding. To be fair, since he crossed into this world and became the unparalleled demon lord of the demon realm for hundreds of years, he had never been in a relationship, so how could he be labeled a heartless man? This is outrageous. Slander. Barefaced slander. "Miss, is there some misunderstanding between us? Are you sure you recognize the wrong person?" Ning Yechen asked again. He felt that the woman before him must have mistaken him for someone else. Seeing that Ning Yechen really seemed to not remember her, Luo Ruiying sighed in disappointment, picked up Luo Hongye in her arms, shot him a resentful glance, and said, "She is your daughter. You need to take responsibility for both her and me." Ah! Ning Yechen was stunned. This news was simply too shocking. Did he suddenly become a father? He looked down at Luo Hongye, who was as delicate as a doll, shy yet secretly glancing at him. The little girl was beautiful and adorable, with an inexplicable sense of closeness and familiarity that made him like her at first sight. But being suddenly told she was his child left him a bit dazed. He hadn't touched any woman except for that fateful night 10 years ago. Realizing this, Ning Yechen suddenly understood something and pointed at Luo Ruiying, astonished, asking, You are the fairy from that night?" Luo Ruiying, seeing that Ning Yechen finally remembered, shyly nodded. With this affirmation, Ning Yechen's mouth dropped open in surprise. No way. It really was her. The aura of cultivation that once radiated from Luo Ruiying had weakened significantly compared to before, as if they were two completely different levels. Her once stunning silver hair had turned to black, making it impossible for him to connect her with the woman from that night. Ning Yechen truly couldn't comprehend. After that night of passion, the once ethereal fairy came back 10 years later with a child, demanding he take responsibility. A dignified fairy from the celestial realm, with her cultivation level, she could even be a saintess or empress from some sacred place, yet she came to the mortal realm to find him. What puzzled him even more was that the higher the cultivation level, the lower the probability of conceiving a celestial fetus. This was common knowledge. Some celestial lords had to work tirelessly with multiple celestial partners for years to achieve success in conceiving a celestial fetus. How did he manage to succeed so easily? Not to mention, as a cultivator, he could prevent conception with his celestial power anytime he wished. He had thought that after that night Luo Ruiying would definitely take precautions against conceiving a celestial fetus. After all, she was a fairy from the celestial realm and generally couldn't easily conceive. Yet the result was that she really had conceived a celestial fetus for years and even gave birth and raised the child. Is she really my child? Ning Yechen asked, still somewhat incredulous. He was merely asking to confirm, though internally he already had a sense of understanding. However, immediately after asking, Ning Yechen regretted it. It seemed inappropriate to ask like that. Sure enough, as soon as Luo Ruiying heard Ning Yechen's words, her brows furrowed tightly, her face turning extremely ugly, and she angrily shouted, "Humph! If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll just leave with the child. But do not insult me and the child." With that, Luo Ruiying turned and left without hesitation, a glimmer of tears flashing in her eyes. Luo Hongye, resting on Luo Ruiying's shoulder, stared intently at Ning Yechen with her big eyes and in a lively manner asked in her mother's ear, "Mother, does father not want us?" Upon seeing Ning Yechen, Luo Hongye also inexplicably felt a sense of closeness. She had always been shy, yet she was not afraid of Ning Yechen at all, so she knew he must be the father she had been thinking about. Luo Hongye's words struck a chord in Ning Yechen's heart, causing him to tremble with emotion. As the supreme of the demon realm, he was certainly not the type to abandon his wife and child lacking in responsibility. He could afford it, and of course he could take responsibility. Ning Yechen quickly rushed to Luo Ruiying's side and firmly grasped her arm. "Wait. I never said I wouldn't take responsibility." "Oof. Let go of me. I don't need you to take responsibility. Luo Ruiying was furious and tried to shake off Ning Yechen's hand. Fearing she might hurt the mortal Ning Yechen, she deliberately held back using very little strength. However, even with reduced force she could easily break free from a grown man's grasp, yet she couldn't shake off Ning Yechen's hand. Before Luo Ruiying could react, she suddenly tasted blood in her throat and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. A pool of fresh blood appeared in her palm and her delicate face turned even paler. You're injured. Ning Yechen grasped Luo Ruiying's wrist, his expression instantly turning as cold as ice. I'm fine, let go of me. Luo Ruiying tried to break free but found she had no strength left. As she took a step forward, her vision darkened and she collapsed into Ning Yechen's embrace, fainting. Mother, mother. Luo Hongye cried out as she tugged at Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying tightly around her waist, embracing her in his arms while also holding Luo Hongye. Gently and kindly he comforted her. Don't worry. With your father here, your mother will be fine. Inside the wooden cottage, Ning Yechen gently laid Luo Ruiying upon the bed, his fingers pressing lightly upon her wrist as his expression grew increasingly frigid. A century had passed, yet for the first time in 100 years the cold ember of murder stirred once more within his heart. Upon closer diagnosis he realized her condition was far graver than he had imagined. Her meridians were shattered throughout her body. Her immortal bones had been forcibly extracted. Even her heart was gone, replaced only by an artificial one sustaining her life by the thinnest thread. Several fresh wounds marred her back, oozing faint traces of blood. That she had endured this long was nothing short of miraculous. A pang of quiet remorse tightened Ning Yechen's chest, his gaze softened as he looked upon Luo Ruiying. He knew not what trials she had suffered in the immortal realm over these 10 years, but he could well imagine their severity. Otherwise, how could a former celestial emperor have fallen so low? She had come to him desperate with child in tow, yet he had nearly turned them both away. Gently Ning Yechen brushed his palm across Luo Ruiying's cheek, channeling spiritual energy into her frail form to shield and stabilize her. Preserving her life posed no challenge for Ning Yechen, but with her meridians ruined, her immortal bones gone and her heart absent, restoring her former peak cultivation would be near impossible. Luo Hongye knelt silently beside the bed, tears like luminous pearls slipping soundlessly down her cheeks, small, solemn and utterly still. Come here, daughter. Ning Yechen shed his icy composure, offering instead a warm, tender smile as he beckoned Luo Hongye closer. He opened his mouth to call her, only to falter, struck by sudden embarrassment. He did not even know his own daughter's name. Nor for that matter did he recall his wife's. Timidly Luo Hongye padded forward on unsteady little feet, gazing up at him with wide dewy eyes, and whispered in a voice soft as milk, "Father." That single word, so fragile, so trusting, nearly melted Ning Yechen's heart to liquid. Overcome with emotion, Ning Yechen swept the tiny girl into his arms, cradling her gently and stroking her delicate downy head. "Daughter, what is your name?" "Luo Hongye," she replied, her voice thick with childish sweetness. "Luo Hongye." He repeated it softly, committing it to memory, then smiled warmly and cooed, "Don't worry, night-night, your mother is safe now. No more tears, all right." Luo Hongye nodded vigorously, then tilted her head, concern flickering in her eyes as she asked, "Father, are you hurt?" "Huh?" Ning Yechen blinked, utterly bewildered. It had been ages since he'd borne a wound, so long in fact that the memory of his last injury had faded entirely. "Mother said father didn't come find night-night and mother because you were gravely injured. Is that true?" Luo Hongye gazed at him with hopeful, earnest eyes. Ning Yechen instantly understood Luo Ruiying must have invented the excuse to soothe their daughter. With a wry, resigned smile he played along, "Yes, that's right. I've been healing here all this time, which is why I couldn't visit you. Oh, how I've missed my night-night. The moment I saw you, my wounds vanished." "Truly? Then father won't abandon night-night and mother, will you?" She beamed, a pure, guileless smile lighting up her face. Tenderness swelled in Ning Yechen's chest. He held Luo Hongye tighter, stroking her soft hair as he vowed, "Never. From now on I will always remain by your mother's side, and yours, to protect you both." Delighted Luo Hongye pressed herself against his chest, clutching his robes tightly with both small hands. At last, she had found her father. "Night-night, tell me, where did you and mother lie before? How did you spend your days?" Ning Yechen asked, smiling, but beneath that smile lay a depth of quiet fury. He would uncover what truly transpired over those 10 years. Who dared strip his wife of her immortal bones and heart and leave her broken, bleeding and barely alive? Luo Ruiying, innocent and trusting, mistook his inquiry for simple curiosity and began recounting their past with cheerful, unguarded enthusiasm. Ever since she'd gained awareness after birth, she'd spent most of her days hidden inside a narrow, cramped wardrobe. Her mother told her it was a game of hide and seek, just stay quiet and don't make a sound. Only when her mother returned would she lift Luo Hongye out, holding her close and sharing precious moments together. But once she waited inside the wardrobe for days, yet her mother never came to fetch her. Boredom overwhelmed her and she slipped out, only to be discovered. Then they locked her inside a pitch-black iron cage. Alone in that suffocating darkness, she trembled with fear. Sometimes strangers came to stare, cursing her as filthy spawn. Their faces loomed monstrous in her memory. She hated them, curling tightly into herself, hiding deep in the shadows. Not until her mother returned, unlocking the cage and carrying her away, did she escape that prison. Yet no matter where they fled, pursuers followed relentlessly. Those monsters hurt Mother. Night hates them. She scowled, puffing her cheeks indignantly. Ning Yechen listened, his face freezing into glacial stillness, his inner rage surging white-hot and searing. How bold the immortal realm had grown, to dare harm his wife and daughter. From Luo Hongya's words he could already glimpse the horrors she had endured. Luo Ruiying had secretly borne Luo Hongya, concealing her pregnancy from all, then hid the infant in the wardrobe, soothing her with tales of a gentle game. When discovery became inevitable, she shattered the celestial prison and fled the immortal realm with Luo Hongya, bearing grievous wounds and unspeakable suffering along the way. Ning Yechen burned with the urge to storm the immortal realm this very instant, erasing every hand that had ever harmed them. Yet sadly Luo Hongya knew not where in the immortal realm they had lived, only that it was a vast, breathtaking palace. Such resplendent pavilions dotted the immortal realm like stars in the sky, impossible to trace without further clues. Then perhaps, he should simply erase the entire immortal realm. Not an unreasonable proposition. Insulting his beloved daughter as filthy spawn alone warranted annihilation. Father, you look scary. Luo Hongya shrank back slightly, her voice trembling as she peered up at his murderous expression. Don't be afraid, Night, I'm just thinking how best to punish those who hurt you. Shall Father avenge you? Ning Yechen swiftly dispelled his killing intent, replacing it with warmth and kindness. Yes. And Father will avenge Mother too, their cruelty toward her must not go unanswered. She nodded firmly, tiny fists clenching with righteous fury. Rest assured, none of them will escape. He chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Already his mind was mapping the first step of retribution, time to descend from seclusion. Just then Luo Ruiying's eyelashes fluttered. Slowly her eyes opened, awakening at last. Mother! Luo Hongya swiftly dove into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Luo Ruiying gently patted Luo Hongya's head, her eyes filled with love and tenderness. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, getting up to prepare medicine. By the time Ning Yechen returned, Luo Hongya was already sleeping soundly in Luo Ruiying's arms. Here, drink your medicine. Ning Yechen sat at the edge of the bed, holding the medicine in one hand while gently helping Luo Ruiying sit up with the other. Weak and fragile Luo Ruiying found it difficult to even sit up straight, leaning against Ning Yechen instead. By the way, what's your name? Luo Ruiying asked weakly and shyly, resting against Ning Yechen. She had brought her child here to demand this man take responsibility, yet she didn't even know his name. Ning Yechen. And you, my lady? Ning Yechen replied with a smile. Mother, my lady. Upon hearing the term my lady, Luo Ruiying's pale cheeks flushed with a hint of color, her expression appearing quite awkward. She felt quite unaccustomed to this form of address. Once an empress in her own right, being addressed in such a manner made her feel strangely unsettled. Isn't it right? You and I have a marital bond and we have a child together, shouldn't you be called my lady? You can also call me husband. Ning Yechen said with unabashed casualness. Since she was now his woman, from this day forth she would be his lady. Though it was a bit sudden, there was a joy akin to unexpectedly becoming a husband and father. Luo Ruiying was left speechless and had no choice but to accept Ning Yechen's terms. After all, she might not have long to live. What did it matter if she allowed him to call her his lady for a few days? But to call him husband was simply impossible for her. I am Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying instinctively began to refer to herself as this empress, but she quickly corrected herself and softly stated her name. She was no longer the empress of the celestial realm. From this moment on they had truly gotten to know each other. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, scooping a spoonful of medicinal soup, blowing on it to cool and then bringing it to Luo Ruiying's lips. My lady, drink your medicine. Luo Ruiying didn't immediately open her mouth to drink, instead gazing at the sleeping Luo Hongya in her arms, contemplating deeply, then looked up to Ning Yechen with a serious expression. If I am no longer here, I entrust this child to you. She wanted to take advantage of her current stable condition to entrust everything to Ning Yechen. She was all too aware of her own injuries. Her meridians were damaged and her heart was lost. Relying on ordinary mountain herbs would not only fail to heal her injuries but would be utterly useless. Thus it mattered little whether she drank it or not. All right, I understand, just drink your medicine. Ning Yechen said somewhat dismissively, trying to encourage Luo Ruiying to drink. Luo Ruiying felt that his reassurances were a waste of breath, since after drinking the medicine she would be fine. Seeing how dismissive Ning Yechen was, she frowned, appearing quite displeased and disappointed. She was already in this state discussing her final affairs, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned.
Did you hear me? MMM.
Just as Luo Ruiying was about to say something more, Ning Yechen seized the opportunity to shove the spoon into her mouth.
The medicinal soup he had specially prepared was incredibly rare even in the celestial realm.
The efficacy of the medicine dissipated quickly, it must not be wasted. Suddenly force-fed a spoonful of medicine, Luo Ruiying was about to be angry, but then sensed something was off. Her expression froze. She could feel the overwhelming medicinal spirit spreading throughout her body. It was as if she were enveloped in a warm current and her injuries began to heal instantaneously. Even her internal meridians were rapidly repairing themselves. What kind of medicine was this? Why was there such astonishing medicinal power?
Even in the celestial realm she had never consumed medicine with such abundant potency.
How could such precious medicinal materials exist to brew this kind of soup in the mortal realm?
What
kind of medicine is this?
Luo Ruiying couldn't help but ask.
It's just mountain yam I casually picked in the mountains.
Come on, don't waste it, drink it while it's warm.
Ning Yechen felt a bit guilty and hurriedly continued to scoop the soup to feed Luo Ruiying. It was indeed difficult to explain how a mortal had produced such a bounty of precious celestial herbs.
Luo Ruiying was somewhat skeptical. How could an ordinary forest possibly yield such valuable mountain yam?
Just from what she tasted, there were at least several kinds of celestial herbs that were over 1,000 or even 10,000 years. However, in order not to waste this precious medicinal effect, Luo Ruiying temporarily gave up on pursuing the question, obediently opening her mouth to drink every spoonful of soup Ning Yechen offered. This was the first time she had been cared for in such a manner.
And the other party was immortal.
Ning Yechen also enjoyed the process of feeding her. Medicine life suddenly seemed to hold much more joy. Luo Ruiying gently opened her cherry blossom lips to take the spoon of medicine, greedily licking it clean without wasting a single.
Surprisingly, feeding medicine seemed quite interesting.
Luo Ruiying noticed Ning Yechen's gaze and raised her eyebrows in confusion, asking,
Is something wrong?
Nothing. I just think my lady is quite charming.
Ning Yechen candidly complimented.
Well. This direct compliment caught Luo Ruiying off guard. She was unsure if it was the effect of the medicine, but her cheeks flushed with a layer of color, lightly biting her lips and lowering her gaze. Had it been in the past, she would have angrily rebuked anyone who dared to speak to her so frivolously and impose punishment. But at this moment she felt a strange sensation in her heart. Not that she was particularly angry.
My lady, can you tell me what happened? After feeding Luo Ruiying another spoonful, Ning Yechen took the opportunity to ask. If he could glean any clues from Luo Ruiying, it would greatly help him.
Luo Ruiying's expression darkened and she shook her head resolutely.
Just this matter, please don't ask again. The less you know the better, otherwise it will be very dangerous for you.
Luo Ruiying did not wish for Ning Yechen to get involved in her affairs.
Even if he knew, what could he do?
From him she sensed not a trace of cultivation or spiritual power. How could an ordinary mortal contend with the forces of the celestial realm? She didn't tell him because she didn't want him to get caught up in the danger.
Although she knew Luo Ruiying might not disclose anything to him, Ning Yechen couldn't help but feel a sense of regret.
If he knew which force from the celestial realm it was, he could directly strike with precision. The celestial realm was vast, filled with countless sacred places, palaces, sects and hidden clans. Finding them would truly be troublesome. It seemed he would need to personally visit the celestial realm. After finishing feeding her medicine, Ning Yechen gently laid Luo Ruiying back down on the bed, pulling up the covers to tuck both her and Luo Hongye in. Having ingested the powerful medicinal effects, Luo Ruiying soon felt drowsy and fell into a deep sleep, her body continuing to absorb the medicinal energy. Ning Yechen tenderly stroked her cheek, then got up and walked outside, leaping into the air and transforming into a streak of dark divine light shooting straight toward the 9 heavens. The barrier between the mortal realm and the celestial realm was shattered at this moment. After 100 years I have returned to the celestial realm. In the extreme east immortal realm, the Ascension Gates tower majestically above the clouds of the immortal world, standing dozens of zhang high, imposing and magnificent, radiating an aura of grandeur. This is the boundary between the human realm and the immortal realm, the first place reached after ascending from the human world. Each domain in the immortal realm has a similar Ascension Gate. It serves as a reporting station for the immortal realm. Once someone ascends from the lower realm, the Ascension Gate will automatically open. Several guards clad in celestial armor are seated beside the gate, chatting and drinking, their laughter echoing.
Do you all know?
Hundreds of years ago, the supreme demon of the demon realm, Ning Yechen, led the demon army to attack our immortal realm, uniting the entire realm in a bloody storm. The battle was so fierce that it was dark as night and the sun and moon were obscured. In the end, our immortal realm was nearly destroyed by that demon Lord Ning Yechen. Even dozens of immortal emperors banded together and could not defeat him.
After destroying over half of the immortal realm, the demon lord finally left with his army. It was the third war between the immortals and demons in history, and thus far the most devastating one for the immortal realm. Your elder brother was fortunate enough to witness that war and survived. A rather portly captain of the guards animatedly recounted the unparalleled battle between the immortals and demons from over 100 years ago. The other guards listened intently, captivated. Now it's been so long since the immortal realm has experienced any turmoil, it is exceedingly peaceful. Daily guarding duties are not only meaningless but also unbearably dull. So, what happened to that demon lord in the end? Why haven't we heard any news about him? Is he dead? One of the guards raised his hand, asking curiously. The other guards shared the same question, all waiting for the portly guard to respond. The portly guard straightened his belly with pride and said, "It is said that after the demon lord battled with several immortal emperors of our realm, he returned to the demon realm, and soon after he disappeared without a trace. Some speculate that he was gravely injured and met his demise. The demon realm deliberately suppressed the news and dared not disclose it, which is why there has been no information about that demon lord since." I see. Then it seems our immortal realm is indeed superior. It must be. Our immortal realm cannot be compared to the lowly scum of the demon realm. Ha ha ha. Everyone began to boast, laughing joyously at the sky. By the way, you haven't described what that demon lord looked like. After the laughter, another person asked curiously. Just as the portly guard was about to respond, the ascension gate suddenly activated, producing intense fluctuations. What? What is happening? Why is the gate reacting so violently? I don't know, I've never seen anything like this. All the guards stood dumbfounded, quickly rising to investigate. They had never witnessed such violent upheaval from the ascension gate. It was as if someone was forcefully breaking through to ascend to the immortal realm. Who has the audacity to do this? Daring to trespass into the immortal realm. All the guards took their positions, their long spears pointed toward the ascension gate. Moments later, the gate overloaded, causing a burst of spiritual light that stirred up thick clouds. A figure leapt through the clouds and slowly stepped out of the shattered gate. The guards were shocked, having never seen anyone capable of shattering the ascension gate, their mouths agape in astonishment. Upon seeing the figure, they immediately raised their spears and surrounded him. The leading portly guard shouted angrily, "Who dares to trespass into the immortal realm and damage the ascension gate?" As the clouds dispersed, Ning Yechen's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Ning Yechen surveyed his surroundings, lazily stretching. It had been too long since he had come to the immortal realm to stretch his limbs. He almost couldn't find the way. After more than 100 years, the immortal realm was still the same as before, not a bit changed. Everything he had destroyed in the past had been rebuilt. Wonderful, Captain, should we go up and capture him? The guards watched Ning Yechen with hawkish eyes, inching closer. However, the portly captain stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably, his face filled with terror as if he had seen a ghost. It was him. That man. He is not dead. He has returned. The guard beside him noticed the portly captain's strange expression and cautiously approached, whispering, "Sir, what's wrong with you? Everyone is waiting for your command. Should we take him down?" "Take?" The portly captain stuttered in fear. Just as he began to speak, the nearby guard nodded in understanding and immediately directed the others to move forward. "The captain has given the order, seize him." The guards rushed forward with their spears. Ning Yechen cast a cold glance at the guards, waved his sleeve, and dark flames surged forth, turning all the guards to ashes before they could even make a sound. Although he wasn't keen on violence anymore, he wouldn't show mercy to those who provoked him. Oh. The commanding guard was instantly dumbfounded. Only he and the portly captain remained. The portly captain finally managed to finish his interrupted words. Take you, you big-head ghost. He is that supreme being of the demon realm." Ah. The guard was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed onto the ground. Ning Yechen was quite surprised. After more than 100 years, someone still recognized him. "You know me. Your name has long been known throughout the immortal realm. I was fortunate enough to see you once over 100 years ago." The portly captain, terrified, knelt down and replied tremulously as Ning Yechen approached. Ning Yechen nodded, a friendly smile on his face, and asked, "It's been so long since I've been in the immortal realm. Where is the Tiandao Imperial Palace?" It's over there in that direction." The portly captain shakily pointed in a certain direction, not daring to conceal anything. To him, Ning Yechen's smile felt as if the Grim Reaper was beckoning him. He could only hope that when he died it would be like those guards just now, without any pain. "Thank you." Ning Yechen thanked the portly captain and transformed into a pitch-black divine rainbow, racing towards the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Watching Ning Yechen disappear into the distance, the portly captain and another guard collapsed to the ground unconscious. Tiandao Imperial Palace.
The Qianhua Immortal Palace stands tall at the peak of the Immortal Realm with magnificent palaces shining in golden splendor creating an awe-inspiring spectacle.
This is one of the 9 supreme powers of the Immortal Realm, the Tiandao Imperial Palace.
Ning Yechen arrived above the Tiandao Imperial Palace in the blink of an eye and shouted towards the vast palace, "Old man.
You should still be alive. If you're alive, come out and see me."
His words reverberated with demonic resonance throughout the Tiandao Imperial Palace, causing everyone inside to feel as if their minds were shattering, covering their ears in pain, collapsing to the ground.
Those with lower cultivation even bled from their 7 orifices, fainting on the spot.
The sudden turn of events startled everyone in the Tiandao Imperial Palace.
This is bad.
If it were just her and Luo Hongye, she would have enough confidence to retreat safely. But with Ning Yechen added to the mix, escaping from the dark scale, upon seeing Ning Yechen, Tiandao Chingrong furrowed his brows slightly. The man before him appeared strikingly familiar, as if he had seen him before, yet he couldn't recall who he was for a moment.
Who are you?
Where is that old fellow Tiandao Wendian? Ning Yechen, with his hands clasped behind him, looked at Tiandao Chingrong and asked in bewilderment. Having not visited the Celestial Realm for far too long, had the Tiandao Imperial Palace changed its personnel? Ning Yechen's arrogant demeanor, which looked down upon everyone, would make few in the entire Celestial Realm dare to speak to a member of the Tiandao Imperial Palace in such a manner. The more Tiandao Chingrong looked, the more he felt a sense of familiarity gradually recalling Ning Yechen's identity, his expression suddenly shifting dramatically.
It's you! The Supreme of the Demon Realm, Ning Yechen.
Tiandao Chingrong was taken aback, fear flooding his eyes as the terror he had buried deep within his heart for over 100 years was awakened once more.
More than 100 years ago he had secretly witnessed Ning Yechen once.
Compared to the imposing figure of the demon sovereign from over a century ago, the current Ning Yechen appeared benevolent, resembling an ordinary mortal without any cultivation, which was why he had not recognized him immediately.
Indeed, someone from the Tiandao Imperial Palace still remembers me.
However, you are mistaken about one thing. I am the former supreme of the demon realm and have since retired. Ning Yechen corrected him with a wave of his finger.
Ning Yechen.
You dare to intrude into the celestial realm, disturb its peace, and harm the Tiandao Imperial Palace.
Do you truly believe that the Tiandao Imperial Palace is so easy to bully?
Although Tiandao Chingrong felt fear in his heart as the current master of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, he steadied himself and frowned as he reprimanded Ning Yechen.
Ning Yechen slightly furrowed his brows, his expression displeased.
The sky has cleared, the rain has stopped. Do you and the Tiandao Imperial Palace think you have regained your former strength? It seems that the last time the Tiandao Imperial Palace was dismantled was not thorough enough.
Hoof. Ning Yechen. Do you truly believe that after over 100 years the Celestial Realm has remained unchanged?
Now I have also ascended to the rank of Celestial Emperor, all in preparation for the day I repay the grudge for your destruction of the Tiandao Imperial Palace a century ago.
Tiandao Chingrong's expression turned cold as a fierce roar erupted from him, an overwhelming aura of the Celestial Emperor bursting forth, soaring into the skies.
The terrifying pressure shattered the palatial structures within 100 miles, causing countless individuals to be forced to the ground, gasping for breath. Those with even a bit of strength could barely lift their heads, praising the might of their master from the Tiandao Imperial Palace, as expected of our esteemed master of the Tiandao Imperial Palace.
The young talents of the new generation.
In just over 100 years he has risen from Celestial Venerable to Celestial Emperor.
This is the first time I've seen the master of the Imperial Palace in full glory. How majestic and overpowering.
Within the Celestial Realm, the strength of the master of the Imperial Palace is also one of the most formidable.
Hoof.
The master is furious this time. He must teach this ignorant boy a good lesson.
Ning Yechen sighed helplessly, gazing at Tiandao Chingrong with his deep dark eyes.
He casually raised a hand, and with a light clap a massive black demonic hand ripped through the void, descending upon Tiandao Chingrong's head. The black demonic hand covered nearly half of the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Including Tiandao Chingrong, all the people of the Tiandao Imperial Palace trembled, unable to move an inch.
Bang!
With a tremendous sound, the entire celestial realm trembled, and nearly half of the Tiandao Imperial Palace was crushed to dust. With the demonic hand pressing down on him, Tiandao Chingrong spat out a mouthful of blood, his body embedding into the ground, feeling as if all his bones had shattered, his expression filled with horror and dread.
How could this be possible? He had already become a celestial emperor. Why was he completely defenseless against the demon sovereign like a small chick?
He nearly lost his life with a single move. He remembers the pain but forgets the beating. It seems that the Tiandao Imperial Palace has no need to exist any longer. Ning Yechen stood with his hands behind his back, walking through the air as he called out to the depths of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, "Old fellow, I know you aren't dead. If you don't come out, I will flatten your Tiandao Imperial Palace."
Not a single one left. I will count to 3. 1,
Just as his voice fell, a green rainbow shot out from the depths of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, followed closely by several colored rainbows. An elder with an ethereal demeanor and a 3-foot white beard hurriedly arrived before Ning Yechen. Accompanying him were several celestial emperor-level elders from the Tiandao Imperial Palace. Wonderful! The old ancestor of Tiandao has emerged from seclusion. Several elders have also finished their closed-door training. Now we need not fear that fellow anymore. Could he really oppose the entire Tiandao Imperial Palace alone? Countless disciples of the Tiandao Imperial Palace looked up hopefully at the sky, watching the old ancestor of Tiandao and the several elders. They represented not only the true strength of the Tiandao Imperial Palace but also one of the peak powers in the celestial realm. Old fellow, you finally decided to come out. Ning Yechen smiled faintly at the figure of Tiandao Wentian, the old ancestor of Tiandao. Tiandao Wentian looked at Ning Yechen, his pale eyes trembling, his expression more terrified than Tiandao Chanrong. This killing god is truly not dead. And how has he returned? Who the hell summoned him back? Recalling the battle between the immortals and demons over a century ago, Tiandao Wentian trembled slightly. If he could, he would rather mobilize the entire Imperial Palace's strength to combat the other 8 forces of the celestial realm than face this demon sovereign again. At first, upon hearing the commotion from the Tiandao Imperial Palace and Ning Yechen's voice, he had vaguely guessed it was him. He had wanted to hide, but now that he didn't come out, he feared the entire Tiandao Imperial Palace would be wiped out. What's wrong, old fellow? Bringing so many people, are you preparing to compare skills with me? Just in time. It has been over 100 years since I last thought I could use a warm-up, Ning Yechen said, his face breaking into a radiant smile. As the two conversed as if they were old friends, every word sent chills down Tiandao Wentian's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, Tiandao Wentian hurriedly shook his head, forcing a flattering grin. Tiandao Wentian pays respects to the demon sovereign. The demon sovereign is truly joking. How would our Tiandao Imperial Palace dare to oppose the demon sovereign? The disciples below the Tiandao Imperial Palace looked at Tiandao Wentian in shock, their faith collapsing in an instant. Is this really the imposing Tiandao ancestor they knew, who spoke with an iron fist? He is actually taking the initiative to curry favor. If I may ask, could the demon sovereign spare my younger generation? Tiandao Wentian glanced at Tiandao Chanrong beneath the demonic hand, seeing that he was still alive, and he breathed a sigh of relief, his attitude extremely courteous. Having failed to subdue this demon sovereign even with the combined efforts of dozens of celestial emperors, the Tiandao Imperial Palace had no need to make an enemy of him. If the Tiandao Imperial Palace is destroyed, so be it. It can be rebuilt as long as the foundation remains. Ning Yechen glanced at Tiandao Chanrong, waved his arm, and the towering black demonic hand instantly vanished into the void. Old ancestor, you must seek justice for my Tiandao Imperial Palace. Narrowly escaping death, Tiandao Chanrong immediately ran to Tiandao Wentian's side, pointing at Ning Yechen as he complained. The response he received was a crisp slap. Smack. You ignorant fool. For daring to offend the demon sovereign, I sentence you to 100 years of seclusion. Tiandao Wentian was extremely angry. Smack. You ignorant fool. For daring to offend the demon sovereign, I sentence you to 100 years of seclusion. Tiandao Wentian was extremely. If he could fight back, why would he need to put on such a show of humility? Tiandao Chanrong was sent flying 100 meters, dazed and bloodied at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't believe that the ancestor who had always doted on him would be so furious as to strike him. 100 years ago, Tiandao Chanrong had been protected and had never personally faced the demon sovereign, completely unaware of his true strength. However, Tiandao Wentian had experienced it firsthand, fully aware that the entire Tiandao Imperial Palace could never be his match. This slap and punishment were essentially to save him. I announce the dismissal of Tiandao Chanrong from the position of master of the Tiandao Imperial Palace. He shall be cast into seclusion for 100 years. Someone take him away. Several guards stepped forward to drag Tiandao Chanrong, who was sitting on the ground, away. Ning Yechen observed this with a silent smile. This was merely a show for him. This time he came to Tiandao Digong to handle matters, not to destroy it, so he let it go. Otherwise he would have long since struck down Tiandao Chanrong with a single palm. I wonder why the demon lord has graced our Tiandao Digong with his presence. Tiandao Wentian inquired politely with cupped hands. At that moment he only wished to quickly send this killing god away. As long as he was there, he felt an immense pressure. Countless disciples of Tiandao Digong below stared in shock at the scene before them. Their ancestor was undoubtedly one of the most powerful beings in the immortal realm. How had he ever been so polite to anyone? Yet he was so subservient before that demon lord. Even going so far as to take action against the current palace master Tiandao Chanrong, imprisoning him in a forbidden area. I have come today to ask Tiandao Digong for assistance in a matter. Ning Yechen said calmly.
What instructions does the Demon Lord have? What matter could possibly bring the Demon Lord back to the Immortal Realm after 100 years? I need you to work with the other 8 major forces in the Immortal Realm to gather all information related to a woman named Luo Ruing. Especially her family background, do you understand? Ning Yechen stated his purpose for this visit. Rather than searching slowly in the Immortal Realm for an unknown duration, it would be far more convenient to let the locals do the Tian Dao and Tian did not expect that Ning Yechen had returned to the Immortal Realm merely to inquire about a woman and her family's background. I wonder if this woman has offended you, Demon Lord. If so, Tian Dao Di Gong is willing to act on your behalf. Tian Dao and Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, his words laced with a killing intent. Ning Yechen slowly shook his head, but his gaze emanated a hint of coldness. No need, just provide me with all the relevant information. I will handle the rest myself. Understood. I will notify the other sects in the Immortal Domain to search for you. Tian Dao and Tian felt a shock in his heart, sensing Ning Yechen's chilling killing intent. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He couldn't help but curse the forces behind Luo Ruing inwardly. Damn it! Why did he need to provoke this killing god? And now he had to return to the Immortal Realm and dismantle nearly half of Tian Dao Di Gong. If Ning Yechen did not make a move, he already wanted to strike down the other party. Very well, I will return in 3 days. If I do not receive the information I seek, Tian Dao Di Gong will be erased from the Immortal Realm. Ning Yechen left with a final word, his figure transforming into a dark divine rainbow that vanished above Tian Dao Di Gong in the blink of an eye. It seemed quite some time had passed. He needed to hurry back. His wife and the others might be waking soon. Seeing Ning Yechen leave, Tian Dao and Tian breathed a sigh of relief, but recalling that he would return in 3 days filled him with anguish and worry. If he did not obtain the information he wanted, he had no doubt that Ning Yechen would erase Tian Dao Di Gong from the Immortal Realm. For with that guy's terrifying strength, he could truly do it. All disciples of Tian Dao Di Gong heed my command. From this moment forth, abandon all cultivation, and everyone is to go to the various immortal domains to seek information regarding a woman named Luo Ruing. Anyone with the surname Luo, investigate for me. Moreover, inform Wu Ji Daogong and other forces in the immortal domains to assist in the search. Tell them the Demon Lord he has returned. Yes. We will obey in the name of our ancestor. For the first time, the disciples of Tian Dao Di Gong witnessed the sect in such a serious and tense manner, not daring to be negligent as they transformed into divine rainbows and dispersed towards the various domains of the immortal realm. In an instant, the news of the return of the Demon Lord Yechen spread throughout the entire immortal realm. What? The Demon Lord Yechen has returned to the immortal realm. Is the demon realm going to invade our immortal realm again? It's over. Quick, notify the ancestor. Not good, the ancestor has already run away. Hearing of the Demon Lord's return, the entire immortal realm was thrown into turmoil, with countless people unable to sleep through the night, a fearful atmosphere enveloping the skies above the immortal realm. This night in the immortal realm was destined to be an insomniac night. At the same time, in a dark palace somewhere in the demon realm, several figures were seated around a large round table, their diverse demonic eyes radiating sharp light. The Demon Lord has emerged. If I knew it, how could the great Demon Lord possibly be dead? But why hasn't the Demon Lord returned to the demon realm? What is the reason for the Demon Lord's appearance in the immortal realm? Is he not calling upon us to attack the immortal realm? I will lead my men to slay them in the immortal realm. Do not act impulsively. According to reports, the Demon Lord has long since left the immortal realm. Regardless, having news of the Demon Lord makes things much easier. Search. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find the Demon Lord. In the human realm, in the forest of demons, in a small cabin, Luo Ruing lay on her bed, slowly opening her eyes. After taking the immortal medicine and sleeping through the night, she could clearly feel that her internal injuries had nearly healed completely. Although her cultivation could not be restored, her injuries were basically fine. All that remained was some careful nurturing for a while. She did not expect such miraculous immortal medicine to exist in the human realm. Luo Ruing felt greatly surprised and delighted. Seeing Luo Hongyi curled up in her embrace, still fast asleep, she lovingly stroked her head. She had originally prepared to say goodbye to the child at any moment. Now she could continue to stay by the child's side. Luo Ruing did not disturb the sleeping Luo Hongyi, but gently propped herself up to look around the room, only to find no trace of Ning Yechen. Just as she was about to rise to search for him, the door creaked open gently. Ning Yechen entered the room carrying a pot of steaming medicinal porridge. Seeing Luo Ruing awake and leaning against the bedhead, he greeted her with a smile. Good morning, my wife, it's time to drink the porridge. Did you specifically get up early to make porridge? Luo Ruing asked. Through the window she could see the outside world was hazy, resembling a morning mist, and the sun had yet to fully rise.
I took a stroll outside first and made the porridge on the way back. Ning Yechen approached the bedside, sat at the edge, scooped a spoonful of medicinal porridge, blew on it and brought it to Luo Ruying's lips just as he had done the night before when feeding her medicine. I am fine now, I can do it myself. Luo Ruying was not very accustomed to being fed in such an intimate manner. She was only unable to do so last night due to her severe injuries. Now that her injuries were no longer serious, she wanted to reach out to take the porridge herself. However, Ning Yechen did not give her that opportunity. As her hand reached out, he pulled the porridge away resolutely, stating, "No way. You have not recovered yet, I will feed you. I really am fine now," Luo Ruying explained. "No, I think you are still not well." Come on. Ning Yechen completely ignored her attempts and once again brought the spoonful of porridge to Luo Ruying's lips, looking at her with a smile. Luo Ruying felt a surge of anger in her heart, always sensing that this guy was deliberately trying to feed her. Luo Ruying could not refuse Ning Yechen's kind gesture, so she shyly opened her red lips to accept the spoonful of medicinal porridge. Despite being over 400 years old, she felt like a child being fed. The fact that he was just a mortal made her feel embarrassed if this were to spread. Luo Ruying's face flushed slightly as she chewed the medicinal porridge, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkling. The medicinal porridge melted in her mouth, the rich aroma of herbs and ingredients filling her palate, a warm sensation flowing into her body and nourishing her meridians. This was no ordinary medicinal porridge. It contained many rare herbs and delicacies, including the incredibly tender yet tasteless silver whisker spirit fish. She had often eaten it in the celestial realm and recognized it with just one bite. The silver whisker spirit fish not only healed internal injuries and residual wounds but also unblocked meridians and filled the body with spiritual power. Even in the celestial realm, the silver whisker spirit fish was not something one could find easily. Yet she had eaten a medicinal porridge made from it in the mortal world. It tasted incredibly delicious. "Is this porridge made by you?" Luo Ruying's beautiful eyes widened as she asked in disbelief. "Indeed, is it good?" Ning Yechen replied with a smile. "It's delicious." Luo Ruying instinctively responded, then immediately shook her head. "This is not the time to ponder whether it tastes good. It's about why there is silver whisker spirit fish in the mortal realm. The fish you used, where did you get it from?" "There's a pond not far behind the house. I caught the fish there." "Caught from the pond?" Luo Ruying was quite surprised, staring at Ning Yechen with a doubtful gaze. The silver whisker spirit fish has extremely harsh living conditions. It must live in a spiritually abundant spring or it would perish in no time. How could it possibly live in a mortal pond? She suspected he was lying to her. First there were rare herbs and now silver whisker spirit fish. How could such treasures exist in this little forest? "I have not lied to you, I truly caught them in the pond. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see later," Ning Yechen sincerely explained, meeting Luo Ruying's scrutinizing gaze. He was not lying. The rare herbs were picked from the mountains, but he had planted them there over a century ago. The silver whisker spirit fish was also caught from the pond, but it was raised by him. "All right." Seeing that Ning Yechen seemed to be telling the truth, Luo Ruying decided not to press further. Though she had many doubts in her heart, she chose to trust Ning Yechen's words. After all, he was just a mortal and it was unlikely he could obtain these rare herbs or silver whisker spirit fish out of thin air. She would verify it herself later. Waifa, seeing that Luo Ruying no longer pressed for answers, Ning Yechen continued to scoop the medicinal porridge to her lips. Luo Ruying opened her mouth to take a bite, gradually casting aside her previous worries. The two continued this affectionate feeding, unaware that a little one had already woken up, staring with wide eyes at their actions. When Luo Ruying noticed Luo Hongye staring at her while being fed, her face immediately turned red and in her fluster she choked on the porridge, coughing violently. Being seen by the child while being fed was utterly embarrassing. "Cough cough, yee, you're awake." Luo Ruying steadied herself and picked up Luo Hongye, though the blush on her face had yet to fade. "Daddy is feeding mommy just like mommy feeds Yi." Luo Hongye glanced at Ning Yechen, then looked up at Luo Ruying with a smile. Luo Ruying immediately felt embarrassed, shooting Ning Yechen a playful glare. It was all this guy's fault. She had said she could eat on her own, yet he insisted on feeding her, and now the child saw it. This moment of her immense charm made Ning Yechen unable to help but steal another glance. Who would have thought that his wife looked quite adorable when slightly angry? It turned out that women also had their cute side when they were upset. Daddy Yi also wants daddy to feed her. Luo Hongye felt no discomfort in her parents' actions, rather she was quite happy, opening her small mouth and stretching her neck, wanting to be fed too. Ning Yechen gently rubbed Luo Hongye's little head and scooped a spoonful of medicinal porridge to feed her. This rare medicinal porridge was also a tremendous nourishment for Luo Hongye, who was growing. Luo Ruying happily narrowed her eyes, pouting her chubby little face gently swaying in Luo Ruying's embrace. "Delicious, daddy's cooking is better than mommy's." Yi once more. Luo Ruying's face immediately showed a mix of embarrassment and disappointment. So did that mean her previous cooking wasn't good? As an empress of the celestial realm, it should be normal for her not to be skilled in cooking. But hearing that she was not as good as a mere mortal, even if it was just in terms of cooking, made Luo Ruiying feel a deep sense of defeat. If it's delicious, Yi should eat more. Hearing that the child enjoyed it, Ning Yechen felt very pleased and scooped more medicinal porridge to feed Luo Hongye. For some reason he was filled with pride and satisfaction. It was 1,000 times more fulfilling than defeating a celestial emperor. All those years he spent hiding here practicing cooking every day had not been in vain. He hadn't expected that this casual cooking practice would come in handy now. It was a kind of serendipity. Seeing Luo Ruiying's melancholic expression, Ning Yechen found it amusing and scooped another spoonful of medicinal porridge to feed her. "Wife, it's your turn now, Luo Ruiying." Feeling like a child being fed made her expression of melancholy deepen. However, seeing Luo Hongye looking up at her with eager eyes, she silently opened her mouth and ate the offered porridge. In her heart she couldn't help but admire that he did seem to cook a little better than she did. Watching Ning Yechen feed them while she hadn't eaten, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to eat?" "I'm not hungry, you and the child eat," Ning Yechen replied with a smile. He was enjoying the feeding process. As the demon lord, he could go without food forever. Occasionally eating was merely for the sake of appetite. Luo Ruiying was unaware that Ning Yechen was the infamous demon lord. She only regarded him as an ordinary mortal. She had heard that food was particularly precious in the mortal realm, especially for those living in the barren mountains who often had to resort to eating tree bark. She glanced around the room and noticed there didn't seem to be any food stored. She thought Ning Yechen was sacrificing his own share for them, feeling greatly moved. She took the remaining little porridge from Ning Yechen's hand, slightly blushing as she scooped some to feed him. I'm full with Yi, you can have the rest." As a former empress of the celestial realm, she was actually feeding a mortal. It was something no one would believe. But it was also to repay his kindness. Besides, he was considered her husband, so it should be reasonable. Ning Yechen was slightly surprised that Luo Ruiying would want to feed him. After a gentle smile, he gladly opened his mouth to accept. This feeling of being fed was not new to him. He had had subordinates do it for him before, but it felt completely different. This was definitely much more enjoyable than when he was the demon lord. The family of three fed each other, joyfully spending their morning together. After finishing the medicinal porridge, Luo Ruiying felt that her body had almost recovered, gradually regaining her strength. Thus she expressed to Ning Yechen her desire to go out for a walk. Since this would be her home with the child from now on, she needed to ensure that this place was adequately concealed and safe. She also wanted to see if the spiritual herbs and medicinal plants that Ning Yechen mentioned were truly harvested from the back mountain. She was quite curious and skeptical about such rare spiritual herbs growing in the human realm. With her injuries healed, Luo Ruiying wanted to go out, and Ning Yechen naturally accompanied her with pleasure. As the three of them stepped out of the wooden house, Luo Ruiying carefully observed her surroundings. The wooden house was situated in a clearing among the trees, surrounded on all sides by dense woods. Looking up, one could see towering mountains encompassing the area, making it quite a secluded place. The only downside was its isolation. There were no signs of human presence for miles around, with not a single town in sight. For Luo Ruiying, this was not a bad thing at all. If she could spend the rest of her life peacefully in this hidden place, that would be quite nice. "My dear, allow me to take you to the back mountain to have a look," Ning Yechen said, extending his hand toward Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying hesitated slightly but eventually placed her hand in Ning Yechen's hand. With her other hand she held Luo Hongye close. Ning Yechen led Luo Ruiying's delicate hand as they strolled toward the back mountain. In the woods of the back mountain, a peculiar sight unfolded before them. Marked by two towering trees, the inner side of the trees was lush and green, revealing a glimpse of various spiritual herbs and medicinal plants sparkling with luminous energy. However, the outer side of the trees looked no different from an ordinary forest, with only common weeds and underbrush growing on the ground. Such a stark contrast amazed Luo Ruiying. It was the same forest, yet two completely different scenes existed. Ning Yechen smiled slightly and led Luo Ruiying across the boundary marked by the two towering trees. The moment they crossed over, Luo Ruiying distinctly felt as if she had passed through an invisible barrier. On this side of the barrier, spiritual herbs and medicinal plants covered the ground, numbering in the tens of thousands, with visible spiritual energy dust wafting through the air, shining like countless stars, brimming with astonishing spiritual energy. It felt as if she had immersed herself in spiritual dust and was being cleansed, her entire being bathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The concentration of spiritual energy in this place was no less than that of the celestial realm. No wonder such a wealth of rare spiritual herbs could grow here. It was incredible. How could such a place exist in the human realm? After the surprise, a deep question arose in Luo Ruiying's heart. From the sensation of crossing into the barrier, this must be a formation set by some senior to nurture the spiritual herbs with spiritual energy. The formation was specifically designed to gather and store the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing the energy to enter but not exit, while humans and beasts could enter and exit freely. To establish such a large-scale spiritual gathering formation, the one responsible must possess exceptional cultivation. Curiously, the person only set up the spiritual gathering formation but did not establish any defensive formations, showing no sense of precaution. Did that senior not worry at all that their carefully arranged medicinal garden would be exploited by others or beasts? Luo Ruiying was utterly perplexed. Which senior had come to the human realm to arrange this medicinal garden? My dear, didn't I tell you the truth? All these medicinal materials were harvested right here, Ning Yechen proudly introduced to Luo Ruiying. This medicinal garden was a result of him transplanting numerous spiritual herbs and planting tens of thousands of seeds, taking him 100 years to achieve the current flourishing state of spiritual herbs. Luo Ruiying nodded. Now she finally believed Ning Yechen's words. She had not expected that the back mountain of the wooden house would be precisely this medicinal garden. His luck was remarkable, allowing him to discover the medicinal garden of a certain senior. Luo Ruiying's curious eyes swept over the vast array of spiritual herbs, her gaze filled with delight. So many spiritual herbs that were extremely rare even during her time in the celestial realm. 1,000-year-old Tianxue Lingji. Ice cicada spiritual herb. Drunken immortal flower. Oh my, even 7-colored glazed flower is here. Luo Ruiying approached a stunning flower, her eyes wide with astonishment. The flower shimmered in 7 colors with petals displaying a glazed brilliance, the colorful hues flowing on the petals like liquid, extraordinarily vibrant. The 7-colored glazed flower has the effect of cleansing the marrow and establishing a foundation. Once consumed, it allows for rapid cultivation, and most bottlenecks will seem as if they are non-existent and easily breakable. Even in the celestial realm, countless sects sought this 7-colored glazed flower for their descendants. Yet here there was a perfectly intact one. Luo Ruiying glanced at the adorable and well-behaved Luo Hongye in her arms and wanted to reach out to pluck the 7-colored glazed flower but hesitated. Though she longed to give it to Luo Hongye, she could not do so. This might be a precious spiritual herb that the senior had deliberately planted. Taking it would offend that senior. Just as Luo Ruiying hesitated, Ning Yechen stepped forward and plucked the 7-colored glazed flower. He held the 7-colored glazed flower out to Luo Ruiying. My dear, this is for you. You? How could you pick this flower? Luo Ruiying was instantly startled, her face pale. This was the 7-colored glazed flower. Once plucked, it could not survive for 3 days. After that, it would wither and disappear. Even if the root remained, who knows how long it would take to regrow the 7-colored glazed flower. Oh no. This was a disaster. Compared to Luo Ruiying's anxious panic, Ning Yechen remained calm and composed. My dear, don't you want this flower? I want it. But Luo Ruiying was momentarily at a loss for words with Ning Yechen. He was merely a mortal who did not understand the value of this flower, which was excusable. Moreover, he had plucked this flower for her. She could only blame herself for not paying attention in time. As long as you're happy, that's enough for me. Ning Yechen once again held the 7-colored glazed flower out to Luo Ruiying. To him, a mere flower was insignificant compared to his wife's happiness and their child's future. Luo Ruiying sighed softly, accepted the 7-colored glazed flower and fed it to Luo Hongye. At this point, since the 7-colored glazed flower had already been plucked, there was no turning back. Even if it wasn't consumed, it would only go to waste. If that senior came looking for it, she would have to find a way to make amends with some celestial treasures. After consuming the 7-colored glazed flower, Luo Hongye's entire body glowed with radiant 7 colors, gradually dissipating. After a moment, her skin smooth and flawless like jade. This was just the initial effect. The medicinal properties would gradually exert their miraculous effects throughout her meridians and bones. After eating, Luo Hongye stuck out her tongue, pouted her lips, and complained to Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, "Daddy, Mommy, this doesn't taste good." Luo Ruiying was left both amused and exasperated by Luo Hongye's words. After all, this was the 7-colored glazed flower that countless people in the celestial realm sought after. And this child was complaining that it didn't taste good. Father will find you something delicious. Ning Yechen affectionately ruffled Luo Hongye's small head and deftly strolled beneath a dense thicket of vines. Clusters of grapes radiant as crystal hung from the vines, each berry as large as a child's palm, translucent and glistening, its succulent flesh clearly visible. These are crystal grapes. So many. Luo Ruiying stared in astonishment at the vast luxuriant vineyard, its growth astonishingly vigorous. Though crystal grapes were commonplace in the immortal realm, served as everyday delicacies, their pulp brimmed with nourishing nectar capable of restoring one's spiritual energy. In the mortal realm, however, each crystal grapevine would be exceedingly rare and precious. This sprawling orchard shattered Luo Ruiying's prior understanding of immortal fruits in the mortal world. Ning Yechen plucked a single crystal grape and gently fed it to Luo Hongye, smiling as he asked,
Yay, is it sweet? Very sweet. Very chi. Luo Ruiying bit into a grape and smiled sweetly. Delighted, Ning Yechen plucked an entire cluster and fed the berries one by one to Luo Hongye. Luo Ruiying nearly intervened. After all, this might well be the sacred herb garden of some venerable elder. They had already taken the 7-colored lapis flowers. Taking further immortal herbs or fruits would be deeply inappropriate. Yet seeing Luo Hongye so joyfully nestled in her father's arms, and the two so buoyantly immersed in their delight, her words caught in her throat. Surely the elder would not begrudge a few berries from such an abundant harvest. Luo Ruiying silently reassured herself. Just then, as Ning Yechen reached for a grape to eat himself, Luo Ruiying suddenly seized his arm, her expression flustered and urgent. You must not eat it. The nectar of crystal grapes held only modest spiritual energy, but for an ordinary mortal utterly devoid of cultivation, even that trace could prove fatal. A single misstep could trigger catastrophic bodily rupture and death. Ning Yechen frowned in confusion. Why couldn't he, the one who'd planted them, partake? Yet in the next breath he recalled to Luo Ruiying he was merely an uninitiated mortal. Indeed, no immortal fruit could be safely consumed. He normally ate them by the gene, yet now not even a single berry dared pass his lips, lest he betray his true identity. Though a twinge of regret flickered within him, Ning Yechen felt genuine warmth at Luo Ruiying's anxious concern on his behalf. To maintain his guise, he feigned ignorance and asked tenderly, "My dear wife, why may I not partake?" Luo Hongye too gazed up with wide curious eyes, her silent question echoing his "Why could she eat but father could not?" "Because these are immortal fruits, consuming them would endanger your life. Many things here are unsafe for direct consumption. You must promise me you will never eat anything here without permission." Luo Ruiying spoke with solemn gravity. That Ning Yechen had survived this long within the garden struck her as nothing short of miraculous. Brewing immortal herbs into medicinal kanji for breakfast squandered much of their potency, yet even that was tolerable. To ingest them raw would have surely caused immediate bodily rupture and death. "Very well, I shall abide by my dear wife's wishes. Thank you for your care." Ning Yechen smiled warmly in reply. A faint blush rose on Luo Ruiying's cheeks as she turned her gaze aside. She did not know why she worried so deeply for him. Perhaps because he was the child's father. The other little one, cradling crystal grapes in her tiny hands, heard Luo Ruiying's warning and instantly welled up with tears, on the verge of sobbing. "Mother, is Ye in danger now? Ye won't be greedy anymore. Wah? Don't cry, Ye, everything's alright. So long as you don't eat too much, Ye will be perfectly safe." Luo Ruiying swiftly gathered Luo Hongye into her arms and gently patted her back to soothe her. "Truly." Luo Hongye gazed up at her mother, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Truly. Mother will never let anything happen to Ye." Luo Ruiying whispered softly. As her daughter bore her bloodline and possessed an extraordinary constitution, she was naturally unharmed. Only then did Luo Hongye cease her quiet sobs and settle peacefully against her mother's chest, whispering hopefully, "Then mother, may Ye eat more?" "Of course. Ye may eat as many as she pleases." Before Luo Ruiying could speak, Ning Yechen chuckled indulgently and placed another crystal grape into Luo Hongye's mouth. Instantly Luo Hongye's fearful tears vanished, replaced by a radiant, joyful smile. Luo Ruiying sighed softly, a mixture of helplessness and tender affection curling at her lips. "Ah, well, if the child is happy, that is enough." Having finished feeding Luo Hongye, Ning Yechen plucked another grape and offered it to Luo Ruiying's lips, his expression still suffused with gentle adoration. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed faintly as she parted her lips to accept it. She found almost unconsciously that she was growing accustomed to being fed. Under Ning Yechen's lead, the three strolled and savored, sampling nearly every edible immortal fruit and herb along their path. Mostly Ning Yechen fed both mother and daughter. Before long they arrived at the edge of a broad, serene lake. Its waters gleamed with crystalline clarity, rippling gently beneath the sun's golden light, glittering like scattered starlight. Occasionally silverfin spirit fish leapt playfully from the surface. The moment Luo Ruiying stepped beside the lake, she sensed an overwhelming surge of pure, potent spiritual energy. Only then did she realize the entire lake was composed of natural spirit liquid. Such a vast natural spirit lake was extraordinarily rare. Even a single sip could significantly advance one's cultivation. No wonder it sustained so many silverfin spirit fish. This immortal herb garden had stunned her beyond measure. And now her curiosity deepened. Just who was the venerable elder capable of cultivating such a realm? Near the spirit lake lay an expansive field divided into several plots, each flourishing with different crops, their vitality lush and irresistible. Awestruck, Luo Ruiying entered the field and cupped a stalk of rice in her hands, inhaling its fragrance. The grain shone translucent, faintly pulsing with spiritual energy, its delicate chi drifting sweetly into her nostrils. This was rice cultivated with spirit liquid irrigation. "Did you grow this?" Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yechen, voice hushed with disbelief. Such vigorous growth demanded regular irrigation with spirit liquid. No ordinary person would ever waste such precious essence on mundane crops. No venerable elder would commit such extravagance with pure spirit liquid, so it could only be Ning Yechen residing nearby. He nodded proudly, a gleam of quiet triumph in his eyes. "My dear wife, does my farming not impress you?" These were his carefully tended grains. To indulge his palate, he had deliberately cultivated a rich variety of crops. Watching Ning Yechen beam with self-satisfied anticipation, Luo Ruiying's cheek twitched faintly and her heart clenched with quiet sorrow. That was precious natural spirit liquid. And he used it to grow grain. Nothing less than sacrilege. Utterly wasteful. Luo Ruiying sighed helplessly, inwardly repeating her own counsel. He is but an ordinary mortal, he knows not the worth of spirit liquid. How can one blame him? Luo Ruiying curiously wandered through the immortal herb garden holding Luo Hongye in her arms. Ning Yechen suddenly had an idea and took the opportunity to walk alone to a nearby open lawn. This area was originally intended for cultivating other crops, but now he had a new idea. Ning Yechen waved his sleeve, scattering tens of thousands of seeds like raindrops across the lawn. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the lawn instantly burst into bloom, covering the mountains and fields with vibrant flowers. The sea of flowers blossomed and the rich fragrance spread for miles. Luo Ruiying was suddenly drawn in by the intense floral scent, staring blankly at the magnificent array of flowers before her. As the gentle breeze swept by, it stirred up a flurry of colorful flower petals. Luo Hongye joyfully jumped down from Luo Ruiying's embrace and bounced into the flower bed. "So my dear, do you like it?" Ning Yechen walked slowly to Luo Ruiying's side and asked with a smile. Luo Ruiying turned to look at him, her face filled with disbelief. "Did you plant all of this?" Ning Yechen nodded. Luo Ruiying was greatly astonished. Such a beautiful sea of flowers, how long did it take to cultivate? Ning Yechen pulled Luo Ruiying to sit among the flowers, enjoying the gentle breeze and the soothing fragrance. Since escaping from the immortal realm, Luo Ruiying had been on high alert, worried that those people would come after them again. At this moment, her tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Luo Ruiying lightly tucked a few strands of hair blown by the breeze behind her ear, a crescent-like smile gracing her lips, revealing an exceptionally beautiful face. She tenderly called out to Luo Hongye, who was playing not far away among the flowers, "Ye, be careful, don't run too fast or too far." Ning Yechen stared dazedly at Luo Ruiying's stunning profile, his heart stirred, unable to resist wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. He had never felt this way towards any of the countless fairies and enchantresses he had seen before. Somehow looking at Luo Ruiying stirred an indescribable excitement in his heart. Was it because she was his first woman and now his wife? When her waist was suddenly embraced, Luo Ruiying's delicate body trembled slightly and a hint of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes, yet she showed no resistance. Her body simply tensed up, filled with anxiety. With her current cultivation at the human realm, it would be easy for her to break free, but she did not do so. One reason was that she was worried she might accidentally hurt Ning Yechen, as mortals were quite fragile compared to cultivators. On the other hand, she actually did not dislike Ning Yechen in her heart and had never looked down on him for being a mere mortal. Although she had once blamed him for taking her body, now that they had a child together, they could be considered a true couple. Embracing between couples should be quite a normal action, right? Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruiying, whose body was as stiff as wood, and couldn't help but chuckle, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "Dear, relax a bit, I want to eat you too, I'm not nervous." His words instantly turned Luo Ruiying's face crimson. She raised her eyes and glared at Ning Yechen with a hint of teasing anger. This mere mortal dared to tease her. Facing Luo Ruiying's cute yet irritated glare, Ning Yechen was unfazed and found her angry expression even more adorable, revealing a satisfied smile. Luo Ruiying's chest heaved in frustration and she simply turned her head away, ignoring Ning Yechen. This despicable guy knew she was a cultivator yet still dared to tease her. If it were anyone else, she would have slapped him to death by now. While Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were alone together, Luo Hongye, lying in the flowers, spotted a brilliantly colored butterfly fluttering by. Luo Hongye had never seen a butterfly before. Her eyes lit up and she immediately toddled after it. Unbeknownst to her, she had run to the edge of the flower bed where the butterfly finally landed on a flower. Curiously, Luo Hongye leaned closer to the butterfly, wanting to reach out and touch it. Startled, the butterfly flew into the bushes. "Ah, wait, yay!" Luo Hongye hurriedly chased after it, but the butterfly had already vanished among the trees. The surroundings were empty, the forest dense and silent. Luo Ruiying felt a surge of fear in her heart and turned back to find she had wandered a bit far from her parents. Just as she was about to rush back, a massive dark figure loomed behind her, blocking her petite frame. Luo Hongye turned around to see a gigantic dragon with scales like sharp blades emerging from the bushes. The dragon's pitch-black vertical pupils fixated on Luo Hongye, filled with surprise and greed, drool dripping from its mouth. "Look what I've found. A human. I haven't tasted human flesh in ages." "Yay, doesn't taste good." Luo Hongye trembled in fear, slowly backing away, but her foot stumbled and she fell. Wah! She cried out loudly, bursting into tears. Woo woo! Mama! Daddy! This cry immediately caught the attention of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying, unable to find Luo Hongye, was flustered and quickly dashed out following the sound. Ah, calling for your parents is useless. Just let me eat you. Don't worry, you won't feel any pain. The dark-scaled dragon opened its massive jaws and lunged at Luo Hongye. In this critical moment, Luo Ruiying shot out her sword, slicing across the dragon's entire face. Get lost. Beast. What do you want to do to my child? Luo Ruiying stood protectively in front of Luo Hongye, her delicate face cold as ice, glaring at the dark-scaled dragon. With its face cut and blood gushing down, the dark-scaled dragon was in pain, glaring angrily at Luo Ruiying. Damn human. How dare you scratch my face? No one here except for that esteemed one has ever dared to do this to me. With that, the dark-scaled dragon unleashed countless steel blades from its body, an astonishing pressure of spiritual power erupting from within. The dark-scaled dragon at the celestial god level. That was a beast of the king level. Luo Ruiying's eyes filled with surprise and vigilance. The dark-scaled dragon was among the pinnacle of power in the human realm. She never expected it to appear here. Could it be attracted by the aura of the immortal herbs and fruits? She should have been more cautious. Luo Ruiying felt a wave of self-reproach in her heart. It was because of her negligence that her child almost faced danger. If it were before, with her cultivation, she could have easily slain this dark-scaled dragon with a single strike. But now her strength was only at the human realm. If she really fought the dark-scaled dragon, while she might not necessarily lose, she was worried about not being able to ensure Luo Hongye's safety. What should she do? Should she just escape with the child? Just as Luo Ruiying pondered how to respond, Ning Yechen's figure slowly walked in from behind. Seeing Ning Yechen arrive, Luo Ruiying's expression revealed panic. This is bad. If it were just her and Luo Hongye, she would have enough confidence to retreat safely. But with Ning Yechen added to the mix, escaping from the dark-scaled dragon would be much more difficult. Luo Ruiying found herself in a dilemma. You take the child and go. I will hold it off. After a moment's thought, Luo Ruiying whispered to Ning Yechen. This was the best course of action. If Ning Yechen led the child away first, she could devote herself entirely to confronting the Xianlin giant dragon. Ning Yechen did not answer Luo Ruiying. Instead, he gently lifted the terrified Luo Hongye from the ground and patted her back to soothe her. Yi, don't cry, he murmured. Father and mother are here, everything is all right. Luo Hongye stilled and curled into Ning Yechen's arms. He stroked her hair softly, then raised his head and fixed a cold gaze upon the Xianlin giant dragon. At the sight of Ning Yechen, the dragon's expression turned to utter terror and its imposing aura shattered. It's him. That child is his child. It's over. I'm doomed. The Xianlin giant dragon spun and fled, not hesitating for an instant. Its enormous form streaked across the treetops like an afterimage, moving at astonishing speed. Luo Ruiying stood bewildered. How could the once savage dragon suddenly take to flight? Could a Xianlin giant dragon run so fast even without taking human shape? Seeing its panic, was it frightened by her presence? Luo Ruiying could not fathom it. This was the only plausible explanation in her mind. In any case, the dragon's voluntary retreat eased her anxiety. Hongye, are you all right? Luo Ruiying sheathed her immortal sword and hurried to check the child's injuries with concern. Fortunately, she had only taken a tumble, spraining her ankle and suffering a small scrape. Just as she was calming, Luo Hongye burst into tears again and flung herself from Ning Yechen's arms into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Wah! Mother! Be good, don't cry, mother is here. Luo Ruiying rocked Luo Hongye, gently soothing her with soft words. Guilty that the child had been frightened, Luo Ruiying blamed herself. Had she watched more closely, this danger might never have occurred. Let's go home. It's too dangerous here. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen. The child had been frightened and was no longer in the mood to play. What if they encountered other beast folk? Wife, take the child back first, I will go clear away the pests near the orchard, Ning Yechen said. Ning Yechen whispered this and turned strolling into the woods. Luo Ruiying wanted to call him back to tell him not to bother with pests. The appearance of a demon beast meant the area was dangerous. An ordinary mortal who encountered a demon beast would be in grave peril. In the blink of an eye, Ning Yechen had vanished into the trees. High over the mountain forest, a vast jet-black silhouette flashed across the sky. The Xianlin giant dragon beat its wings desperately while casting frightened glances behind. It had accidentally provoked that great one. It could no longer remain in the demon forest. If it did not flee now, death was certain. Where do you think you are going? Just as the dragon turned, a cold voice sounded ahead. The voice was like death's cold greeting, plunging the Shinlin giant dragon into an ice-filled dread. "Mighty One," it stammered. "It was a misunderstanding, I truly did not know she was your child." The dragon dropped to its knees before Ning Yechen, its massive body prostrate as it begged for mercy. "It's fine, be more careful next life," Ning Yechen said. Ning Yechen lifted his hand and closed his fingers gently. The dragon's many dozens of zhang of flesh and scale contorted and compressed instantly. The creature tried to continue pleading, but before it could form the words, its iron-like body had been squeezed down to a ball the size of a palm. "You frightened my daughter and made her cry. Dying like this is mercy for you," Ning Yechen said. He regarded the twisted orb coldly, then with a single sweep of his palm turned it to ash. His voice rippled outward as he called, "Hundun Nyoma Titan Ju Yuen Tunshin Shinmon, come to me." His words were not loud, but like ripples they radiated from his center. Before long, 3 figures sped toward Ning Yechen from different directions. "Mighty One." The 3 bowed respectfully, heads lowered and foreheads beaded with cold sweat, utterly unable to meet Ning Yechen's gaze. They knew all too well that the man before them was not to be trifled with. The demon forest had once harbored nearly 100 demon kings. Since his arrival, only 4 remained. No, now there were only 3. They had watched Ning Yechen crush the Shinlin giant dragon with a casual gesture and understood the danger. Sensing his displeasure, they trembled from head to toe. Each feared that a single ill mood might cost them their lives. They cursed the dead Shinlin giant dragon under their breath for drawing the wrath of such a being. Ning Yechen's cold eyes swept them and he spoke lightly, "My wife and my daughter have recently returned. That Shinlin giant dragon not only frightened my daughter, it nearly devoured her, so I killed it. That scoundrel dared lay a claw on your daughter, he deserves 1,000 deaths." The Titan Ju Yuen, his hair pale and bristling, raised his fist in anger. "Exactly. Had I known, I would have cut him down myself without needing your hand, Mighty One." The hulking Hundun Nyoma, nearly 2 zhang tall, barked in agreement. The lithe woman, like a water snake, nodded rapidly as well. "So you approve that I killed him then?" Ning Yechen asked. Of course, the 3 demon kings answered in unison. "Good," Ning Yechen said. "I worry you might frighten my daughter yourselves or become a threat to her." He paused and added, "Do you think I should deal with you as well?" Ning Yechen smiled thinly. His tone was light and betrayed no bloodlust, yet the question crashed over the 3 like thunder and chilled them to the bone. With a thud, they fell to their knees, trembling as they begged, "Mighty One, spare us. Not even with 10 lives would any of us dare offend you or your family." Ning Yechen considered them for a moment in silence. The 3 lay motionless, awaiting his judgment. Each passing second stretched unbearably for them. This might well be their final hour in the mortal realm. After a spell, Ning Yechen spoke, "Remember what you have said. Keep your subordinates in check. If a single demon frightens my daughter again, expect to vanish from the world." With that, he vanished from where he stood. Yes. The 3 remained prostrate and motionless. Only after a full half hour did they gingerly lift their heads. Only when they were certain Ning Yechen had truly departed did they breathe with lingering dread, feeling as though they had escaped death. From then on they would never dare approach that cottage. Such fear was impossible to forget. Ning Yechen hurried back to the wooden house and noticed a graceful figure rushing towards him. He smiled slightly and quickly descended from the air into the woods, opting for a leisurely walk. Before long, Luo Ruiying appeared anxiously in front of Ning Yechen. "Great, I finally found you." Seeing Ning Yechen safe and sound, Luo Ruiying felt a sigh of relief in her heart. However, upon seeing his calm and carefree demeanor, she couldn't help but feel anger rising within her. Worried that there might be other beasts nearby, she first took Luo Hongya home before rushing to find him. Yet here he was looking relaxed and carefree without a hint of urgency. Luo Ruiying shot Ning Yechen a reproachful glance and said, "Next time don't go meddling with any insects. It's dangerous around here." "Are you really that worried about me, my dear?" Ning Yechen asked knowingly. Luo Ruiying blushed a deep red and glared at him playfully. "Tu just don't want the child to lose her father." Is it really only for the child?" Ning Yechen leaned closer to Luo Ruiying, a meaningful smile on his face. Their faces were mere inches apart, and with just another step forward they could touch each other. Luo Ruiying's heart raced uncontrollably and she instinctively took a small step back, her cheeks becoming even more flushed. She glared at Ning Yechen, feeling quite indignant. How could this guy still tease her at a time like this? As a dignified empress of the celestial realm, how could she allow a mere mortal to toy with her? It's really just for the child. "All right, let's head back now," Luo Ruiying said in a flustered and annoyed tone, turning to leave. Watching Luo Ruiying's angry and proud figure, Ning Yechen smiled slightly. He looked down at his feet and a sudden idea flashed through his mind as he gently twisted his right foot. "My dear, I actually just accidentally hurt my foot. I'm afraid I can't walk back." Ning Yechen said regretfully to Luo Ruiying, who was walking ahead. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying turned her head back, her expression flashing with panic. She hurried back to Ning Yechen and crouched down to inspect his right foot. His right foot was indeed broken and the injury was quite serious. Just a moment ago he seemed fine when he walked over. Why did you wait until now to say something? Honestly. You're so careless. What if I hadn't come to find you? Luo Ruiying scolded Ning Yechen angrily, her eyes filled with worry. Carrying such a broken foot in the woods, if they were to encounter a beast, it would truly be a matter of life and death. I'm sorry for making my dear worry. Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruiying, who was genuinely angry out of concern for him, and felt a surge of happiness fill his heart, his smile never leaving his face. Luo Ruiying had no choice but to quickly bandage Ning Yechen's foot before turning her back to him and crouching down. Get on, I'll carry you back. There were likely many powerful beasts lurking around. The safest and quickest way was for her to carry Ning Yechen back. Ning Yechen revealed a cunning smile of success and unceremoniously lay on Luo Ruiying's back, wrapping his arms around her delicate neck. Luo Ruiying's back was warm and there was a faint pleasant fragrance emanating from her. Ning Yechen simply pressed his cheek against her back. Luo Ruiying's face turned a bit red, but considering that Ning Yechen was injured, she didn't say anything. Leaping up, she swiftly bounded through the woods towards the wooden house. In just a few breaths, Luo Ruiying had carried Ning Yechen back to the wooden house and set him down on the bed. Daddy! Yi was so worried about you. Upon seeing Ning Yechen return, Luo Hongye immediately leaped into his arms, rubbing her cheek against him. I made our little Yi worry. Ning Yechen affectionately held Luo Hongye closer, ruffling her little head. He hadn't returned home, causing the little one to worry. Luo Ruiying watched the scene with relief, a gentle smile appearing on her lips as she reminded Ning Yechen not to run around anymore before turning to leave the wooden house. She needed to return to the herbal garden to gather some herbs to make healing ointment for Ning Yechen. She also had to carefully patrol the area for any beasts and set up a barrier around the wooden house. Just one small wooden house offered no safety whatsoever. There wasn't even a warning system in place. She wondered how that guy had survived so long here. If they had encountered even one beast, they probably wouldn't have made it. It was up to her to protect this home. The herbal garden was abundant with various herbs, and Luo Ruiying quickly found all the herbs she needed. She then began to patrol the area, ensuring there were no signs of beasts within a 50-mile radius. After patrolling for a good while, Luo Ruiying began to feel increasingly strange. Not a single beast, not even a hint of their presence. When she had come before, she could clearly sense many. Why had they all disappeared? With such a large herbal garden here filled with rich spiritual energy and herbal fragrance, how could it not have attracted any beasts? This was truly illogical. The previously sighted Xinlin giant dragon had also vanished without a trace. How strange. This unusual situation caused Luo Ruiying to frown. However, the absence of beasts was just as she wished, saving her from having to deal with them. Luo Ruiying took this opportunity to bury spirit stones at various locations 50 miles away, using them to set up a formation. The spirit stones connected, forming a massive barrier array that enveloped the entire area around the wooden house. Once the barrier was formed, it faded to transparency, making it difficult to detect even upon closer inspection. Having completed all this, Luo Ruiying felt much more at ease. Although the barrier she set up with her current cultivation wasn't very powerful, it was certainly enough to block those below the heavenly god realm. When Luo Ruiying returned, the night had gradually darkened. Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye were still playfully frolicking, enjoying a game of up high. Upon seeing Luo Ruiying return, both of them greeted her in unison. My dear is back. Mommy. Luo Ruiying smiled and nodded. Her beautiful eyes surveyed the surroundings of the house, and after a moment's hesitation she blushed and asked, how do you bathe here? Ever since escaping from the celestial realm, she hadn't bathed even once. Back in the celestial realm, she had bathed on a regular schedule every day. Not being able to bathe for several consecutive days was truly a suffering ordeal for her. She could go without food or drink, but she could never skip bathing. Yet upon careful observation, she found no bathing tub inside the house, nor was there a designated area outside for heating water for bathing. This left Luo Ruiying, who wanted to bathe, in a predicament. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying wanted to bathe, Ning Yechen instantly perked up. My dear, do you want to bathe? I know a great place. I haven't bathed for several days, I would like to wash up. My lady, there is a hot spring about 2 to 3 miles away on a cliff in the southwest direction from the back mountain. A hot spring. Upon hearing the words hot spring, Luo Ruiying's eyes lit up and a look of anticipation unwittingly appeared on her face. She initially thought that just having a hot bath would be enough, as this place couldn't compare to the divine palace of the celestial realm. But she never expected that there would actually be a hot spring to soak in amidst the mountains and forests. Ning Yechen nodded affirmatively. That hot spring was specially created by him. Hidden in this world, one must enjoy life, so naturally all the essentials must be present. As a former demon lord, he certainly wouldn't deprive himself. Yay, let's go, mother will take you to bathe. Luo Ruiying happily took Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's hands. My lady, may I join you in the bath? Ning Yechen asked solemnly and earnestly. He had never longed for anything as much as this. However, to his great regret, Luo Ruiying decisively refused him without hesitation. No. Blushing, she took Luo Hongye and walked out of the house, disappearing in a flash, leaving Ning Yechen alone in the house. He shook his head in disappointment, hesitating whether to follow her. If he were to sneak a peek, wouldn't that be a perverted act? However, upon a second thought, it shouldn't be considered perverted for a husband to watch his wife bathe, right? In the woods, Luo Ruiying excitedly sped along while holding Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye nestled in her arms, raised her big eyes and asked in confusion, Mother, why can't Daddy come and bathe with us? Daddy is all alone at home, how pitiful. This. Luo Ruiying was rendered speechless by Luo Hongye's words, unsure how to explain. Although she had accepted Ning Yechen as her husband, it didn't mean she was at a stage where she could be completely open with him. Just thinking about the two of them bathing together in the pool made Luo Ruiying's face flush, and she quickly shook her head. Even when she was the Empress of the Celestial Realm, she had never allowed any maidservants to serve her while bathing, let alone bathe with a man. Under Luo Hongye's puzzled gaze, Luo Ruiying had no choice but to muster a smile and explain, because your daddy hurt his foot and it's inconvenient. Then mother can carry daddy here just like she's carrying Ye? Luo Hongye innocently asked. Luo Ruiying. Unable to counter this, Luo Ruiying had to change her explanation. Tonight mother will focus on giving Ye a bath, so we can't bring daddy along. Is that so? Luo Hongye expressed regret. Seeing that Luo Hongye seemed to accept this reason, Luo Ruiying quickly nodded. Mother has to wash Ye, well, it will take a long time. Luo Hongye's little face appeared thoughtful, and after a moment of silence she raised her head with determination and said to Luo Ruiying, Mother, then Ye won't wash. Let mother and daddy wash together. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying almost stumbled and fell from midair. This child. Next time mother will bathe with you and daddy. Okay. Tonight mother will help Ye wash clean first. Unable to convince Luo Hongye, Luo Ruiying had no choice but to agree reluctantly. Okay. Then next time can Ye bathe with mother and daddy? Luo Hongye looked at Luo Ruiying expectantly. Alright. What else could Luo Ruiying do? She could only smile bitterly and agree. Hopefully the child would forget in a few days. As they talked, Luo Ruiying leaped onto a cliff. On the cliff the woods were dense, leaving a small path. Following the small path deeper into the woods, it wasn't long before a steaming hot spring expansive enough to span several yards appeared before her. There really is a hot spring. Luo Ruiying's face lit up with surprise as she helped Luo Hongye take off her clothes and let her into the hot spring. Mother, the water is so warm, come down quickly. Luo Hongye happily splashed around in the hot spring, waving her hand toward Luo Ruiying on the shore. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly, reached out and removed her celestial skirt and close-fitting garments. A stunningly beautiful figure with long black hair cascading down, bathed in the bright moonlight, stood amidst the rising mist, faintly visible. Someone hiding in the trees couldn't help but be mesmerized. After much contemplation, Ning Yechen decided to secretly follow them. But don't get the wrong idea, he didn't come to peep. He came to protect Luo Ruiying and her daughter in secret. In case anything happened, he could act swiftly from the shadows, right? As Luo Ruiying was about to step into the hot spring, she suddenly turned her head back and scanned the surroundings with her beautiful eyes. She couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. She had already set up a barrier within a 50-mile radius so no wild beasts or other people should be able to enter. Could it be that guy? Luo Ruiying's first instinct was to think of Ning Yechen, but she quickly shook her head to deny it. She had just flown here with Luo Hongye, so how could Ning Yechen, who was injured, possibly catch up? It couldn't be him. It must just be her imagination. Luo Ruiying didn't think much further and immersed herself in the warm hot spring, her face revealing a look of comfort and pleasure. It felt as if she had come back to life. Luo Hongye obediently swam into Luo Ruiying's embrace, sitting in front of her as she wiped her body and hair, a happy expression on her face. Ning Yechen sat on a branch, resting his face in his hands as he quietly watched the mother and daughter bathing in the hot spring, a smile of contentment on his face, his heart devoid of any distractions. However, when Luo Ruiying stood up from the hot spring, Ning Yechen couldn't stop the blood from flowing from his nose. After hundreds of years, no one had made him bleed, yet he was injured once again in such a manner. After nearly half an hour, satisfied, Luo Ruiying returned to the wooden house with Luo Hongye after bathing. Having just bathed, Luo Ruiying's hair cascaded down her shoulders, her wet black hair shimmering as it fell to her waist, her delicate features glowing with a rosy hue. Seeing this, Ning Yechen inadvertently recalled the alluring scene he had just witnessed, and blood began to flow from his nose once again. "Why are you bleeding from your nose?" Luo Ruiying with a worried expression walked up to Ning Yechen and asked. She was afraid he had suffered some other injury and was hiding it from her. Humans are truly fragile. Just a bit of heat in the body and so much blood is lost. Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief to wipe the nosebleed of Ning Yechen, then squatted down to grab his right foot. She took out various herbs she had picked from her bosom, chewed them, and after grinding them into a paste directly applied them to the broken foot. Finally she took out a bandage to wrap it up. These immortal herbs have a strong medicinal effect on broken bones and injuries. No need for special refinement, just chewing and applying them externally will yield results. You shouldn't move around carelessly for the time being. Your foot will heal in 2 days, there's no need to worry, Luo Ruiying said with relief. This was also thanks to the abundant herbal garden in the back mountain, otherwise she truly wouldn't have known how to heal Ning Yechen's broken foot. "Thank you, my lady," Ning Yechen said with a grateful smile. In truth, if he wished, he could restore his broken foot in a second. But being cared for by a beautiful woman, he wasn't in a hurry to recover. Luo Ruiying felt a bit embarrassed by his gratitude, her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, "It's getting late, you should rest soon." "Yay, time to sleep." Hearing about sleep, Luo Hongye joyfully pounced onto the soft couch, burying her head in the bedding. Peeking out her little head, she looked at Luo Ruiying, smiling. "Mother, let's sleep together, Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yechen sitting on the edge of the bed and awkwardly said, "Yi, the bed isn't very big, can you sleep with your father tonight instead? Mother can just sleep below." Luo Hongye had already climbed onto the bed wanting to sleep with her, which meant sharing a bed with Ning Yechen. She had never shared a bed with any man before, even though he was her husband she wasn't quite ready for it. This home belonged to Ning Yechen, and since he was injured she definitely wanted to give her bed to him. She couldn't bear to let Luo Hongye sleep on the ground with her, so she could only let Luo Hongye sleep with Ning Yechen. "Mother, aren't you sleeping with Yi?" "Yes, father." "Yi wants to sleep with both mother and father." Luo Hongye looked disappointed, her big eyes sparkling as she gazed at Luo Ruiying. Seeing Luo Hongye's expectant gaze, Luo Ruiying couldn't refuse any longer and reluctantly agreed with a smile. "All right. Mother will sleep with Yi." "Yes, father." Ning Yechen immediately cast an approving glance at Luo Hongye, secretly giving her a thumbs up. "Well done, my precious daughter." Luo Hongye's pretty face also revealed a mischievous smile. Luo Ruiying took off her outer garments and changed into a form-fitting lightweight white silk nightgown, accentuating her exquisite and alluring figure. You sleep inside," Luo Ruiying shyly said, pointing to the inner side of the bed. This way, with the child in between, she wouldn't be so tense. "All right," Ning Yechen responded with a smile. He didn't rush onto the bed but stood up and also took off his outer garment. However, he wasn't wearing any sleepwear underneath, leaving only a pair of white shorts. A strong, smooth and flawless physique was revealed before Luo Ruiying. What a perfect physique! Luo Ruiying couldn't help but be mesmerized. Is this truly the body of an ordinary mortal hunter? How could it be so perfect and yet full of strength? Could it be due to years of hunting and training in the mountains, along with consuming many herbs and spirit medicines, that he possesses such a physique? Luo Ruiying speculated in her heart. This guess was indeed reasonable. Heavenly spiritual herbs have the effect of purging impurities from the body, and combined with his years of living in the mountains, it isn't surprising that he developed such a physique. "My lady, what are you looking at?" Ning Yechen teased as he looked at the dazed Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying, as if awakening from a dream, realized she had been staring at a man's body and instantly blushed with shame. She hurriedly turned her head away and questioned coyly, "Why did you suddenly take off your clothes?" "Because I usually sleep naked," Ning Yechen said innocently. "Naked? Sleeping? No, that's not acceptable," Luo Ruiying exclaimed in panic and shyness, immediately rebutting. "Why?" Ning Yechen asked, puzzled. "The child is still here." Luo Ruiying pressed her red lips together, glaring at Ning Yechen with a flushed face. Ning Yechen suddenly understood, revealing a meaningful smile as he nodded and quietly put on his clothes. "If the child is here, I understand. All right, I'll put on my clothes now." Luo Ruiying's pretty face showed confusion. What did he understand? Luo Hongye sat on the bed, her curious big eyes looking at Ning Yechen, and Luo Ruiying puzzled. Why doesn't mother allow father to sleep without clothes? Ning Yechen rubbed Luo Hongye's little head, climbed onto the bed and lay down on the inner side, wrapping her in his arms. Luo Hongye's petite figure felt as if she were truly holding a doll. Luo Ruiying gently blew out the oil lamp in the room and lay down beside her, embracing Luo Hongye from behind. The room was dark and silent, with Luo Hongye embraced by Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying each holding an arm around her face radiating a blissful smile as she fell into a deep sleep. Luo Ruiying quietly gazed at the sleeping Luo Hongye, her face also breaking into a sweet smile as she lovingly caressed her cheek. Since giving birth to Luo Hongye, in order to prevent her from being discovered, she had often locked her alone in the closet, even fearing to sleep soundly with her. After escaping from the immortal realm, she had been on the run day and night with no respite from the pursuit. Now she could finally let this little one sleep well. Luo Ruiying thought with relief. At that moment in the darkness, a hand suddenly touched her back. Luo Ruiying was startled but quickly confirmed the source of the hand. On the bed aside from her and the child there was another person. The bed was originally small, barely enough for 3 people to lie down. Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen were both sleeping on their sides, holding Luo Hongye close, separated by only a short distance. Just stretching her head slightly, her forehead could touch his. How could Ning Yechen's arm suddenly cross over Luo Hongye and wrap around her waist? Luo Ruiying was surprised and quietly looked at Ning Yechen. She saw him breathing steadily, his expression serene, seemingly already fallen into a deep sleep. Was it merely an unintentional touch while sleeping? Luo Ruiying felt a sigh of relief in her heart. The moment Ning Yechen touched her, her heart raced, thumped wildly, startling her. Just as she relaxed, Ning Yechen's foot soon crossed over her body and his arm around her waist tightened a little. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but glare at the sleeping Ning Yechen with a pout. This guy, why is his sleeping posture so poor? The next morning, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes, and upon awakening she saw a handsome face right in front of her. The sleeping Ning Yechen was so close that she could even feel his faint breath. One of Ning Yechen's arms served as a pillow for Luo Hongye, who was sleeping between them, while his other hand rested on Luo Ruiying's waist. And one of his feet had been resting on her all night long. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly, her hand clenched into a small fist, wanting to teach this poor sleeper a lesson. Last night she didn't know how many times she had pushed Ning Yechen's foot off her body only for it to return quickly. After tossing and turning, she ultimately gave up in frustration. But that was not all, his hands were also restless. Luo Ruiying hesitated with her fist clenched for a moment before reluctantly relaxing her grip. She decided to let this guy off this time. He was asleep and not doing it on purpose, so it was fine. Moreover, she had managed to get a rare peaceful sleep with the child last night. Gently, Luo Ruiying moved Ning Yechen's hand and foot away, carefully climbing out of bed, biting a hairpin in her mouth while sitting on the edge of the bed to arrange her hair. Ning Yechen secretly opened his eyes, admiring the delicate and graceful back of Luo Ruiying, unable to help but smile. Wife looks really beautiful when she's doing her hair. When Luo Ruiying finished arranging her hair and turned around, Ning Yechen hastily closed his eyes again. Looking at the sleeping Ning Yechen with a smile lingering at the corner of his mouth, Luo Ruiying felt both curious and amused. What kind of good dream is this guy having to be smiling so happily in his sleep? Luo Ruiying glanced down and saw that Luo Hongye's little face was also sporting a sweet smile, which made her smile helplessly. This child is just like her father. Luo Ruiying affectionately glanced at the two on the bed. Not wanting to disturb them, she put on her clothes and headed to the kitchen to get busy. Although she could go without food or drink, the child was still small and Ning Yechen was just an ordinary person. As a wife, she naturally had to take on the responsibility of caring for both of them. While Luo Ruiying was busy, Ning Yechen was squatting at the door with the waking Luo Hongye brushing his teeth. Although Luo Hongye didn't quite understand what they were doing, she was happily and curiously imitating him with the slender brush. Luo Ruiying curiously glanced at the two squatting at the door, shaking her head helplessly. She didn't know what that guy was teaching the child. But seeing the father and daughter so happy, she decided not to interfere. After a while, Luo Ruiying had prepared a table full of dishes and called out to the two who were still playing outside, "It's time to eat." "Hee, mother coming." Luo Hongye rode on Ning Yechen's shoulders as they entered the house. A flower was still stuck in Ning Yechen's hair. "Yechen, no fooling around." Luo Ruiying almost couldn't help but laugh when she saw the flower on Ning Yechen's head. She quickly took Luo Hongye off his shoulders. Ning Yechen was unfazed and felt quite happy, laughing as he sat down at the table. The dishes on the table were made from some crops and herbs picked from the spirit herb garden. Worried that his body might not be able to handle the strong effects of the spirit herbs, Luo Ruiying mainly used varieties that were of lower ages or would not cause much harm to an ordinary person. One could say she was very considerate. Although even if he ate anything randomly, it wouldn't matter. Luo Hongye, being too small, could only sit in Luo Ruiying's lap, burying her head in the bowl and getting her face covered in rice grains. Luo Ruiying affectionately took out a handkerchief to wipe the rice off Luo Hongye's mouth, then proactively began to feed her bite by bite. "Here, eat more, Hongye, wife, you've worked hard too." Ning Yechen picked up some dishes and placed them into the bowls of both Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile as she picked up a dish and offered it to Ning Yechen. You too." What I made might not taste that good, you should try. Luo Ruiying intended to put it in Ning Yechen's bowl, but unexpectedly Ning Yechen leaned forward and took a bite directly. After finishing, he smiled and praised, wife's cooking is quite good. Beyond my expectations. This was Ning Yechen's true thought. She didn't expect that Luo Ruiying, the fairy of the immortal realm, would actually be quite good at cooking. She was already taking on the shape of a virtuous wife and mother. Feeding turned into directly feeding, and Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed with a slight blush. How did he even take her chopsticks along with it? Luo Hongye, seeing this scene, also raised her head and looked at Luo Ruiying with her mouth agape, saying in a childish voice, I want to okay. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly and picked up some food to feed it into Luo Hongye's mouth. Ning Yechen also affectionately picked up food and alternately fed it into Luo Hongye's mouth. Luo Hongye eagerly accepted it, her cheeks plump and her face filled with smiles. Luo Ruiying watched the serene and happy scene of the three of them gathered around the table, a smile of happiness and satisfaction appearing on her face. This was a feeling she had never experienced even when she was an empress. If only she could hide here with him and the child for the rest of their lives. Then being an empress in the immortal realm could be forgotten. At the edge of the demon domain forest, 4 figures gathered outside, their gazes fixed on the endless demon domain forest. Old ghost, are you sure they are hiding in this demon domain forest? A man in a green robe frowned as he asked a hunchback spotted elder beside him. He is Lu Jianxian, looking down on my ghost puppet pursuing soul technique. The old ghost grinned maliciously, holding a terrifying puppet that looked like an infant, its mouth clenching a strand of hair with its gaze fixed intently on the depths of the demon domain forest. Who in the world does not know about the ghost pursuing soul technique? As long as a certain item from a person is obtained, one can track them down from miles away. It seems that the woman from the immortal realm is indeed hiding in this demon domain forest. Another muscular man, bare-chested, let out a hearty laugh. If they are truly hiding in the depths of the demon domain forest, it won't be easy to bring them back. A scholar-dressed man frowned slightly. Is the leader of the Confucian palace afraid? The muscular man mocked Su Shang. Su Shang furrowed his brow, casting a displeased glance at the muscular man. Hoof. If the master of the martial god temple is not afraid, would my Confucian palace be afraid? Ridiculous. So are you saying that Su Gongju wants to have a little competition with me? Wu Kuang's eyes gleamed with fervor, exuding a fierce aura. Su Shang also unleashed an aura that was no less than Wu Kuang's. Enough. Our purpose for gathering here is not to compete for victory or defeat. Don't forget the reason we all came here. Lu Jian stood with his sword blocking between Su Shang and Wu Kuang, sternly scolding. Upon hearing this, Su Shang and Wu Kuang immediately withdrew their auras. Compared to their competition, they had a very important mission here. To capture the mother and daughter named Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. Regardless of life or death, Lu Jian, Su Shang, Gui Fu and Wu Kuang, the 4 of them, are the masters of the top sects in the world. They can be considered the pinnacle of cultivation in the human realm. They are just a step away from breaking through their realms and ascending to immortality. The only reason for their gathering here is the promise made by a certain exalted figure from the upper realm. As long as they capture Luo Ruiying and her daughter who have escaped from the immortal realm, they will not only assist them in ascending to the immortal realm but can also join them directly. There is no better temptation than joining such a powerful force upon ascending. They have already obtained information about Luo Ruiying and her daughter. Luo Ruiying was once an empress in the immortal realm, but now she is severely injured and her cultivation has fallen below the celestial realm. For these 4 top powerhouses, this is a job that poses no challenge whatsoever. Let's go quick and decisive. It's best if they cooperate, but if they resist, we can just kill them. Remember, that girl cannot be killed, she must be brought back. Lu Jian's expression was cold as he transformed into a streak of divine light, rushing towards the depths of the demon domain forest. Dealing with a celestial realm opponent is far too simple for him. The other 3 exchanged glances, all revealing satisfied smiles, and transformed into divine lights to give chase. Moments later, the 4 of them reached the depths of the demon domain forest. At the outskirts of the demon domain forest, they could sense a large number of demon beasts, occasionally attacked by some reckless creatures. Strangely, upon reaching the depths of the demon domain forest, they found not a single demon beast. The depths of the demon domain forest are known as the territory of 100 demon kings. Anyone who enters is doomed to perish. Yet now they have not seen a single demon king. The silence is rather suspicious. Lu Jian and the others hovered in the air, their gazes scanning the surroundings of the demon domain forest, but not a single figure was in sight. Gui Lao, quickly use your ghost infant puppet to track the specific location of the opponents. Lu Jian frowned as he requested Gui Fu. Without a specific location, finding 2 individuals in the depths of the demon domain forest would be quite challenging. Gui Fu's ugly face twisted into an awkward smile as he said, my ghost infant puppet can only sense the vicinity, the exact location remains unknown. TSK.
The so-called soul-chasing ghost infant puppet is nothing special.
Su Sheng clicked his tongue, expressing his disdain.
Gu Fu merely smiled awkwardly, not refuting.
Wu Kuang ignored everyone else, seemingly having made a discovery as he landed in the forest, finding a leaf stained with dried blood.
He is particularly sensitive to the scent of blood, even the slightest trace cannot escape his nose.
Upon arrival, he faintly detected a different kind of bloody aroma.
Wu Kuang plucked the blood-stained leaf and tasted it, his expression growing increasingly excited.
As expected of the blood of an upper realm fairy, the taste is indeed unique. This flavor is truly making me thirst for more.
Seeing Wu Kuang's excited and fervent demeanor, the others all displayed expressions of disdain. It is rumored that this fellow has a penchant for drinking blood, especially that of the strong. Every time he kills, he drinks the blood of his victims. However, it is precisely because of him that they have finally discovered the trail of Luo Ruiying. At least one thing is certain, that woman must be hiding within this demon domain forest. Once this is confirmed, finding her is merely a matter of time.
Let's split up to search. Whoever finds her first will signal. Lu Jian said to the other three.
Though the other three were displeased with Lu Jian's orders, they said nothing further and silently dispersed. After all, the command of that exalted figure from the upper realm is far more important. If they fail to bring Luo Ruiying and her daughter back, not only will they be unable to ascend to the immortal realm, but they may also face annihilation for angering that exalted figure. In a certain cave, the Chaos Bull Demon Titan Giant Ape and Sky Swallowing Python silently observed as Lu Jian and the others split up.
More people have come.
It's outrageous for them to rampage through my demon domain forest so recklessly.
Should we go deal with those people? The Titan Giant Ape indignantly suggested to the other two.
Are you crazy? What if they are also under that exalted figure's command? You've seen how Xin Lin died. The Sky Swallowing Python said, his expression filled with fear. Whenever she recalls Ning Yechen's face, she can't help but tremble all over.
The Chaos Bull Demon and Titan Giant Ape fell silent.
If it were 100 years ago, they would have undoubtedly gone to kill those people without hesitation. But now they dare not take the risk. It's not that they fear the four, but rather that exalted figure.
Forget it, let's just pretend we didn't see anything.
Exactly, let's go play cards.
All right. The three of them unanimously linked arms and walked back into the cave.
Among demon kings there is always fierce competition for territory. Who would have thought that three demon kings could coexist so harmoniously? On the other side, after parting ways with Lu Jian and the others, Gu Fu revealed a cunning smile and immediately took out the ghost infant puppet, rushing in the direction indicated by its gaze. His ghost infant puppet can indeed track the specific location. The reason he didn't inform Lu Jian and the others is, of course, to claim all the credit for himself. If he can single-handedly capture Luo Ruiying and her daughter and deliver them to that exalted figure, he will undoubtedly receive an exceptionally generous reward. Perhaps he could even enjoy the dream of ascending to the immortal realm alone. At that time, eliminating the other three sects would be as easy as pie. Thinking of this, Gu Fu couldn't help but grin widely.
Not long after, Gu Fu's expression tightened as he halted, gazing ahead and slowly extending his withered palm. His palm pressed against an invisible barrier, halting his advance completely.
A barrier.
He found you. Gu Fu tilted his head, his face displaying an excited and joyful smile.
Setting up a barrier here means she must be inside. This tiny barrier cannot stop my progress. His palm pressing against the barrier emitted thick black liquid. The black liquid flowed down the barrier and the barrier was soon eroded, creating a large hole.
Gu Fu effortlessly crossed the barrier and entered without making a sound. While those foolish ones have yet to notice, he must hurry.
At this moment in the wooden house, as he played with Luo Hongye, Ning Yechen suddenly frowned, showing an unhappy expression.
Why is someone else coming?
They even destroyed the barrier his wife had painstakingly set up. Doesn't he know that the thing he hates most right now is having his time with his wife and child interrupted? Outside the wooden cabin, after finishing her meal, Luo Ruiying stepped out of the room holding the clean dishes. Looking at the pile of dishes at her feet, she frowned slightly and squatted down, washing them like an ordinary mortal. Realizing that the efficiency was far too slow, she simply used her spiritual power to lift all the dishes along with the clean water into the air, where they spun at high speed. In the blink of an eye, all the dishes were cleaned thoroughly and the dirty water was separated out. Then Luo Ruiying used the same method to chop wood and wash clothes. All the work was completed in just a few minutes. With her hands on her hips, Luo Ruiying nodded in satisfaction, secretly praising herself. Although it's my first time doing such things, I'm still quite impressive. From now on, these tasks could all be entrusted to her, making it easier for that guy.
Just then an unpleasant hoarse voice suddenly rang out. I didn't expect that even a fairy from the celestial realm would do such menial tasks like a woman.
Luo Ruiying abruptly turned her head to look at the hunched old man approaching her, heart racing as she sensed a crisis. Someone had breached the barrier she had set.
She hadn't noticed at all. The other party seemed to be a peak expert of the divine realm. It appeared that the other party had specifically come to find her. Having escaped here, were they still unwilling to let her go? Luo Ruiying's heart filled with rage and despair as she clenched her fists tightly. She only wanted to live a peaceful life, yet that was a luxury. May I ask whether the fairy will come with me willingly, or does the old man need to take you back himself? The ghostly man extended his palm, and a terrifying sinister spiritual power emanated from his body, causing the grass and trees beneath him to wither instantly and the ground turned pitch black. He radiated a thick miasma. Luo Ruiying's expression darkened as she hesitated in her heart. If it were just him, she might not be unable to kill him right here. However, fighting here would inevitably involve her children and him. Mom. Coincidentally, at that moment, Luo Hongye with her short little legs happily ran to Luo Ruiying's side, wanting a hug. Upon seeing the ghostly man, Luo Hongye instinctively hid behind Luo Ruiying in fear. At the same time, Ning Yechen slowly walked out of the room to Luo Ruiying's side, his gaze coldly fixed on the ghostly man. The ghostly man was overjoyed to see Luo Hongye. That powerful figure from the upper realm had specifically requested this child. However, the ghostly man was somewhat surprised to find that besides Luo Ruiying and her daughter Luo Hongye, there was also another man. The intelligence had not mentioned anything about a man. He exhibited no signs of spiritual power, seeming merely an insignificant mortal. Not worth worrying about. I didn't expect the proud fairy to descend to the mortal realm and immediately throw herself at a man. The ghostly man deduced that this wooden cabin belonged to Ning Yechen and that Luo Ruiying was merely hiding here temporarily, unable to restrain his mocking words. It was truly laughable for a celestial fairy to marry a mortal. Luo Ruiying frowned deeply, not getting angry but instead speaking in a deep voice, "I will go back with you. As long as you let go of the child and him." After much thought, Luo Ruiying ultimately decided to sacrifice herself to protect her child and Ning Yechen. She felt an immense unwillingness in her heart, but there was no other choice. Even if she defeated the person before her, those from the celestial realm would definitely still not let her go. The next time they came, they would only send even more powerful enemies. What awaited her was still endless fleeing and pursuit. She couldn't keep fleeing with her child, nor could she involve Ning Yechen in this. If sacrificing herself could ensure the safety of her child and Ning Yechen, she would gladly do it. Mom. Luo Yi doesn't want to leave, Mom. Upon hearing that Luo Ruiying was going to leave willingly, Luo Hongye immediately burst into tears, clutching her skirt tightly. Luo Ruiying looked down at Luo Hongye, her eyes filled with reluctance and love, and she couldn't help but feel her eyes welling up. If she could, how could she bear to leave her child? Such a touching mother-daughter bond. Rest assured, fairy, if you go back with the old man, that little girl must also come with the old man. As for that man, the old man will conveniently kill him. The ghostly man sneered twice and interrupted. You. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying's delicate complexion turned cold and her anger surged, her nails digging into her palm, drawing blood. She had already made such concessions, yet he still refused to spare her child and husband. Luo Ruiying bent down to pick up Luo Hongye and placed her into Ning Yechen's arms, her solemn gaze revealing a hint of tenderness. "Leave this to me, you take the child and escape into the forest. Promise me, do not let the child get hurt. After I deal with this, I will come after you. If you wait too long and do not see me, do not wait any longer." Saying this, Luo Ruiying didn't give Ning Yechen a chance to respond. She slightly rose on her toes and gently kissed his lips. This was the first time they kissed while fully conscious. "Husband, I leave the child to you." After parting her red lips, Luo Ruiying whispered tenderly in Ning Yechen's ear. This was also the first time she addressed Ning Yechen in this manner. Because it might very well be the last time. They had spent less than 3 days together, and though there were some things that displeased her, he had truly treated her and the child very well. The child also liked him very much, and had already accepted him as her husband in her heart. Therefore, she wanted to muster the courage to call out his name at their final moment of separation. This could be considered a true handover of Luo Hongye to him. Ning Yechen felt both happy and helpless. Why did it feel like a parting of life and death? "Quickly take the child and go." With a single palm, Luo Ruiying summoned a gust of wind, sending Ning Yechen and the child flying high into the air, landing far away in the forest behind the mountain. "To think you can escape from my grasp is quite naive." The ghostly man flicked his sleeve and 4 puppets, neither human nor ghost, emanating a thick miasma, chased after them towards the mountain. How could Luo Ruiying allow these puppets to pursue? She quickly drew her celestial sword, leaped into the air, and with one sword strike shattered one puppet. The other 3 puppets swiftly passed by her, completely ignoring her. Luo Ruiying, anxious, flickered rapidly her celestial sword, slicing out 3 fierce beams of sword light. The sword light swept past the puppets, severing the 3 puppets in half. But the ghostly man seized the opportunity as Luo Ruiying was distracted, striking down heavily with his poison palm on her back.
A trickle of blood flowed from Luo Ruiying's mouth, yet enduring the excruciating pain she still first swung her sword to shatter the other 3 puppets. No matter what, she absolutely could not allow any puppet to escape her side. Otherwise Ning Yechen and her child would be in danger. You'd rather take my palm than let my puppets escape. It seems you care about them a lot. Don't worry, after I kill you not a single one of them will escape. The ghostly man let out a chilling triumphant laugh. Wounded in poison, Luo Ruiying felt he was already confident of victory. The dream of ascending to immortality was right before her. With an icy complexion, Luo Ruiying's gaze was resolute and filled with murderous intent as she held her sword before the ghostly man. Is that so? Then today you must die. In the woods, Ning Yechen fell heavily to the ground while holding Luo Hongye in his arms. This little girl. Always thinking of sacrificing herself to protect others. Ning Yechen stood up with Luo Hongye in his arms, pondering how to deal with these ignorant ants without being discovered. As the former demon lord of the demon realm, he was the sworn enemy of the celestial realm. However, Luo Ruiying was from the celestial realm, and if he exposed his identity by acting directly, her attitude towards him would inevitably change. He was worried that she might take the child and leave his side, so he must not reveal his identity for now. Luo daddy, please don't leave mommy behind. Luo Hongye cried and pleaded with Ning Yechen, her big eyes red from crying. Be good Hongye, don't cry. Daddy promises you your mommy will be fine. Daddy won't leave your mommy behind. Ning Yechen felt heartache as he wiped the tears from Luo Hongye's face, softly comforting her. However, a cold and fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Anyone who made my daughter cry will not leave this place alive. Is what daddy said true? Luo Hongye stopped crying and asked earnestly. Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. Daddy would never lie to Hongye. Then daddy, let's hurry and find mommy. Luo Hongye said eagerly. Just as her words fell, a deep voice suddenly echoed from the woods ahead. Where are you going? Wu Kuang slowly emerged from the dim woods, looking at Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye with a mocking expression, his gaze primarily focused on Luo Hongye, revealing a row of shiny steel teeth. I knew that old ghost wanted to sneakily claim the credit. Luckily I kept an eye on him and followed quietly. What a breeze to catch. Ha ha ha. Wu Kuang laughed excitedly, then extended his palm, looking disdainfully at Ning Yechen, saying, Kid, obediently hand over that child to me. I will make your death quick. Luo Hongye, frightened, shrank closer to Ning Yechen's embrace, looking up at him with timid eyes. As if she was afraid that Ning Yechen might really abandon her and hand her over to this rough-looking bad guy. Seeing Luo Hongye's fear, Ning Yechen smiled, gently stroked the back of her head and softly said in her ear, Hongye, can you close your eyes and cover your ears for a moment? Daddy will perform a magic trick for you. Luo Hongye's big eyes were filled with confusion, but she obediently closed her eyes and covered her ears with her small hands. So good, Ning Yechen smiled, but as he looked at Wu Kuang, his expression instantly turned icy cold, as if he were looking at a dead man. For some reason, Wu Kuang suddenly felt a chill all over his body and fear arose in his heart. He didn't even know how long it had been since he felt fear, yet he was scared by a mere ordinary person. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. His proud self-esteem would not allow it. He wanted to crush the person before him. A mere ant dares to look at me with such eyes. Seeking death. Wu Kuang bent his legs and shot forward like a shadow, instantly arriving in front of Ning Yechen, his heavy iron fist roaring toward Ning Yechen's face with a blade-like fist wind. This punch was enough to shatter his skull. With a loud bang, the imagined scene of a head exploding did not occur. The unstoppable punch was easily caught by a slender hand. Wu Kuang's expression froze, filled with disbelief. Although he did not use his full strength, this punch was still enough to shatter mountains, yet it was easily blocked by this ordinary person. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Wu Kuang was shocked, realizing that Ning Yechen was definitely a hidden practitioner and his strength was certainly not beneath his own. Who are you? Wu Kuang tried to retract his hand, but no matter how hard he struggled, his fist remained motionless in Ning Yechen's grip. Ning Yechen looked at Wu Kuang with disdain and killing intent, not answering his question but calmly saying, I do not wish for my daughter to see the bloody and cruel side. So I will give you a quick end. You can vanish from this world. With that, Ning Yechen's hand suddenly erupted with a mass of pitch-black flames. The black flames spread from Wu Kuang's arm to engulf his entire body, completely consuming him. Ah! Wu Kuang instantly began to melt, his whole body dissolving as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. His soul was also tormented by the burning of the black flames until moments later both his spirit and form were annihilated. Ning Yechen, worried that Wu Kuang's screams would scare Luo Hongye, casually cast a soundproof barrier to envelop Wu Kuang. The entire process took just a few seconds and Wu Kuang disappeared from the world, leaving not even a trace of ashes. When Ning Yechen let go of Luo Hongye's ears, she slowly opened her eyes, curiously scanning her surroundings but found no trace of Wu Kuang.
She couldn't help but look up and ask Ning Yechen curiously, "Daddy, where did the bad guy go?" Daddy cast a magic spell and made the bad guy disappear. Ning Yechen smiled. Hearing this, Luo Hongye's eyes lit up, filled with admiration. Daddy is amazing. Hongye, can you keep it a secret from others that Daddy can make the bad guys disappear? Ning Yechen squatted down to set Luo Hongye down and said, "Can't mommy know either?" Luo Hongye tilted her head, asking curiously. Don't tell your mommy either. Ning Yechen nodded. This made Luo Hongye's small face full of confusion. Why can't I tell mommy, Daddy? Because Daddy wants to have a little secret with Hongye. This is our little secret, and little secrets cannot be told to others. Ning Yechen cleverly found an excuse. Once Luo Hongye heard this, her confusion instantly disappeared, replaced by a happy smile. Daddy and Hongye's little secret. Hongye knows about it. Hongye won't tell mommy and won't say it to anyone else. Our Hongye is so good, Ning Yechen praised as he rubbed Luo Hongye's face. Indeed, children are easy to coax. Hongye, be good and wait here for a moment. Daddy will go help your mommy fight the bad guys and will be back soon. Ning Yechen brought Luo Hongye to a tree and drew a barrier formation around them. Luo Hongye nodded obediently but still worriedly said, "Daddy, be careful when fighting the bad guys." Ning Yechen revealed a confident and reassuring smile. Don't worry, Hongye, there is no one in this world who is a match for your daddy. On the other side, outside the wooden house, Luo Ruiying, afflicted by the miasma, was desperately attempting to slay the ghost husband. However, the miasma continued to spread within her body, leaving her feeling increasingly weak and her vision gradually blurred. It seems the daughter of the celestial realm is not so impressive after all. If you forcibly use the spiritual power within you again, the miasma will erode your entire body and you will begin to rot and die from within. The ghost husband said with a smug smile. Seeing that Luo Ruiying's complexion was turning green and she no longer possessed her previous vigor, he knew that the miasma had begun to take effect. Luo Ruiying posed no threat to him anymore. Humph. Before that happens, I will kill you first. Luo Ruiying, forcing her weak body, took a swift step forward and charged towards the ghost husband with her sword. For a peak celestial realm expert to chase down a mere mortal carrying a child was not an easy task. For the safety of Ning Yechen and the child, she had to eliminate this person, even if it meant perishing together. The ghost husband was startled when he saw Luo Ruiying swiftly approach her, fierce sword light descending toward him. It was the first time he had seen someone so reckless, disregarding their own safety and using spiritual power while fully afflicted by miasma. This crazy woman truly wanted to take him down with her before dying. At the moment Luo Ruiying's sword light struck down, her body was enveloped by miasma, and while the sword light cleaved through the miasma, the ghost husband had already vanished. The miasma that Luo Ruiying had split continued to expand, wrapping her whole being within it with dense and invisible toxic miasma surrounding her from all sides. Luo Ruiying hurriedly covered her mouth and nose, her gaze scanning through the miasma fog. She sensed that the ghost husband was hiding within this miasma mist. Swish! A figure quickly flashed through the mist. Found him. Luo Ruiying's eyes glimmered as she struck out with her spiritual sword the moment the figure reappeared. The dazzling sword light cleaved the figure in half. Success! Luo Ruiying was overjoyed. In the next moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the mist behind her. Luo Ruiying sensed it immediately and turned to block with her sword, but she did not expect another hand to emerge from the mist and heavily strike her abdomen. Put! Luo Ruiying coughed up a mouthful of blood, flying out of the miasma fog and collapsing to the ground, clutching her abdomen. You've fallen for my trick, my lady. The ghost husband leisurely walked out of the miasma, a sinister and triumphant smile on his face. Behind him followed dozens of ghostly puppet corpses he had refined and modified. The one that struck Luo Ruiying's chest was one of those ghostly puppets. And the bait that Luo Ruiying had slain was merely another ghostly puppet. His principle was to never expose himself to danger. If he could use ghostly puppets and miasma, he would never take risks personally. Luo Ruiying planted her sword into the ground, forcing herself to stand up. Her complexion had turned dark green, but her gaze remained resolutely fixed on the ghost husband. My lady, don't struggle in vain anymore, surrender willingly. He continued, I assure you your death will not be too ugly. Perhaps you could become my personal ghostly puppet. The ghost husband gazed greedily at Luo Ruiying's graceful figure, licking his lips. He wasn't greedy for Luo Ruiying's beauty but rather for her body. A typical celestial realm cultivator would have rotted away and died after being afflicted by his miasma while forcefully using spiritual power. Yet Luo Ruiying had shown no signs of rotting until now. The sturdiness of her celestial body was unmatched by anyone else. The Great One from the upper realm had said that Luo Ruiying's life or death was inconsequential, and perhaps he could even be awarded this celestial body, perfect for refining his personal ghostly puppet. Luo Ruiying slightly turned her head to glance at the forest behind her, a hint of reluctance in her beautiful eyes before resolutely turning her gaze back to the ghost husband. Her golden spiritual power surged fiercely, her black hair instantly transformed into silver and her crimson eyes shimmered with brilliant golden light. Goddess Luo! Luo Ruiying shouted, and a figure several meters tall and clad in golden armor faintly emerged behind her. The figure opened its golden glass-like eyes, raising its sword high, slashing down towards the ghost husband with what appeared to be a casual strike. The ghost husband felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from that figure. The descending sword strike filled him with dread. The sword light, spanning dozens of meters, fell like a beam of light, leaving him no time to evade. The ghost husband could only hurriedly command all the ghostly puppets to block in front of him while the miasma around him formed a barrier. Soon the sword light engulfed and shattered all the ghostly puppets, and the miasma barrier he had erected provided almost no resistance, subsequently being cut through. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the sword light. The sword light stretched for dozens of miles, tearing everything along its path, leaving only an astonishing sword might and a deep fissure in the ground. After swinging that sword, Luo Ruiying could no longer support herself, kneeling on the ground with her sword. Forcing herself to use the goddess Luo with her celestial realm cultivation had consumed such enormous spiritual power that the miasma had already invaded her body. She felt a piercing pain within her. Yet a beautiful smile emerged on Luo Ruiying's face. The child and he should be safe now. It's just that she might not be able to find them anymore. Just then a voice that filled Luo Ruiying with despair suddenly rang out. Truly worthy of being the daughter of the celestial realm. The ghost husband, covered in sword wounds and bleeding, slowly crawled out of the fissure. The gaze he directed at Luo Ruiying was filled only with malice and resentment. If he had not quickly used the celestial grey treasure, the celestial silkworm armor, to shield himself within the miasma barrier, he would have perished under that sword. Even his celestial silkworm armor had been shattered by a single sword strike. Facing someone from the celestial realm, even if her cultivation had regressed to only the celestial realm, one must never be careless. Luo Ruiying was astonished to see that the ghost husband had not died. How could he still be alive? What to do? In her current state, she couldn't even swing a second sword, let alone move. However, the ghost husband didn't seem to be in a much better condition than her. Perhaps there was still a chance to strike and kill him. Otherwise, once he regained his breath, Ning Yechen and the child would be in great danger. Just as Luo Ruiying prepared to make a final desperate move, something even more despairing occurred. Two figures flew down from the sky. Su Shang and Lu Jian looked down at the ghost husband on the ground, their expressions filled with mockery and ridicule. Ghost old man, didn't I say to send out a signal once you discover them? You wouldn't want to take all the credit for yourself, would you? It seems that not only did you fail to enjoy the spoils, but you also got severely beaten up. There's no telling that these two might take advantage of his weakness and kill him instead. Luo Ruiying felt even more despair upon seeing Su Shang and Lu Jian. These two were also in league with the. There's no telling that these two might take advantage of his weakness and kill him instead. Luo Ruiying felt even more despair upon seeing Su Shang and Lu Jian. These two were also in league with the ghost husband. What to do? She could no longer stop the two peak divine realm practitioners. Luo Ruiying's heart felt like dead ashes. At this moment, the miasma had nearly spread throughout her body. Enduring intense pain in her internal organs, she lacked even the strength to raise her sword. Even delaying for a bit longer was impossible. This must be the celestial maiden Luo Ruiying, designated by the esteemed one from the upper realm. Indeed, the maiden's beauty is extraordinary. What about her child? Su Shang's gaze turned towards Luo Ruiying, momentarily stunned by her beauty, only to frown upon realizing she was alone and look towards the ghostly husband. The task given by the esteemed one from the upper realm was to bring Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya back. It was specifically instructed that Luo Hongya must be brought back alive, indicating her importance was significantly higher than that of Luo Ruiying. Being questioned by Su Shang as if he was on trial, the ghostly husband felt extremely displeased. He pointed to the woods behind Luo Ruiying, impatiently saying, "A mortal man has taken that girl and fled into the woods. Not only did you nearly get killed by a woman of the divine realm, but you also let the child escape right before your eyes. The rumored corpse and puppet ghost master seems to have been overestimated." You. Lu Jian looked coldly at the ghostly husband, openly mocking him. He was very displeased that the ghostly husband had let the child escape. Oof. The ghostly husband was furious but could only let out a cold snort, choosing to swallow his anger. Currently he was seriously injured and absolutely dared not provoke Su Shang and Lu Jian. First deal with this woman, then quickly pursue that child. Lu Jian drew his spirit sword, a sword light several zhang long, slashing towards Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying watched helplessly as the sword light approached. Her fairy sword could not be lifted and she could only stare death in the face. Just as the sword light was about to reach her, a figure suddenly appeared silently before her. The person wore a black robe and had his back to her, making it impossible to see his face. He simply extended his finger and gently touched the sword light, which instantly vanished into thin air. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. A peak divine realm sword strike was so easily neutralized. Lu Jian frowned deeply. He was renowned as the first sword immortal in the world, possessing unparalleled skill in swordsmanship. Yet he was blocked by a mere finger. His pride would never allow him to be humiliated like this in public. Heavenly sword gale wind destruction. Lu Jian summoned all his spiritual energy, his fierce aura akin to an invisible sword blade piercing the heavens. A sword ray several dozen zhan long entwined with gales shot forth from his sword. Ning Yechen again raised his finger, lightly touching the sword ray with his fingertip, causing it to dissipate like a gentle breeze. The crowd was once again deeply shocked. The ghostly husband and Su Sheng understood just how terrifying Lu Jian's strength was, yet they found themselves unable to harm the person before them in the slightest. Lu Jian could no longer maintain his calm and proud demeanor. His face was filled with astonishment. His most powerful sword strike, capable of splitting mountains and opening seas, was so easily neutralized. Who exactly are you? Lu Jian asked incredulously. Ning Yechen ignored him and turned to look at Luo Ruiying. His face was concealed behind a black mask with sharp fangs, so he had no worry of being recognized. Seeing her face pale green, suffering from the miasma's torment, he felt a surge of heartache. Really? She insists on putting on a brave front even when she can't. Ning Yechen tossed a pill shimmering with spiritual energy into Luo Ruiying's hand, speaking in an aged and deep voice. This pill can dispel the miasma in your body and help you recover. Take it quickly. Thank you, senior. Luo Ruiying did not hesitate and hurriedly took the pill. The rich medicinal energy nourished her entire body, swiftly dispelling the miasma, and the intense burning pain was no more. The pill's effect was astonishingly powerful. Seeing Luo Ruiying's complexion improve significantly and her body no longer suffering major harm, Ning Yechen sighed with relief, his gaze turning towards the ghostly husband and the others, his murderous intent fully revealed. The terrifying killing intent made the ghostly husband and his companions tremble with fear, their bodies completely immobilized. This was a sense of terror they had almost never experienced. That there was someone in the world whose killing intent could be so horrifying. Who exactly was he? The ghostly husband and his companions couldn't help but harbor this question. They had never heard of such a figure in the world. Ning Yechen pointed at the ghostly husband, his palm gently twisting. In the next moment, the ghostly husband's body and limbs began to twist and contort uncontrollably. The sound of bones cracking echoed as he experienced excruciating tearing pain, letting out a heartrending scream. Ah! Senior, spare me, spare me. Put! Ning Yechen showed no signs of stopping, twisting the ghostly husband into a twisted mass. In an instant, his death a gruesome sight. Including his very soul, which twisted and dissipated. This scene completely shocked Lu Jian and Su Sheng, who stared wide-eyed. The ghostly husband, who was equal to them, had just died like this. Ning Yechen's gaze then turned to Lu Jian and Su Sheng, both of whom felt a chill of death sweep over them. Senior, wait. Why do you want to attack us? Did we offend you in any way? Su Sheng quickly shouted, raising his hand. He had a very strong feeling that even if he and Lu Jian joined forces, they were absolutely no match for the person before them. The reason I am killing you is simple. You have touched my reverse scale. Ning Yechen replied coldly. Reverse scale. Lu Jian and Su Sheng looked at each other in confusion. What had they done? How had they touched his reverse scale? This time Ning Yechen was too lazy to answer them again. He brought his palms together, forming a hand blade, and swung it towards Lu Jian. Lu Jian was horrified and hurriedly raised his sword to block in front of himself. The invisible sword energy severed the spirit sword in his hand, directly piercing through his body. How is this possible? Lu Jian maintained his sword-raising posture, disbelief etched on his face before a thin line appeared around his neck, blood spurting out as he fell from the skies. A generation's sword immortal thus perished. Lu Jian's soul could not even escape from his body, being split in two along with it. At this moment, Su Sheng was filled with an extreme fear. When he looked at Ning Yechen, cold sweat poured down his body. He quickly threw out a celestial talisman. The celestial talisman burst forth with radiance, and Su Sheng's figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared from the heavens, he was already 1,000 miles away. Yet he dared not stop even for a moment, continuing to transform into a divine rainbow and flee into the distance. His instincts told him he needed to escape quickly. Otherwise he would surely die. He should never have been swayed by that person from the upper realm fantasizing about ascending to the celestial realm. Now not only was his dream shattered, but his life, which he had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, was also at stake. He felt an overwhelming regret, with only one thought left in his mind: to flee this place as fast as he could. To this end he didn't hesitate to use his most precious life-saving talisman. Ning Yechen watched Su Sheng escape, not rushing to pursue him. Instead he turned and walked to Luo Ruiying, placing his hand on her forehead. After confirming she was unharmed, he finally felt at ease. This intimate gesture surprised Luo Ruiying, who quickly stepped back to create distance and clasped her hands in thanks. "Thank you, senior, for saving me." Seeing the black-robed man kill the ghostly husband in Lu Jian with overwhelming strength, Luo Ruiying understood that this person was definitely not a practitioner from the human realm. From his words about touching the reverse scale, she had already guessed his identity. This person must be the senior who established the medicinal herb garden in this mountain forest. The reverse scale he mentioned refers to the medicinal herb garden he built. The poisonous miasma of the ghost husband and Lu Jian's sword qi nearly destroyed the medicinal herb garden, which is why the senior suddenly appeared and in a fit of rage killed them. Luo Ruiying speculated in her heart. Ning Yechen had no idea what Luo Ruiying was thinking. Seeing her take a step back, he thought he had frightened her earlier and gently said, "The miasma in your body has been removed. Your injuries only require a few days of recovery." "Thank you, senior." Luo Ruiying slightly bowed in gratitude. This senior was ruthless in action, yet unexpectedly he was a gentle and kind person. Taking advantage of the senior's presence, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment and proactively said, "Senior, I have something I need to tell you honestly." What is it?" Ning Yechen asked curiously. Luo Ruiying's face showed guilt as she said, "Senior, my husband and I accidentally discovered your medicinal herb garden and picked quite a few medicinal herbs. That 7-colored glass flower was also picked by me. If possible, I am willing to exchange some treasures with you to make amends. If you wish to punish or blame me, I will accept it all, but please do not blame my husband. He is merely a mortal and it was unintentional offense." After saying this, Luo Ruiying felt extremely anxious and furtively observed the actions of the black-robed senior. She was very worried that the medicinal herb garden had been carelessly picked, and knowing that the glass 7-colored flower had been taken away, would he in a fit of rage annihilate them? After all, the medicinal herb garden was the senior's reverse scale. To be honest, even if she presented her remaining few treasures, it would completely fail to compensate for the value of that 7-colored glass flower. While Luo Ruiying was nervously waiting, Ning Yechen let out a light laugh and waved his hand casually. It's fine, as long as you like, you may pick those spiritual herbs freely. Your so-called treasures have no use to me, so it's better to keep them." Luo Ruiying seemed to have mistaken him for a certain senior who planted the medicinal herb garden. But this was also fine, saving him the trouble of coming up with other excuses. Moreover, up until now she was still concerned about him siding with him, wanting to bear the punishment alone, which deeply moved him. Hearing that she could pick freely and didn't need to offer anything in return, Luo Ruiying was astonished. Those were many valuable spiritual herbs. Was she really allowed to pick them at will? Even the fact that she had taken the glass 7-colored flower seemed to not matter at all, with no hint of anger or blame. Not even a trace of surprise, as if he had already known she had taken the glass 7-colored flower. This senior was really quite good. "May I ask your esteemed name, senior? If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely come to express my gratitude." Luo Ruiying once again bowed deeply in sincere gratitude. However, when she raised her head, there was no sign of a person in front of her. The senior had vanished without a trace, just as quietly as he had come. Perhaps he was a reclusive expert who did not wish for others to know his name. Luo Ruiying did not pay much attention to it, and after settling down she couldn't help but feel relieved that she had survived. Although she had long been prepared for sacrifice, when Lu Jian's sword qi nearly killed her, she still felt unwilling and reluctant. The figures of that man and child involuntarily appeared in her mind. She truly did not want to leave them just like that. By the way, she had to hurry to find them. Otherwise it would be dangerous if she encountered other beasts in the forest. Thinking of the escaping Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye, she felt anxious again and hurriedly dashed into the woods. On the other side, after leaving Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen appeared outside a cave and coldly transmitted his voice inside, "Everyone get out here." In the next second there was a loud noise from inside the cave and 3 figures quickly flashed out, one of them sliding to their knees in front of Ning Yechen. Master. You called for us?" The heavenly devouring python said, cold sweat dripping from its forehead, fearfully inquiring. It hadn't been long since they were called out by Ning Yechen twice in a row, and it was terrifying. They had been happily playing cards, but upon hearing that voice they were so frightened that they nearly lost their souls. Looking at Ning Yechen's cold and frosty expression, everyone fell silent. They had no idea who had offended this lord. Ning Yechen looked at everyone and spoke indifferently. "What were you doing just now?" "Reporting to you, my lord, we were playing cards." The chaotic demon bull replied weakly. "It was just playing cards, it shouldn't lead to being questioned, right?" "Playing cards? Someone entered the beast domain forest and disturbed my peace, and you are here playing cards. Do you really not know why I keep you around?" Ning Yechen frowned lightly, his tone unfriendly. This statement made everyone present tremble in fear, hastily bowing their heads to explain, "My lord, there's been a misunderstanding. We thought those people were also your subordinates." The chaotic demon bull and the others were nearly in tears, feeling genuinely wronged. The Xianlin giant dragon had died because it recklessly attacked someone it shouldn't have. The three of them had learned their lesson and stayed obediently hidden in the cave, only to be held accountable again for letting someone pass. Seeing the pitiful looks on their faces, Ning Yechen did not intend to pursue the matter further, instead pointing in the direction Su Shang had fled and coldly said, "A person escaped in this direction, you know what to do, right?" "Understood. We will go and kill him. To disturb you is a crime, let him die 1,000 times." The chaotic demon bull immediately patted its chest and assured. The others also nodded in agreement. Ning Yechen glared at them and said flatly, "I want him alive. If he dies, you don't need to come back, got it?" "Understood." The group obediently nodded. "Then why are you still kneeling here? If you let him escape, you won't need to return, just wait for me to find you." Ning Yechen looked at the three who were still obediently sitting on the ground and couldn't help but frown coldly. If it weren't for his eagerness to return to his wife and daughter, he wouldn't have entrusted the task of capturing someone to them. The three of them woke up in fright and hurriedly got up from the ground. Due to their extreme fear, their legs were unsteady and they nearly fell over, causing Ning Yechen to frown. Can they really handle this task? Or should he just release his apostle instead? Under Ning Yechen's skeptical gaze, the three of them quickly transformed into streaks of divine light and sped away into the distance. This was a matter of their lives, and all three exerted their utmost effort to chase after him. After watching everyone leave, Ning Yechen turned to look towards the other side of the woods. He should hurry back to his precious daughter and wife. Otherwise it would be disastrous if he was discovered. Yi Chun Yi Yi. After the danger was averted, Luo Ruiying hurriedly rushed into the woods, searching for the figures of Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye, anxiously weaving through the trees while calling out loudly. Before long, rustling sounds emerged from the woods ahead. Ning Yechen emerged from the trees holding Luo Hongye in his arms. Seeing Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye safe and sound, Luo Ruiying let out a sigh of relief, her tense heart finally at ease. "My dear mother." Upon seeing Luo Ruiying, Luo Hongye's tears burst forth like a dam breaking, and she reached out her tender arms to embrace her. As Ning Yechen approached Luo Ruiying, she instinctively extended her arms to take Luo Hongye, holding her tightly and gently stroking her back, softly coaxing, "Mother is here, be good, Yi, don't cry." To see the child in him again filled Luo Ruiying with immense relief, her eyes slightly misty, almost moved to tears. Ning Yechen stood to the side watching this scene with a smile on his face, opening his arms wide, seemingly waiting for her to willingly embrace him. Luo Ruiying raised her eyes, shooting a reproachful glance at Ning Yechen, questioning, "I told you to take the child away, why did you bring her back? What if something had happened?" She thought it would be an emotional reunion, she should have rushed into his arms, but instead she received a scolding. Clearly she looked very happy. Ning Yechen awkwardly kept his arms open, rooted to the spot, unable to explain that he already knew everything was over and could only admit his fault. "It was my mistake. But how could my wife and child abandon you?" Yi, don't leave mother." At this moment, Luo Hongye firmly said in her baby voice. Luo Ruiying's heart trembled slightly, deeply touched, yet she glared at Ning Yechen again without much anger. She knew that both Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye were worried about her, which is why they deliberately came back to find her. She too could not bear to leave them. But she could never put them in danger. If there was another time, she would still let them leave and would come to buy time for them. This time it was fortunate that a senior expert intervened, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable when Ning Yechen returned with the child. Her sacrifice to buy them time nearly went to waste. This is also why she felt a bit angry. "No more like this next time. It's too dangerous. This time I will forgive you." Yes, I understand, my dear." "So my dear, are you not planning to give your husband a reunion hug?" Ning Yechen replied perfunctorily, smiling, continuing to open his arms to Luo Ruiying. Unsatisfied with Ning Yechen's perfunctory tone, Luo Ruiying pouted, hesitating for a moment before taking a step forward, hugging Luo Hongye tightly against his chest. Seeing his expectant look, finally reuniting, "Just a hug, so let it be." Ning Yechen's arms instinctively wrapped around Luo Ruiying's waist, pulling her closer. Luo Ruiying's cheek pressed against Ning Yechen's chest, a blush rising to her face, but she showed no protest, tacitly accepting his actions. This was the first time she was embraced like this, and she unexpectedly found warmth and security in his embrace. Unconsciously, Luo Ruiying slowly closed her eyes. Exhausted from her depleting spiritual power, she fell asleep just like that, still tightly holding Luo Hongye in her arms. Luo Hongye too, unbeknownst to her, nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, peacefully fell asleep. Watching the two women asleep, Ning Yechen smiled indulgently, his heart aching as he gently stroked Luo Ruiying's cheek. lacking strength yet still wanting to appear strong. Forcefully depleting her spiritual power and using celestial techniques beyond her realm could damage her foundation. If she wasn't careful, the little cultivation she had left would be lost. Fortunately, he was there. Ning Yechen sent spiritual energy to protect Luo Ruiying's body and veins, swiftly carrying her back inside the house and gently laying the mother and daughter on the bed, tucking them in. He sat by the bedside guarding them. It was then that a voice transmission came in. "My lord. We have brought back the person you wanted." Upon receiving the news, Ning Yechen's expression turned cold as he glanced at the sleeping mother and daughter before disappearing from the room again. In a cave somewhere in the demon domain forest, muffled sounds of pain echoed from deep within the dim cave. Su Shang was tightly bound to a stone pillar, a wooden stick stuffed in his mouth, enduring a relentless beating like a storm. At this moment he had long lost the elegance and composure of his past, replaced by a bruised face, tattered clothes, and a body covered in contusions, in a state of utter disarray. "Speak quickly. Who sent you here? You bastard. Speak or not. Speak or not." The Chaos Demon Ox stood in front of Su Shang, its fist the size of a sandbag relentlessly pounding against him, constantly questioning. "Damn it. Your mouth is so tough. I've hit you dozens of times yet you still refuse to speak. Get out of the way, let me come." The Titan giant ape rolled up its sleeves and took over from the Chaos Demon Ox, its giant fist heavily smashing down on Su Shang. With each punch, the stone pillar behind Su Shang shook precariously, causing the entire cave to tremble. "See how tough your mouth is. See how tough your mouth is. Still not speaking, huh? It'll make you not speak." After several punches from the Titan giant ape, Su Shang was already spitting blood, tears in his eyes, desperately making muffled sounds. As one of the strongest cultivators in the mortal realm, he was now shedding hot tears of grievance and pain. After using the 1,000 Miles Divine Escape talisman to flee, he thought he had safely escaped, but did not expect these three demon kings to crazily chase after him. In the end he was caught up with, left with no choice but to fight back, only to be unfortunate and defeated, captured. After that they blocked his mouth and brought him to this cave. Without saying a word they began to torture him harshly. He wanted to beg for mercy, to tell them everything he knew, to plead for them to let him go, but his mouth was stuffed. He couldn't even speak. Yet these two demon kings continued to beat him, seemingly unaware that he couldn't utter a word. He truly had no way to express his suffering. The devouring sky python stood to the side, silently watching, looking at the Chaos Demon Ox and Titan giant ape as if they were fools. Did these two idiots really not realize his mouth was blocked, or were they doing it on purpose? Although the devouring sky python noticed, it had no intention of reminding them. If asked why, it was to vent their anger. It was because these damned guys had arrived that they almost incurred the wrath of that lord, nearly losing their lives. Isn't it just right to beat him up a bit more to vent their frustrations? "It's my turn, it's my turn." The Titan giant ape threw a few punches at Su Shang while the Chaos Demon Bull eagerly prepared for its turn. The interrogation was turned into a game to see who could make Su Shang speak first. If they continued fighting, Su Shang might die, so the sky-devouring divine python quickly intervened. "Enough, if you keep this up he will die. If we kill him, that esteemed person will not let us off. I have already sent a message to that esteemed person. He should arrive soon. We will decide how to deal with him when he gets here." Hearing this, the Chaos Demon Bull and the Titan giant ape shivered in fear and reluctantly stopped. Instead they began to worry about Su Shang's injuries, truly afraid that if he accidentally died they would be finished. The Chaos Demon Bull grabbed Su Shang by the collar and threatened with its big round eyes, "I'm telling you, you can't die now or it'll kill you. Did you hear that?" As it spoke, the Chaos Demon Bull slapped Su Shang's face twice, waking him from his near-fainting state. With a swollen, disfigured face, Su Shang nodded tearfully, beginning to speculate about the identity of the esteemed person mentioned by the three demon kings. These three demon kings all possessed the peak strength of the celestial realm, each as powerful as he, making them among the top strengths in the world. He had long heard of a few demon kings in the demon domain forest with terrifying strength, yet he never expected they would obediently follow someone else's orders. Who could command these powerful demon kings? And why did they attack him for no reason? Su Shang's mind immediately thought of the mysterious old man in a black robe who had killed Guifu and Lu Jian with a single blow, sending a shiver of fear through him. If it was that mysterious person, everything would make sense. Only he could make these three demon kings bow obediently. Just then Ning Yechen walked into the cave with his hands behind his back. At this moment he no longer hid his identity but appeared before everyone in his original form with a swagger. Upon seeing Ning Yechen arrive, the Chaos Demon Bull and the others quickly knelt and bowed their heads in submission. "We pay our respects to the esteemed one." Su Shang stared at Ning Yechen with wide eyes, feeling both curious and fearful. The young man before him looked to be just over 20, exceptionally handsome, but he sensed no traces of cultivation from him. Yet he exuded an aura of cold aloofness that seemed to look down upon the world.
If he weren't tied to the pillar, he might have involuntarily knelt before him. Ning Yechen looked at the barely conscious Su Shang and frowned, asking the Chaos Demon Bull and others, why does he look like he's about to die? Did you use excessive force on him?
No.
Reporting to the Esteemed One, he resisted fiercely when we captured him and we accidentally used a bit too much strength.
We definitely didn't hit him.
The Chaos Demon Bull stammered, assuring with a pale face and no signs of breathlessness. The sky-devouring Divine Python and the Titan Giant Ape exchanged surprised glances at the Chaos Demon Bull.
This guy sounds as if he's telling the truth.
Looking at the barely breathing Su Shang, Ning Yechen did not pursue the matter further. He stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on him, removed the stick from his mouth and asked, "Tell me, who are you and who sent you here?"
"Senior.
I am Su Shang, the current lord of the Confucian Palace.
I unintentionally trespassed here and offended you, Esteemed One. I hope you can spare me. I will make amends with you later. I am asking who sent you here, can't you understand?"
Ning Yechen's gaze turned cold as he gently grasped Su Shang's arm, instantly shattering it.
"Ah!" Losing an arm, Su Shang let out a heartrending wail, blood gushing forth.
The Chaos Demon Bull and the other three kneeling nearby trembled, lowering their heads even further. Compared to the Esteemed One, their actions were still much lighter.
"I ask again, who sent you here?" Ning Yechen asked coldly once more.
"It was an Esteemed One from the upper realm. He concealed his identity and I have not seen his face. I only heard him say that if we helped him bring back the mother and daughter named Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye, he would assist us in ascending to the immortal realm.
That's all I know. Please forgive me this time, esteemed senior."
Su Shang shouted with a pale face, enduring the intense pain. He understood that the person before him was definitely not someone to be trifled with, and he dared not hesitate any longer.
"How do you contact that person?" Ning Yechen asked coldly.
"We have no way to contact him, he came to find us,"
Su Shang replied weakly. Ning Yechen frowned in displeasure.
He had hoped to capture that person directly.
It seemed it was not so easy. "Tell me about your backgrounds."
Ning Yechen again inquired about Su Shang and the identities of the other three he had killed. Su Shang then realized that Wu Kuang had already perished at Ning Yechen's hands, and without daring to conceal anything, he recounted everything. "I, Su Shang, am the lord of the Confucian Palace of the world. Lu Jian, the sect master of the Qingfeng sword sect. Wu Kuang, the master of the martial god hall.
Gue Fu, the master of the ghost puppet cave. All four belong to the top sects in the world, standing alongside the four great sects.
3 days ago, all four coincidentally encountered a mysterious person visiting them. The other party asked them to work together to bring Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye back. As long as they succeeded, the other party would assist them in ascending to the immortal realm. Furthermore, he would recommend them to join a top sect in the immortal realm." Faced with such temptation and hearing that it was only to capture a celestial woman in the realm, they all accepted eagerly.
They then followed Guifus, tracking to the demon domain forest, leading to the events that ensued. "Esteemed senior, I have told you everything I know. Please spare me, my Confucian Palace is willing to serve you."
Su Shang pleaded in fear. Ning Yechen smiled slightly as shadows spread beneath Su Shang's feet, a swarm of dark golden insects emerging from the shadows and crawling onto him.
What are these things?" Stop. "Esteemed senior, please have mercy."
Su Shang felt his entire body being relentlessly bitten, countless insects burrowing into his body, consuming him piece by piece. The excruciating pain and terror made him continuously wail for mercy. Before long, Su Shang was completely engulfed by the insects, his cries soon fading away and his body ceased to struggle. When the insects crawled off the stone pillar, nothing remained. From the very beginning, Ning Yechen had no intention of sparing any of them, including their families.
Nor their sect.
Having devoured Su Shang, the insects surged like a tide toward the trembling Chaos Demon Ox and his two companions, who knelt nearby in abject terror.
"Master.
Why, your little creatures have crawled over." The trio shrieked, huddling together in sheer panic. Even these insects alone were more than they could hope to withstand. Ning Yechen raised a hand, and instantly the swarm poised to strike the Chaos Demon Ox froze, whirled about, and streamed back to gather at his feet before vanishing once more into his shadow. These were abyssal spirit-devouring insects from the demon realm, capable of consuming anything, yet drawn most fiercely to objects imbued with spiritual energy.
Anything suffused with qi would be devoured utterly.
Most terrifying of all, though newly hatched at only the Tongling realm's strength, these insects grew ever stronger through relentless consumption, ascending steadily in cultivation. Ning Yechen's brood had feasted upon the celestial remains of numerous immortal emperors, each now surpassed the Chaos Demon Ox and his companions in power. Had he not recalled them, the trio would have been reduced to dust within moments.
Only when the insects withdrew did they finally exhale in profound shuddering relief. They had nearly feared the master intended to eliminate them as well, yet Ning Yechen had deliberately sent the swarm near them solely to instill fear, ensuring their obedience. I have a task for you. Ning Yechen stepped before the kneeling trio and gazed down upon them, voice calm and uninflected. Master, command us, we pledge our service without reserve. The heaven-devouring divine serpent spoke first, voice resonant and solemn. The chaos demon ox and titan giant ape bowed deeply in unison. Pleased by their docility, Ning Yechen raised his palm toward them. From his hand poured a torrent of obsidian spiritual energy, enveloping them entirely and lifting them gently into the air. Master? The heaven-devouring divine serpent asked, bewildered. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy violently flooded their meridians, leaving no time for resistance. Torrents of terrifying power rushed through their channels, filling their spirit seas, cracking open grain by grain the cultivation bottlenecks that had held them stagnant for over a century. Master. Master, enough. We're full, no more. I can't bear it. Spiritual energy raged through their meridians, swelling them to the brink of rupture, every vein threatening to burst under the pressure. Ecstasy and agony warred within them, pain laced with transcendent bliss. If you wish to break through, Ning Yechen intoned, then endure, without flinching. Hearing the serpent's plaintive cry, Ning Yechen frowned faintly, something about its timbre struck him as oddly dissonant. At his words, the trio clenched their jaws and bore the torment with desperate resolve. This was a millennium-rare opportunity. The master was forcibly elevating them beyond the celestial god realm into the ranks of immortals. With three thunderous roars toward the heavens, their spiritual energy erupted skyward. A colossal aura bloomed from within, radiant stardust light shimmering across their bodies. They had ascended, successfully breaking through into the immortal realm. Had Ning Yechen not sealed the cavern with a barrier severing it from all cosmic laws, their ascension would have summoned cataclysmic immortal thunder tribulations. He feared neither tribulation nor its chaos, but such a spectacle would inevitably draw the attention of Luo Ruiying and countless others across the world. Most crucially, his wife and child were sleeping. What if thunder shattered their slumber? Having attained immortality, the trio basked in the purifying torrent of spiritual energy, faces softening into serene, rapturous calm. When their feet touched earth again, the chaos demon ox opened his eyes, spirit light flashing within, and felt a boundless titanic strength surging through every fiber. In that moment, he believed himself invincible. Then Ning Yechen's voice echoed beside them once more, do you feel invincible now? Yes. The chaos demon ox blurted instinctively, only to freeze face, draining of all color. He shook his head frantically like a child's spinning top. No. How could I ever compare to you, master? Even as an immortal, he knew he wouldn't last half a second in Ning Yechen's hands. Our present attainment is solely due to your boundless generosity, master. The heaven-devouring divine serpent and titan giant ape hastened to echo, bowing low. Their hearts swelled with astonishment. They had never imagined such a profound opportunity would fall into their laps. Left to their own devices, achieving this breakthrough might have taken centuries. Yet the master had accomplished it in mere moments, forcing their ascension with raw spiritual energy. His power dwarfed even their wildest conceptions. Awe and reverence now mingled seamlessly with their fear. With a flick of his wrist, Ning Yechen embedded three immortal artifacts before the trio: a crimson battle axe, a pair of gemstone bright gauntlets, and a serpentine sword coiled like living venom. Master, this. Eyes wide, the trio stared, ravenous, transfixed, as if the word mine burned across their foreheads. These were peerless immortal artifacts, rare beyond reckoning. Their luminous radiance betrayed exalted refinement. For centuries they had roamed the demon wild's ancient forests, yet had never laid eyes upon a single immortal artifact. Ning Yechen regarded them coolly. The task I entrust to you is this: while I am absent, you shall safeguard my wife and child. Your cultivation was too weak, so I elevated you to immortality. These three artifacts are yours as well. By forging them into immortals and bestowing immortal arms, Ning Yechen had effectively bound the trio as loyal subordinates, ready to act on his command. Should their strength prove insufficient, they would serve no purpose. Still, even as immortals, their power paled before that of his former lieutenants. The trio stood dumbstruck. Could the master truly bestow such treasures so casually? Stunned silence gave way to elation. They dropped to their knees and swore fealty with fervent oaths. We thank you, master, for this gift. We pledge our lives, our blood and bones, to guard Madam and the little princess. The chaos demon ox straightened proudly, fist hammering his chest. From this day forth, your wife and child are mine as well. Whom? Ning Yechen narrowed his eyes, sensing something deeply amiss in those words. The chaos demon ox recoiled, stammering, No. I meant, I shall guard your wife and child as if they were my own. Still not quite right. Ning Yechen stepped forward, a quiet smile playing on his lips, then a single blow landed square on the ox's skull, driving him halfway into the ground. Though he knew the brute hadn't meant offense, Ning Yechen couldn't resist the impulse.
The heaven-devouring divine serpent and titan giant ape glanced away, wincing, pitying the dazed figure buried up to his waist. Indeed, even having ascended to immortality, they remained utterly powerless before the master. In the western regions, the human puppet demon caverns, upon a sheer cliff face stood a grotesque palace assembled entirely from severed limbs and skeletal remains, its facade resembling a snarling demon skull. Surrounding the cliff were countless cave openings, each one the private cultivation chamber of a human puppet demon caverns cultivator. Dense clusters of these caves covered the entire precipice, with numerous cultivators leaping effortlessly between them. Beneath a silent moonlit sky, thick clouds gathered overhead. Ning Yechen's figure appeared noiselessly above the human puppet demon caverns, gazing down upon the elite sect perched precariously on the cliff's edge. In a soft murmur he whispered, "Let it begin here." He adhered unwaveringly to his own principles. Anyone who dared raise a hand against those under his protection would find no mercy from him. Since they had wounded his wife and attempted to harm his child, the four great sects of this world would henceforth cease to exist. Though he could have entrusted the task to the Chaos Demon Ox and her two companions, more than sufficient to obliterate the four great sects, their efficiency would inevitably be too slow. Thus Ning Yechen chose to act himself swift, decisive, final. He still had another set to reach. Raising his arm high, a tiny flame instantly ignited in his palm. The flame swelled rapidly. Within moments a colossal fireball dozens of zhang in diameter hovered weightlessly in his grasp. Incandescent as a blazing sun, the fireball warped the surrounding void. Serpentine tongues of flame coiled across its surface like celestial dragons. Its blinding radiance flooded the entire night sky. Temperatures surged violently around the human puppet demon caverns. Cultivators within the caverns sensed the anomaly at once. Rushing out of their chambers stunned, they craned their necks skyward in alarm. What is happening? Has dawn broken? I only just closed my eyes. Why does today's sun feel so unnervingly close? No, wait. Look. That's a person. That's someone wielding immortal art. Upon spotting Ning Yechen, the cultivators of the human puppet demon caverns paled instantly, terror seizing their faces. Someone capable of conjuring such apocalyptic power. If that fireball descended, the entire human puppet demon caverns would be erased from existence. Several figures shot forth from the main demonic hall, landing before Ning Yechen in haste. Might we ask, Senior, who you are? Why do you visit our human puppet demon caverns in the dead of night? Senior, let us speak peaceably. Might you first withdraw your immortal art? Several elders of the human puppet demon caverns hovered respectfully before him, bowing with deference. Only upon approaching did they fully grasp the fireball's horrifying might. The searing pressure alone left them gasping, drenched in sweat, their very skin blistering and sloughing away under the heat. Most terrifying of all, the fireball continued swelling. Senior, pray tell, what grievance has our human puppet demon caverns committed against you? We beg your magnanimity. Once our ancestral patriarch returns, he shall personally seek your forgiveness. Ghost Jew, the grand elder of the human puppet demon caverns, bowed deeply, voice trembling with feigned humility. In truth, he only hoped to stall until the ancestral patriarch returned, for one strike of that fireball would annihilate their entire sect. Ning Yechen cast a cold, disdainful glance over the assembly, granting them clarity in death, and spoke, voice calm, detached, your ancestral patriarch will not return. And from this day forward the human puppet demon caverns shall vanish from the world. What? At his words, Ghost Jew and the others recoiled in utter horror. Had their ancestral patriarch Ghost Fu truly been slain? And was this man truly prepared to erase their entire sect in a single stroke? Stop him. Now! Ghost Jew roared. Simultaneously the elders unleashed their soulbound artifacts toward Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen dismissed them with contempt, one hand holding aloft the fireball, the other resting behind his back, utterly unmoved. From the inferno erupted several dragon-shaped torrents of flame, surging toward the elders. Arg! In an instant they, and their soulbound artifacts, were consumed whole by the fire dragons, utterly defenseless. A chorus of agonized screams faded into silence as the elite sect's most revered elders turned to ash. Disciples below stared blankly, unable to believe what had just transpired before their eyes. They belonged to one of the world's most supreme sects, each elder cultivated to the divine god realm, yet fell without resistance. Those quickest to react scattered in blind panic. Ning Yechen released the fireball with a gentle flick of his wrist. Its immense form instantly eclipsed the entire human puppet demon caverns, leaving no path for escape. Even before impact, the scorching thermal wave incinerated countless lives to dust. Boom! Upon full impact, the human puppet demon caverns dissolved into oblivion, along with everything within 100 zhang. All that remained was a bottomless smoldering chasm, heat rising in shimmering waves, its lingering fury forbidding even the hardiest creature from drawing near. Thus the human puppet demon caverns vanished from the mortal world. At that very moment the Confucian palace of the eastern continent was razed by 10,000 celestial thunderbolts.
The Azure-Edged Sword sect of the central continent was erased by a single sword stroke, leaving behind only 100 Zanglong fissure cleaving the earth. The martial god temple of the southern continent met the same fate, crushed beneath a colossal boundless mountain, replaced entirely by its towering immovable mass. In a single night the 4 great sects were extinguished. 3 divine soul avatars returned from distant lands, merging seamlessly back into Ning Yechen's being. At that very instant dozens of celestial thunderbolts struck him without warning, descending from the starless night. Each bolt carried the sovereign authority to rend the void itself, a punitive decree of the mortal realm's cosmic law, the heavenly Tao's balancing mechanism. Within the mortal realm, cultivation may ascend no higher than the peak of the immortal realm. Even beings from the 6 realms must voluntarily suppress their true power upon entering. Should one exceed the immortal realm's apex, the heavenly Tao responds instantly with celestial thunder, erasing the transgressor. Ning Yechen's feats far surpassed that threshold. Detection was inevitable, annihilation immediate. Yet this rule holds only if the heavenly Tao's authority surpasses the offender's own. Should one stand unshaken before its divine wrath, such constraints become meaningless. For Ning Yechen, they held no weight whatsoever. As dozens of celestial thunderbolts rained down, he merely raised a pitch-black spiritual energy barrier, unfazed, habitual. Each bolt struck the shield and shattered against it, failing even to crack its surface. Only after the last thunderbolt dissipated did he lower the barrier. Perhaps due to simultaneously projecting 3 soul avatars and casting 4 supreme arts, he sensed this round of thunderbolts carried greater force than ever before. Still, it lacked true bite. With the 4 great sects eradicated, Ning Yechen lifted his gaze toward the heavens and shot upward as a streak of divine radiance piercing the clouds. Time was ripe, he would soon return to the immortal realm for a visit. In the celestial realm, the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. Ever since Ning Yechen casually destroyed half of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace with a single strike, the disciples of the palace have been busy either gathering intelligence across the celestial domain or rebuilding the palace. Rumor has it that the demon lord Ning Yechen will soon come to the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace, leaving its inhabitants in a state of anxiety. Ning Yechen descended from the sky, swaggering towards the main hall of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace as if he were returning home with familiarity and ease. Having learned from previous experiences, the disciples of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace recognized Ning Yechen at a glance. Everyone's expression changed drastically and they hurriedly hid away. The guards stationed outside the main hall saw Ning Yechen ascending the jade steps and were so frightened that they scrambled into the hall shouting, "A ancestor! The demon lord is coming again!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tian Dao went to meet him along with several elders, quickly flying out to greet him at the entrance. "Welcome, demon lord. Cut the nonsense and get straight to the point." Ning Yechen was too lazy to waste any more time, walking directly into the main hall and casually picking up fruits and food from the nearby table. Ever since he needed to conceal his identity while with Luo Ruiying, he hadn't eaten any celestial fruits. Taking advantage of being out in the celestial realm without his wife by his side, he thought he should eat a bit more while he could, as he wouldn't be able to indulge when he returned. The elders of Tian Dao were also eager to send this god of slaughter away, hastily reporting the findings of their recent investigations. "Demon Lord, we have conducted a thorough investigation regarding the woman named Luo Ruiying and the forces behind her, both ourselves and other factions in the celestial domain. Luo Ruiying is the daughter of a faction called the Luo Temple in the northern underworld divine domain, but there hasn't been any news about her in the celestial realm. She left the Luo Temple over 100 years ago and her whereabouts are unknown. Even within the Luo Temple there is no information about her." After finishing, Tian Dao cautiously observed Ning Yechen's expression, fearing he would be dissatisfied with the investigation's results. They had nearly scoured the entire celestial realm and could only gather this bit of useful intelligence. Ning Yechen, upon hearing this, supported his chin with one hand deep and thought, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. He was indeed not very satisfied with the investigation results, but he did not make things difficult for Tian Dao and the others. He understood they must have exerted their utmost effort, and if this was all they could find, then it could only mean that this was all there was. At least he learned about the forces behind her, which could be considered somewhat useful information. "All right, thank you for your hard work." Ning Yechen stood up, casually gathered all the celestial fruits from the table into his possession and walked out of the main hall, waving goodbye to Tian Dao and the others over his shoulder. Seeing Ning Yechen about to leave, Tian Dao and the others thought they had finally sent this god of slaughter away. Their faces were filled with joy as they cheerfully said, "It is our pleasure to alleviate worries for the demon lord." "Is that so? How rare to have such consideration. I might call upon you again the next time I have matters to attend to." Ning Yechen chuckled upon hearing this and turned to smile at Tian Dao. He naturally knew that this was merely polite talk from Tian Dao. The other party would be more than happy if he didn't come back again. The more he acted this way, the more he felt he should find opportunities to visit more often. Tian Dao's face twitched slightly upon hearing this, looking as though he had eaten a fly, wishing he could slap himself. Why did he have to say that extra line? Getting fixated by the demon lord was truly a death sentence. The elders behind Tian Dao also wore sorrowful expressions, unable to openly blame their ancestor. Ancestor, why did you have to say that extra line? He took it seriously. In the northern underworld divine domain at the Luo Temple. The layout of the Luo Temple is surrounded by structures with buildings lined up closely together, and at the center stands a grand statue of a goddess over 100 feet tall. The female statue is armored and wields a sword, standing tall with her sword pointing forward, exuding a heroic spirit and an impressive presence embodying the might of a woman. At this moment the Luo Temple was filled with panic and unease, with everyone on edge. Many had already fled from the temple. This was due to the recent rumors in the celestial realm that the supreme of the demon realm Ning Yechen had returned and specifically sought out a woman named Luo Ruiying. And that Luo Ruiying was one of their own from the Luo Temple. Everyone believed that Luo Ruiying had offended the demon lord and he had come seeking revenge, causing them to scatter in fear and lose sleep. Little did they know the person they feared the most had already arrived. After leaving the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace, Ning Yechen quickly reached the skies above the Luo Temple. The Luo Temple's scale could not compare to the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. At best it could be considered a third-rate celestial sect within the celestial realm. It was quite rare for such a small sect to produce a celestial emperor like Luo Ruiying. Unfortunately, they did not know how to cherish it. What to do? Should he just destroy it? Ning Yechen looked down at the Luo Temple, his expression momentarily troubled. Destroying it would indeed be easy, just a matter of a single palm strike. The problem was, after all, this was his wife's maternal family. If he were to destroy it directly, wouldn't he be annihilating his wife's entire family? That wouldn't be very appropriate. After thinking it over, Ning Yechen decided to test the waters first before making a decision. In an instant Ning Yechen vanished from the sky. Within the Luo Temple, in a study, a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor sat in the study, engrossed in reading a book. At that moment, as the light in the room flickered gently, Luo Tianya's pupils constricted, revealing a look of horror. He sensed that someone was standing behind him in the darkness. As a celestial sovereign, he had not noticed the arrival of this person at all. If the other party hadn't actively concealed their aura, he might never have discovered them. After Luo Tianya regained his composure, he gently closed the book, set it down, and without turning around spoke calmly, "Sir, no. It is truly an honor for my Luo Temple to receive a visit from the esteemed demon lord at this late hour." Given the other party's strength and the recent uproar about the demon lord, Luo Tianya quickly deduced the visitor's identity. Ning Yechen no longer concealed himself, striding out boldly from behind Luo Tianya, moving to sit in front of him, taking a chair without any intention of resistance from Luo Tianya, who also showed no signs of calling for help. Because he knew that in the face of the demon lord, the entire Luo Temple would have no chance of resistance. "Is the demon lord here to destroy my Luo Temple?" Luo Tianya asked directly, seemingly fully prepared. "That depends on your answer later." Ning Yechen crossed his legs, resting his chin on his hand, his cold gaze fixed on Luo Tianya. This implied that there was still a chance for negotiation, which sparked a glimmer of hope in Luo Tianya's heart. He proactively offered an apology, saying, "May I ask how my daughter has offended the esteemed demon lord? My Luo Temple is willing to do everything possible to compensate the demon lord." "Whom? She didn't offend me, but rather you all have offended me." Ning Yechen pointed at Luo Tianya, speaking coldly. Luo Tianya frowned slightly, racking his brain but unable to think of how his Luo Temple had offended the demon lord. They hadn't even met before. "I ask you to clarify, great demon lord." Luo Tianya inquired in confusion. He thought for a long time, genuinely unable to recall how he had offended the demon lord. "I ask you, did you send someone to hunt down Ruiying?" Ning Yechen questioned coldly, his gaze sharpening. Luo Tianya furrowed his brows tighter, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. "Is the great demon lord joking? Ruiying is my daughter, why would I send someone to kill her?" "Whom? Was it not orchestrated by him?" Ning Yechen felt puzzled as well, scrutinizing Luo Tianya closely. Seeing his steady aura and expression of confusion, he did not appear to be lying. Could it be that the one pursuing Luo Ruiying was not the Luo Divine Palace? At this moment Luo Tianya also began to explain, "Although I do not know why the great demon lord seeks my daughter, she was taken away by a certain force over 100 years ago. Could it be that the one pursuing Luo Ruiying was not the Luo Divine Palace?" At this moment Luo Tianya also began to explain, "Although I do not know why the great demon lord seeks my daughter." Ning Yechen questioned sternly. "If it was not the Luo Divine Palace's doing, then it must be the force that took her." Luo Tianya shook his head. "I do not know who the other party is. I only know that their power is exceptionally strong, far beyond what my Luo Divine Palace can contend with. Even the ice mist holy domain of the northern underworld would not dare to offend lightly. They said my daughter has exceptional talent and may one day become an empress, offering many benefits to my Luo Divine Palace before taking her away."
The Ice Mist Holy Domain is one of the top sects among the 9 celestial domains, renowned alongside the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. If even the Ice Mist Holy Domain does not dare to offend lightly, it can only be those ancient clans that have hidden away in the celestial realm for centuries. Those old geezers typically conceal themselves in some part of the celestial realm, and unless a calamity threatens the celestial realm, they generally do not make an appearance or intervene in any affairs. Yet they issued a pursuit order for Luo Ruing. The celestial realm is vast, claimed to accommodate all things, and is 100 times larger than the human realm. Finding those ancient clans is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if he were to find them, they may not be the clan pursuing Luo Ruing. Ning Yechen's expression revealed his displeasure and impatience. His wife's situation is even more complicated than he imagined. However, the fact that those old geezers have taken notice of his wife speaks to her extraordinary talent. Otherwise, she would never have attracted the attention of those ancient hidden clans. Seeing Ning Yechen's displeased face, Luo Tianya mustered his courage and asked worriedly, "May I ask, Great Demon Lord, have you seen my little girl? How is she now?" Through his conversation with Ning Yechen, he sensed that the Demon Lord indeed came with a grievance, but it also felt as though he was there to seek justice for Luo Ruing. Moreover, it seemed that the Demon Lord should know his little daughter. It sounded as if his daughter was still being hunted. As a father, he helplessly entrusted his daughter for the future of the family over 100 years ago, but it had become his greatest regret. Now he had no idea whether his daughter was alive or dead. Hearing Luo Tianya's inquiry, Ning Yechen came back to his senses and hurriedly straightened up. His earlier aloof demeanor was replaced by a warm and kind smile. The smile also bore a hint of flattery. When he first arrived, he was unaware and prepared to take down the Luo Divine Palace, thus adopting the imposing aura he had as the former Demon Lord. Now that he knew it was a misunderstanding, he quickly reined it in. After all, the other party was his wife's father, his father-in-law. He had been sitting with his legs crossed, resting his chin on his hand, which was incredibly impolite. He must leave a good impression. At this moment, Ning Yechen felt immensely relieved that he had not rashly taken action to annihilate the entire Luo Divine Palace. If he had truly done that, it would have been a huge problem. "Ahem, father-in-law, no, I mean Luo Divine Palace Master, your daughter is doing well, you need not worry." Ning Yechen coughed lightly, politely smiling. This attitude was a complete 180-degree turn compared to earlier. Luo Tianya looked bewildered and suspicious, his heart filled with vigilance. Why did this Demon Lord's attitude change so suddenly? It startled him. "Great Demon Lord." Luo Divine Palace Master, need not call me Great Demon Lord, it feels so unfamiliar. My real name is Ning Yechen, you can just call me Yechen." As soon as Luo Tianya opened his mouth, Ning Yechen raised his hand to interrupt, his face full of friendly smiles. This only made Luo Tianya feel even more uneasy. The Demon Lord actually wanted him to call him by his name. Such a situation had never occurred in the entire celestial realm. Who dares to call the Demon Lord by his real name? "Ya Yechen." Luo Tianya cautiously addressed him. "Yes. Please speak, Luo Divine Palace Master," Ning Yechen replied with a satisfied smile. Look, the son-in-law and father-in-law relationship has just gotten closer. However, he still could not reveal his relationship with Luo Ruing to him. At the very least, he needed to wait until Luo Ruing accepted his identity before finding a suitable time to disclose it. Luo Tianya was very fearful of Ning Yechen's sudden obsequious attitude, but he was even more worried about his daughter Luo Ruying's situation. Thus he could only muster the courage to ask, "You must have seen my little girl, right? May I know how she is and where she is now?" "She is doing very well, you need not worry. As for her whereabouts, I will not tell you for now." Ning Yechen thought for a moment and did not intend to reveal anything about Luo Ruing to Luo Tianya. To avoid causing him worry, even if Luo Ruing had her bones dug and heart taken, he did not mention it. On one hand, he feared Luo Tianya would be more concerned upon learning that Luo Ruing was with him. Now was not the time to tell him. On the other hand, if he were to tell him, it might instead provoke a crisis that could lead to the annihilation of the Luo Divine Palace. If the mysterious hidden clan behind the abduction of Luo Ruing sought to eliminate the Luo Divine Palace, it would be as easy as blowing away dust. Luo Ruing was well aware of this, which is why even when escaping she had no intention of returning to the Luo Divine Palace, nor did she even say a word to meet them. She simply feared that the mysterious clan's influence would find out, bringing disaster to her family. Thus she resolutely chose to escape into the human realm. Luo Tianya still felt uneasy and wanted to pursue the matter, but Ning Yechen did not give him the chance, rising and vanishing like smoke from sight. Since he had already learned that it was not the Luo Divine Palace that issued the pursuit order, there was no point in staying here any longer. Finding the true culprit behind the scenes is somewhat difficult. He could only wait for the other party to actively seek him out again. Having dug out his wife's celestial bones and heart, this matter would not be settled so easily. Luo Tianya watched Ning Yechen leave, not feeling relieved at all. Instead, his expression was extremely serious. How could Ruing know the Demon Lord?
The demon lord even specially came to the celestial realm to inquire about her. What exactly happened to her and why was she being hunted? His intuition told Luo Tianya that his daughter Luo Ruing must have encountered something. No. He cannot sit idly by. Luo Tianya's expression turned solemn as he shouted loudly towards the outside, "Come here." In the depths of night within the demon domain forest inside a wooden cabin, Luo Ruing, after a period of unconsciousness due to the depletion of her spiritual power, slowly awoke. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Luo Hongye curled up in her arms. Gazing at the serene sleeping face of Luo Hongye, a sense of peace washed over Luo Ruing and a tender smile appeared on her face as she gently stroked her cheek. As she was about to search for Ning Yechen's figure, she suddenly noticed a pair of arms tightly wrapped around her waist. Luo Ruing's heart skipped a beat and a hint of panic flashed across her face. Turning around, she discovered that it was Ning Yechen who was holding her as he slept. At that moment, it was not Luo Hongye lying in the middle but her. Moreover, she was currently in a side-laying position with Ning Yechen's body pressed closely against hers. She could even distinctly feel the warmth of his body against her back and the gentle warmth of his breath brushing past her ear as he slept. No. It's too close. Luo Ruing felt her face flush, trying to gently pry away Ning Yechen's arms from her waist, but unfortunately his grip was too tight and she couldn't break free at all. How could this guy sleep so tightly? Luo Ruing turned her head and shot a playful glare at Ning Yechen, attempting to twist her body to escape his embrace. However, since Luo Hongye was lying in her arms, she was afraid of waking her up, so she didn't dare to move too much. This also led to her being unable to escape Ning Yechen's embrace. Instead, her own body kept brushing against Ning Yechen's, causing her to feel a bit warm. Just at that moment, Ning Yechen's foot rested on her body, bringing their bodies even closer together. Ah! In the darkness, the hand around her waist suddenly pinched her and Luo Ruing's face instantly turned crimson, her expression flustered as she almost gasped out loud. Fortunately, she quickly covered her mouth, preventing any misunderstandings from arising. The child was still sleeping in her arms. She couldn't make any strange sounds. This guy is really... His sleeping posture is just too bad. His hands are so restless. Luo Ruing felt a mix of shyness and anger but didn't want to forcibly break free from Ning Yechen's embrace. In desperation, Luo Ruing could only blush and softly call out, "Yecheng, Yecheng. Yecheng, wake up." She called out several times but received no response. This guy is really sleeping too soundly. There's no way to wake him. After several attempts, Luo Ruing resigned herself, allowing Ning Yechen to hug her as he slept. Let him hug as long as he doesn't make any strange moves. Thus her hands rested on Ning Yechen's hands around her waist and she nestled in his embrace, drifting into sleep. In her dreams, Ning Yechen's lips curled up slightly. In the early morning, the morning sun shone through the gaps in the window into the room. "Wife, wife." A gentle calling sound reached Luo Ruing's ears as she slept. Luo Ruing slowly opened her sleepy eyes and coming into view was a handsome face close to hers, startling her into instinctively leaning back. Recalling Ning Yechen's restless actions from last night, Luo Ruing couldn't help but show a hint of grievance, her cheeks slightly flushing. This guy made her unable to sleep well last night. She actually slept quite soundly. Ning Yechen smiled slightly. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he reached out to stroke Luo Ruing's forehead and gently asked, "Wife, does your body still hurt?" "It's fine now." Ning Yechen's tender concern warmed Luo Ruing's heart and she silently swallowed back the words she initially wanted to say to him. "Forget it. It's not his fault that he fell asleep. Wife, I made some medicine for you." Ning Yechen brought over a bowl of nourishing medicinal soup, as usual, scooping it up to feed it to Luo Ruing. This time Luo Ruing did not stubbornly insist on eating herself but obediently opened her mouth to take the spoon. Because only by recovering her body sooner could she prevent possible dangers in the future. Ning Yechen tirelessly fed her one spoonful after another. Although he could easily heal all of Luo Ruing's injuries, he chose not to do so. On one hand, it would easily raise Luo Ruing's suspicions. Making medicinal porridge was one thing, but if he took out any pills, his identity would be hard to conceal. On the other hand, watching Luo Ruing show a fragile and endearing side due to her weakness was incredibly endearing. He could also take the opportunity to care for her in her weakened state. After drinking a few mouthfuls of the medicine, Luo Ruing pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke to Ning Yechen. "Yecheng, let's pack our things and leave here soon." On the other hand, watching Luo Ruing show a fragile and endearing side due to her weakness was incredibly endearing. He could also take the opportunity to care for her in her weakened state. Soon they might send even stronger enemies. With my current cultivation, I can't even resist the ghost husband and others, let alone other more powerful foes. The safest and most prudent method is to leave here quickly before the enemy arrives. Ning Yechen understood Luo Ruing's plans and concerns. Although her worries were completely unnecessary, he still nodded in agreement with her wishes. He chose to live a secluded life here, enjoying a leisurely and simple existence. Now that he had a wife and a child, wherever they went he would naturally follow. After the two discussed, they began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Luo Ruiying had a spare spirit ring in her hand. Although it contained nothing, it was perfect for storing items now. With just a wave of her arm, most of the room's belongings were gathered into the spirit ring. Oh, my wife is amazing. Ning Yechen clapped his hands in praise. If there's anything else to pack, just leave it to me, Luo Ruiying said with a smile. Although it was merely a simple act of storing things in the spirit ring, for some reason she felt a bit happy after being praised by Ning Yechen. If there's anything else to pack, just leave it to me, Luo Ruiying said with a smile. Although it was merely a simple act of storing things in the spirit. Okay. Ning Yechen looked at the mother and daughter, smiled slightly, found an excuse to leave the room, and secretly called for the 3 chaos demonic bulls. I will be leaving here for a while. I give you 2 choices. One is to stay here and help me look after everything, and the other is to leave with me. You can choose for yourselves, Ning Yechen said to the 3 chaos demonic bulls in a calm manner. It was fine for them to stay here to watch over the house and the medicinal garden, and taking them along while disguising their identities would allow them to protect Luo Ruiying and the others in secret. The 3 chaos demonic bulls exchanged glances, and their decision was already made. Master, please allow us to follow you. We are willing to serve you to the death. If it were before, they would definitely choose to stay in the demon domain forest to continue being their demon king. But after the last time he helped them break through their cultivation and gifted them celestial weapons, they changed their minds. Staying by the master's side, although dangerous and frightening, was also an incredible opportunity. In the forest, Luo Ruiying swiftly flew over the treetops with Ning Yechen in her arms, while Luo Hongye was wrapped in a swaddle on her back. To leave the forest more quickly and effectively, Luo Ruiying simply held Ning Yechen in a princess carry and soared above the tree. Ning Yechen originally wanted Luo Ruiying to put him down so they could walk together slowly below. But being held felt so comfortable that he dismissed that thought. As Luo Ruiying hurried along, she kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings, wary of any enemies or monster attacks. Strangely, while she could sense many monster auras before arriving, now there was not a trace of them to be felt. It seemed the monsters had all left. Even when sensing a monster's aura from afar, it would immediately vanish and flee. She hadn't exerted any pressure yet. As soon as she approached, those monsters would instantly hide far away. It felt rather strange. But what exactly was strange, Luo Ruiying couldn't quite put her finger on. Mother, father, are we leaving here again? Luo Hongye nestled on Luo Ruiying's back, raised her head and asked reluctantly in her ear. Since leaving the dark place, Luo Ruiying had taken her to many places, each time staying not very long. This time was no different. But this time with father around, she really liked the little wooden house nestled among the trees. Ning Yechen reached out to comfortingly ruffle Luo Hongye's little head, softly saying, "Hey, father and mother are taking you on a trip. There will be lots of delicious food and so many fun things to do." Fun. Delicious. Luo Hongye's eyes brightened at once, her face instantly revealing a look of longing. Can Ye eat? Of course. Our Ye can eat however she wants, Ning Yechen assured confidently. Yay. Then Ye wants to travel with father and mother. Luo Hongye's face blossomed with joy, dancing in delight. Luo Ruiying looked at the father-daughter pair in her arms with a helpless yet affectionate gaze, whispering into Ning Yechen's ear, "You spoil her too much." Is that bad? Or are you jealous, my dear? Ning Yechen asked with a smile, looking at Luo Ruiying. That's not what I meant. What was this guy thinking? Always saying such frivolous things without changing his expression. She might just toss him down from the sky. How could she be jealous of her own child? Ning Yechen's lips curled into a slight smile as he suddenly wrapped an arm around Luo Ruiying's waist, burrowing closer to her. Luo Ruiying was startled and whispered, "What are you doing?" "Dear, I actually have a terrible fear of heights. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I can only feel at ease hugging you," Ning Yechen said with utmost seriousness. After saying that, he feigned discomfort, closed his eyes and leaned his head against Luo Ruiying's chest. Soft and fragrant. This guy. Is he really afraid of heights? Why hadn't he mentioned it last time? Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed as she looked down at Ning Yechen in her arms, her heart filled with skepticism. After flying for so long without a word, he suddenly claimed to be dizzy and afraid of heights now. Luo Hongye curiously stared with wide eyes at Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. From the very beginning, father had been whispering to mother. Under the child's gaze, Luo Ruiying felt embarrassed and couldn't push Ning Yechen away. What if he really was afraid of heights and feeling dizzy? How about I put you down for a moment to rest? Luo Ruiying asked with concern. No need, just keep it like this, dear, Ning Yechen replied without even opening his eyes. Luo Ruiying. Suddenly she felt this guy must be pretending. However, at that moment Ning Yechen suddenly opened his eyes quietly and changed his words. Dear, let's put me down for now. Okay. Luo Ruiying hurriedly descended from the air and asked again with concern, are you okay? It's fine, I just need to use the restroom, Ning Yechen said with a slightly embarrassed look, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed once again and she softly asked, Do you want me to accompany you? Ning Yechen's eyes widened in shock. What did this mean? He just wanted a casual excuse to temporarily send her away, but she said she wanted to accompany him to the restroom. Luo Ruiying also felt her previous words might have been easily misunderstood and hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that. You mustn't misunderstand. I was just worried about monsters or beasts in the woods, that's all. So that's how it was. She really shocked him. Ning Yechen realized, almost thinking his dear was unexpectedly bold. Don't worry dear, I can go alone. You and the child just wait for me here. I'll be right back. Ning Yechen said with a smile, quickly darting into the thicket. Although Luo Ruiying was still somewhat worried, she felt it was indeed inappropriate to follow. After sensing that there were no beasts or monsters nearby, she obediently waited in place. Once alone in the woods, Ning Yechen put away his smile and frowned slightly. He sensed a familiar aura that had not appeared for over 100 years. That aura was lurking 100 miles ahead. It seemed to be waiting specifically for them. The trio, including the Chaos Demon Bull, might not even be able to handle the opponent. It seemed he could only deal with it personally. He hated nothing more than having his time with his wife and child interrupted. Forced to leave the warm embrace of his dear, you are all doomed. In an instant Ning Yechen arrived 100 miles away in the woods, coldly addressing the surroundings. Come out. The woods were silent with no response whatsoever. Afraid to come out? Then let me help you. Ning Yechen's expression stiffened as he reached into the void. The void cracked like a mirror as his hand plunged in the surrounding space, fracturing. Ning Yechen grasped a man covered in strange black patterns, slowly pulling him from the void. The man was filled with terror, struggling with all his might. He couldn't believe he had been found hiding in the void. With a crisp snap, Ning Yechen broke the man's neck with a single grasp. His cold gaze fixed ahead as he spoke softly, come out all of you. Lest I drag you out one by one. This time several distorted spirals appeared in the air of the forest, and one by one figures adorned with strange markings like the deceased man emerged. Everyone's gaze was tightly fixed on Ning Yechen, their expressions filled with dread. They could not see through this man's cultivation. He emitted no trace of spiritual energy, appearing no different from a mortal. However, with a single strike he had effortlessly crushed a heavenly god realm warrior. The intel was wrong. They had been told they only needed to deal with an injured woman from the immortal realm whose cultivation was below the heavenly god realm. Who is this man? Ning Yechen did not rush to eliminate these people, for he still had questions to ask them. Considering you are from the demon realm, I shall grant you a chance. Speak of your purpose here and who sent you. From the unique strange black patterns on their faces, along with the manner in which the distorted void appeared and the demonic aura surrounding them, it was undoubtedly clear that these individuals were from the demon realm. He was all too familiar with the aura of the demon realm. Yet Ning Yechen did not expect that the demon realm had also meddled in this matter. Since you know we are from the demon realm, you shall obediently meet your end. Attack! Ethereal Void Wolves. The leading figure in black shouted angrily, prompting the others in black to chant incantations in unison. The surrounding void once again spiraled into distortion. Dozens of pitch-black massive ethereal void wolves leaped forth from the void. The ethereal void wolves' fur flowed like burning black flames, their blood-red eyes glimmering with a ferocious hunger, revealing sharp fangs. Each ethereal void wolf possessed peak heavenly god realm cultivation. Dozens of these wolves could dominate any territory in the human realm. Kill him. The leading man in the center grinned ominously and commanded all the ethereal void wolves. Dozens of them transformed into shadows, racing towards Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen did not move a step, his cold eyes glancing at the attacking ethereal void wolves as he softly chanted, pierce through. The moment he finished, countless sharp spears erupted from the ground. The spears appeared dark red, stained with dried blood on both their shafts and tips. Countless spears stood tall, their points glimmering coldly like a forest of spears, emanating a bloody and chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Dozens of ethereal void wolves with heavenly god realm cultivation were instantly pierced by the spears suspended in midair like specimens. Blood flowed continuously from the spears onto the ground. The leading man was stunned, his pupils trembling, disbelief etched on his face. Dozens of ethereal void wolves could conquer any place in the world, yet they were annihilated in an instant by the man before them. Ning Yechen clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked over the thicket of spears towards the leading man. Quick, stop him! The leading man shouted loudly, but no one responded. When he turned around he saw that his subordinates had also been impaled by the spears in midair. He was still alive only because this man had deliberately avoided him. Although I don't know what you did, your greatest mistake was not killing me directly just now. Come forth, ethereal wolf king. The demon realm man cut open the palms of his hands, forming a seal with his fingers as his dripping blood condensed into a magic circle, forcibly summoning the ethereal wolf king. Ethereal void wolf several times larger than a regular one slowly emerged from the blood magic circle, emanating a terrifying and violent aura. With the summoning successful, a triumphant smile appeared on the demon realm man's face. This ethereal void wolf king had the cultivation of an immortal realm, making it one of the strongest existences in the entire human realm. Though the immortal realm and heavenly god realm were only one realm apart, there existed an insurmountable chasm. Kill him. The demon realm man pointed at Ning Yechen and shouted angrily. The ethereal void wolf king lunged forward, opening its massive jaws to devour Ning Yechen whole. Yet Ning Yechen didn't even glance at it, casually swatting with his hand. The massive ethereal void wolf king's head was instantly crushed, crashing to the ground. Ha! The demon realm man was instantly dumbfounded, his triumphant smile frozen on his face. The ethereal void wolf king of the immortal realm was killed so easily. Who is this man? This power has long surpassed that of the human realm. Boom! 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 Several bolts of celestial thunder fell from the sky without warning, striking Ning Yechen directly. In an instant, all that remained where Ning Yechen stood was a bottomless pit with dust swirling around. The punishment of the heavenly Tao had descended. The demon realm man's face once again bore a triumphant smile, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Having been struck by the heavenly Tao's celestial thunder, Ning Yechen should have been reduced to ashes. However, as the dust gradually settled, Ning Yechen's figure remained unscathed, walking towards him with an indifferent demeanor. Could there really be someone who could withstand the punishment of the heavenly Tao without harm? Looking at the approaching Ning Yechen, the demon realm man's heart surged with fear. Just as he reached into his bosom for something, an invisible blade severed his arm. Ah! 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 The demon realm man screamed in pain. In his fallen severed hand lay a tight grip on a pitch-black talisman. Ning Yechen beckoned with his finger and the talisman flew into his hand. A transmission stone. He was all too familiar with this talisman from the demon realm. This talisman could be used to urgently call for help. As long as it was crushed even from two realms apart, the person on the other side would receive the transmission for help. You want to call for someone, do you? Ning Yechen looked down at the demon realm man lying on the ground. With the transmission talisman taken away, despair filled the demon realm man's heart. What he never expected was that Ning Yechen would toss the transmission talisman back into his hand. Moreover, he urged, go on, hurry up. My wife is still waiting for me to return him in a rush. I will solve it in one go. Poof. You said it, don't regret it. The demon realm man grinned sinisterly, mocking Ning Yechen in his heart for this extraordinarily foolish act. How could he actively give the enemy a chance to call for help? It was simply foolish to the extreme. Lord Yechen, please descend to the human realm. Impose the most terrifying punishment on those who offend our demon realm. The demon realm man crushed the talisman in his hand, shouting towards the sky. Who dares to offend our demon realm? In an instant the void twisted once more and a towering man clad in pitch-black demonic armor over 10 feet tall stepped out from the void. With his imposing stature and terrifying aura, he exuded a tremendous sense of oppression. Of course, this was only for others. Ning Yechen slowly floated in midair, locking eyes with Yechen, and spoke indifferently at his eye. Upon seeing Yi Zhang's arrival, the demon realm man quickly struggled and crawled to his feet, pointing angrily at Ning Yechen and shouted, Lord Yi Zhang. It was he who killed my kin from the demon realm. You have offended my demon race. Useless. Can't even deal with a tiny. Yi Zhang scolded the demon realm man, harshly kicking him aside, then raised his gaze towards Ning Yechen, his expression filled with disdain. To him, the people of the human realm were merely ants that he could crush at will. Your crime of offending the demon realm shall be redeemed with your life. Yi Zhang did not wish to waste time, opening his mouth wide as a brilliant beam of light rapidly gathered within. Annihilate ant. Demon annihilation. A furious roar erupted as the beam shot forth. The terrifying pressure of spiritual power completely tore apart the void along its path, uprooting the earth as though the force could annihilate everything in its wake. This strike was enough to easily obliterate an entire city. Ning Yechen was instantly consumed by the beam of light. Yi Zhang snorted disdainfully, believing that Ning Yechen must have perished within the light he unleashed. Just as Yi Zhang was about to turn and leave, he saw his subordinates looking at him in terror, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Zhang furrowed his brows and followed the gaze of the demon realm man, turning back. In the next moment a look of shock identical to that of the demon realm man appeared on Yi Zhang's face. Ning Yechen stood unscathed in midair after fully taking the attack of demon annihilation. Not only was he uninjured but even his clothes showed no signs of damage. How could this be possible? Yi Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. That was his full force strike that he could unleash in the human realm. Although restricted by the laws of the human realm, it was still an attack with the power of a celestial being. Your surname is Yi and you wield demon annihilation. You belong to the first legion of the demon realm from the Yi family. Ning Yechen calmly adjusted his disheveled clothes and asked Yi Zhang indifferently. Exactly. I am the commander of the first legion of the demon realm, Yi Zhang. Yi Zhang proudly replied, lifting his head. The commander of the demon realm's first legion was a significant rank indeed. One that commanded tens of thousands. Ning Yechen continued to ask nonchalantly, is the demon general of the first legion still that fellow Yi Tianchen? Yes. Yi Zhang replied without thinking further. Did he send you here? Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to inquire. If he found out it was Yi Tianchen who orchestrated this, he would definitely not let him off. It wasn't Lord Yi Tianchen who sent me, it was. Wait. Why should I answer your questions? Yi Zhang instinctively prepared to continue answering but suddenly realized. Why should he honestly respond to this ant's inquiries? Moreover, from his words it seemed he was quite knowledgeable about their demon realm. He even guessed the legion he belonged to. Who are you? And how dare you expect me to answer your questions? Defeat me first, then we can talk. Although Yi Zhang did not understand why Ning Yechen survived his attack, he firmly believed that he must have used some special means to evade it, otherwise it was impossible to remain unscathed. This time he directly took action, instantly arriving before Ning Yechen, drawing a large blade from his back and striking down towards him. The fierce sword energy plunged from the sky into the ground, creating a wide sword trench. However, the imagined scene of splitting Ning Yechen in two did not occur. The seemingly terrifying strike was firmly held in Ning Yechen's hand by his fingers. With just 2 fingers he caught Yi Zhang's full-force strike. Yi Zhang's eyes widened in shock again. Had it been too long since he had been to the human realm? When did the human realm have such a terrifying powerhouse? Have you finished your attack? Now it's my turn. Ning Yechen lightly applied force with his finger, producing a crisp sound as Yi Zhang's large blade was directly snapped in two. Yi Zhang stared blankly at the broken blade in his hand, filled with disbelief. That was a celestial weapon personally given to him by Lord Yi Tianchen. It was just broken like that. Could it be that Lord Yi Tianchen gave him a fake? In that instant Yi Zhang even began to doubt whether the large blade in his hand was truly a celestial weapon. Otherwise, with the toughness of a celestial weapon, how could it be so easily broken? Ning Yechen raised his palm towards Yi Zhang. Yi Zhang hurriedly assumed a defensive posture. Although he was shocked by Ning Yechen's strength, he wasn't overly worried. Because in the human realm everyone is bound by the laws of heaven and their cultivation could not exceed the celestial realm. Even as a celestial king he was the same. The man before him could at most unleash techniques of the same cultivation level as his own. Even if he could not deal with him, he too could not deal with him. Yi Zhang was convinced of this. But soon he sensed something was amiss. An invisible force began to twist his limbs. That force was formless yet powerful. Even when he exerted all his strength, it still had no effect. His limbs twisted, bones cracking with a crackling sound, and his demonic armor was directly twisted apart. The excruciating pain made Yi Zhang involuntarily let out a heart-wrenching wail. Ugh! Since stepping into the Celestial King realm and becoming a commander of tens of thousands in the demon realm, he had never felt such helpless fear. The power wielded by the person before him completely surpassed what was possible for someone of the celestial realm. The restrictions of the heavenly laws had no effect on him. How could this be possible? There was never any mention of someone being able to ignore the heavenly laws. Speak. Who sent you here? Ning Yechen slowly stepped through the void to stand before Yi Zhang, asking indifferently. Yi Zhang hesitated on whether to respond, his body twisting even more irregularly. I don't even know who they are. When that person found me, they only said to help them do one thing: to come to the human realm to kill a woman and take away a child. That person promised to give me a secret medicine to break through the Celestial Emperor realm once the task was complete, so I agreed. The rest I don't know. Yi Zhang finally realized the terror of Ning Yechen. This kind of power was simply beyond what a mere celestial king could compare to. Amidst the intense pain and fear of his twisted body, Yi Zhang hurriedly shouted in a panic. Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen released his hand, stopping the act of twisting Yi Zhang into a pretzel. He surely wouldn't dare to lie to him. Given that this concerned his previous subordinates, he decided to spare Yi Zhang this time. Unfortunately, he still didn't obtain any useful information. The other party was extremely cautious, never revealing themselves. Ning Yechen frowned discontentedly and said to Yi Zhang, "Get back to the demon realm. Dare to come back, prepare to disappear. Otherwise the entire demon realm won't be able to protect you." Just as he was about to return to Luo Ruiying's side, a cold voice echoed from behind. What a bold statement. Suddenly the void behind Yi Zhang was torn apart and a figure slowly stepped through the crack. The newcomer was clad in a luxurious black robe with a high ponytail that cascaded down to his ankles and a cold handsome face that revealed a hint of wicked charm. The figure was none other than the Demon Realm's 3rd Legion's demon general Yi Tianxian. His terrifying cultivation was at the level of an immortal emperor. Even within the demon realm, Yi Tianxian was a formidable presence. Yi Zhang was overjoyed to see the newcomer, quickly crawling to the feet of Yi Tianxian with his twisted body. "Lord Yi Tianxian, you must take charge of this for me. This person not only offended our demon clan but also shows no respect towards you and the demon realm." With the presence of his esteemed leader Yi Tianxian, Yi Zhang was filled with confidence, certain that the man before him was doomed. Yi Tianxian did not rush to look at Ning Yechen but first cast a glance at Yi Zhang at his feet, frowning and scolding. "Why are you here? I don't recall permitting you to descend into the human realm without authorization, do I?" I beg for your forgiveness, Lord Yi Tianxian." Yi Zhang dared not tell Yi Tianxian the truth. He was lured by a mysterious person to the human realm to kill someone and could only stammer before directly confessing to Yi Tianxian. Seeing Yi Zhang confess, immediately Yi Tianxian coldly left a remark: "You will face your punishment when you return to the demon realm," and did not inquire further. It was common for people from other realms to trespass into each other's domains. The demon realm was no exception. Yi Tianxian merely regarded Yi Zhang and the others as troublemakers who had recklessly come to the human realm. He was conveniently searching for traces of the demon sovereign and sensed the aura of Mo Yen. Out of curiosity, he came to investigate and happened to overhear Ning Yechen's remark. Yi Tianxian felt greatly enraged at the fact that Yi Zhang's group had lost to a person from the human realm. The reason he punished Yi Zhang was not only because he descended into the human realm without permission, but primarily because he had lost. The demon realm places great importance on honor and dignity. Losing a fight equates to losing face for the entire realm. This was what truly infuriated Yi Tianxian. Initially, he had no intention of intervening. Even if one lost and died, it was merely a case of being inferior in strength and there was nothing to say. However, Ning Yechen's last remark was undeniably too arrogant, which compelled him to reveal himself. He wanted to see who dared to be so presumptuous. Not even the 9 great domains of the immortal realm would dare to claim that the entire demon realm could not protect a person. Yi Tianxian turned his gaze towards Ning Yechen, momentarily taken aback, his expression showing confusion. He then furrowed his brows slightly and scrutinized him, his eyes gradually widening and his expression becoming increasingly complex. It was a mix of surprise and fear reflected on his face. "Long time no see, Yi Tianxian." Ning Yechen smirked disdainfully and greeted Yi Tianxian. This time Yi Zhang was displeased and struggled to stand, shouting angrily at Ning Yechen, "How dare you? Who do you think you are? You dare to directly address the name of Lord Yi Tianxian? Do not try to get close to our Lord Yi Tianxian. Offending our demon realm, you are doomed today, kid. Right, Lord Yi Tianxian?" Emboldened by Yi Tianxian's presence, Yi Zhang looked extremely arrogant, after which he glanced adoringly at Yi Tianxian. However, unexpectedly Yi Tianxian's expression turned extremely grim as he seized Yi Zhang by the collar, gripping his face tightly, nearly crushing his skull. Yi Tianxian leaned in close to his face, staring at him with a murderous gaze, and said in an icy tone, "What nonsense are you talking? Do you want to get me killed? Do you even know who stands before you? Idiot. Yes, it is you, Lord Yi Tianxian." Despite his skull almost splitting from the pain, Yi Zhang still endured and dared not utter a sound, his expression full of confusion. "I wasn't referring to myself, you fool." Yi Tianxian, furious, slammed Yi Zhang's head into the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. With this blow, Yi Zhang was already on the brink of death. Even at this moment, Yi Zhang still did not understand why Yi Tianxian was so enraged at punishing him. He had never seen his lord with such a terrified expression. It seemed that Lord Yi Tianxian was very afraid of the man before him. Even the black-clad man who had survived by chance looked bewildered. The mighty Lord Yi Tianxian of the demon realm actually felt fear towards the man before him. Yi Tianxian released Yi Zhang, tossing him aside, then respectfully placed his left hand on his right chest and gracefully bowed to Ning Yechen, saying, "Yi Tianxian, I pay my respects to the demon sovereign." Yi Tianxian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and shame. It was hard to believe that he had not recognized the demon sovereign at first glance. He had even spoken disrespectfully to the demon sovereign. Yi Tianxian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and shame. It was hard to believe that he had not recognized the demon sovereign at first glance. He had even spoken disrespectfully to the demon sovereign. shock staring blankly at Ning Yechen. The man before them was the demon sovereign who had disappeared from the demon realm for over 100 years. There could be no mistake. Only that great figure could cause the mighty Lord Yi Tianxian to bow and scrape. Coming to their senses, Yi Zhang and the black-clad man hurriedly knelt on both knees, bowing their heads and trembling, saying, "We pay our respects to the demon sovereign." At this moment, Yi Zhang and the black-clad man felt like their hearts were dead, filled with regret. They had actually acted against the demon sovereign. This was an unforgivable sin in the demon realm. Ning Yechen waved his hand, a look of disdain on his face, saying, "Don't call me that. I am no longer the demon sovereign. Demon sovereign. You are still our only demon sovereign. We have always been searching for you, waiting for your return to the demon realm. The demon realm cannot be without you. Please return with me." Yi Tianxian raised his head, his expression eager as he pleaded with Ning Yechen. They had been searching for Ning Yechen's trace for nearly 100 years. All to welcome back their great demon sovereign. After I left, was there truly no new demon sovereign to take my place? Hearing that Yi Tianxian and the others had been searching for him, Ning Yechen asked in confusion. The demon realm has always respected the strong, and countless people have attempted to vie for the position of demon sovereign. Even he in the past had to fight his way to the top, defeating others to ascend to the position of supreme ruler of the demon realm. Logically, after his departure, many should have coveted the position of demon sovereign. Yi Tianxian nodded, answering with a cold and solemn expression, "Indeed, after your departure there were those with ulterior motives attempting to ascend to the position of demon sovereign. We have eradicated many of those with ill intentions. They are utterly unqualified to lay a hand on your position, demon sovereign." Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen was speechless. Doesn't this mean that for over 100 years since he left, the demon realm has been without a demon sovereign? He thought someone must have taken his place long ago. He had already prepared to enjoy a peaceful retirement. "Demon sovereign, we have been waiting for your return. Please, you must come back to the demon realm." Yi Tianxian once again pleaded with Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen still waved his hand in disdain, refusing without hesitation. "No. Let anyone among you be the demon sovereign. Whoever wants to be the demon sovereign can take the position I want." "Why?" Yi Tianxian asked, extremely puzzled. Ning Yechen showed a hopeful smile and said lightly, "Because I have something more important to attend to." "What could possibly be more important?" Yi Tianxian repeated in confusion, filled with great doubt. What could be more important than becoming the supreme ruler of the demon realm and commanding it? Moreover, he actually saw a happy smile on the demon lord's face, a smile that had never appeared before. Could it be that the demon lord he knew also had such a smile? Since he had already been found, Ning Yechen had no intention of hiding, clearing his throat and solemnly announcing, "I will take care of my wife and daughter, and I have no time to be the demon lord. From now on, do not come looking for me again." Ha. Ha. What? Sigma. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxian's heart was immediately stirred with tumultuous waves, his face filled with shock, and he began to doubt if he had misheard. The demon lord actually got married. He even has a child. This is impossible. During his reign, the demon lord never ventured into matters of the opposite sex, and suddenly learning that he even had a child left Yi Tianxian utterly incredulous. During the more than 100 years the demon lord had spent in seclusion, he actually had a child. If this news were to spread to the demon realm, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Yi Tianxian dumbly asked, Is this true, demon lord?" Ning Yechen nodded with a smile. He felt a strange joy akin to that of an old father sharing the happiness of his newborn daughter with others. Upon receiving Ning Yechen's affirmative answer, Yi Tianxian's shocked expression gradually transformed into joy, and he hurriedly blessed him. "Congratulations, demon lord, on your marriage. Congratulations on your little princess. I will inform everyone in the demon realm of this thrilling news. Prepare to welcome the demon lord's wife and little princess back to the demon realm." As he spoke, Yi Tianxian eagerly prepared to convey the news to the entire demon realm. Ning Yechen quickly raised his hand to stop Yi Tianxian, casting him a speechless glance, and sternly emphasized, "I have said it, I am no longer the demon lord of the demon realm. I want to live a secluded life with my wife and daughter. I won't be going back. You don't have to come looking for me again. I don't want anyone to disturb my life with my wife and daughter, understand?" If Yi Tianxian were to inform the entire demon realm, there would be no peaceful days for him. The tranquil and happy life he longed for must not be disturbed by anyone. But Yi Tianxian, reluctant, wanted to continue persuading, but was halted by Ning Yechen's cold gaze. "There is no but. Is it that I have been away for so long that you can't understand what I am saying?" At that moment, Ning Yechen once again regained the familiar aura of the demon lord, causing cold sweat to bead on Yi Tianxian's forehead, and he dared not to defy Ning Yechen's wishes, obediently closing his mouth. "Since you understand, hurry up and leave. My wife has been waiting for a long time, she must be anxious. I need to hurry back. Ning Yechen waved his hand preparing to turn and leave to return to Luo Ruying's side. Knight Tianshan's expression was filled with curiosity. Whenever the Demon Lord's wife and child were mentioned, the Demon Lord would become unprecedentedly gentle. The Demon Lord has changed. Just as Ning Yechen was about to leave, Knight Tianshan finally came to his senses, recalling something very important. He still did not know why his subordinate had offended the Demon Lord. This was absolutely not a trivial matter. Demon Lord, please wait a moment. May I ask if my subordinate has offended you? Knight Tianshan's eyes turned cold, his expression darkening as a terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the surroundings, the icy murderous aura piercing like needles into the marrow. He did not ask how Yi Zhang had offended Ning Yechen, but directly asked whether it was an offense. Because regardless of the reason, offending the Demon Lord was tantamount to rebellion, a capital crime in the demon realm. Yi Zhang and the man in black couldn't help but tremble, their hearts filled with despair. Ning Yechen turned his head and casually stated, although they indeed made a move against me, I spared them for your sake as my subordinate. It is my subordinate's fault. I let my subordinate offend you, Demon Lord. My subordinate deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Please punish me, Demon Lord. Knight Tianshan knelt on one knee, bowing his head in repentance. I have told you countless times I am no longer the Demon Lord. I will not blame you. Just hurry and leave, do not disturb my life. Ning Yechen urged Knight Tianshan to leave with a look of disdain. No matter how many times he said it, Knight Tianshan still seemed to regard him as the Demon Lord, which left him feeling helpless. Having loyal and fervent subordinates is also not a good thing. Knight Tianshan, seeing that Ning Yechen had no intention of punishing him, simply raised his hand and plunged it into his own chest. The sin of offending the Demon Lord must be borne. Even if the Demon Lord does not pursue it, he cannot simply forgive himself. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen looked at Knight Tianshan speechlessly. Although he understood his subordinate's character, seeing him unhesitatingly stab through his own chest still left him speechless. People from the demon realm are just so stubborn. He is not pursuing the matter, yet they still insist on forcing him to receive some punishment. It's always like this. Ning Yechen began to suspect that perhaps everyone in the demon realm has a hidden masochistic trait. After punishing himself, Knight Tianshan's cold gaze turned towards Yi Zhang and the man in black, and with a wave of his hand a beam of pitch black light directly engulfed and obliterated the man in black. Then he aimed his palm at Yi Zhang. As the commander of the First Legion, he had the sin of failing to manage his subordinates who offended the Demon Lord, and he must be punished. And those who attacked the Demon Lord must face the death penalty. Yi Zhang was well aware of this and silently closed his eyes, not uttering any words of plea. Upon learning that Ning Yechen was the Demon Lord, he had already guessed what his fate would be. Just as Knight Tianshan was about to take action, Ning Yechen intervened, saying, all right, let him go. Considering that Yi Zhang did not know his identity at first and did not pose any threat to his wife and child, he decided to forgive him this time. Demon Lord, he has offended you. Knight Tianshan frowned slightly, his hand still not lowering, seemingly unwilling to easily let go of Yi Zhang's crime. He was merely acting under orders. Even if you kill him, it would be useless. I am not pursuing this, so just spare him. Ning Yechen said casually. Alright, I will follow the Demon Lord's instructions. This time I will spare you. Knight Tianshan reluctantly lowered his hand. According to his intention, Yi Zhang must be killed. But since the Demon Lord spoke, he reluctantly let Yi Zhang go this time. At the same time, he wanted to extract some information from Yi Zhang, who dared to instigate people from the demon realm to attack the Demon Lord. Having narrowly escaped a disaster, Yi Zhang hurriedly bowed and expressed his gratitude to Ning Yechen. Thank you, Demon Lord, for your forgiveness. Just when he thought he was doomed, the Demon Lord personally spoke up for him. Yi Zhang felt overwhelmed with gratitude. I am leaving, remember, do not disturb me again. After Ning Yechen had dealt with everything, he did not linger, hastily leaving after leaving behind a sentence. Knight Tianshan watched Ning Yechen leave with wide eyes, feeling extremely reluctant. But at least he had finally found the whereabouts of the Demon Lord. He must hurry and inform others of this news. In the forest, Luo Ruying was playfully embracing Luo Hongya while waiting for Ning Yechen to return. Suddenly a terrifying spiritual pressure surged from 100 miles away and a devastating beam of light flashed before her eyes. The beam was mingled with a strong demonic aura. A demon had descended into the human realm. It seemed to be in the midst of battle with someone. It shouldn't be here for her. But even if it was, they couldn't stay here for long. Soon a heavenly thunderbolt streaked down from the clear sky and a thunderous roar echoed throughout. The eradication of heavenly tribulation. Luo Ruying's beautiful eyes narrowed, her expression serious. The appearance of demons indicated that this place was also very dangerous. Moreover, the battle over there had already drawn the punishment of the heavenly way, indicating that their cultivation level exceeded that of the human realm's Tao. Luo Ruiying no longer waited and hurried into the woods to search for Ning Yechen's figure. Yechen. Yechen. After searching around and not finding Ning Yechen, her divine sense also failed to perceive him, and Luo Ruiying's expression grew anxious as she shouted around. She was most worried about whether Ning Yechen had encountered any misfortune. Fortunately, after calling a few more times, Ning Yechen slowly emerged from the other side of the woods. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying breathed a sigh of relief and approached Ning Yechen, her gaze carrying a hint of reproach as she said, "Where have you been? You didn't respond." "I'm sorry, my dear. I went a bit too far and accidentally got lost." Ning Yechen scratched his head apologetically. Luo Ruiying carefully checked Ning Yechen and seeing that he was unharmed felt relieved. "It's good that you're fine. Let's hurry and leave. It seems there are demons ahead. They are quite powerful and not safe. Let's take a different route to avoid them." "All right, as you wish, my dear." Ning Yechen cheerfully walked up to Luo Ruiying, opening his arms in preparation for a princess carry. However, this time Luo Ruiying blushed slightly and turned around. "Let me carry the child, I'll just carry you on my back instead." "Eh?" Ning Yechen couldn't help but let out a disappointed sigh. He had been ready to lie in his wife's gentle embrace but had to settle for being carried on her back. At that moment, Ning Yechen regretted getting out of her embrace. All of this was because of Yi Zhang and the others. If it weren't for their arrival, he wouldn't have had to leave his wife's arms. Suddenly he felt a tinge of regret for letting that guy Yi Zhang off so easily. What a loss. Ning Yechen sadly lay on Luo Ruiying's back. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye in one arm and carried Ning Yechen on her back, leaping high into the air and changing routes to continue flying towards the edge of the forest. Ning Yechen, lying on Luo Ruiying's back, could feel the warmth of her body and the faint fragrance emanating from her long black hair, which was incredibly enchanting. Unable to resist, he reached out to play with her hair, bringing it close to his nose to gently sniff. The strands flowed through his fingers, smooth and delicate. Luo Ruiying noticed Ning Yechen's actions, her cheeks flushing slightly, and asked, "What are you doing playing with my hair? Why are you so restless back there?" "Because my dear's hair smells wonderful, I really like it," Ning Yechen openly praised. Luo Ruiying felt a bit shy from the compliment but said nothing more, allowing Ning Yechen to gently caress her hair. Luo Hongye curiously climbed onto her shoulder and grabbed her hair. Ning Yechen teased Luo Hongye by pulling her hair, scratching her ears with the tips, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. This father-daughter pair really. What did they treat her hair as? Luo Ruiying felt helpless, yet a smile remained on her lips. The previous tension and unease dissipated along with Luo Hongye's laughter. After shaking Luo Hongye for a while, Ning Yechen remembered that Luo Ruiying had mentioned demons and cautiously asked, "My dear, you just mentioned demons. What do you think of them?" "I didn't expect you to suddenly bring up demons." Luo Ruiying's expression immediately became serious, and without hesitation she said, "Demons are vicious and brutal, committing all sorts of evils. They are especially warlike and only respect the strong. They often invade other realms, causing unrest everywhere. Wherever they go, there are corpses everywhere, turning everything into ruins and flames. They are an evil and brutal race." Ning Yechen. "My dear, perhaps the demons are not as bad as you think." Ning Yechen's mood was complicated as he tried to argue. Although what Luo Ruiying said was true, that was already hundreds of years ago in the demon realm. Since he unified the demon realm, it had changed significantly. Yet it seemed that the outside world still held on to that old impression. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and earnestly warned Ning Yechen, "You have never seen demons, so you don't understand them. The brutality of demons exceeds your imagination. They will show no mercy to anyone, not even their kin. Especially that legendary new supreme of the demon realm, Ning Yechen. It is said that when he unified the demon realm hundreds of years ago, he nearly annihilated half of those who resisted him. Extremely cruel. After that, he led the demon army to invade the immortal realm, and that battle nearly destroyed half of the immortal realm. This shows how brutal and bloodthirsty that supreme of the demon realm is. The demon clan reveres him as the demon lord, and other demons do so without exception. If you encounter a demon, make sure to escape far away. You must not get involved with them. There is not a single good person among the demons." Ning Yechen. "You are right, my dear. I will remember." Hearing Luo Ruiying's high praise of him, Ning Yechen couldn't help but twitch his face slightly, forcing a smile in agreement. After nearly half an hour of soaring through the air, Luo Ruiying along with Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye finally exited the demon domain forest. The journey was much smoother than anticipated, and they didn't encounter a single demon beast. Worried that the prolonged flight might be too much for Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye, Luo Ruiying decided to land and take a break. Just as they sat down to rest, the distant sound of galloping hooves faintly reached their ears. Ning Yechen was not surprised by this. He had sensed something was amiss ahead. The opponents were evidently of very low cultivation, and he speculated that they were likely not specifically targeting his wife and child, so he did not rush to take action. Luo Ruiying sensed someone approaching and immediately tensed up. Fearing that they might be there to assassinate her, she instructed Ning Yechen to keep an eye on Luo Hongya while she ventured alone to investigate. Luo Ruiying concealed her presence and flew to a branch of a large tree, secretly observing below. On the road beneath her, two individuals were riding horses at a rapid pace. One of them was a girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with a delicate appearance, her hair tied in a ponytail and a hint of heroic spirit in her brows that rivaled that of a boy. The other was a middle-aged man with a square jaw. He was severely injured, his body covered in wounds. Behind them was a group of masked individuals in black clothes wielding sharp blades as they pursued through the woods. The disparity in strength between both sides was quite evident. However, neither side had high cultivation, with the strongest only reaching the martial spirit realm. Luo Ruiying quickly determined that these individuals were not after her. It was merely a chance encounter with an assassination attempt. As the assassins closed in, the middle-aged man urged the girl, "Miss, you must flee. You'll stay back to hold them off." "No way. Uncle Zhang, we must leave together. We're almost at the South Li capital." Qi Yuan pleaded with the middle-aged man, her voice filled with reluctance. Zhang He had been with her since childhood, serving as both her steward and trusty bodyguard, and she couldn't bear to see him sacrifice his life just to buy her time. "Poof. None of you will escape." A black-clad man leaped high into the air, throwing dozens of flying daggers toward Qi Yuan and Zhang He. The daggers flew at high speed, leaving Qi Yuan and Zhang He no time to dodge. Zhang He instinctively lunged to embrace Qi Yuan, using his body as a shield to block the daggers that were meant for her. As a result, the two of them fell from their horses. The horses were struck by several daggers and died on the spot. "Uncle Zhang! Uncle Zhang! Are you all right?" Qi Yuan looked at Zhang He, who had shielded her with his own body, and hurriedly asked with concern. Zhang He had taken several daggers to his back, and combined with his prior injuries, he appeared extremely weak. "Miss, don't worry about me, you must go." "Go? Where do you want to go?" Dozens of black-clad figures descended, surrounding Qi Yuan and Zhang He, slowly approaching with bloodied blades in hand. Seeing that they were surrounded, Zhang He couldn't help but feel despair. In his current state, breaking through was impossible. Qi Yuan looked at the slowly approaching black-clad figures, her expression showing no signs of fear. She stood up, sword in hand, scanning the crowd, fully prepared to face death. The black-clad individuals exchanged glances, their expressions mocking. They were no longer in a hurry. Did a little girl from the spirit connection realm really think she could take them on? How absurd. Let me have a go at this little girl. A black-clad man stepped forward, waving dismissively at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan, infuriated, swung her sword forward, but was easily dodged by the black-clad man, who instead toyed with her. As expected of the useless young lady of the Qi family. "You think you can resist with such skills? Ha ha ha. Talent is lacking, but your looks are quite pleasing. I wonder what this Qi family's daughter would taste like. Perhaps we should strip her of her clothes first. Such a scene would surely be delightful, ha ha ha." The surrounding black-clad individuals joined in with mocking remarks. Qi Yuan's face flushed with anger, and gritting her teeth, she swung her sword once more at the black-clad man. The black-clad man sidestepped, easily raising his sword to knock Qi Yuan's long sword from her hand, and kicked her down to the ground. Qi Yuan clutched her abdomen, her expression filled with unwillingness and despair. Her cultivation was simply too weak. She was no match for these assassins. She was nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. He, no more resistance. The black-clad man slowly approached Qi Yuan, his sword slicing open the clothes on her body. "Miss." Zhang He, lying on the ground, tried to rise but was pinned down by another black-clad assassin. He could only watch helplessly as Qi Yuan was on the verge of being stripped, unable to do anything, with the lewd laughter of the black-clad assassins ringing in his ears. Zhang He shut his eyes, unable to bear to watch. However, at that moment the lewd laughter around him suddenly ceased. When Zhang He opened his eyes again, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman standing before Qi Yuan, holding a sword. The lady, renowned as the most beautiful in South Li City, made Qi Yuan seem dull in comparison. Even Qi Yuan, being a woman herself, couldn't help but stare in awe at Luo Ruiying, her heart filled with admiration. How could there be such a stunning woman in this world? After a moment of realization, Qi Yuan noticed that the black-clad man who had stood before her was now pierced through the heart by a sword, lying on the ground with an expression of disbelief. When did this woman appear, and when did she kill that man? Qi Yuan completely failed to react in time. Luo Ruiying, holding her sword, coldly surveyed the other black-clad individuals, threateningly declaring, "If you do not leave now, do not expect to leave at all." After observing for a while, Luo Ruiying ultimately decided to intervene and save Qi Yuan and Zhang He.
She had not wished to meddle, but she could not bear to witness the filthy and despicable tactics of these black-clad assassins. In a nearby bush not far from Luo Ruiying, two heads, one large and one small, peeked out, secretly observing her. The two were none other than Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye, who had quietly followed her. Ning Yechen watched as Luo Ruiying planned to let those black-clad assassins go and couldn't help but shake his head. His wife was still too kind-hearted. If it were him, he would have simply and brutally dealt with them all. Letting these people go would inevitably lead to new troubles in the future. Though a swarm of mosquitoes poses no real threat, it is merely a matter of swatting them away, yet having them buzzing around one's ears will inevitably become bothersome. Luo Hongye looked at Luo Ruiying, who was surrounded, and raised her little head to Ning Yechen, asking anxiously, "Daddy, are those bad people going to bully mommy?" Ning Yechen ruffled Luo Hongye's hair and smiled. "Don't worry, Yi. Those bad people cannot bully your mommy." A group of men in black regained their senses, temporarily abandoning Zhang He on the ground, swiftly directing their swords toward Luo Ruiying. Upon seeing this, Luo Ruiying let out a soft sigh, her brows furrowing as a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. Since they wouldn't leave, she could not be blamed. The black-clad assassins exchanged glances and leaped into the air, their swords slashing toward Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying remained still, and in the instant the group of black-clad assassins approached, her figure glided gracefully, tracing a beautiful arc. A silver crescent-shaped sword light flashed by. As Luo Ruiying sheathed her immortal sword, the black-clad assassins simultaneously burst forth, with blood crashing down to the ground. Ning Yechen, hiding nearby, had already raised his hand to shield Luo Hongye's view. This bloody scene should not frighten his daughter. If his wife were to find out, she would definitely be angry. With her eyes covered, Luo Hongye turned her head and curiously asked, "Daddy, your hand is blocking Yi. Yi can't see now. Yi, let's play a little game. Yi, close your eyes and let's see who can keep their eyes closed the longest, okay?" Ning Yechen smiled as he coaxed Luo Hongye. Okay, Daddy, have you closed your eyes too?" Hearing it was a game, Luo Hongye without a hint of doubt tightly closed her eyes. "Of course Daddy has closed his eyes too," Ning Yechen said with a smile. However, he had not closed his eyes at all. Innocent Luo Hongye was completely unaware. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qi Yuan stared in awe at Luo Ruiying's elegance, her eyes filled with admiration for her graceful bearing and formidable strength. "Wow, that's incredible. With just a single sword she has slain several masters at the martial spirit level. And she's so beautiful too." Comparing with Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan felt deeply ashamed of her own appearance and cultivation level. After sheathing her immortal sword, Luo Ruiying slowly walked up to Qi Yuan, bending slightly as she extended her palm. "Are you alright?" I'm fine. Thank you, sister, for saving me." Qi Yuan grasped Luo Ruiying's hand and climbed to her feet gratefully. Sister. Hearing this term of endearment, Luo Ruiying was momentarily taken aback. She was not that young anymore. She could even be a grandmother. Seeing Luo Ruiying's surprised expression, Qi Yuan quickly waved her hands apologetically. "Sorry, did I offend you?" Looking at Luo Ruiying so young and beautiful, she instinctively blurted out the term sister. Now she felt it was too overly familiar. It was rude to call someone she didn't know sister. Luo Ruiying smiled gently and shook her head. "It's alright. It's just a term." "Then, can I continue to call you sister?" Qi Yuan asked hopefully. Luo Ruiying did not refuse and slightly nodded. "That's wonderful. May I ask what your name is, sister?" Qi Yuan asked excitedly, tugging at Luo Ruiying's hand. "My name is Luo Ruiying. Is Sister Luo also heading to Nanli City?" Qi Yuan inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The nearest and most famous city is indeed Nanli City. Generally those who appear nearby are all headed for Nanli City. Luo Ruiying was also planning to find a town to hide in, so she nodded in agreement with Qi Yuan's words. "Yes, I am heading to Nanli City with my husband and child." "Husband? Child? Sister Luo, you're married?" Qi Yuan exclaimed in surprise, her mouth agape. Looking at Luo Ruiying's appearance, she could never imagine that she was already someone's wife. However, it was indeed difficult to judge the age of cultivators by their looks. But which man was so lucky to marry a woman as stunning as Sister Luo? Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled and nodded. It was the first time she had admitted to someone else that she was already a wife. Just as Qi Yuan was about to continue asking, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes behind Luo Ruiying. Qi Yuan immediately furrowed her brows, gripping her sword warily. Luo Ruiying also turned her head. However, she had already sensed the arrival of someone and made no move. Ning Yechen was seen walking slowly out from the bushes, holding Luo Hongye, a charming smile on his face. "Wife, it's been a long time since I saw you. I was worried about you, so I brought Yi along."
Qi Yuan gazed at the suddenly appearing Ning Yechen momentarily entranced. Her initial caution was completely forgotten at that moment. She had never seen such a handsome man. His face bore a gentle approachable smile and he exuded an effortless elegance, a calm and stable demeanor. He looked like a very gentle person. Qi Yuan had originally wondered which man was so fortunate to win Luo Ruiying's heart. But upon seeing Ning Yechen, she suddenly felt that they truly were a perfect match, a couple made in heaven. Standing together, they seemed to share an inexplicable resemblance of a married couple. "Why did you bring Yi here?" Luo Ruiying asked, giving Ning Yechen a slightly reproachful glare as she saw him approach with the child. She waved her arm hastily, covering the surrounding corpses. This scene should not be seen by the child. Luo Ruiying reached out and took Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's embrace, seeing her eyes tightly shut, and she let out a sigh of relief. "Yi, you can open your eyes now." "No, mother." Why not?" Luo Ruiying asked in confusion. "Yi is playing a game with daddy to see who can keep their eyes closed the longest," Luo Hongye answered seriously. Luo Ruiying immediately understood that it was Ning Yechen's trick to coax Luo Hongye into closing her eyes, shooting him a sideways glance. That guy was definitely keeping his eyes open the entire time. But at least he had prevented the child from seeing the bloody scene. "Yi can open her eyes now. Your daddy has already lost." "Really? That means Yi wins." Luo Hongye opened her eyes and joyfully raised her hands. Suddenly noticing Qi Yuan staring intently at her beside Luo Ruiying, she quickly shrank back into Luo Ruiying's embrace. "Yi, don't be afraid. She's not a bad person." Luo Ruiying gently stroked Luo Hongye's back and turned to Qi Yuan apologetically, saying, "Sorry, Yi is a bit shy." "No, it's okay. It seems I might have frightened her." Qi Yuan quickly averted her gaze, apologizing. She had not intended to scare Luo Hongye, she simply couldn't help herself. Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen were already stunning, but she didn't expect their child to be so adorable. Delicate like a porcelain doll, so charming. She couldn't help but steal a few more glances. "Sister Luo, I happen to be heading back to Nanli City with Uncle Jean. Why don't we go together? Not far ahead is our abandoned carriage. As a token of gratitude, let me give you a ride," Qi Yuan said while helping the injured Zhang He up from the ground, turning to Luo Ruiying. The Nanli City, located at the border of the Xuanxian Kingdom and the Demon Domain Forest, was initially established to defend against the invasions of border demonic beasts. Despite being a border town, the level of prosperity in Nanli City and its area is hardly inferior to that of the capital of the Xuanxian Kingdom. One could even say it surpasses the capital. The Demon Domain Forest is home to countless demonic beasts, with nearly 100 demon kings among them. The variety of large and small demonic beasts is incalculable, and the mountains are filled with various spiritual herbs, making it a treasure trove of cultivation resources. It is a training ground for countless cultivators and the best place for them to procure materials from demonic beasts and gather spiritual herbs. Naturally, this has attracted numerous cultivators who yearn to come, leading to a large congregation of them. The abundance of demonic beast materials and spiritual herbs has also drawn many merchants to settle here. With the flow of commerce, Nanli City has gradually become more prosperous. Whether mortals or cultivators, many have settled here. The Qi family, where Qi Yuan is from, is one of the two major merchant families that arrived in Nanli City early on. Inside the carriage, upon learning that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were not from the Xuanxian Kingdom, Qi Yuan eagerly began to explain to them about Nanli City and her Qi family. Her expression was proud and confident, but it turned somber when she mentioned the Qi family. Just then the carriage came to a halt and a voice from outside belonging to Zhang He called out, "Miss, we have arrived." "Luo sister, we have arrived. This is Nanli City." Qi Yuan smiled slightly, covering her earlier somber expression, and rose to lift the curtain. The carriage stopped in line outside the city gate of Nanli City, and through the curtain one could see the bustling crowd. The throngs of people queued to enter Nanli City, confirming Qi Yuan's words. Nanli City was indeed quite prosperous. Many cultivators zipped past in their carriages, flying directly into the city. Soon the carriage that Ning Yechen was in also passed through the city gate and entered the city. Upon entering the streets of the city, various shouts of vendors filled the air and the bustling crowd flowed back and forth, creating an atmosphere of extreme liveliness. Luo Hongye, captivated by the noisy sounds outside the carriage, leaned in Luo Ruiying's embrace, her big eyes curiously peering out of the window. Having never seen so many people in such a lively scene, she stared blankly at her surroundings and timidly said, "Mother, father, so many people." "Yes, how about we take Yi down to explore?" Luo Ruiying smiled gently, affectionately stroking Luo Hongye's head. Thinking carefully, she realized she had never taken Luo Hongye to see the outside world. "MHM." Luo Hongye nodded happily. "Thank you, Miss Qi, for seeing us off. Since we have arrived in the city, we will take our leave now." Luo Ruiying picked up Luo Hongye and prepared to say goodbye to Qi Yuan. Aren't you coming to my house for a visit, Luo's sister? I would like to express my gratitude for your life-saving kindness. Qi Yuan's eyes shone with anticipation as she hurriedly asked. Luo Ruiying shook her head politely, declining. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Qi. We plan to temporarily settle in the city and need to find a place to stay with the child, so we won't impose. That's perfect. I am very familiar with the residences in Neili City. Let me guide you, Luo's sister. I can also introduce you to the local specialties of Neili City. Qi Yuan clapped her hands, smiling brightly. Ning Yechen narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Qi Yuan secretly. This little girl is quite enthusiastic. After pondering for a moment, Luo Ruiying finally nodded in agreement to let Qi Yuan accompany them. Having a familiar guide often saves a lot of trouble. Seeing the agreement, Qi Yuan's face lit up with joy and she whispered to Zhang He to leave first. Zhang He initially showed a troubled expression but nodded in agreement. After Ning Yechen and the others got off the carriage, Zhang He drove the carriage back to the Qi family alone. Let's go, Luo's sister, I will take you to explore around. In Neili City there's no place I don't know. Qi Yuan confidently patted her flat chest. Luo Ruiying holding Luo Hongye followed closely behind Ning Yechen. Along the way, countless eyes were fixed on Luo Ruiying. With her unparalleled elegance and stunning beauty, Luo Ruiying holding Luo Hongye walking down the street was a dazzling and eye-catching sight. What an amazing woman! With such beauty it is rare for women in the world to compare. Tisk such an ethereal aura, she must be a celestial being descended from the heavens. That adorable girl in her arms is so exquisite and lovely. Could she be her daughter? No way. That man beside her can't possibly be her husband. I can't accept this. What right does that guy have to win such a beauty? Isn't he just a little better looking than me? The crowd expressed their deep regret. A few individuals also boldly flirted with Luo Ruiying with lecherous eyes. Luo Ruiying showed no mercy, her frown radiating a fierce aura that left those men bloodied on the ground. In an instant everyone realized that this woman of stunning beauty was a highly skilled cultivator. No one dared to provoke her again. Qi Yuan looked at Luo Ruiying with admiration, leading everyone through the streets. A strange occurrence around the street caught everyone's attention. Cultivators and ordinary people idly sitting in inns were almost universally discussing one matter. The expressions of the crowd were particularly grave as they whispered among themselves. Did you know? The four great sects of the world, the Confucian Palace, the Martial God Temple, the Puppet Ghost Cave and the Qingfeng Sword Sect, were all leveled overnight. This is something everyone knows. The news has already spread across 18 states. Who has the ability to destroy the four great sects overnight? How terrifying this truly is. I heard the four sect masters happen to be away from their sects and there has been no news since. The discussions among the crowd grew increasingly heated. This incident shocked the entire world. The mastermind behind it left no trace, making the entire event an enigma. Everyone was talking about it with trepidation. Qi Yuan, who had been in the demon domain forest for days, was hearing this news for the first time and was instantly shocked into speechlessness. She couldn't help but exclaim, the four great sects were wiped out overnight. This is simply terrifying. Luo's sister Ning, do you think it's true? If it is true that someone could annihilate the four great sects overnight, that person's cultivation must be truly fearsome. Luo Ruiying nodded in agreement, silently reflecting the human realm is indeed filled with hidden talents. Ning Yechen also nodded in agreement. Yes, it is truly terrifying. Qi Yuan led Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying across several streets, providing enthusiastic explanations of each street's main features. This is the most prosperous commercial street in Nanli City, where you can buy anything as long as you have money. This street can also be considered a commercial street, although it is not as lively as the previous one. The items are more affordable and the price is lower. And here is Tianbao Street, where various spiritual artifacts, spiritual herbs, elixirs and materials from magical beasts are sold. If you're lucky, you might even find some magical beast pets occasionally. Because Luo Ruiying possesses formidable cultivation, Qi Yuan specially took her and others to admire Tianbao Street. Within Nanli City there is no cultivator unaware of Tianbao Street. The street is filled with all sorts of peculiar low-grade magical artifacts, though many of them are damaged or fake. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying took a brief glance and immediately lost all interest. These items could barely be considered trash to them. Oh my, who is this? It's the young lady of the Qi family. Just as Qi Yuan was strolling down the street with Ning Yechen, several figures approached and blocked their way. The leading man wore luxurious clothing adorned with various jewelry and artifacts, exuding the demeanor of a nouveau riche, his expression filled with disdain and arrogance. Following the man were dozens of attendants, making quite a spectacle. When the surrounding vendors saw him, they all changed their expressions and hurriedly avoided him. Anything that stood in front of or beneath him was kicked aside or trampled upon, displaying extreme arrogance. Yet the crowd dared to seethe in anger without uttering a word. Even many cultivators of considerable prowess did not dare to speak up. This was because the man before them was Jiang Li, the eldest son of the Jiang family, one of the two major merchant houses in Nanli City. The Jiang family now controls nearly 60% of the commercial streets in Nanli City, and countless cultivators seek to curry favor with them. They have even hired many cultivators as guards, including several powerful figures above the heaven spirit realm. It is said that their backing is unfathomably deep and powerful beyond imagination. No one in Nanli City dares to provoke the Jiang family. From a distance, Jiang Li noticed Qi Yuan's figure and was taken aback and shocked to see her appear on the street. She actually returned. Although somewhat surprised, Jiang Li still smirked disdainfully and approached Qi Yuan with a smiling face. Seeing Jiang Li arrive, Qi Yuan's pretty face darkened, her expression turning cold as she bluntly stated, "Seeing me back, are you disappointed?" "Not at all," Jiang Li replied. "In fact, it's even more interesting this way." Jiang Li showed no intention of hiding his meaning, boldly acknowledging that the assassination was indeed orchestrated by his Jiang family, acting as if she could do nothing about it. Qi Yuan had thought Jiang Li would at least pretend to be unaware, but she never expected him to admit it outright. How arrogant. Furious, Qi Yuan clenched her fists, wanting to strike, but seeing the dozens of guards behind Jiang Li, she had no choice but to grit her teeth in frustration and give up. Jiang Li was confident that Qi Yuan could do nothing to him, his expression becoming even more arrogant as he leaned closer to her and whispered with a sly grin, "Soon the Qi family will vanish from Nanli City. You might as well start thinking about how to make a living next. The Flower Moon Tower is currently hiring. I could introduce you, Miss Qi. I believe with your reputation you could certainly become the star attraction at the Flower Moon Tower." Qi Yuan's face turned pale with rage as her hand rested on the hilt of her sword at her waist. The dozens of guards behind Jiang Li also immediately grasped their swords. "Miss Qi, it's illegal to act in the city." Jiang Li raised his hand, signaling his men to sheath their weapons, regarding Qi Yuan with a mocking gaze, completely disregarding her. After much deliberation, Qi Yuan finally released her grip, abandoning the thought of drawing her sword. With her strength, she couldn't even defeat a single guard behind Jiang Li, let alone kill him. "That's right," Jiang Li smirked, his gaze shifting to Luo Ruiying, who was holding Luo Hongye behind Qi Yuan. He had already noticed Luo Ruiying's stunning beauty as he approached, and upon seeing her up close he couldn't help but be greatly impressed. This girl is truly a rare beauty. Ignoring Ning Yechen beside Luo Ruiying, Jiang Li stepped right up to her and, feigning politeness, asked with a smile, "This young lady looks unfamiliar. Have we not met in Nanli before?" "May I ask for your name, young lady?" "I am Jiang Li, the son of the Jiang family in Nanli City. I am not lacking in wealth or status here in Nanli City, and if it pleases you, I would like to get to know you better." Ning Yechen, standing to the side, furrowed his brows. He struggled to suppress the urge to slap him dead. Damn it! To openly poach his corner. If it weren't for Luo Ruiying being present, fearing she might notice, he would have lost his mind. "Get lost," Luo Ruiying coldly told Jiang Li without reservation. From the first glance, she had been extremely disgusted by Jiang Li's arrogant and lustful demeanor. Jiang Li's expression was weak and frivolous, with dark circles under his eyes, and his gaze couldn't conceal his lecherous intent. Countless women had fallen to him. If it weren't for her desire to live quietly in Nanli City with her husband and child, avoiding unnecessary trouble, she might have already lost control and killed him. Directly faced with Luo Ruiying's cold remarks, Jiang Li was initially taken aback, but then he revealed a dismissive smirk. He was not angry at all. He had encountered women as assertive as Luo Ruiying before, even fiercer than her. However, those women like her had just arrived in Nanli City and were unaware of his methods and the Jiang family's power. Once they experienced his methods, those women would all obediently lie in his bed at his mercy. Seeing Jiang Li leering at Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan immediately knew this guy had ill intentions and quickly stepped in front of Luo Ruiying, scolding Jiang Li, "Jiang Li, you better not lay a hand on Sister Luo. Sister Luo already has a husband and child. Stop dreaming. Get lost." Husband and child. Jiang Li's gaze shifted to Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying's arms, then turned to Ning Yechen, standing nearby, his expression still full of disdain. "Just this pretty boy. Ning Yechen. Hold it together. Hold it together." Ning Yechen's hand behind his back was almost unable to restrain itself from slapping this damned fly dead. It had been a long time since the Immortal Emperor dared to speak to him like this. Luo Ruiying's brows furrowed slightly, her pretty face turning cold as she stepped in front of Ning Yechen, coldly stating, "My husband is not someone you can insult." With that, a powerful aura erupted from Luo Ruiying, sweeping towards Jiang Li and his entourage. The crowd led by Jiang Li was taken aback. In an instant they felt an overwhelming pressure that they could not possibly withstand. The terrifying force knocked Jiang Li and his companions to the ground. Just as Luo Ruiying was about to give Jiang Li a profound lesson, a figure suddenly leaped out from nowhere, blocking the path of Jiang Li and his group. It was an old man with a head full of white hair, sharp eyes, and a hooked nose. The old man extended his withered hand, straining to withstand the momentum emanating from Luo Ruiying, and staggered back several steps, nearly being knocked to the ground. What a formidable pressure. This girl looks quite young, yet her cultivation level is at least on par with his, a powerful figure in the transformation stage. Perhaps she even surpasses him. Miss, my son did not mean to offend. I hope you will not take it to heart. In the future the Jiang family will surely bring generous gifts to visit you. Zhao Shuahao cupped his hands politely towards Luo Ruiying. He predicted that her cultivation strength was above his. He might not be a match for this girl. Luo Ruiying lightly furrowed her brows, withdrew her imposing aura, and said calmly, "Are you his protector?" A protector, as the name implies, is typically a personal guard assigned by prominent families for the safety of their exceptional heir. Protectors usually conceal themselves around their charges, appearing only when danger arises. Luo Ruiying did not expect that scum like Jiangli could also have a protector. It seems the Jiang family's power is indeed significant. Zhao Shuahao nodded, acknowledging his identity as a protector. Old Zhao, this matter cannot just be dismissed. Quick, capture her for this young master. Jiangli, who was frightened and fell to the ground, pointed at Luo Ruiying and commanded angrily. He had never experienced such humiliation in Nanli City. Young master, the family head is already waiting for your return. If we keep the family head waiting too long, he'll be angry. Zhao Shuahao turned to Jiangli and advised him. He understood his young master's character well. He would never let this matter rest, so he leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Young master, that woman is not easy to deal with. If you like her, I will find a way to bring her to you in the future. For now, let it go." Jiangli glared at Luo Ruiying, unwilling to give up so easily. However, hearing Zhao Shuahao promise to bring this woman in the future, an eager glint appeared in Jiangli's eyes as he licked his lip. Very well, this time he would spare this woman. Once she fell into his hands, he would make her pay. Let's go. Jiangli got up and angrily shouted at the crowd of guards behind him. As he left, he cast a meaningful glance at Luo Ruiying. A married woman. That makes it all the more interesting. Zhao Shuahao feigned an apologetic smile at Luo Ruiying before following Jiangli out of sight. "I'm sorry, Sister Luo, for making you and Brother Ning uncomfortable." Qi Yuan bowed apologetically to Luo Ruiying. Jiangli was clearly targeting her. If she hadn't insisted on coming along, Luo Ruiying and the others wouldn't have been embroiled in this. Though Luo Ruiying felt helpless, she shook her head to indicate that it was fine. If it weren't for Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen, just from Jiangli's filthy gaze, she would have killed him directly. If things could end like this, so be it. If he dares to offend again, she would show no mercy. Let's go too. Luo Ruiying turned to call out to Ning Yechen, but she found him looking at her with a silly smile. "What's wrong with you?" Luo Ruiying asked in surprise. "I'm fine, I'm just so happy that you finally called me husband again," Ning Yechen said, leaning closer to Luo Ruiying with a grin. He had been quite angry earlier, but when he heard Luo Ruiying say, "My husband is not someone you can humiliate," his heart instantly blossomed with joy. This was the second time since Luo Ruiying had sent him away with the child that she had used the term of endearment for husband. Remembering what she had said earlier, Luo Ruiying's cheeks couldn't help but flush. She had blurted it out in anger after Jiangli called Ning Yechen a pretty boy. Now that she thought back on it, she felt a bit embarrassed. But between couples, this is considered a normal form of address, right? Is this guy really this happy just because of one sentence? Qi Yuan stared blankly at the two, looking at each other, and couldn't help but sigh. Sister Luo and her husband really have a good relationship. But why does their affection seem a bit naive? They already have a child. Can you continue to call me husband like that in the future? Ning Yechen asked, sticking close to Luo Ruiying with a smile. Luo Ruiying's cheeks were as red as if stained with blush, and she softly murmured, "I'll try if there's a chance in the future." It was still a bit embarrassing for her to call Ning Yechen husband so directly. But seeing how happy he was, she couldn't refuse and just shyly deferred it to later. Once she got used to it, in the future she would naturally change how she addressed him. Ning Yechen smiled slightly, though a bit regretful he wasn't in a hurry, and took the initiative to hold Luo Ruiying's hand, continuing to stroll down the street. No rush, there will be plenty of time in the future. Luo Ruiying held the child in one arm while allowing Ning Yechen to hold her hand. The scene was especially warm and cozy for the family of three. Qi Yuan, walking behind, felt a bit shy and wasn't sure if she should join them. Was she perhaps superfluous here? As Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying passed by, they brushed shoulders with three figures wearing conical hats. The three figures sat at a stall with their backs to Ning Yechen and company, eating something. As Ning Yechen's group walked by, the faces of the three great demon kings of the demon domain forest were revealed under the conical hats. Indeed, they were the three chaos demon bulls who had followed Ning Yechen. They had been secretly tailing Ning Yechen, waiting for his orders. They had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Seeing Jiangli disrespect Luo Ruiying and dare to call their master pretty boy, they were practically scared out of their wits. They were genuinely worried that their master would get angry and flatten Nanli City. The god-swallowing python pretended to eat something, not looking at Ning Yechen but instead transmitting a cold message to him. Master, do you want us to kill those who offended you just now? Don't kill that one named Zhongli, just cripple his third leg. Kill the rest. Remember not to make too much noise, don't disturb me while I'm out with my wife and child. Ning Yechen's gaze sharpened slightly as he replied calmly. It was as if he were instructing them to do something utterly commonplace. Receiving the orders, the three god-swallowing pythons silently stood up from the stall and headed towards Zhongli's group. The god-swallowing pythons wondered why their master only wanted to cripple that man's third leg instead of killing him. Thinking carefully, they realized their master might want to do it himself and couldn't help but feel sympathy for Zhongli. Dying at their hands might at least be a quick end. In the hands of their master, however, that was uncertain. On the way back to the Zhang family, Zhongli wore a sullen expression, furrowing his brow, his face full of displeasure. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. It was one thing to be frightened by a woman, and for now he couldn't do anything about her. Damn it! The more Zhongli thought about it, the angrier he became. Just then a ball rolled to his feet. Zhongli looked up and saw a delicate little girl running to his feet, trying to reach for the ball on the ground. Did I permit you to take it? Zhongli coldly said to the little girl, stepping on the ball with a frown. The little girl stood frozen with fear, unsure of what to do, and mustered the courage to timidly point at the ball, saying, "Big brother, this is my ball. Can you give it back to me?" Your ball? Poof. Do you know that your ball sullied this young master's shoes? Zhongli's voice was harsh, and with a heavy step he crushed the ball, then unmercifully slapped the little girl across the face. He was already in a bad mood. This ignorant girl was just a perfect outlet for his anger. The little girl flew several meters away, her face bruised and swollen, blood streaming from her mouth and nose as she could only cry on the ground, whimpering. Woo-woo. Mother. Mother. Zhongli seemed not yet satisfied and strode towards the little girl. The guards behind him wore expressions of mockery and flattery. Young master has great skills. His cultivation must have improved significantly. Of course he is the young master of the Zhang family, exceptionally talented. The first man in Nanli City, no, the first in the world. Seeing Zhongli act so ruthlessly towards a little girl, the surrounding crowd was filled with indignation, clenching their fists tightly yet feeling helpless. It was hard to believe that a cultivator would take pride in bullying a little girl. Although Zhongli was not very skilled, that slap could endanger the little girl's life if she did not receive timely treatment. What a beast! Zhongli reveled in the fear he instilled in the crowd and enjoyed the praise from his guards, proudly lifting his head as he stood over the little girl, raising his foot high. Seeing that Zhongli seemed unwilling to relent and truly intended to kill the little girl, a girl in blue and white clothing couldn't help but grip the hilt of her dagger, rising to stop him, but was held back by a companion. Sui, don't be impulsive. He is Zhongli of the Zhang family. Even within our Nanli Academy we cannot provoke the Zhang family. The forces behind the Zhang family are immense. Are we really going to just watch that scoundrel kill that little girl? Why should we just watch? Sui retorted sharply to her companion. If a cultivator cannot even save lives and uphold justice, then what is the point of cultivation? Her companion was left speechless, unable to refute her. Just then a woman rushed to Zhongli's feet, kneeling in front of him, shielding her child in her arms, and cried, "Young Master Zhang. The child is ignorant and did not mean to offend you. Please have mercy and let her go." Zhongli frowned and was about to kick the woman away when he noticed her face still retained some beauty, revealing a seductive smile which made him change his mind. Zhongli leaned closer to the woman, his lecherous gaze roving over her body, and grinned wickedly. "If you want this young master to let her go, it depends on your sincerity." Sincerity? The woman murmured in confusion. Her family was not wealthy and there was nothing she could offer to gain Zhongli's favor. But as Zhongli's lewd voice echoed in her ear, her face instantly turned pale. "Madam, you would do anything for your child, wouldn't you?" He had no interest in married women looking down on second-hand goods, especially those with only a bit of beauty like this woman. But thinking of the alluring Luo Ruiying he had just seen, he couldn't help but feel restless and suddenly wanted to try the taste of a married woman. The woman stood there in despair, completely at a loss for what to do. Ordinary people like her could not resist the tyranny of the Zhang family. Seeing the woman not answer, Zhongli simply grabbed her and tried to drag her away. At this moment the middle-aged man, the child's father, rushed over, his clothes ragged, hands rough and calloused, the very image of a laborer. Seeing his daughter on the ground, he immediately burst into tears, and upon seeing Zhongli gripping his wife, he rushed over and knelt to plead, "Young Master Zhang, please let them go. What did they do wrong? If you want to punish someone, punish me. Get lost. Don't disturb this young master's enjoyment. I will repay you once and done." Zhongli kicked the middle-aged man away, forcefully dragging the woman with him.
Sui could no longer hold back and drew her sword to confront Zhongli. Just as Sui drew her sword, a ghostly figure shot past the guards behind Zhongli with incredible speed. Did something just pass by them? All the guards wore expressions of confusion, and the next moment their bodies erupted along the cracks, being sliced into several pieces. Blood gushed out in an instant and blood droplets fell like rain. Everyone stood dazed, not knowing what had happened. In a flash, all of Zhongli's guards were slain. Ah! Murder, murder! The onlookers were terrified and immediately fled in all directions. Sui and the others were also stunned, turning to see a figure shrouded in a hat with a graceful figure and a serpentine waist, holding a winding serpent sword, standing in the blood rain. This person is formidable. Instantly Sui and the others felt an inexplicable deep fear of this individual. They couldn't even capture the figure's silhouette. The heaven-swallowing serpent slowly walked towards Zhongli, who was already so terrified that he fell to the ground, shouting loudly in panic, "Zhao Zhaolao! Quick, save me!" Zhao Zhaolao leaped out to stand in front of Zhongli, looking at the mysterious woman with fear in his eyes. He spoke, "May I ask who you are? Why are you attacking my Jiang family?" Zhao Zhuoha's forehead dripped with cold sweat, his gaze fixed on the heaven-swallowing serpent. At this moment he felt an unprecedented fear. This fear even surpassed what he felt when he saw Luo Ruiying. He had been secretly monitoring Zhongli but had not seen any actions from this person. He couldn't even react, and everyone had already died under her sword. To reach such a level indicated that the opponent's cultivation was far beyond his. He knew he was a cultivator at the transformation realm, one of the top cultivators in the entirety of Nanzhou. The heaven-swallowing serpent, uninterested in wasting words with Zhao Zhuohao, fixed its icy serpent eyes on him and coldly announced his death sentence. "You have been commanded to die." "Sir? Who is your master? Why have you attacked the Jiang family without cause?" Zhao Zhuohao furrowed his brows and demanded. He racked his mind for a long while, yet could not fathom who might dare strike against the Jiang family. Though the Jiangs had made many enemies, none, so far as he recalled, possessed the influence to command someone of such overwhelming cultivation. "Do you truly believe yourself worthy of knowing my master's name?" Tian Shun Mang's expression hardened and a bone-chilling aura of slaughter erupted from his body. Zhao Shuahao's heart quaked, his hands suddenly formed arcane seals, channeling hidden techniques. Though he might stand no chance against this foe, this was Nanli City, the capital teeming with countless cultivators. If he could merely buy a sliver of time, reinforcements would surely arrive. That perhaps would not be difficult. As Zhao Zhuohao pondered how to counter Tian Shun Mang, in the next instant an immense iron-hard hand clamped down upon his skull from behind. Zhao Zhuohao froze. Before he could even react, a sickening pop echoed as his head burst like a melt. Crimson blood sprayed violently, splattering across Zhongli, who sat paralyzed on the ground and drenching his face. Too much babbling. Even I grew weary of it. Hundun Imonyo flung Zhao Zhuohao's corpse aside with contempt and wiped his hand disdainfully. Sui and the others surrounding him stood utterly dumbstruck. They had all heard of Zhao Zhuohao, truly a realm-transcending immortal cultivator. Yet he had perished before even sensing the approach of that burly man behind him, struck down in a single palm strike. It had been as effortless as crushing an ant. Zhongli lifted his gaze toward Hundun Imonyo's towering, unyielding frame, eyes wide with terror, too petrified even to tremble. His greatest pillar, Zhao Zhuohao, was dead. Without him, Zhongli's arrogance and tyranny evaporated. He shrank into a pitiful, trembling wretch stripped of all defiance. Hundun Imonyo lowered his gaze to Zhongli cowering at his feet and offered a chilling, twisted smile. "Your turn. I recall Master specifically instructed us to treat you, specially. Spare me, spare my life. Someone, anyone, help me." Zhongli shrieked desperately toward Sui and the others, his voice raw with terror, while a stream of yellow liquid spilled from beneath him. Sui's companions stood frozen in place, hands instinctively gripping their sword hilts, but not one dared draw steel and step forward. For they all knew whoever could obliterate a realm-transcending immortal in a single blow was beyond their capacity to oppose. Only Sui summoned her courage, unsheathed her blade and leapt forward. Nanli Academy bore the solemn duty of governing and safeguarding Nanli City. Though she longed for Zhongli's death, to watch him slain openly by assassins would tarnish the Academy's honor. As a disciple of Nanli Academy, she could not stand idly by. Just as Sui sprang forth, another figure descended from the heavens, blocking her path. The stranger wore a broad-brimmed hat and moved with blinding speed, seizing Sui's throat in a single unrelenting grip. No matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not break free. Even her sword failed to pierce his flesh. A profound shock surged through Sui's heart, dread tightening its suffocating grip. Who was this person? Was this truly the day her life would end? Master said, "Make no excessive commotion. It must not disturb Master. Spare those not marked as targets."
Tian Shenmang cautioned Tai Tan Zhuyuan, who had already raised his hand to strike. Tai Tan Zhuyuan suddenly recalled Ning Yechen's instructions and hurled Sui aside without delivering a killing blow. As Tian Shenmang strode toward Jian Li, a woman and a middle-aged man clutched their child tightly, sitting rigid on the ground, their faces etched with terror. Tian Shenmang ignored the trio, advancing straight to Jian Li's side. "Please, spare me. How much did that person pay you? I'll give you 10 times that amount." "No, 20 times. 100 times. Seeing no one dare intervene, Jian Li babbled frantically, attempting to bribe the 3 assailants. Tian Shenmang cast a cold, indifferent glance at Jian Li and uttered flatly, "Proceed. Right away." Hundun Mo brought his foot down hard upon Jian Li's legs, crack, shattering both bones instantly. A. Shattered tibia and fibula sent waves of excruciating agony tearing through Jian Li. His screams pierced the air like a slaughtered pig's, mingling with sobs into a harrowing cacophony. "Master instructed you to sever his third leg, not both of them." Tian Shenmang rolled his eyes at Hundun Mo with weary exasperation. "Oh. Sorry, I forgot. Let me try again." Hundun Mo lifted his massive foot once more and stamped with surgical precision upon Jian Li's groin. The earth beneath Jian Li's crotch collapsed inward, leaving a deep, brutal impression. This time Jian Li emitted no scream, his face paled, his consciousness fled, and crimson blood gushed freely from between his legs. "Mission accomplished. Let's go." Tian Shenmang glanced briefly at the unconscious Jian Li and spoke to Hundun Mo and Tai Tan Zhuyuan. In a flash the 3 leapt skyward, vanishing into shadow, gone without trace. City guards and cultivators, alerted by the commotion, arrived belatedly. By the time they reached the scene, it was awash in gore, gruesome beyond description. Moments later alarms blared across Nanli City, panic swept the capital like wildfire. Countless guards and cultivators launched frantic manhunts, yet not a single trace of the 3 assailants could be found. Shortly thereafter, within the Zhang family estate, the unconscious Jian Li was carried back into the Zhang residence. Zhangjin, the Zhang patriarch, stood trembling with rage upon seeing his son half dead before him. His eyes burned with malevolent fury as he pointed a shaking finger and roared, "Who did this? Who dares maim my beloved son so brutally? Who?" Jian Li was his sole heir, the apple of his eye, cherished beyond measure, never once struck or scolded. Now both legs were shattered, and his very lineage extinguished beneath a crushing boot. Zhangjin's thunderous roar shook the hall. Attendants quailed, bowing their heads in silent dread. Seeing no one dare answer, Zhangjin exploded anew. "Worthless fools! What use are you to me? Find them, now. Raise every corner of Nanli City if you must, but bring me those murderers." "Yes." Attendants scrambled away in haste. Once they'd vanished, a man clad in a pristine lotus-white robe emerged slowly from the inner hall, his features delicate, his demeanor unnervingly serene. To defeat Zhao Elder, a realm transcending immortal, means the perpetrators are no ordinary foes. Even if you tear Nanli City apart stone by stone, you'll find nothing. Holy envoy. Zhangjin immediately subdued his fury, bowing deeply to the man. Then with bitter reluctance he asked, "Does your holiness truly expect me to let this outrage go unpunished?" "Certainly not. But for now the church's mission must take precedence. Once the Merchant Guild War concludes, and the Zhang family assumes full dominion over Nanli City, I shall personally report your achievements to the High Pontiff and petition him to intervene on your behalf." Chen Rou smiled faintly. Zhangjin paused, weighed the words, then sighed, a sound heavy with resignation and simmering vengeance, and replied, "With your holiness present, victory in the Merchant Guild War is assured. Once the Zhang family rules Nanli City, we shall serve the Sacred Lotus Church with unwavering loyalty. I beg only that upon success the church fulfill its vow and avenge my son." On the other side, after going around in circles, Qi Yuan led Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying through a different alley. Both sides of the street were filled with various snacks, and the mixed aromas nearly filled the entire street, wafting through the air. The street was bustling with crowds, especially families with wives and children. This is the most vibrant and lively food street in the Nali capital. Here, in addition to the unique delicacies of Xuanxian, there are also dishes from other nations. Qi Yuan explained to Ning Yechen and the others as she walked ahead. She thought that powerful cultivators like Luo Ruiying might not be too interested in these snacks. However, upon arriving at the food street, Luo Ruiying intentionally slowed her pace. Having been born in the celestial realm, Luo Ruiying was used to eating celestial fruits and drinking spiritual spring water, and had rarely seen these mortal snacks. In the celestial realm, one does not need to cook to fill their stomachs, they rely entirely on absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to nourish their bodies. Even a child born in the celestial realm only needs to consume celestial fruit essence. Luo Hongyan nestled in Luo Ruiying's arms, stared with bright eyes, curiously looking around, her mouth nearly watering.
As they passed a stall selling candied fruits, Luo Hongye couldn't take her eyes off it, her little mouth unconsciously opening wide. Seeing this, Ning Yechen smiled indulgently and walked to the stall raising 2 fingers. "Boss, please give me 2 skewers." "Sure." The stall owner responded cheerfully, immediately picking up 2 skewers of candied fruits and handing them to Ning Yechen while complimenting him. "Sir, you're truly fortunate. Your wife and child are indeed beautiful as flowers." "Isn't that right? I also feel very lucky to have such a beautiful wife and a lovely child." The stall owner's sincere congratulations made Ning Yechen very happy. His proud nose lifted high, and in his delight he decided to buy everything from the stall owner. Luo Ruiying behind him couldn't help but glance at Ning Yechen with a flushed face. When someone compliments you, you happily buy everything from their stall. "Here, Yi, enjoy this." Ning Yechen held a whole large skewer of candy and handed one of the candied fruits to Luo Hongye. Candied fruit is essentially pieces of fruit skewered together and coated with a layer of syrup that solidifies. Luo Hongye's big eyes seemed to say she wanted it, but she turned her head to look at Luo Ruiying and asked in a soft voice, "Mother, can Yi eat this? Your father specifically bought it for you, so go ahead and eat it." Luo Ruiying could clearly see the eager look on Luo Hongye's face and smiled indulgently, nodding her head. Having never been able to properly care for her child before, her greatest wish now was for her child to live a carefree and happy life. Luo Hongye immediately reached out her chubby little hand to take the candied fruit from Ning Yechen's hand and popped it into her mouth. Worried that the bamboo skewer might prick her child, Luo Ruiying deliberately took the candied fruit from Luo Hongye's hand, removed the candy from the skewer and fed it to her. Luo Hongye puffed up her round little face, beaming with a radiant smile. Just as Luo Ruiying was feeding her, another skewer of candied fruit unexpectedly appeared at her mouth. Luo Ruiying raised her brows and saw Ning Yechen holding another skewer of candied fruit towards her mouth with a charming smile on his face. "Wife, this skewer is for you." "For me?" Luo Ruiying felt a bit shy all of a sudden. As a former empress of the celestial realm, would it be inappropriate to eat such mortal snacks? And especially being fed by Ning Yechen. Under Ning Yechen's hopeful gaze, Luo Ruiying tucked away a few strands of hair that had fallen over her face, her cheeks slightly flushed, and gently opened her lips to take a bite of the candied fruit. After all, no one knew her identity, it wouldn't hurt to indulge a little. Luo Ruiying's graceful and light movements, along with her shy yet stunning beauty, made Ning Yechen, who was standing in front of her, gaze at her for a moment longer, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wife, you look really beautiful when you eat." Cough, cough. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing this, Luo Ruiying covered her mouth and coughed a few times, glaring at Ning Yechen with a charming pout. This guy suddenly says such things, making her feel embarrassed. "I am not lying. If you don't believe me, ask Yi. Yi, does your mother look good when she eats?" Ning Yechen turned to Luo Hongye in Luo Ruiying's arms with a smile. "She looks good. Mother is the best," Luo Hongye exclaimed happily, raising both hands as she chewed her food. With many passers-by around the street, Luo Ruiying became even more embarrassed, her cheeks flushed as she glared at Ning Yechen. The father and daughter made her feel even more shy. Qi Yuan, watching from the side, also felt a bit embarrassed and envious. Sister Luo and brother Ning have such a good relationship. At this moment, Luo Ruiying remembered that Qi Yuan was still beside her and somewhat shyly offered the candied fruit in her hand, asking, "Would you like some?" No, thank you, Sister Luo." Qi Yuan waved her hands repeatedly, smiling at Luo Hongye in Luo Ruiying's arms, saying, "If little Yi likes to eat, I know many other delicious things. Would you like me to buy you some?" She had never seen such a delicate, cute and obedient child like Luo Hongye. Of course it's true. Sister never lies to cute little children. Seeing Luo Hongye's soft and adorable demeanor, Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Here around strangers feeling. When Qi Yuan spoke to her, she shrank back into Luo Ruiying's arms, but upon hearing about delicious food, she couldn't help but glance at Qi Yuan and weakly asked, Really? Of course it's true. Sister never lies to cute little children." Seeing Luo Hongye's soft and adorable demeanor, Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She finally got Luo Hongye to talk to her. "Little Yi is so cute, I really want to pinch her chubby little face. I also want to hug her and give her a kiss." Standing aside, Ning Yechen felt that he needed to be more wary of this girl, in case she tries to take his child away. Ultimately, under Qi Yuan's enticing descriptions of how delicious the snacks were, Luo Hongye succumbed. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye as they continued to eat their way down the street. Whatever Luo Hongye showed interest in, Ning Yechen would unhesitatingly buy for her. Qi Yuan would also take the initiative to buy various snacks to feed Luo Hongye. Candied hawthorns, glutinous rice balls, baked cakes, tofu pudding, steamed buns. Almost the entire food street was devoured by Luo Hongye. The relationship between Qi Yuan and Luo Hongye also got a little closer. After walking most of the street, the three found a stone bench to sit down.
It wasn't because they were tired but because they had too many snacks in hand and were preparing to sit down and let Luo Hongye eat. At this moment Luo Hongye was sitting in Luo Ruiying's arms holding a steamed bun that was bigger than her face, happily taking bites. Luo Ruiying helplessly took out a handkerchief to wipe the stains from the corners of her mouth. Just then a noisy commotion echoed from afar and alarm bells sounded throughout the capital. The guards in the city rushed toward the distance. Some fleeing people breathlessly explained the situation to the crowd around. Just moments ago 3 mysterious individuals attacked Jianli and his group. In the blink of an eye Jianli and his entire group were killed. Only Jianli seemed to have miraculously survived. What? Someone actually dared to attack Jianli of the Jiang family in the heart of Nanli City. The surrounding crowd was stunned, their mouths agape in shock. The Jiang family wielded immense power in Nanli City and no one dared to cross them, yet someone had the audacity to attempt an assassination. Qi Yuan was equally astonished upon hearing this news. Jianli was surrounded by dozens of martial spirit realm guards and even had a transformation realm protector by his side. How could they have all been killed? As far as she knew, there seemed to be no one in Nanli City with such strength. Qi Yuan was greatly shocked and puzzled, but then couldn't help but smile, a sense of joy spreading across her face. I didn't expect the Jiang family and Jianli to meet such a day. Surely it was because he had been too arrogant and tyrannical, offending those he shouldn't have. Truly self-inflicted. Luo Ruiying showed no change in expression upon hearing the news. She was completely unconcerned about these matters. She simply hoped that the chaos in the city wouldn't disrupt her upcoming life. Let's go, it's getting late and it's time to choose a place to live, Luo Ruiying said as she picked up Luo Hongye, addressing Ning Yechen. Having wandered around the city, it was time to select a suitable residence to settle down. What kind of house do you and brother Ning like, Sister Luo? As their guide Qi Yuan stepped forward to inquire. As the daughter of the Qi family business in Nanli City, she was well aware of the shops and houses available for rent. There were managers assigned to various places in the city, so as long as Luo Ruiying expressed her preference for a house, she could quickly find something suitable. Luo Ruiying thought for a moment and replied, if possible, I hope to find a quieter place. She didn't have high demands for the residence, what mattered was that the family could be together. Qi Yuan pondered for a moment and soon fetched a manager responsible for selling houses. The manager led Qi Yuan and Luo Ruiying to a relatively secluded courtyard in Nanli City. The street in front of the courtyard was empty, with a few sparse trees standing outside the gate and a gentle stream flowing behind the yard, making the scenery quite tranquil and pleasant. Pushing open the courtyard gate, they entered. The courtyard was spacious and bright, with not only the master bedroom but also several side rooms, a kitchen and a separate bathroom. The entire courtyard was almost as large as a small mansion. This one is quite nice, but it seems a bit too big. For just 3 people to live in it might be too extravagant. Even though she had lived in far more spacious and luxurious places in the immortal realm, now as a wife she had to consider many things. Living in such a large house with just 3 people would inevitably feel wasteful. Moreover, cleaning and maintaining the house would also be troublesome. Most importantly, such a large courtyard would surely cost a considerable amount of money. Ning Yechen looked around and also felt that this house was quite nice. He then asked while holding Luo Hongye, do you like it here, Yi? I like it, as long as I'm with mommy and daddy I like it, Luo Hongye said happily while leaning in Ning Yechen's arms. Our little Yi is so well behaved. Ning Yechen fondly rubbed Luo Hongye's small nose and turned to Luo Ruiying, saying, wife, how about we just live here? Isn't this place too expensive? Luo Ruiying quietly pulled Ning Yechen aside and asked. Unexpectedly, even she, the Empress of the Immortal Realm, would someday have to worry about money. When she escaped from the Immortal Realm, her immortal ring was also taken away, and now apart from her cultivation she could be considered completely empty. As for money, Ning Yechen never worried about it. Buying the entire Nanli City would be nothing to him, let alone this small courtyard. Don't worry my dear, it won't cost much. Ning Yechen laughed and reassured her, finding it quite amusing. Has his wife started living a frugal life now? It's becoming more and more like a refined and gentle wife. Dear guest, if you plan to buy the entire courtyard it will cost 200,000 taels. The old manager came forward with a smile and asked purchase. Ning Yechen replied without hesitation. Luo Ruiying hurriedly said softly next to Ning Yechen, there's no need to spend too much on buying it, just renting it is fine. They primarily came to Nanli City to escape potential pursuers, and they might leave again soon, so there was no need to waste money buying the entire courtyard. Rest assured my dear, it won't cost that much. Ning Yechen smiled and comforted her, finding it very amusing. Has his wife really started living a frugal life now? It's becoming increasingly like a gentle and refined wife. Dear guest, if you intend to buy the whole courtyard it will cost 200,000 taels. The old manager raised 2 fingers and said. Without hesitation, Ning Yechen took out a small bag from his pocket and tossed it to the old manager. This should be enough. The old manager opened the bag in confusion and instantly his eyes widened in shock. Inside the bag were various rare and dazzling gems. Each gem was exceptionally rare in color and shape. There were many he had never seen before. The old manager put on special glasses for examining gems and carefully picked up one gem to scrutinize it repeatedly, his expression increasingly astonished. The value of such pure material if made into jewelry would increase dozens of times. Having worked at the Qi family business for most of his life, he had never seen such perfect gem material. The value of this small bag far exceeded 200,000 taels. Qi Yuan also came over. Growing up in the business association, she could recognize the preciousness of certain items. Seeing the bag of gems in the old manager's hands, her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Ning Yechen. So Luo Ruiying's husband was a wealthy young master. Sister Luo, brother Ning, these gems are enough to pay for the courtyard, but Qi Yuan cannot accept them. Qi Yuan handed the entire bag of gems back to Ning Yechen. Sister Luo saved my life, let this courtyard be my way of thanking her for that. How could that be? Luo Ruiying wanted to refuse, but Ning Yechen preempted her, narrowing his eyes and smiling as he looked at Qi Yuan, asking, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Qi, you actually have a request. After Qi Yuan witnessed Luo Ruiying's strength, she became particularly enthusiastic. While part of it was due to admiration and gratitude, Ning Yechen could also see a hint of hesitation in her expression. Qi Yuan seemed to be particularly eager to ask his wife for a favor. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying turned her gaze towards Qi Yuan. Seeing that she had been seen through, Qi Yuan no longer hid it and bowed respectfully to Luo Ruiying, earnestly pleading, I truly have a request. Sister Luo, I want to ask you to save the Qi family. Rescuing the Qi family? Luo Ruiying asked with confusion. Yes. Qi Yuan said, lowering her eyebrows with a dim expression. In fact, the Qi family is almost about to be removed from the southern city capital. In a few days there will be a commercial competition between the Qi family and the Zhang family. Once the Qi family and the Zhang family each occupied 50% of the commercial associations in the city, but in recent years the Zhang family has been expanding aggressively, forcibly taking over our Qi family's industries due to their backing. Now less than 30% of the commercial associations are still under our Qi family's control. What do you want me to do to save the Qi family? Luo Ruiying asked. I want to ask you, Sister Luo, to represent our Qi family in the commercial competition. Qi Yuan earnestly pleaded. Conflicts and contradictions often arise between commercial associations, and once the disputes escalate, it can easily lead to bloodshed and even extermination. Thus, a new solution to resolve conflicts was established among the commercial associations. That is the commercial competition. When two commercial associations have irreconcilable conflicts, one party can choose to challenge the other to a commercial competition. Both commercial associations stake their bets and invite a representative from their respective associations to participate in the competition. The losing side must fulfill their stake to the winning side. Such competitions greatly help to avoid the situation where commercial associations secretly fight due to conflicts. This solution was proposed by an alliance known as the Treasure Merchant Alliance. The Treasure Merchant Alliance is a coalition of numerous commercial associations. It is ostensibly formed for mutual assistance and development, while also responsible for mediating conflicts between associations and maintaining stability within the alliance. For the fairness of the competition, when two associations initiate a commercial competition, there are usually representatives from the Treasure Merchant Alliance present as witnesses. This time the Qi family took the initiative to challenge the Zhang family. Years of oppression finally led the Qi family to decide to risk everything and challenge the Zhang family to a commercial competition, hoping to reclaim everything they had lost. However, the cultivators who originally agreed to fight for the Qi family either suddenly refused or died from various accidents. After witnessing Luo Ruiying's formidable strength, Qi Yuan began to consider entrusting Luo Ruiying. In truth, she had not wanted to involve Luo Ruiying in the dispute between the Qi and Zhang families, especially since the Zhang family has another powerful force behind them. But she was truly out of options and had no choice but to seek Luo Ruiying's assistance. Alright, I can help you fight on behalf of the Qi family. Luo Ruiying thought for a moment and ultimately nodded gently in agreement. On one hand, it served as a thank you for receiving this residence, and on the other, she felt that if the Zhang family, particularly Zhang continued to gain power in the city, the citizens might not be able to live a stable and happy life. Therefore, she was willing to intervene and help Qi Yuan through this difficult time. That's great. Thank you, Sister Luo. Qi Yuan bowed gratefully, feeling much lighter in heart. No need for thanks. I'll just consider it as a reward for accepting this residence. Luo Ruiying shook her head. Sister Luo, I have another request I'd like to ask of you. Could you accept me as your disciple? I can offer you extra compensation.
Qi Yuan said with a conflicted expression, her hopeful gaze fixed on Luo Ruiying. Having seen Luo Ruiying's graceful figure at first glance, she was deeply captivated. Although her family had been merchants for generations, she had always harbored dreams of cultivating and attaining enlightenment. Luo Ruiying did not expect Qi Yuan wanted to be her disciple. After giving her a surprised glance, she gently shook her head in apology. "I'm sorry, I don't intend to take on disciples." She had chosen to live here to lead a peaceful life, so she had no plans to take on any disciples. Moreover, she was still being pursued and did not want to involve others in her troubles. "Alright then, I apologize for bothering you, Sister Luo." After being rejected, Qi Yuan looked very dejected. Since she was young, she had sought many cultivators to become her mentor, but without exception she had been rejected. The reason was that she had been injured in her youth, leaving her with residual wounds and damaged meridians, making effective cultivation impossible. Qi Yuan felt that Luo Ruiying must have seen her issues and thought that she would definitely be unable to cultivate and lack talent, which was why she rejected her. "Sister Luo, if a person's meridians are damaged, does that mean they are forever hopeless in the path of cultivation?" Qi Yuan asked, raising her head with a hint of reluctance. Luo Ruiying could tell from Qi Yuan's expression who she was referring to. Though she felt a pang of sympathy, she answered earnestly, "The meridians are the pathways through which cultivators absorb and circulate the spiritual energy of the universe, serving as the foundation for cultivation. Without the ability to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe, without the circulation of spiritual power, one cannot truly cultivate. One could say that a person's entire meridian system is equivalent to their path to immortality. The denser and more unobstructed your meridians are, the further you can go on your cultivation path." "I see. Indeed, I suppose I am fated to be unable to cultivate in this lifetime." Qi Yuan's expression grew even more despondent upon hearing this. She had actually not been surprised. Because she had long known this reasoning, she was merely asking again to completely put her heart to rest. "Then Sister Luo, I will take my leave." Just as Qi Yuan was about to turn and take her leave, she heard a light laugh from behind her. "Although damaged meridians cannot cultivate, as long as you restore them, won't you be fine?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan froze in place, turning around in surprise to look at Ning Yechen. She certainly understood this reasoning. But how many people in the world could restore damaged meridians? She had never even heard of anyone being able to restore their damaged meridians. Yet from what Ning Yechen said, it seemed he had a way to help her restore them. "Ninggu, can you help me restore my damaged meridians?" Qi Yuan felt a flicker of hope igniting in her heart, her eyes eagerly fixed on Ning Yechen. "I have a little knowledge in that area," Ning Yechen said, modestly lifting his head. Luo Ruiying also looked at Ning Yechen with some surprise. So he also knew medicine and could heal damaged meridians. That was quite an impressive ability. If she, who had once been an empress, were still in her prime, she could easily heal Qi Yuan's meridian injuries, but now she was unable to do so. Yet this ordinary person seemed to have a solution. Upon further reflection, it wasn't too strange, as Ning Yechen had prepared medicinal porridge and very effective healing soups when she was injured. Perhaps he really did understand some medicine. "Ninggu, please tell me what I need to do. Do I need to prepare any medicinal materials?" Qi Yuan leaned eagerly toward Ning Yechen, her eyes filled with anticipation. She had never been this excited before. Ning Yechen smiled and shook his head, saying, "You don't need to prepare anything." As Ning Yechen's words fell, the scene fell into a momentary silence. "Now right." Qi Yuan's face instantly flushed red and she shyly lowered her head. Although she knew Ning Yechen did not mean it that way, it was still a bit embarrassing for her to undress in front of a strange man. Luo Ruiying slightly frowned, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Yechen, clearly showing her displeasure. Ning Yechen then realized that his previous words might not have been appropriate and quickly approached Luo Hongye, explaining, "My dear, don't misunderstand, I meant to use silver needles to open her meridians and unblock her channels." "I certainly know that. I didn't misunderstand anything." Luo Ruiying lightly huffed, turning her head away. "Ning Yechen." She clearly seemed to be angry. "My dear, are you angry?" Ning Yechen leaned closer to Luo Ruiying, his shoulder touching her, smiling as he asked, "I'm not angry at all. Don't treat me like that kind of petty and unreasonable woman." Luo Ruiying shot Ning Yechen a sidelong glance, taking Luo Hongye from his arms, and said lightly, "Don't you have a way to heal her meridians? Hurry and help her then." Seeing the sulking look on Luo Ruiying's face, Ning Yechen felt inexplicably happy and nodded before walking up to Qi Yuan. "Miss Qi, please come with me." With that, Ning Yechen stepped into the room first. Qi Yuan's small face turned crimson, and after hesitating for a moment, she immediately followed him inside. This was a rare opportunity. No matter whether Ning Yechen could truly heal her damaged meridians, she had to try. This could very well be her last chance to cultivate in this lifetime. Once inside, Qi Yuan stood frozen, unsure of what to do.
Ning Yechen had already seated himself on the bed looking at her and saying, "What are you still dawdling for? Come over here. Just turn your back to me and take off your clothes." "Oh." Qi Yuan replied, nervously climbing onto the bed and slowly removing her clothes while facing away from Ning Yechen. Undressing in front of a strange man was indeed quite embarrassing for her. However, in order to step onto the path of cultivation in the future, she still forced herself to endure the shyness, slowly revealing her back. In contrast to Qi Yuan's shyness, Ning Yechen remained calm and composed, showing no signs of disturbance. Even looking at her fair back, he felt no inclination or interest. Whether in form or appearance, Qi Yuan was far inferior to Luo Ruiying. How could he possibly be interested? He had seen many beautiful and alluring women, yet it was only in the presence of his wife that he found interest. Ning Yechen took out a set of silver needles from his robe and swiftly and accurately inserted a few fine needles into Qi Yuan's back meridians. In fact, whether Qi Yuan undressed or not made no difference to him. In his eyes, he could clearly see the flow of every person's meridians and even the condition of their dantian. Even if it was through clothing, it was the same. The reason for asking Qi Yuan to undress was merely to prevent Luo Ruiying from becoming suspicious. If he could accurately insert the silver needles into the fine meridians without undressing, that would indeed be a bit too exaggerated and could easily raise doubts. In fact, he didn't even need the silver needles. He could heal Qi Yuan's meridians just by using his fingers. Inserting these few needles was merely for the sake of Luo Ruiying and Qi Yuan. As Ning Yechen inserted a silver needle into Qi Yuan's back, the slight sting made her involuntarily let out a soft moan. "Ah." Meanwhile, outside the room, Luo Ruiying stood at the door with Luo Hongye in her arms, her lips slightly pouting, looking quite displeased. For some reason, she felt inexplicably unhappy. Luo Ruiying turned her head to look inside the room, her expression hesitant. She really wanted to see what was happening inside, but she also felt it was not quite appropriate. As a dignified empress of the immortal realm, it was indeed improper to engage in such eavesdropping. After all, the two of them were just healing her wounds. There was nothing for her to worry about. "Mother, what are daddy and that sister doing?" Luo Hongye raised her little head and asked Luo Ruiying innocently. "Daddy is helping that sister heal her wounds," Luo Ruiying replied gently with a smile to Luo Hongye in her arms. The next moment, a soft moan came from inside the room. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes involuntarily widened, and in a flash she reached the door, sneaking up to the window and peeking through the gap to observe the situation inside. She was just curious about what was happening inside. Just concerned for their safety. This was definitely not eavesdropping. Just a quick glance. She just wanted a quick glance. Luo Hongye blinked, her big eyes in her mother's arms full of innocent confusion. What was mother doing? Inside the room, every time Ning Yechen inserted a needle, Qi Yuan would feel a slight sting and a wave of heat on her back, unable to help but let out a soft moan. This made Ning Yechen feel awkward and unable to continue. "Miss Qi, please refrain from making strange sounds or else my wife will misunderstand. Also, don't tense up too much." This made Ning Yechen feel awkward and unable to continue. He had already noticed a pair of eyes outside staring intently at him through the window. Even if Luo Ruiying thought he was just an ordinary person, this naked gaze would be noticed by anyone. And she herself seemed unaware of it. "I'm sorry. I'll hold it in. Ning, big brother, you can continue." Qi Yuan's face turned crimson as she tightly covered her mouth. She also knew that the sounds she made were indeed too strange. But she couldn't help it. With each needle inserted, although there was a brief weak sting, it was followed by a wave of warmth and indescribable comfort. She was already trying very hard to suppress it. Ning Yechen felt that if he continued inserting needles like this, his wife would probably break down the door and rush in. Thus Ning Yechen picked up the remaining silver needles and all at once inserted them accurately into Qi Yuan's back. "Yeah." This time, even if Qi Yuan bit her teeth, she couldn't hold it in. Her face slightly twitching, she cried out in pain, her whole body weakly leaning against the bed. After a long moment, Qi Yuan managed to recover and realized that Ning Yechen had already removed all the silver needles from her back, tidied up his things and was leaving the bed. "Ning, big brother, aren't you continuing? I can endure." Qi Yuan anxiously looked up and asked. She thought Ning Yechen was afraid she couldn't hold on, so he stopped early. Ning Yechen smiled slightly and said lightly, "Continue. It's already over." "Ha." Qi Yuan looked puzzled and then tried circulating her spiritual energy within her body. The spiritual energy flowed through her body with remarkable ease, no longer blocked as it had been before. Her meridians had truly returned to normal. "Is this really true?" Qi Yuan's eyes widened in surprise, her face filled with disbelief. She had truly recovered. Once her Qi family had spent countless gold and spirit stones seeking all sorts of divine and immortal doctors, yet they were helpless, but this man before her had healed her with just a few needles. The speed was simply astounding. She felt as if she had only needed to receive a few simple needle pokes to be healed. It felt as if she had just asked if it had started only to be told it had already ended. Thank you, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan excitedly jumped off the bed, wanting to rush forward to express her gratitude to Ning Yechen. However, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Ning Yechen, blocking her way. Miss Qi, your clothes. Luo Ruiying gently reminded her. Only then did Qi Yuan realize that she was still wearing a thin form-fitting white garment, almost behaving inappropriately towards Brother Ning. I'm sorry, Sister Luo, I didn't mean to. Qi Yuan blushed and hurriedly apologized, turning around to get dressed. During this time, Luo Ruiying shot a glare at Ning Yechen.
Ning Yechen smiled wryly and shrugged.
He was innocent. He had done nothing and had not looked. After Qi Yuan got dressed, Luo Ruiying stepped forward and carefully checked her pulse. Upon doing so, Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. The meridians within Qi Yuan's body were indeed unobstructed. How did he manage to do this? He had successfully healed her entire meridian system with just a few silver needles. This was simply incredible. Initially, she thought Ning Yechen was just an ordinary hunter from the mountains, but now seeing him casually produce great wealth and heal others with a few needles truly surprised her. Thank you, Sister Luo and Brother Ning. Qi Yuan once again expressed her sincere gratitude to Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Luo Ruiying had saved her life and Ning Yechen had given her hope to reignite her cultivation. Her heart was filled with endless gratitude towards the two of them. There's no need to thank us. Although your meridians have recovered, you still need to take care of yourself for a few days to fully recuperate. Here is a prescription along with some materials you'll need. If you follow the prescription and take the medicine on schedule for the next few days, you will fully recover.
Ning Yechen smiled slightly and took out some medicinal herbs and a prescription from his pocket, tossing them into Qi Yuan's arm. Qi Yuan looked down at the prescription in her hands and then at the rare medicinal herbs in the package, her eyes widening in shock. These were extremely rare medicinal herbs in the world. Each one was worth an extraordinary amount. She had never seen such a prescription, but her intuition told her it was undoubtedly correct. This seemed to be a prescription for nourishing the meridians. The value of this prescription alone far exceeded that of this entire residence. Yet he just casually gave it to her. Brother Ning, can I really accept these things? Qi Yuan stammered in shock. The value of these items was far too high. Ning Yechen nodded with a smile. You need these materials and the prescription right now. Since I've given them to you, feel free to use them as you wish. Thank you so much, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan couldn't help but feel moved as she bowed deeply in thanks, tears welling up in her eyes. With these materials and the prescription, not only did she have hope for cultivation, but the Qi family business also had new hope. Brother Ning, may I ask a question? Why are you being so kind to me? After expressing her gratitude, Qi Yuan asked in confusion. She had only met Ning Yechen by chance outside the city. It was their first meeting, yet she received such unimaginable help. Because Miss Qi treated my daughter well and made her happy, that's all there is to it. Ning Yechen smiled faintly. The things he gave Qi Yuan as a reward for making his daughter happy were hardly worth mentioning. This reason was completely unexpected for Qi Yuan. She merely bought some snacks to please Luo Hongye because she liked her, and yet Ning Yechen went so far as to heal her meridians and gift her rare and valuable herbs and prescriptions. His generosity far surpassed that of the Qi family. As expected, both he and Sister Luo were extraordinary. Initially, she thought Ning Yechen was just an ordinary person with no signs of spiritual energy. Now she realized. He was a true divine doctor. Moreover, he came from a very wealthy background and was extraordinarily generous. Then I'll take my leave. Sister Luo, goodbye, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan, after accepting the herbs and prescription, respectfully bowed to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying before leaving the residence with a light step. She could not wait to return home and study this prescription. As soon as Qi Yuan left, Luo Ruiying frowned and looked at Ning Yechen, asking, "How come I never heard that you were also skilled in medicine?" Luo Ruiying's tone and expression made Ning Yechen feel as though he had been caught hiding his savings and his wife was demanding an explanation. This made Ning Yechen inexplicably feel pressured. Even facing dozens of celestial emperors, he had never felt such pressure. My dear wife, if you didn't ask, I wouldn't have said anything. Ning Yechen slowly moved closer to Luo Ruiying, smiling as if to placate her. Luo Ruiying continued to gaze at Ning Yechen with a scrutinizing look and asked, "Then why did you choose to live in the mountains?" Ning Yechen's brain raced, and within 0.0001 seconds he thought of a plausible explanation. To be honest, my dear wife, I was originally born into a very wealthy family with countless family members, all of whom were doctors who saved lives. However, I later encountered unfortunate events and in despair chose to retreat to the mountains. Ning Yechen spoke passionately, stirringly, almost bringing himself to tears. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's doubts vanished and her expression softened significantly. She hadn't expected him to have such a poignant and touching past.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that.
Luo Ruiying expressed her apologies.
It's alright, my dear wife, I've long since moved on from it. As long as you are not angry at me, that's all that matters.
Ning Yechen gently wrapped his arms around Luo Ruiying's delicate waist, gazing at her affectionately.
Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly turned her head away. I wasn't angry.
Really? When you were treating Miss Chi's injuries, who was it that was sulking by the window? Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying tightly, a teasing smile on his face.
I wasn't sulking. I was just worried that something might happen to you.
Luo Ruiying blushed and defended herself, embarrassed to have been caught peeking. At this moment, Ning Yechen's body was getting closer to hers.
If he weren't holding Luo Hongye, they would almost be face to face.
Ning Yechen leaned close to Luo Ruiying's ear, blowing a warm breath and whispering, my dear wife, I'm not just skilled in medicine, I'm also quite good at massages. My dear wife, after a long day of hard work, let me give you a massage.
As he spoke, Ning Yechen picked up Luo Ruiying and walked towards the bed.
When she came to her senses, she found herself already placed on the bed. Wife, take off your clothes and turn over to lie down, please.
I will make you feel very comfortable. Ning Yechen whispered softly into Luo Ruiying's ear.
He took Luo Hongye from her arms and placed the small child at his feet. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed crimson and she anxiously asked, why must I take off my clothes for the massage?
Because I need to apply some medicinal liquid to relieve your fatigue, it's very effective. Wife, just trust me with your body. Ning Yechen said earnestly.
Luo Ruiying, startled, rejected him with a delicate voice.
It didn't sound like a proper massage at all. Sigh. If you really don't want to, then forget it. Ning Yechen sighed lightly, his expression turning downcast.
This made Luo Ruiying feel a sudden pang of guilt. Ning Yechen just wanted to give her a massage to make her comfortable, and her direct rejection seemed to waste his kind intentions.
Still need to tidy up the room. If it's just for a moment, that's fine. Luo Ruiying blushed and reluctantly compromised.
It was just a massage after all, and he was her husband, so it was only natural for him to touch her body. She didn't need to resist so much.
No problem. Just leave it to me, my wife.
Upon hearing Luo Ruiying agree, Ning Yechen instantly became excited, completely shedding his previous mood of disappointment.
Luo Ruiying suddenly felt as if she had been deceived. This guy must have been pretending to be upset just now.
But she couldn't take back her words. Luo Ruiying turned her back to Ning Yechen, her delicate hand slowly loosening the silk ribbon at her waist, her ethereal dress slipping partially down, revealing her slender and graceful back, her skin as soft as freshly fallen snow. At this moment she wore only a fitted white floral belly band. Blushing, Luo Ruiying stole a glance at Ning Yechen and slowly lay down on the bed.
We agreed it can only be for a moment. No problem.
Ning Yechen replied excitedly, his hands already coated with the medicinal liquid gently pressing against Luo Ruiying's back. His hands glided over her smooth and delicate back, the cool and silky medicinal liquid spreading evenly, his fingers sometimes pressing firmly, sometimes kneading gently. Luo Ruiying closed her eyes in pleasure, and when her waist was pressed down forcefully she couldn't help but let out a very tempting soft. Realizing her reaction, Luo Ruiying hurriedly covered her mouth, her face blushing fiercely. How could she make such a sound? The child was still by the bed. It was all this guy's fault. She never expected his massage technique to be this remarkable. Every part of her skin he pressed felt unusually comfortable. When his fingertips glided across her back, her entire body felt electrified with a tingling sensation. Although it was very comfortable, Luo Ruiying still bit her silver teeth, enduring without making any sound. It wasn't until she could hardly hold on that she finally spoke softly, okay, it's enough.
Wife, we've only just begun. Ning Yechen increased the pressure slightly.
Luo Ruiying's delicate body immediately felt a fiery sensation. It didn't hurt, but instead felt surprisingly pleasant. Unconsciously, Luo Ruiying became lost in the sensation, allowing Ning Yechen's hands to roam freely over her body. Moments later her cheeks were tinted with an alluring blush, her red lips panting softly, her expression dreamy and enticing.
Ning Yechen gazed at her mesmerized. He seemed to be getting a bit carried away.
But his wife looked so enticing like this.
Ning Yechen instinctively leaned closer to Luo Ruiying's cheek.
Luo Ruiying's heart raced violently, yet she still slightly raised her head.
This indicated she had no intention of rejecting him.
Ning Yechen felt a flutter he had never experienced before, carefully leaning in. Just as their lips were about to touch, suddenly the voice of Luo Hongye rang in their ears.
Mom. Daddy only plays with mommy. I want to play with daddy and mommy too.
Luo Hongye pouted her round little face, reaching out for a hug while bouncing around at Ning Yechen's feet.
Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying instantly snapped back to reality, frozen at a distance of a fist. They exchanged glances and Luo Ruiying was the first to shyly turn her face away. Ning Yechen felt a deep sense of regret. My little treasure, if only you had come a bit later. The best moment was missed. Ning Yechen cleared his throat, quickly bending down to pick up Luo Hongya. Looking at her adorable pouting face, he coaxed, alright, let's play together, Hongya. He. Ning Yechen scratched Luo Hongya's armpit, causing her to laugh uncontrollably, wriggling in his embrace. The earlier grievances were instantly swept away. After Luo Ruiying put on her clothes, she looked at the joyful father and daughter. A fond smile appeared on her face as she joined in. The three of them frolicked on the bed until evening, completely forgetting about tidying up the room. When they remembered, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged a helpless smile. The two of them got up again to start cleaning the courtyard, with Luo Hongya very thoughtfully joining in to help. With Luo Ruiying's cultivation, the entire courtyard was quickly cleaned, spotless. Furniture floated in midair, returning to their rightful places. Luo Hongya tiptoed to place the last small candle on the table in the room, then turned her head happily to look at Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, asking with a smile, "Is it all clean now? Did Hongya help Daddy and Mommy?" "Of course. Hongya is so great." Luo Ruiying smiled lovingly, stepping forward to hug Luo Hongya and praise her. Although with Luo Hongya's small stature and strength she couldn't really help much, she was very considerate and eager to assist. Pleased with the praise, Luo Hongya nestled happily in Luo Ruiying's arms. Seeing that Luo Hongya had sweated quite a bit, Luo Ruiying spoke, "You've sweated, my dear, let's go take a bath now, okay?" "Okay. Hongya loves taking a bath with Mommy." Luo Hongya laughed joyfully, then immediately turned to look at Ning Yechen. "Daddy too. Hongya wants to take a bath with Daddy and Mommy." Luo Ruiying. Ning Yechen. As soon as Luo Hongya said this, both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen froze in place, exchanging glances. At this moment Ning Yechen couldn't help but feel delighted, secretly cheering, as expected of Daddy's little treasure. This won't do, yi. Luo Ruiying came to her senses and hurriedly smiled awkwardly at Luo Hongya in her arms. Sharing a bath with Ning Yechen and being completely honest with each other, she wasn't ready for that yet. "Hey, why can't we, Mother?" Mother clearly promised Yi that next time she would bathe with Yi and Father. "Isn't it okay for Mother and Father to bathe together with Yi?" As soon as Luo Hongya heard that it wasn't possible, her mouth curved slightly and her bright clear eyes were filled with disappointment. Luo Ruiying didn't want to let Luo Hongya down, but she felt quite embarrassed, so she could only find a reasonable excuse to explain, "Yi, it's not that Mother doesn't want to bathe with Father and you together, Mother actually wants to join in too. It's just that our bathtub at home is too small to fit 3 people. She had glanced at the bathroom earlier while tidying up the house. The bathtub in the bathroom wasn't large and squeezing 3 people in would be quite cramped. This was one of the reasons she had to refuse. However, after Luo Ruiying finished speaking, Ning Yechen vanished in an instant. In just a moment he returned with a smile, giving a thumbs up and saying, "Don't worry, my dear, I just found a bigger bathtub in another room and have already replaced it." As soon as Luo Ruiying mentioned that the bathtub was too small, he dashed outside to buy an extra large one and set it up in no time. Really? Luo Ruiying had a look of confusion. She had checked every room while organizing earlier and hadn't seen any extra large bathtub. Could it be that she missed it? "If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself," Ning Yechen smiled. This rare opportunity to bathe with his wife and child couldn't be missed. Luo Ruiying, half convinced, carried Luo Hongya into the bathroom. She saw that the originally narrow bathtub was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a bathtub as large as a hot spring occupied almost the entire room. "There really is an extra large bathtub. And when did you replace it? That was too quick. She hadn't even noticed." Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen in shock, seeing his face filled with anticipation and pride. She had a feeling this guy might have been prepared for this from the beginning. What was she supposed to do now? It seemed there was no reason to refuse. Luo Ruiying stood frozen, her mind racing, but she couldn't come up with any other excuse to decline. Luo Hongya happily pointed at the large bathtub and turned to Luo Ruiying with a smile, "Mother, this is so big. Mother can bathe with Father and Yi now, yay." Luo Ruiying. She showed a bitter smile and turned around, realizing that at some point Ning Yechen had already taken off his clothes. He was left wearing only a pair of white shorts showcasing a strong and beautiful physique. Why did you suddenly take off your clothes again?" Luo Ruiying's face turned red and she shyly shouted after averting her gaze. She hadn't even noticed he had stripped down. "My dear, what are you saying? Of course you need to take off your clothes to bathe. Come on. You should take yours off too. The water has already been heated up in advance," Ning Yechen said with a righteous expression. Saying this, he was the first to step into the bathtub, immersing himself in the hot water.
He had spent a few seconds modifying the bathtub, laying self-heating stones at the bottom which continuously generated heat. Just pouring water into the bathtub would turn it into a hot spring in no time. Luo Ruiying truly didn't expect Ning Yechen to be so quick, even having the water heated beforehand. She didn't even have the chance to find an excuse while the water was heating up. Mother Yi wants to get in and play too. Luo Hongye eagerly pointed at the bathtub. Luo Ruiying sighed softly, no longer looking for excuses, helped Luo Hongye take off her clothes and placed her in the bathtub. As soon as she entered, Luo Hongye happily splashed around in the water. Ning Yechen held Luo Hongye's small hand, letting her try swimming on the surface of the water. Luo Hongye kept kicking her little feet in the water, having a great time. Ning Yechen turned to look at Luo Ruiying and asked with a smile, "Aren't you coming, my dear?" Luo Ruiying stood at the edge of the bathtub watching the joyful father and daughter. After hesitating for a moment, she finally pursed her lips and with her back to Ning Yechen began to remove her clothes. Earlier, Ning Yechen had applied a medicinal liquid on her back, making it sticky, and she could hardly stand it anymore, so she just gave in. As her skirt fell, a delicate and alluring figure appeared before Ning Yechen. At this moment, Luo Ruiying was wearing only her underpants and a small apron, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin. The thin and loose apron could not cover her proud and upright figure. Ning Yechen stared entranced, his eyes not blinking at all. His wife was truly beautiful. Whether it was the steam from the bathroom or her shyness, Luo Ruiying's face turned slightly pink with glistening water droplets flowing down her face, looking incredibly lovely. Luo Ruiying shot a playful glare at the mesmerized Ning Yechen, gathered her hair up and slowly lifted her delicate foot to step into the bathwater. As she soaked in the warm water, Luo Ruiying appeared somewhat anxious and tense, keeping her distance from Ning Yechen, but her beautiful eyes would occasionally sneak glances at him. Ning Yechen noted everything in silence, feeling amused in his heart. His wife was truly adorable. As a female emperor in the immortal realm, she was still so shy, as if she had never seen a man's body before, always curiously sneaking glances. When their eyes met, Luo Ruiying hurriedly looked away, pretending to call out to Luo Hongye, "Yi, come over, mother will help you bathe." "Okay," Luo Hongye responded, happily splashing through the water to come in front of Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying skillfully began to comb Luo Hongye's hair. Luo Hongye sat quietly in front of Luo Ruiying with her eyes closed, a look of utter comfort and contentment on her face. Just as Luo Ruiying was combing Luo Hongye's hair, Ning Yechen had quietly come up behind her. When Luo Ruiying noticed, she hurriedly turned around and said, What are you doing?" "Don't move, my dear. I'm going to wash your hair." Ning Yechen leaned close to Luo Ruiying's back, gently removing the hairpin from her hair. A cascade of dark lustrous hair flowed down, rippling on the surface of the water. Ning Yechen gently took a strand of her hair in his hand and began to carefully comb through it. The hair felt silky and delicate to the touch, like satin, making it hard to let go. Seeing that Ning Yechen was really just combing her hair, Luo Ruiying felt less tense in her heart, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting as she silently allowed him to tend to her hair. She softly complained to herself, "Honestly, I hadn't planned to wash my hair today." In the bathtub, Luo Hongye bathed while Ning Yechen combed Luo Ruiying's hair. The three of them together in the warm water created a particularly harmonious and pleasant scene. Until suddenly a pair of hands touched Luo Ruiying's back, startling her so that her body tensed as if shocked, and she exclaimed, What are you doing?" "I'm helping, my dear, scrub your back." "No, that's fine, I can do it myself," Luo Ruiying insisted firmly. However, Ning Yechen's hands had already moved to her back and the bathroom was filled with playful protests. Wait a minute. Isn't this scrubbing your back? Why are you touching the front?" In the demon realm within the magnificent demon god palace, 12 demon generals sat quietly around a grand ornate round table, each displaying a look of discouragement and disappointment. "There is still no news of the demon lord. I have sent people into the celestial realm, but there is no news of the demon lord there either. Since the demon lord appeared in the celestial realm once, there has been no further news whatsoever. Alas! Where could the demon lord have gone?" The demon gods exchanged words regarding their recent search results, which without exception yielded nothing. If the demon lord wished to hide, finding him was truly a difficult task. They had been searching for the demon lord for over 100 years. Just when they had some news of the demon lord, they still could not find any further traces. The demon gods began to feel a sense of discouragement. Among them, a man as sturdy as a war chariot with scars on his face and a wild aura about him spoke up. "I heard the demon lord has been to the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace twice. How about I directly invade the celestial realm and force that old man Tian Dao to tell us? That would only provoke another war between celestials and demons, you fool. Do you really think all those old geezers in the celestial realm have died out?" A golden-haired woman turning a golden halo on her finger with disdain shot a glare at the sturdy man. "Let them come. What is there to fear? Are you saying that the one known as the Queen of Severed Heads, Chi Huan, is afraid?" The sturdy man retorted angrily. "Am I afraid? What a joke. By the time you were still in diapers, my name had already echoed throughout the celestial realm. In the demon realm, nothing is more intolerable than being mocked for weakness and cowardice. It is a deep insult to their honor. Upon hearing the taunt from Quang Qiu, Chi Huan's golden hair stood on end and she stood up ready to fight. Quang Qiu was equally unwilling to back down. He slammed his hand on the table, shattering it into pieces, and stood up in anger. The two glared at each other, the tension palpable. The other demon gods, however, remained indifferent, unfazed by the commotion. Such occurrences happened often and everyone had long since become accustomed to them. Several palace guards skillfully brought in a new table and placed it in the center. Enough. With the demon lord absent, have you all become increasingly unruly? I have told you countless times, do not casually destroy the tables. A cold voice echoed from the darkness of the hall, causing Quang Qiu and Chi Huan to turn pale and meekly return to their seats. A dignified and graceful woman with a cold and stunningly beautiful appearance slowly stepped out from the shadows. Left Protector. Upon seeing the woman arrive, everyone respectfully addressed her. She was one of the two great protectors of the demon realm, Yechen. Her status in the demon realm was second only to the demon lord, serving as both the demon lord's protector and the president of the demon realm. Many affairs of the demon realm were personally managed by her. During the absence of the demon lord, the entire demon realm was maintained under her operation. In terms of both strength and status, she towered above the 13 demon generals. Yukinjia's cold, beautiful eyes scanned the gathered crowd, but she noticed one seat was empty and she frowned slightly as she asked, "Where has Yi Tianxin gone? Why hasn't he come to the demon god meeting? I heard he went to the human realm in search of clues about the demon lord." A tall, ice-cold woman sitting upright spoke up. The woman had skin like ice and jade, a cold and impassive expression, her eyes revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation, holding a long sword over her shoulder that measured over 2 meters. Go bring him back. How can he be absent from the demon god meeting? Upon hearing that Yi Tianxin was searching for clues about the demon lord, Yukinjia's brows relaxed slightly as she commanded. No need, I have returned. I pay my respects to the left protector. Just then Yi Tianxin emerged slowly from the darkness on the other side, respectfully greeting Yechen. Yi Tianxin, you should know the importance of the demon god meeting, right? Yechen looked at Yi Tianxin, questioning him with a hint of reproach. She then noticed the injury on his chest and frowned tightly. You're hurt. The others also looked on in surprise, their faces filled with disbelief. It should be known that Yi Tianxin was the commander of the first demon god army among the 13 demon gods, and his strength was among the top in the demon realm. It had been a long time since anyone had seen him injured. Yi Tianxin glanced at the injury on his chest, dismissively stating, "It's just a trivial wound. This is my punishment to myself." Punishment? Yechen asked, puzzled. Who in the demon realm could punish Yi Tianxin? Yi Tianxin did not answer but placed his hand over his chest and reported earnestly to Yechen, reporting to the left protector, "I have seen the demon lord." What? In an instant everyone's gaze was fixated on Yi Tianxin, all standing up excitedly, pressing him with questions. What? Did you see the demon lord? Quickly tell us. Where is the demon lord now? What is the demon lord like now? Has the demon lord returned? Where did you encounter the demon lord? Under the barrage of questions, Yi Tianxin didn't even have a chance to speak. Everyone quiet. Fortunately, Yechen stood up, dispersing the crowd around. In the demon realm, only Yechen could intimidate the 13 demon gods. Yechen swiftly approached Yi Tianxin, gazing at him earnestly as she asked, "Have you found the demon lord?" Yes. Where is the demon lord? The demon lord is currently hiding in the human realm. In the human realm? Yechen murmured softly. So the demon lord had been hiding in the human realm. The others exchanged glances, puzzled about what their demon lord was doing there. Then what about the demon lord? Didn't he come back with you? Yechen looked behind Yi Tianxin, frowning in displeasure. This was also the question everyone was most concerned about. The demon lord did not come back with me. Yi Tianxin replied helplessly. Then you must bring the demon lord back, even if you have to tie him up. Yechen said angrily. They had finally found the demon lord's whereabouts. If he escaped again, who knows when they would find him next. I dare not go against the demon lord. Yi Tianxin said again with helplessness. In the entire demon realm apart from Yechen, no one would dare to speak to the demon lord like that. Not to mention the issue of daring to go against him, he simply was not a match for the demon lord. Yechen understood this well, and in her heart she did not truly blame Yi Tianxin. She was merely angry at missing this opportunity and worried about when the demon lord would return. Quickly tell me where the demon lord is. I will go find the demon lord myself. Yechen asked Yi Tianxin. Left protector, the demon lord said not to disturb his current life.
Yi Tianxian hesitated before replying. Why? Could it be that the demon lord really does not intend to return to the demon realm? Yu Qingjia's face was filled with disappointment as she clenched her fists. The demon lord actually said such a thing. If she were to go looking for him again, it would mean going against the demon lord's wishes. The other demon gods also lowered their heads in gloom. However, Yi Tianxian instead revealed a slight smile, continuing, the demon lord has not abandoned us. He just has more important matters to attend to. More important matters. What could be more important than the entire demon realm? The others looked puzzled. Yi Tianxian lightly closed his eyes, a slight smile appearing on his cold face, and then announced a shocking piece of news: the demon lord has gotten married. The demon lord is getting married. Upon hearing this news announced by Yi Tianxian, everyone present was left in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. It is known that their demon lord has never shown any interest in women during his reign, nor has he ever shown a hint of attraction towards them. And now they are suddenly told that their most revered demon lord has tied the knot. Is this true, Yi Tianxian? Even Yu Qingyu, who is usually the most composed and indifferent in any situation, couldn't help but excitedly question Yi Tianxian. The others also closely watched Yi Tianxian, waiting for his response. How could I dare deceive you, left guardian? This is something the demon lord personally informed me. Yi Tianxian replied with a serious and affirmative expression. Yu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but cover her mouth in excitement, tears streaming down her face. This is wonderful. This is truly wonderful. The demon lord has finally awakened and is willing to marry. I am so moved. It's been hundreds of years. I have waited for this moment for hundreds of years. The demon lord has finally started a family. She has followed the demon lord from the beginning, assisting him in unifying the demon realm and eliminating all forces that opposed him. She also fought alongside him in the battle against the immortals, and after the war ended she remained by the demon lord's side, diligently supporting him. Under the demon lord's rule, the demon realm has been more stable and prosperous than ever. Her remaining wish was to witness the demon lord marry and continue his lineage. Yet the demon lord seemed to have little interest in women, dedicating himself wholly to improving the demon realm and seeking greater power. She once selected 30,000 beauties from the demon realm to supplement the demon lord's harem, but the very next day they were forcefully dismissed by the demon lord. And she was lectured by him. This left her quite troubled. Continuing the demon lord's lineage is also a matter of great importance for the demon realm. Now, hearing that the demon lord has married, she is simply too excited and too moved. So much so that tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. The others either wiped away their tears like Yu Qingyu or wore expressions of relief and joy. Yi Tianxian was also quite touched, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Even those who are usually aloof were the same. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If anyone else saw the high-ranking members of the demon realm move to tears, they would surely be shocked. These terrifying figures, known for their ruthless reputations in the demon realm, were actually shedding tears. Congratulations, left guardian. Our demon realm welcomes the demon lord's bride. After the initial emotion, everyone respectfully congratulated Yu Qingyu. As for why they were congratulating her on Ning Yechen's marriage, the reason was simple. Someone once asked Yu Qingyu how she viewed the demon lord. She responded with a face full of affection and admiration. The demon lord possesses unparalleled strength, yet he is not as cruel and tyrannical as previous demon lords. Instead, he is filled with reason and wisdom, dedicated to changing the chaotic state of the demon realm, and is infinitely tolerant and loving towards the demon realm's citizens. I have followed the demon lord since childhood, witnessing him ascend to the supreme position of the demon realm step by step. He is the only supreme being in my heart, her king and her child. I will devote everything to serve the demon lord. Indeed, this woman referred to the demon lord as her child. But she is indeed the only one in the demon realm qualified to do so. Yu Qingjia's identity is quite special. She is the left guardian, second only to the demon lord, overseeing all affairs of the demon realm while also serving as the demon lord's personal maid, responsible for his daily needs. Moreover, she is the only one in the demon realm who dares to constantly propose various suggestions to the demon lord without stopping. As for marriage, she has urged the demon lord to marry in front of everyone more than once. If he comes back late, she would also ask where he went. Sometimes when the demon lord is reluctant to get up, she forcibly pulls him out of bed. The demon lord is particularly tolerant of her, to the extent that calling her mother would not be an exaggeration. It's just that she seems to be younger than the demon lord. The demon lord's marriage resolves a matter of utmost importance for Yu Qingyu. After everyone had calmed their excited hearts, Yi Tianxian announced an even more thrilling piece of news. To the left guardian, not only has the demon lord married, but he is also raising a child now. What? There's a child already? Why didn't you say so earlier? How old is the child? Is it a prince or a princess?
Yechen excitedly grabbed Yi Tianxin's collar, urgently questioning him, her emerald-like beautiful eyes filled with surprise and excitement. The others were similarly excited, all eagerly looking at Yi Tianxin.
The demon lord said it is a little princess.
But I have not seen her in person, so I do not know how old she is.
Yi Tianxin replied.
Truly useless.
Yechen disdainfully released Yi Tianxin's collar. How could he not know such an important matter?
Not knowing the child's age, how could she prepare suitable clothes and gifts for the child? However, upon learning that the demon lord has given birth to a child, Yechen felt even more ecstatic.
The demon lord has an heir.
Perhaps in the future she could assist the little princess.
Quick!
Spread the news of the arrival of our little princess throughout the demon realm.
From today onward, the demon realm will hold grand celebrations.
Yechen immediately instructed everyone. She wanted to announce the news of the little princess to the entire demon realm.
However, Yi Tianxin spoke up in opposition. Left Guardian, I do not agree with this.
Why? Yechen frowned, displeased. Yi Tianxin's expression turned solemn and he gradually became serious, explaining to Yechen how his subordinate Yi Zhang was manipulated by a mysterious person and sent to target the demon lord's wife and child. Upon learning the situation, Yechen and the others all turned pale, a chilling murderous intent instantly enveloping the entire demon god palace. Yekenjia's face turned frost-like and she crushed the round table with her hand, causing the air to shatter.
Good. Dare anyone target my demon realm's wife and little princess? Very well. Find them. Bring them to me. Once I find out who it is, death will be a luxury for them. Yi Tianxin.
Your subordinate Yi Zhang has offended the demon lord, he deserves to die. But since the demon lord has personally spoken to forgive him, we shall let it go.
Remember. There will be no next time.
You and your subordinate are included. Yekenjia's emerald eyes flashed with cold light, her terrifying aura overwhelming everyone present.
He was completely different from before. Yes. I understand. Yi Tianxin bowed solemnly.
He also felt guilt and shame for his subordinate offending the demon lord. Even if Yechen killed him now, he would have no complaints. Only then did Yechen slightly retract her murderous intent and immediately cancel the plan to announce the little princess to the entire demon realm. Not knowing who the other party is spreading the news could bring trouble to the demon lord.
No one is to speak of the little princess news to anyone.
Since someone dares to target the wife and little princess, I will not stand by and watch.
But the demon lord said we should not disturb his life.
Someone timidly raised their hand and said. Yekenjia's lips curled up slightly as she chuckled. I know the demon lord's orders must not be defied. As long as we do not interfere with the demon lord's life.
I have my own ways.
In the courtyard, Luo Ruiying sat at a stone table outside with her knees resting on a ball of yarn and knitting needles in her hands, completely absorbed in weaving a sweater. Several days had passed since moving away from Nanli City, and with winter arriving, heavy snow began to fall in the city, instantly bringing a chill to the air. Thus she had a sudden inspiration to personally knit a sweater for Luo Hongye. Although she could use her spiritual energy to complete it quicker and easier, something felt lacking, so she decided to make the sweater herself. She still didn't believe that as the Empress of the Immortal Realm she could learn to cook, but would be stumped by knitting a sweater. While looking at the illustrated tutorial that Qi Yuan had given her, she began to practice.
In recent days, Qi Yuan often came by bringing various items. The tutorial for knitting the sweater was something she had asked Qi Yuan to provide.
As it was her first attempt at knitting, Luo Ruiying was not very skilled, frequently glancing at the instructions while trying to follow along. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen was playing in the courtyard with Luo Hongye in the snow. Having never seen snow before, Luo Hongye was very excited to see the white flakes falling from the sky, her little feet crunching on the snow with a crunch-crunch sound.
Daddy, is this snow?
Luo Hongye cupped a handful of snow in her palms, her adorable big eyes filled with curiosity.
Yes, Yi, this is snow. Do you like snow?
Ning Yechen asked as he picked up Luo Hongye from behind, holding her close and affectionately wrapping an arm around her.
I like it.
Luo Hongye looked up, revealing a crescent-shaped smile.
My daughter is truly adorable. Ning Yechen couldn't help but gently rub her chubby little face.
Luo Hongye let out a silly giggle, her innocent and cute demeanor endearing everyone around.
Yi, Daddy will teach you how to make a snowman.
What is making a snowman, Daddy?
Luo Hongye asked, confused. Making a snowman is stacking the snow you have into a person. Okay. Daddy will show you a demonstration.
Saying this, Ning Yechen stood up and began rolling snowballs in the courtyard, soon creating 2 round snowballs, one large and one small. Ning Yechen placed the smaller snowball on top of the larger one, then adorned the small snowball with a cute face.
Tada! A snowman. This is Yi. Wow. Daddy is amazing.
Luo Hongye clapped her hands happily as she looked at the snowman, then began to roll her own snowballs on the ground.
I want to make a snowman just like Daddy.
Of course, with her tiny frame it was impossible for Luo Hongye to create a snowman of similar size to Ning Yechen.
Naturally, Ning Yechen joined in as well.
The father and daughter duo rolled snowballs together in the courtyard. Luo Ruiying watched the playful pair pass by pushing snowballs and couldn't help but smile with a mix of exasperation and affection. Before long, Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen had worked together to build a large snowman. However, Luo Hongye did not stop there. She continued to stack another snowball.
Yi, do you want to keep building snowmen? Ning Yechen was surprised by how much Luo Hongye enjoyed making snowmen, asking her with a smile.
We have a snowman for Daddy and Yi, but we still need one for Mommy,
Luo Hongye said cheerfully. This response completely caught Ning Yechen off guard.
Even Luo Ruiying, who was focused on knitting, was momentarily stunned. The two exchanged glances, both smiling with pride.
Yi truly is very understanding. Alright, Daddy will help Yi. Ning Yechen continued to help Luo Hongye make another snowman.
3 snowmen stood in the courtyard, 2 large ones on either side with a small one in the middle holding wooden sticks, making it look as though they were holding hands. After finishing the snowman, Luo Hongye happily stood in front of the snowman. Ning Yechen noticed her little hands were a rosy red, and feeling pity he scooped her back into his arms, holding her hands. With Luo Hongye's physique and bloodline, she actually didn't feel cold, her hands were just a little red.
Daddy, your hands are so warm.
Luo Hongye sat in Ning Yechen's embrace, feeling the warm currents flowing from his hands into her body.
Because Daddy wants to keep Yi warm.
Ning Yechen chuckled lightly, his gaze drifting to the elegant Luo Ruiying sitting nearby, a thought suddenly coming to mind, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly.
Yi, how about Daddy takes you to Mommy to keep warm? Okay. Luo Hongye nodded happily. Ning Yechen quietly walked behind Luo Ruiying, holding Luo Hongye's cool little hand and slipping it into the back of Luo Ruiying's neck.
Luo Ruiying shivered and turned to look at the mischievous father and daughter, playfully glaring at Ning Yechen.
This guy is really something.
Luo Ruiying touched Luo Hongye's cool little hand and simply took her from Ning Yechen's arms, letting her sit in her lap, and then she tucked the little hand into her clothing.
It's nice and warm inside too. Luo Hongye cuddled into Luo Ruiying's embrace.
Ning Yechen had originally intended to play a prank on the focused Luo Ruiying, but unexpectedly she took the child herself, leading to her hand being directly tucked inside her clothes.
Wife. Ning Yechen softly called from the side.
Luo Ruiying looked up puzzled at Ning Yechen.
Actually, my hands are a bit cold too, Ning Yechen said seriously.
Luo Ruiying paused for a moment, then her cheeks gradually flushed red as she glanced away, pointing into the house. There's a stove inside, go warm your hands by the stove.
This guy always so unserious. Sigh. Ning Yechen shook his head in disappointment upon hearing this. He knew it would end up like this. His wife was a bit biased.
Why could the child stick her hand in but he couldn't? Luo Ruiying took a discreet glance at Ning Yechen, a smirk tugging at her lips as she extended her hand. It's too slow to go warm the stove now, so.
You. Hold my hand. Ning Yechen quickly cooled his hand secretly and then held Luo Ruiying's hand. He wanted to take back what he had just said. Sure enough, his wife was still considerate.
Earlier, to warm Luo Hongye's hands, he had already warmed his hands. Now to hold his wife's hand, he had to cool them down again.
Otherwise it would be exposed. As Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying's hand, she immediately felt a wave of coolness.
So this guy's hands had become so cold. How could Yi just now say that his hands were warm?
Is someone coming?
Luo Ruiying gently warmed Ning Yechen's hand, holding Luo Hongye as she opened the door.
Outside the door stood 2 men and a woman.
One of the men had a broad stature and a ruggedly handsome face adorned with a charmingly silly grin. The other man had long silvery white hair and was also quite good-looking. The woman, on the other hand, had a waist as slender as a water snake with a tall and delicate figure, her beauty outstandingly exquisite. The 3 of them stood at the door in simple attire, smiling as they bowed and addressed Luo Ruiying. Greetings, madam. They were none other than the Chaos Demon Bull Titan Giant Ape and Devouring Heaven Serpent from the forest of the Demon Domain. Previously they had not fully transformed and had maintained a semi-demon appearance. Now this was the first time they had completely transformed into human forms to appear before her.
Madam. Luo Ruiying looked at the 3 with some astonishment.
She had no recollection of ever having seen these 3. How could they suddenly call her madam?
Just as Luo Ruiying was about to inquire if they had mistaken her for someone else, Ning Yechen had already walked over from behind, smiling as he said, "You're here." Upon seeing Ning Yechen, the three quickly bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, young master."
"Young master, do you know them?"
Luo Ruiying turned her head, puzzled.
Ning Yechen nodded and explained, "My dear, they were once my family's attendants.
Since they plan to temporarily stay here, I summoned them over to assist you with household chores. From now on you can freely instruct them with any household matters."
Today the visit of the Chaos Demon Bull trio was entirely arranged by Ning Yechen in advance.
Coincidentally, a few days ago he had fabricated a background story to share with Luo Ruiying, which allowed him to reasonably arrange for the Chaos Demon Bull trio to stay in the house as guards while also taking care of household chores. This way his wife would have more free time. Luo Ruiying didn't think they needed to arrange extra attendants at home. She believed she could handle everything herself. However, hearing that they were all former attendants of his family, she thought for a moment and decided not to refuse their stay. After all, there were plenty of vacant rooms in the house and it would be a waste not to utilize them.
"You all can come in now."
Luo Ruiying smiled lightly, stepping aside to let the Chaos Demon Bull trio enter the courtyard. Luo Hongye, nestled in her arms, was still the same shy child, peeking at the three with trepidation.
"Miss Hello." The devouring heaven serpent raised a hand warmly to greet Luo Hongye.
After all, she was the little princess they would be serving in the future.
There could be no mistakes.
It was essential to establish a good relationship.
"Brother, sister, hello."
Although Luo Hongye was afraid of strangers, she had always been very polite to those who were warm and friendly towards her, timidly returning the greeting. This response struck a chord with the hearts of the devouring heaven serpent trio. What was this child like? It was their first time meeting Ning Yechen's daughter and they had never dared to look at her directly before.
She was simply too well behaved and polite.
Could she really be the daughter of that esteemed person? Whenever they thought of Ning Yechen's figure, the trio would involuntarily feel a shiver of fear. Yet the little Luo Hongye before them was so delicate and cute, her timid demeanor igniting a desire to embrace and protect her. It was a world of difference from that esteemed person. Of course, they could only dare to think such thoughts privately. If that esteemed person found out, it would be the end for them. After entering the courtyard, Luo Ruiying led the devouring heaven serpent trio to three adjacent rooms.
"This will be your room from now on."
"Yes, madam." The devouring heaven serpent trio responded respectfully with bows. Although they had never been attendants before, upon hearing that Ning Yechen wanted them to disguise themselves as attendants by his side, they had stayed up all night reading numerous books on self-cultivation for attendants. They had also secretly observed how servants in wealthy households behaved. They aimed to be flawless, leaving no trace of error.
"By the way, I still don't know your names."
After arranging the rooms, Luo Ruiying casually asked with a light smile. Even though she had once been an empress residing in the celestial palace, she would still make it a point to ask the names of the maids around her. She was never harsh with her attendants. Even if they made mistakes, she generally wouldn't hold it against them and would never make things difficult. She treated each attendant with respect. The devouring heaven serpent trio was momentarily stunned when asked for their names.
Oh no! They hadn't even thought of their names.
Having secluded themselves in the forest of the demon domain for hundreds of years, they had focused solely on cultivation and had never considered the matter of names. Seeing the devouring heaven serpent trio suddenly dumbfounded and unable to articulate their names, Luo Ruiying's face revealed confusion.
Wasn't it just a name?
Why did it take so long to think? The devouring heaven serpent trio, seeing that Luo Ruiying seemed to have grown suspicious, hurriedly stammered, I am called Meng Niu."
"I'm called Bai Yuan."
"The maid is called Kai Se."
"Whom?" "Meng Niu. Bai Yuan.
Kai Se." Luo Ruiying lightly furrowed her brow. Why did the names sound so strange? The devouring heaven serpent trio swallowed hard, their hearts racing. If they messed this up, that esteemed person would surely flay them alive. Fortunately, Ning Yechen stepped forward just in time to explain, "My dear, they are actually called Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Se."
"Oh."
Luo Ruiying nodded with a smile, no longer suspicious. It turned out they had pronounced their names incorrectly, leading her to mishear. She thought their names sounded so peculiar. Kai Se and the others let out a sigh of relief.
This would be their new names from now on. It could be considered a name bestowed by the esteemed person.
Ning Yechen glanced at Kai Se and the others, instantly making them break out in a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably.
Oh no, that esteemed person wouldn't be angry, would they? What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?
Luo Ruiying, noticing the trio's bodies trembling slightly, couldn't help but show concern.
"We're fine, madam. It's just a bit chilly now."
"You should have said so earlier, it'll get you some clothes." Luo Ruiying smiled gently, placing Luo Hongye in Ning Yechen's arms, then turning to leave to fetch the clothes. Kai Se and the others felt deeply moved. Madam is so gentle. Only that esteemed person is so frightening. Daddy, will these brothers and sisters live here in the future?
Luo Hongye, nestled in Ning Yechen's arms, whispered.
Yes, they were called here by Daddy to accompany you in playing at night. You don't need to be afraid if they dare to bully you, just tell Daddy. Ning Yechen spoke softly to Luo Hongye in his arms. As he spoke, he raised his gaze and shot a cold glance at Kai Sei and the others. The implication was clear. If those three dared to make his daughter unhappy, they could simply disappear from here. Kai Sei and the others were already so frightened that their legs went weak, trembling on the ground. When Luo Ruiying returned with the clothes, she found the trio shivering on the floor, which made her even more puzzled. After receiving the clothes from Luo Ruiying, Meng Niu and the others began their duties as attendants. They first cleaned every nook and cranny of the courtyard, followed by chopping firewood in boiling water, working diligently. However, besides Kai Sei, Meng Niu and Bai Yuan were quite clumsy, often breaking various items due to their awkwardness. Yet Luo Ruiying seemed unconcerned and actually told them not to work so hard, allowing them to take a break. At this moment, Meng Niu and the others stood in the courtyard staring wide-eyed at Luo Hongye, who was squatting on the ground forming a snowball. They had come to play with Luo Hongye under Ning Yechen's orders. But they had no idea how to play with a child. They could handle killing and arson, but playing with a child was truly a challenge for them. Kai Sei, think of a way. Bai Yuan whispered to Kai Sei beside him. Now the three of them had accepted the new names given by Ning Yechen. If I had a solution, would I just be standing here? Kai Sei rolled his eyes at Bai Yuan and Meng Niu, feeling speechless. These two really were useless. Though Luo Hongye still felt a bit timid inside, she gathered her courage, lifted her snowball and cutely asked, "Big brother and sister, do you want to build a snowman together?" Yes, yes, yes. Seeing Luo Hongye take the initiative to speak, the three of them nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at rice. This was a rare opportunity for dialogue. They would have been willing to do anything for her, even digging in a dung pit. When Meng Niu and the others agreed, Luo Hongye smiled happily and began rolling a snowball on the ground using the method Ning Yechen taught her. Then let me teach you. First like this, then like this, and then like this. The three of them knelt on the ground, helping Luo Hongye push the snowball while occasionally clapping and praising her. Wow, you're amazing, young lady, you're truly wonderful, such a wise young lady, much smarter than us. Ning Yechen, sitting beside Luo Ruiying, couldn't help but show an exasperated expression. These three were blatantly flattering her. This flattery was something only a child like Hongye would be oblivious to. Still, seeing the child so happy, it was worth it. Luo Ruiying also sat quietly beside her, propping her chin on her hand and smiling as she watched Luo Hongye. Seeing more people accompany her to play made her very happy. But as she watched, Luo Ruiying noticed someone beside her inching closer and closer, their body leaning in. What are you doing? Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yechen with a questioning look. She thought he would back off, but instead he leaned in even closer, resting his head on her shoulder. This action startled Luo Ruiying slightly. I suddenly feel a bit tired and want to borrow my wife's shoulder for a moment. Ning Yechen closed his eyes, leaning on her shoulder with a faint smile. Although he enjoyed spending time with the child, he sometimes longed for moments of intimacy with his wife. With Meng Niu and the others keeping Luo Hongye occupied, it was a rare opportunity for the couple to be alone, so he wanted to take full advantage of it. After calming down, Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen and said, "If you're tired, you should go rest in the house. But I prefer being here with you," Ning Yechen said directly without even opening his eyes. This made Luo Ruiying's cheeks flush slightly, and she didn't say anything more. She secretly stole a few glances at Ning Yechen's sleeping face. Since he liked it, she would let him be. It was just resting on his shoulder, nothing serious. The two figures sat quietly together in front of the courtyard. In the courtyard, with the help of Meng Niu and the others, three new snowmen had appeared alongside the original three. Luo Hongye pointed at the newly built snowmen and said with a smile, "These are the snowmen for big brother and sister." Meng Niu and the others suddenly realized that Luo Hongye wanted to build snowmen for them, and they were so moved they almost cried. The young lady regarded them as part of the family. She was truly wonderful. Kai Sei even felt an urge to scoop the tiny Luo Hongye into his arms and love her dearly. But thinking of her being the daughter of an adult reason held him back. After finishing the snowman, Luo Hongye began to play snowball fights with Meng Niu and the others. Luo Hongye was small and lacked strength, so the snowballs she formed were not solid at all, fluffy and loose, lacking any real impact. At most, the snowball could only be thrown at the feet of Meng Niu and the others, and sometimes they would disintegrate midair. Yet despite this, Luo Hongye was enjoying herself immensely. Meng Niu and the others also began to form snowballs in retaliation. However, they wouldn't dare to really throw snowballs at Luo Hongye. Even if they had 10 times their courage, they wouldn't dare. Most of the snowballs were intentionally thrown near Luo Hongye, not even brushing past her. They even pretended to look regretful.
However, Meng Niu got more and more caught up in the fun, gradually losing himself in it, and randomly threw a snowball that hit Luo Hongye's little face. Luo Hongye's entire face was suddenly covered in snow. Kai Sei. Bai Yuan. Meng Niu. The scene froze for a moment with only the sound of the whistling wind and snow in the air. At this moment Meng Niu covered his face, his expression akin to the famous painting The Scream. Inside he felt as cold as the icy world outside, utterly chilling. Meng Niu stiffly turned to look at Kai Sei and Bai Yuan, his dazed expression seeming to ask, "Am I doomed?" Even without him saying a word, Kai Sei and Bai Yuan read his expression, nodding solemnly. "Yes, you are doomed." Meng Niu instantly wore a face of despair as if he had lost all hope. It was over. At this moment he felt like he was already staring at the end of his life. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying both noticed Luo Hongye's face covered in snow and walked over to her, brushing the snow off her little face. Surprisingly, Luo Hongye didn't cry but instead wore a silly happy smile. The snowball in Meng Niu's hand was also not solid and wasn't thrown hard, so Luo Hongye didn't feel any pain. Seeing that Luo Hongye wasn't hurt or upset, Ning Yechen decided not to blame Meng Niu. Meng Niu had no idea how Ning Yechen planned to deal with him and was already thinking about how he would disappear from this world. After the snow on his face was wiped away, Luo Hongye took Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying's hands and smiled. "Daddy, Mommy, let's play together." With the three of them, Hongye can only rely on Daddy and Mommy. Okay. Luo Ruiying replied with a doting smile. Next, the courtyard turned into a battlefield for a snowball fight between 3 versus 3. However, Meng Niu and the others dared not resist. Whether it was Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying, or Luo Hongye, they didn't dare throw snowballs at any of them. In no time the three were buried under a pile of snowballs. Rather than a snowball fight, it felt more like they were the moving targets. Knock, knock, knock. Just as everyone in the courtyard was enjoying playing in the snow, the sound of knocking echoed again at the courtyard door. Kai Sei proactively went over to open the door. Outside the door, Chi Yuan was holding some snacks in one hand and was about to wave when she suddenly saw a woman she had never seen before standing in front of her, momentarily frozen in place. Did I knock on the wrong door? Sorry, I think I knocked on the wrong door. Chi Yuan politely bent slightly and forced a smile. Kai Sei did not say much, lightly nodded and closed the courtyard door. Who was it? When Kai Sei returned to the hall, Luo Ruiying, seeing her come back alone, asked curiously. "Madam, it was someone who knocked on the wrong door." Kai Sei replied respectfully. "Is that so?" Luo Ruiying responded but did not think much of it. Outside, Chi Yuan turned around in confusion and carefully looked at the nearby scenery and the courtyard, her brow slightly furrowed, her expression contemplative. No, this is definitely the right place. She had been coming here frequently, how could she have gone wrong? Chi Yuan stepped forward and knocked on the door for confirmation. "Let me do it." This time Luo Ruiying called out to Kai Sei and personally got up to open the courtyard door. "Sister Luo." Seeing it was Luo Ruiying, Chi Yuan immediately greeted her with a smile. Just as she thought. She came often, how could she have gone wrong? Even with her eyes closed she could make her way through Nanli City. "Miss Chi, come in." Luo Ruiying smiled and responded. She had guessed that it might be Chi Yuan outside, after all Kai Sei did not know her. As expected. "Then I will intrude." Chi Yuan politely nodded and entered the room. Upon entering she saw Meng Niu, Bai Yuan and Kai Sei, who had just opened the door for her, and couldn't help but ask, "Sister Luo, who are these people?" "These three are my husband's former servants," Luo Ruiying explained. Chi Yuan nodded kindly at Meng Niu and the others. It's only natural for a wealthy doctor like Brother Ning to have several servants. What she didn't expect was that all three of them were quite striking in appearance. The men were handsome and the women beautiful, making them stand out even among servants. Sister Chi, Luo Hongye, being held in Ning Yechen's arms, sat by the stove warming her hands and sweetly greeted Chi Yuan as soon as she saw her arrive. During this time Chi Yuan often came and always brought some snacks, which made Luo Hongye happy. Their relationship gradually became closer. Little Yi, upon seeing Luo Hongye, Chi Yuan's face immediately broke into a doting and greedy smile. She couldn't help but pinch Luo Hongye's chubby little face. The plump round little face was so tender that she simply couldn't get enough of it. The three people watching from the side couldn't help but show envious expressions. Damn! They also wanted to pinch the young lady's face like that. "Here's some snacks for Yi." After satisfying her urge to touch, Chi Yuan handed the snacks to Luo Hongye. It was almost like a pay for service. "Thank you, Sister Chi." Luo Hongye happily accepted the snack bag and eagerly started eating, even offering some to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. "Daddy, Mommy, let's eat together." "No, if Yi likes it, just eat, but don't eat too much, okay?" Luo Ruiying said with a loving smile. Ning Yechen opened his mouth and directly allowed Luo Hongye to feed him.
After all, it was his daughter feeding him. How could he refuse? Seeing Luo Hongye enjoying her food, Qi Yuan also showed a satisfied smile and sat down beside them. Kai Sei quickly brought her a cup of tea. Thank you. After taking a sip of tea, Qi Yuan recalled the matter at hand, almost lost in the cuteness of Luo Hongye. She took out a low-grade spirit ring from her pocket and handed it to Ning Yechen. Brother Ning, during this time, according to the prescription for the healing liquid you provided, my Qi family has tried to find someone to refine some to sell at our Qi family's business. This is 50% of the profits from the auction. In the future, every month my Qi family will return 50% of the profits from the refined prescription to you, Brother Ning. After Qi Yuan obtained the prescription from Ning Yechen, she immediately rushed back to the Qi family and ordered people to study it overnight. They discovered that this prescription could cultivate and nourish spiritual energy. Moreover, the materials required for this prescription were not too harsh, and the refining method was incredibly simple and convenient with a high success rate. My Qi family searched through all the documented alchemy prescriptions and found no record of such a miraculous liquid. This medicinal liquid that could nourish the meridians was highly sought after by cultivators, and once refined and sold, it would undoubtedly attract countless cultivators vying for it. As expected, the Qi family had someone try to refine a few batches of healing liquid and took them to their own auction house to sell. Each batch auctioned for an astronomical price. Countless cultivators came flocking, eager to bid. The once stagnant Qi family business was suddenly revitalized by this healing liquid, bustling with activity. Just a small prescription had revitalized the Qi family business. Qi Yuan was filled with gratitude towards Ning Yechen and insisted on coming to thank him, to return what belonged to Ning Yechen. However, Ning Yechen was not lacking in spirit stones, and he gently declined, saying, "No need, I did not intend to take anything in return for giving you that prescription." Qi Yuan's expression turned serious as she firmly stated, "That won't do. My Qi family has already owed Brother Ning and Sister Luo a lot. How can we monopolize the profits from that prescription? Brother Ning, you must accept it." "Well, all right then, I will accept it." After a moment of thought, Ning Yechen finally decided to take this spirit stone. Consider it a transaction, and the Qi family business could also benefit. Besides, keeping these spirit stones would also be good for future household expenses. "Wife, these spirit stones will be entrusted to you." Ning Yechen directly handed the spirit ring containing the spirit stones to Luo Ruiying. "For me." Luo Ruiying took the spirit ring in confusion. "That's right, the family's finances should naturally be managed by the wife." Ning Yechen smiled. "All right. If you need anything, just let me know." Luo Ruiying agreed as she accepted the spirit ring. It was a novel feeling to manage the household finances like a woman. Qi Yuan looked at the scene of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying being affectionate, her expression revealing a hint of entanglement. "What's wrong, Miss Qi?" Ning Yechen noticed and inquired. Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Sister Luo, tomorrow is the business association competition. I heard that the Jiang family has invited a powerful cultivator at the celestial realm. If there is any danger tomorrow, Sister Luo, you must directly withdraw." Although Qi Yuan hoped that the Qi family would win, she did not want Luo Ruiying to get hurt. If the Qi family lost, they could simply withdraw from Nanli City. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying both smiled lightly at her words, thinking she was worrying about something. "Miss Qi, you don't need to worry. If it's just the celestial realm, I should be able to handle it," Luo Ruiying confidently said. Even against a celestial god realm cultivator, she was not too worried. A mere celestial realm cultivator would not be her opponent. The next day, the snowfall eased, leaving a thick mantle that cloaked eaves in every corner of the streets. Nanli City lay swallowed by an immaculate white world. Beneath the city's grandest martial arena, countless people converged, awaiting a rare and weighty contest. Today, the two great merchant houses of Nanli City, the Qi family and the Jiang family, would wage a guild duel. The victor would gain the opportunity to seize control of commerce across all of Nanli City. The defeated might be compelled to withdraw from the mercantile sphere forever. Those gathered below the platform fidgeted with impatience, eager to witness what many deemed a historic moment for Nanli City, whispering and murmuring among themselves. "Hey, what do you think? Who will win this guild contest between the Qi and Jiang families?" "I reckon it's most likely the Jiang family." "Sigh, if the Jiang house gains more power, Nanli City may well become theirs." "Exactly, they flaunt their exclusive body-tempering spiritual elixir Tsuedi Lingye and jack the prices up outrageously. They even keep driving down the prices when buying the beast materials we risk our lives to hunt. If the Jiang family takes over all the guilds here, how will we make a living? Every day we venture into the demon forests to hunt beasts, we risk our lives and barely earn enough. The Qi family must not fall." The vast majority present hoped for Qi's victory. The contest touched not only the two houses but the livelihoods of countless cultivators in Nanli City. The Jiang family, emboldened by their formidable influence in Nanli City and beyond any oversight, had long engaged in the practice of buying rare materials and medicinal herbs cheaply and reselling them at exorbitant prices, leaving many bitterly resentful. At least the Qi family provided some counterbalance, trading fairly and keeping prices reasonable. If Qi were to collapse, life in Nanli City would become troubled for many. Yet many were pessimistic about whether Qi could triumph today. It'll be hard for Qi to beat the Jiang family. I hear the forces backing the Jiang family have personally dispatched a very powerful elder. They say he cultivates at the Tianran realm. Tianran realm. Good heavens, what hope does Qi have? Even selling off Qi's assets might not be enough to hire a Tianran-level powerhouse. Amid the crowd's size, the Qi delegation appeared first. Qi Rongchang, the family patriarch approaching his 60s, advanced toward the arena escorted by Qi Yuan and a cohort of stewards and guards. The Qi family had stood for nearly a century in Nanli City, a venerable merchant house famed for fair dealings and reasonable prices. At Qi's appearance, many in the crowd cheered their support. Old Qi, press on. You must not lose. I back the Qi guild. Old Qi, you must hold fast. Bathed in encouragement, Qi Rongchang's aged face broke into a warm smile as he repeatedly nodded in gratitude. With assistance from his attendants, he slowly made his way to where Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen had already taken their place. It was the first time Qi Rongchang had met this family of three. His ancient eyes shone with reverent admiration. Since Qi Yuan returned home, he had listened daily as she sang the praises of Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen without end. At first he paid little heed until he learned that Luo Ruiying had felled dozens of cultivators at the Lingwu realm with a single sword. Afterwards, Ning Yechen had mended Qi Yuan's damaged meridians and gifted her the precious formula for a meridian healing elixir. Qi Rongchang became convinced that his house had encountered benefactors. He had long wished to thank them personally, but on learning from Qi Yuan that the couple disliked being disturbed, he had refrained. Now seeing them with his own eyes only strengthened his belief. A lifetime in trade had honed his discernment. The woman's beauty was breathtaking and otherworldly. Her bearing revealed a background far from ordinary. The man, though outwardly merely handsome, had healed wounded meridians and casually produced that invaluable pill formula, hardly a commoner. This couple must be extraordinary. I am Qi Rongchang, head of the Qi family, and honor to meet you both. We are grateful for your assistance to our house. Qi Rongchang bowed respectfully. Master of the Qi family, there is no need for such ceremony. My aid was simply an arrangement with Miss Qi. Luo Ruiying said quietly, holding Luo Hongye. I understand, he replied. Such kindness will be engraved upon the Qi family's heart. Regardless of today's outcome, should you ever require anything in the future, seek out our house. She will offer wholehearted assistance. Qi Rongchang was no fool. A manor worth 2 million taels alone would not have sufficed to enlist Luo Ruiying's aid. She intervened more from sympathy for Qi's distress and disgust at the Jiang family's conduct. The Qi family felt duly grateful. As conversation continued, the Jiang delegation arrived. At Jiang Jun's appearance, the crowd instinctively drew aside and kept their distance, an opposite reception to that which had greeted Qi. Jiang Jun ignored the onlookers and strode toward the Qi party, followed by his retinue and a pale, sallow-featured man clad in white lotus robes. Even Jiang Li, whose 3 legs had been crippled and who had endured days of desperate treatment, had regained consciousness and was being wheeled forward in a chair. Upon seeing Qi's people, Jiang Jun could not hide a cold sneer and mocked, old Qi, so you are still alive. Seeing you so hale brings me joy. Qi Rongchang heard the sarcasm and shot back with no courtesy, my health is excellent. You may be the one who ends up in a coffin before I go. When the Jiang family first arrived in Nanli City, they were but a minor guild, several times teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. It was the Qi family who compassionately absorbed them into a branch. With Qi's vigorous support, they recovered and gradually grew strong once more. Unexpectedly, after prospering, the Jiang family re-established itself independently and repaid no gratitude, steadily encroaching on Qi's territories until Qi was nearly forced out of Nanli City. Seeing the Jiang delegation, Qi Rongchang regretted ever taking in such an ungrateful beast. Hoof! Jiang Jun's anger tightened, but he scoffed with disdain and continued, long time no see. Old Qi's tongue is still as sharp as ever. For old time's sake, I advise you to concede. Old Qi, he declared. Today your Qi family is doomed to defeat. Surrender now and hand over the remaining streets and shop jurisdictions. With Qi's assets you might yet secure a comfortable retirement. Why risk everything on a gamble? Qi Rongchang retorted. Humph, the guild duel has not even begun. How do you know we will lose? Perhaps it is the Jiang family who fears the outcome. Qi Rongchang's expression grew resolute. He would not yield. Even if he wagered away his house, he would not abandon it. Seeing the Jiang family's arrogance, Qi Yuan could not restrain herself and stepped forward. If you wish to swallow the Qi guild, do it after you have won. Hoof. Unaware of the situation, this is what you brought upon yourselves. After today, the Qi family shall disappear from Nanli City.
Jiang Zhen's expression turned cold as he prepared to turn away but was suddenly stopped by Ning Yechen behind him. Wait a moment. Jiang Zhen paused, furrowing his brow in confusion as he turned to look at Ning Yechen. Who are you? Me. I am just an ordinary house husband. My wife is the one representing the Qi family in the business competition. Ning Yechen stepped forward with a light laugh. Jiang Zhen looked at Luo Ruiying, who was holding Luo Hongye behind Ning Yechen, and with a disdainful smile he said ominously, is that so? Then I advise you to let your wife concede gracefully. Otherwise, after today you might have to part with your wife forever, ha ha. The crowd behind the Jiang family erupted in reckless laughter. The young man pushing Jian Li boldly teased Luo Ruiying, with such beauty it's a pity to waste away like this. Why not join my Jiang family and enjoy wealth and honor? I say, as a cultivator, marrying a mortal is laughable. Why not marry me instead? I will treat you well. Young Master Jiang Gan is right, perhaps we can all benefit and enjoy a good time together. Don't worry, when I'm bored there will be a place for you guys. Jiang Gan waved his hand grandly. Jiang Gan is the eldest son of Jiang Ning, Jiang Zhen's brother, who has followed Jiang Li since childhood without learning anything. His flirtatious and lecherous nature is on par with Jiang Li. Moreover, his perverse reputation even surpasses that of Jiang Li. Jiang Li usually uses various means to coerce and entice women to submit to him, while Jiang Gan enjoys playing with women and then handing them over to his subordinates for their enjoyment. Even if he himself marries, he will throw his wife to his subordinates once he grows bored. He calls it rewarding his subordinates. Many women have chosen to end their lives rather than suffer humiliation at his hands. Your name is Jiang Gan, right? Ning Yechen felt his rage boiling within as he heard these words. No one dares to insult his wife and child like that. Ning Yechen secretly placed his hand in front of him out of Luo Ruiying's sight and gently clenched his fist. In the next moment, Jiang Gan, with a lewd grin, suddenly bled from all 7 orifices. What? Jiang Gan's expression turned to shock as he touched his nose and the blood flowing from his eyes. Before he understood what happened, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed dead on the spot. Blood splattered onto Jian Li, who was sitting in a wheelchair, causing him to scream in shock. Ah! What? What has happened? This scene startled everyone present. The Jiang family members stumbled back in fear. No one knew what had happened. Jiang Gan had suddenly died. Luo Ruiying's expression turned serious as she immediately placed Luo Hongye into Ning Yechen's arms and stepped forward to check. Upon inspection, her expression changed drastically, her beautiful face filled with shock. Jiang Gan's internal organs were completely ruined. His insides had been severely twisted and crushed in an instant. Who did this? Someone had silently struck him down without her sensing any fluctuation of spiritual energy. She hadn't even noticed the attack. Luo Ruiying scanned around at everyone present but found no suspicious individuals. Wife, what happened? Ning Yechen asked beside Luo Ruiying with a face full of fear. Acting is essential, otherwise it would be terrible if my wife suspects me. He originally planned to crush all those who mocked the Jiang family. But if that were the case, today's business competition might not be able to proceed, and he might also be suspected by Luo Ruiying. The remaining grievances would have to wait for the next time. Someone has killed him, but I don't know who. Luo Ruiying said with a serious expression, deeply feeling powerless and worried. If the opponent were to target Ning Yechen, she wouldn't have any means to stop them. Fortunately, it seemed the opponent wasn't there for her. The Jiang family, deeply shocked, could not calm down for a long time. Jiang Zhen approached Chen Rou, his heart still racing, and whispered, Holy Envoy, who did this? Chen Rou shook her head, equally shocked. She also hadn't sensed anything unusual. She turned her gaze toward Ning Yechen. After Jiang Gan said those words, he suddenly died. Could it be? No, it can't be. He showed no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations and made no move. The killer must be someone else. Seeing that Chen Rou also had not discovered the culprit, Jiang Zhen asked with concern, Holy Envoy, should we postpone today's competition? No need. The opponent has no intention of making another move, they should have already left. The competition will proceed as planned, let's finish this quickly in Nanli City to avoid further complications. Chen Rou said decisively. Jiang Zhen dared not oppose Chen Rou's decision, and although he was worried, he could only continue with the plan. The Jiang family silently took away Jiang Gan's corpse. This unexpected incident passed, but it still lingered in everyone's hearts. Ning Yechen looked at Jiang Zhen and spoke of his purpose. Jiang family head this time in the business competition. The Qi family and Jiang family are betting on 40 of the street jurisdiction in the city, right? Could we change the bet? What is the Qi family having second thoughts? Once the bet is signed, there's no going back. Jiang Zhen thought the Qi family wanted to back out, so he mocked. Ning Yechen slowly shook his head, his eyes sharpening, and said, No, Jiang family head, you misunderstood.
What I mean is, on the contrary, we want to add the remaining 20 of the street jurisdiction of your Jiang family to the bet.
What? You want my Jiang family to include all street jurisdiction into the bet? On what basis? You Qi family want to bet 40 of the street jurisdiction against my Jiang family's 60. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Where in the world is there such a good deal? Jiang Jin scoffed. What if the Qi family also adds the formula for the healing spirit liquid as part of the bet? Ning Yechen chuckled. This statement immediately made Jiang Jin's expression change, filled with hesitation. Recently the Qi family had profited immensely from the healing spirit liquid, making the Jiang family envious. The Jiang family had also tried to buy a portion but couldn't gather all the herbs needed for the refining of the formula. If they could obtain that formula and occupy the entire Nanli city, then the healing spirit liquid would be solely theirs. The price wouldn't be negotiable. But since they were betting the entire Jiang family's fortune in Nanli city, Jiang Jin had to be cautious. Holy envoy, do you have confidence in winning against that woman? Jiang Jin whispered close to Chen Rao's ear. Chen Rao's gaze fixated on Luo Ruiying, a sly smile forming on her lips. Jiang family head, rest assured I have a 99% certainty. With Chen Rao's affirmative response, Jiang Jin's expression brightened and he immediately agreed to Ning Yechen's request to change the bet. Good. My Jiang family agrees. Ning Yechen smiled slightly and turned to Qi family's head Qi Rongchang apologetically, saying, I took the liberty to change the bet for the Qi family. Would the Qi family head be willing to accept? As you say, sir. Qi Rongchang showed no dissatisfaction over Ning Yechen's unilateral change of the bet and the inclusion of the precious formula. Because the Qi family had no grounds for dissatisfaction. That formula had been given to the Qi family by Ning Yechen, so the decision lay with him. Furthermore, Luo Ruiying was willing to represent the Qi family in battle. The Qi family was already very grateful. My Qi family also agrees. Qi Rongchang shouted sternly at Jiang Jin. Under the witness of Han Guangji, the representative of the Treasure Business Association left in Nanli City, the Qi and Jiang families pressed their handprints again to change the bet. And this representative of the Treasure Business Association would also serve as the witness and judge for this business competition. Han Guangji put away the contract of the bet and announced to both the Qi and Jiang families, in the name of the Treasure Business Association, this business competition will be absolutely fair and just. The competition disregards life and death until one side is dead or surrenders. If there are no further objections from the Qi and Jiang families, the business competition officially begins. As more and more people gathered in the seats beneath the arena, many onlookers gradually surrounded the area. It was said that the Qi family and the Jiang family had changed the terms of their wager, and everyone was filled with anticipation for the outcome of their match. Both families wagered everything they had in Nanli City. On the arena, the rest of the Jiang and Qi family members stepped back, leaving only Luo Ruiying and Chen Rou standing on the stage. A barrier rose around the circular arena, enveloping the entire area. Battles between cultivators were extremely dangerous, especially with those of higher cultivation levels, whose strikes often shook the heavens and earth, inevitably causing collateral damage. Competitions within the city required utmost caution. Ning Yechen sat in the seats with Luo Hongye in his arms, observing quietly while Qi Yuan sat beside him. At this moment, Qi Yuan anxiously watched Luo Ruiying on the arena, her hands tightly clasped in nervousness. Luo Hongye, nestled in Ning Yechen's embrace, looked up at him, her small face filled with worry. Daddy, is mommy going to fight the bad person again? Yes, but don't worry, Hongye. Your mother is very powerful. Ning Yechen smiled and gently rubbed Luo Hongye's head in comfort. He was well aware of his wife's strength. She had nearly slain a peak heavenly god with a single sword strike. How could a mere peak human realm opponent compare? Even if something unexpected happened, he could intervene without anyone noticing. He would never allow Luo Ruiying to be harmed in the slightest. Qi Yuan, sitting beside Ning Yechen, revealed a hint of guilt on her face. She both hoped for Luo Ruiying's victory and worried about her getting hurt. If Luo Ruiying were to be injured because of her, she would truly feel regret. How could she face Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye afterward? On the arena, Chen Rou gazed confidently at Luo Ruiying, arms outstretched in a welcoming gesture, saying, "Come on, let me see what you can do." As her words fell, Luo Ruiying's delicate brows furrowed and her figure suddenly vanished from her original spot. Only a faint golden shadow was left behind. Ha! When Chen Rou regained her senses, Luo Ruiying's cold crimson eyes were already in front of her. With her sword drawn from her waist, the brilliant golden sword light illuminated Chen Rao's face. Time seemed to slow to a crawl at that moment as the mocking confidence on Chen Rao's face gradually morphed into terror, her mouth slowly opening wide. So fast. This speed. Is she really at the human realm level? Thwack. The golden sword light slashed through Chen Rao's body, a diagonal cut. Blood instantly gushed forth. Luo Ruiying had no intention of sparing Chen Rou a moment's conversation, preparing to end the confrontation swiftly and decisively.
She needed to hurry home to take care of the child. Thwack! Chenro spat blood, immediately retreating a step, creating distance while tossing out several thunder-mixed yuan pearls. The power of the thunder-mixed yuan pearls was immense. Each contained a compressed force of tremendous thunder, requiring the use of thunder for their refinement. They were extremely precious. The eruptive power of the thunder was capable of obliterating a cultivator in the transformation realm with a single blow. Yet he had thrown out over a dozen at once. This was one of his long-preserved trump cards, one he had never dared to use until now. He never expected that this damned woman would be so powerful, forcing him to unleash everything without reservation. Over a dozen thunder-mixed yuan pearls floated around Luo Ruiying, completely surrounding her. Thunder! Explode! Chenro raised her fingers, furiously issuing the command. The thunder-mixed yuan pearls flickered with lightning, exploding simultaneously. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying remained calm, elegantly reversing her sword, plunging it into the ground. Sword chi rippled outward, enveloping Luo Ruiying in a transparent golden shadow. Boom! 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 The thunder-mixed yuan pearls exploded all at once, their power astonishing. The entire arena was instantly shattered into countless pieces, left in ruins. The onlookers near the arena couldn't help but retreat in fear. Thick dust enveloped the entire arena. Everyone held their breath, nervously watching the stage. Chenro clutched her bleeding chest, a smug and sinister grin spreading across her face. The power of the thunder-mixed yuan pearls was such that even if she didn't die, she would surely be left with only half her life. However, as the dust settled, Luo Ruiying holding her sword appeared before everyone, her delicate and beautiful figure completely unharmed. Not only was she uninjured, but even her celestial dress showed no signs of damage. How? How is this possible? Chenro exclaimed in shock, filled with disbelief. How could someone positioned in the center of a dozen thunder-mixed yuan pearls emerge completely unscathed? Below the arena, the Qi family members breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing smiles of reassurance. Ning Yechen from start to finish wore a light smile. Luo Ruiying's injuries were almost healed, and the celestial techniques she practiced were absolute skills from the celestial realm. How could those little pearls harm her? Moreover, the celestial sword in her hand shone with brilliant golden light, its sword light flickering like a shadow while its celestial aura overflowed elegantly. It was extraordinary. If it weren't for Chenro wearing a low-grade celestial armor from the beginning, she would have already been split in half by a single strike. In contrast, the atmosphere on the Jiang family side was extremely grim. The holy envoy of the Holy Lotus sect held peak human realm cultivation. How could she be utterly powerless in front of that woman? Where was the promised 99% chance of victory? Zhang Li's face was also clouded with darkness. Now, with his legs destroyed, he could no longer walk for life, and his lifeblood was gone. This made him even more irritable and vicious. He blamed all his misfortunes on Ning Yechen's family. It was because he had encountered them that he lost some time on the road leading to the assassination that left him in this state. That was why before the match he specifically instructed Chenro to thoroughly humiliate Luo Ruiying in public. Yet the outcome was completely unexpected and one-sided. Chenro was simply no match for Luo Ruiying. This left the members of the Jiang family struggling to accept. At this moment, Chenro also noticed the Luoshan sword in Luo Ruiying's hand, her expression greatly shocked. That was definitely a celestial sword. It was impossible for her to easily cut through his Xianyun celestial armor with just one strike. Originally relying on the Xianyun celestial armor and the thunder-mixed yuan pearls, he was fully confident of victory. Yet he never expected that his opponent would possess a remarkable celestial sword as well. Chenro's already pale face due to excessive blood loss turned even more white, her expression dark and grim. Holy envoy! What are you waiting for? Quickly kill her! Zhang Li, now consumed by rage, shouted angrily at Chenro on the arena. Having lost the most important thing, he had lost interest in Luo Ruiying. All he wanted to see now was her death. Moreover, this match was crucial for the entire future of the Jiang family in Nanli City. There must be no room for error. Being yelled at like a fool made Chenro's face turn vicious. Once she won the match in return, she would eliminate this useless Jiang family member. If it weren't for him provoking others, he might not have to deal with Luo Ruiying today. But no matter what, she could not lose this match. With a face full of hatred, Chenro took a lotus seed from her bosom and swallowed it, a pale yet sinister smile appearing on her face. Ha ha ha, you forced my hand. Ah. After consuming the lotus seeds, a frenzied surge of violent spiritual power erupted from Chenro. The aura of spiritual energy surrounding her continued to rise, clearly indicating that she had preliminarily stepped into the realm of the celestial god. The members of the Jiang family seated nearby couldn't help but reveal delighted smiles. This momentum shows that the holy envoy is serious. Quickly kill her, holy envoy. Jiang Jin, full of excitement, couldn't help but shout, disregarding his status as the family head. He just wanted to achieve victory quickly and seize the entire Nanli city, not wanting any further complications. As the frenzied and violent aura gradually calmed, Chen Rou cast a sinister glance at Luo Ruiying, a smug smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. To have forced me to this point, you are quite impressive. But this is where it ends. Even if you want to surrender now, it is already too late. Consuming the Holy Lotus Seed to forcibly break through to the Celestial God Realm requires a tremendous sacrifice to one's foundation. This means that in the future it would be very difficult for her to truly break through the Celestial God Realm again. This was her last trump card, and it was also the reason she had been so confident in claiming a 99% chance of victory before the competition began. However, she truly did not want to resort to this unless absolutely necessary. Since she had been forced to this extent, she naturally would not let Luo Ruiying off easily. However, just as Chen Rou finished speaking, a glimmer of golden light spread from Luo Ruiying's eyes and a faint figure of the Luo goddess appeared behind her. In a flash, she closed the distance to Chen Rou, her cold gaze fixed on her as she swung her celestial sword. The figure of the Luo goddess behind her also followed with a strike. This time Chen Rou clearly saw Luo Ruiying's movements, but she misjudged her strength. Chen Rou's expression turned to shock as she formed a barrier of spiritual energy, raising her sword in defense. However, the Luo goddess sword easily severed the spiritual sword in her hand, the golden sword light slicing across her neck. Even the barrier of the arena behind them was cut through by the sword light. Chen Rou stood there in a daze, a look of disbelief on her face. How could this be possible? She lost. What on earth happened with this woman? With such speed and sword prowess, is she really at the celestial level? Chen Rou couldn't comprehend, and she would never have the chance to understand. With a clear chime as the Luo goddess sword returned to its sheath, Chen Rou's head rolled from her neck. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Chen Rou was dead. The Jiang family actually lost. That peak celestial being was killed in just 2 strikes by this woman. Hadn't he forcibly broken through to the celestial god realm? How could he not defend against that one strike? Everyone present was shocked into speechlessness. Many had thought that the Jiang family had a sure victory in this competition, yet they never expected the outcome to be so unexpected. After a brief moment of shock, the Qi family erupted into thunderous cheers. We won. Our Qi family won. That's great. Old Qi, we won. As the Qi family cheered, the others in the seating area also began to congratulate and cheer for the Qi family. This was also the outcome that most people had hoped to see. It was truly a matter of public expectation. Luo Ruiying slowly leaped down from the arena and walked towards Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye. Ning Yechen also held Luo Hongye as he approached Luo Ruiying, preparing to give his wife a heartfelt hug. However, he didn't expect another figure to leap in before him, quickly pouncing into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Sister Luo, thank you so much. You're truly amazing. Qi Yuan tightly hugged Luo Ruiying, expressing her gratitude. At this moment she was so excited that tears streamed down her face, overwhelmed with joy. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly, not saying much more. She had once again forcibly manifested the Luo goddess, and her internal spiritual energy was completely exhausted. Fortunately, having learned from her previous experience dealing with the ghost husband, and since Chen Rao's cultivation was not too strong, she did not excessively deplete her internal spiritual energy this time. Wife, you've worked hard. Ning Yechen approached Luo Ruiying with a light smile as he held Luo Hongye. He then shot an annoyed glance at Qi Yuan, who was still clinging to Luo Ruiying. This girl really took his spot. She really has no sense of the atmosphere. Luo Ruiying smiled proudly as she received Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's hands. As the former empress of the immortal realm, if she couldn't even deal with a mere peak celestial being, then all her years of cultivation would have been in vain. Just as the family of 3 was preparing to leave, a furious roar suddenly sounded from behind. Wait. I do not recognize the results of this competition. Cheating. She must have used some despicable means, otherwise how could she possibly defeat the holy envoy? Jiang Jin pointed at Luo Ruiying, almost hysterically howling in anger. He completely could not accept such an outcome. Luo Ruiying winning meant that from this moment on the Jiang family lost all jurisdiction over the streets of Nanli City. The entire Nanli City would belong to the Qi family. Everything he had worked so hard for was all in vain. What can't the Jiang family accept defeat? Planning to go back on your word? Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Jin, her expression a mix of delight and mockery. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, she wouldn't have to endure the oppression of the Jiang family any longer. I will never acknowledge the result of this competition. Jiang Jin glared at Qi Yuan, his fierce gaze akin to that of a beast wishing to tear her apart. The Jiang family members and guards rushed forward, surrounding the Qi family. The atmosphere instantly became tense. At that moment Han Guangji slowly descended from the air standing between the Qi and Jiang families, his gaze coldly fixed on Jiang Jin and the others as he loudly declared the business competition has already concluded. The Jiang family is not planning to violate the rules established by the Treasure Trade Association, are they? Han Guangxi's powerful aura burst forth, instantly forcing the Jiang family members to retreat repeatedly. The competition witnessed by the Treasure Trade Association was absolutely fair and just. The Jiang family's actions had already violated the rules of the Treasure Trade Association. The Jiang family members looked shocked, their expressions filled with fear. They never expected that Han Guangxi's cultivation was at the celestial god realm. Moreover, the Treasure Trade Association spans across the world. Its influence cannot be underestimated, and it is not something a small Jiang family can provoke. The onlookers had long been displeased with the Jiang family's overbearing demeanor, and now that they had lost the competition, they wanted to go back on their word. The crowd was indignant and rallied behind the Qi family, standing firmly with them. The Jiang family has already lost. Do they intend to resort to violence now? Going back on your word, the Jiang family has disgraced the name of the association. Get lost. The Jiang family instantly became the target of everyone's ire, like a rat crossing the street, universally scorned. The Jiang family members were furious, clenching their fists and huffing in anger, turning away in defeat. With members of the Treasure Trade Association present and having stirred up everyone's anger, they absolutely could not resort to violence. Just wait. One day he would make everyone present regret it. Jiang Jin thought viciously in his heart. Today was nothing short of humiliation for the Jiang family. Qi Rongchang, experienced and overjoyed, did not forget to shout at Jiang Jin from behind, "Please prepare the street jurisdiction contract within a day and hand it over to my Qi family." Jiang Jin was so furious that he felt like he could explode, and he did not turn around to respond. Like a lost dog, he hurriedly left. After everyone from the Jiang family had left, Qi Rongchang turned to Luo Ruiying and solemnly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Fairy Luo, for your assistance. I from the Qi family will forever remember this kindness." If it weren't for Luo Ruiying acting on behalf of the Qi family, perhaps there would be no Qi family left in Nanli City after today. The members of the Qi family were filled with immense gratitude towards Luo Ruiying. "You are too polite, old Qi," Luo Ruiying said with a light smile. "Fairy Luo, would you and young Master Ning be willing to visit our Qi family? I have already instructed my servants to prepare a banquet to express our gratitude." Qi Rongchang smiled as he extended the invitation to Luo Ruiying. With Luo Ruiying's cultivation level and Ning Yechen's extraordinary talent, either would be enough to win the favor of the Qi family. Building a good relationship with a powerful cultivator capable of slaying a peak celestial realm expert with a single sword was undoubtedly the right choice. "Sister Luo, please come and visit our home, so that our Qi family can express our gratitude," Qi Yuan eagerly echoed. Facing the Qi family's warm invitation, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen exchanged glances, understanding each other without the need for words. Luo Ruiying slowly shook her head and politely declined Qi Rongchang and Qi Yuan, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but my husband and I prefer a quiet life. Moreover, I have already prepared the ingredients at home today, so I won't disturb the Qi family. I assume the Qi family has much to attend to today as well." They had come to Nanli City to live in seclusion, primarily to enjoy a peaceful and ordinary life. This time assisting the Qi family was partly to avoid taking advantage of their generosity and offering a residence, and partly due to her disdain for the Jiang family not wanting too much entanglement with the Qi family. Hearing Luo Ruiying's refusal, Qi Rongchang and Qi Yuan could not help but show disappointment, but they did not press the matter further. Now that the Qi family had emerged victorious in the business competition, their situation in Nanli City had dramatically reversed, and indeed there were many preparations awaiting the Qi family's attention. However, Ning Yechen smiled and advised Qi Yuan, "Miss Qi, if you have time tomorrow, come visit me at my home." Both Qi Yuan and Luo Ruiying were a bit curious and puzzled. They wondered what Ning Yechen wanted her to come for the next day. Nonetheless, Qi Yuan nodded and responded, "All right, brother Ning." Ning Yechen did not explain further, turning to hold Luo Ruiying's hand as they left. Suddenly being held tightly, Luo Ruiying was taken aback, her heart inexplicably stirred. She found that she didn't dislike being led by him at all. After calming down, Luo Ruiying also took the initiative to hold Ning Yechen's hand. The three of them slowly departed under the gaze of others. The onlookers respectfully made way. Many recognized Luo Ruiying as the stunning beauty they had seen a few days prior. Now, having witnessed her true cultivation strength, no one dared to show her any disrespect. She was a formidable expert capable of slaying peak celestial realm beings with a single sword. Killing them would be easier than slaughtering chickens. The two strolled hand in hand back to their residence, and as Luo Ruiying walked, she noticed that several empty houses next to them had piles of luggage in front. Many servants were moving things in and out. It seemed the houses had all been sold. In just one night, all the nearby houses had been sold, which was quite unusual for such a remote area. "Yechen, it seems we have new neighbors next door. I should take some things over to greet them."
Although with new neighbors life might not be so quiet anymore, I still intend to follow the customs of friendly neighborly relations among mortals and greet the newcomers. Ning Yechen naturally did not oppose this. Just as he was about to agree, he happened to see the door of the neighboring house open and a very familiar figure walked out. Yechen, clad in simple attire, walked to the door, moving things as if he were an ordinary person preparing to enter the house. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, Yechen's stern face broke into a slight smile, giving a nodding greeting without saying a word, as if he were just greeting a new neighbor.
Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen was stunned. Ha! What is going on? That guy must be Yechen. He couldn't be mistaken.
Although he was hiding perfectly, he could still discern the hidden cultivation level. Seeing Yechen take the initiative to greet them, Luo Ruiying also returned the gesture with a friendly nod.
Yechen did not engage further, carrying his things back into the house as if he didn't know him.
He is quite polite. I'll go inside and grab some fruit to greet him. Luo Ruiying planned to go home and bring some fruit to greet the new neighbor. Ning Yechen quickly stopped her, saying, "My lady, no."
Ha! Why not?
Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen in confusion. It was the first time she had seen him so agitated and nervous.
My lady, just stay at home with Ye Yue.
I will personally go buy some fruits to greet him.
This matter is best left to me.
Ning Yechen explained with an awkward smile as he pushed Luo Ruiying back toward their home. As he spoke, he pushed Luo Ruiying back to the door of their home. If Luo Ruiying were to come into contact with Yechen and accidentally discover something, or if Yechen slipped up and revealed his identity, that would be terrible.
All right. Then it's up to you.
Although Luo Ruiying was somewhat puzzled as to why Ning Yechen was suddenly so enthusiastic about personally visiting the neighbors, she didn't think too much of it and returned home with Luo Hongye. Seeing Luo Ruiying head towards their home, Ning Yechen quickly vanished and appeared in Yechen's house, standing before him.
I pay my respects to the demon lord.
Yechen hurriedly stopped his work, placing a hand over his chest and bowing respectfully. Ning Yechen maintained a cold expression, frowning and looking quite displeased as he questioned, "What are you doing here?"
Didn't I tell you not to disturb my life? I dare not. Yechen promptly replied with a serious tone.
Then hurry up and pack your things and return to the demon realm.
Do not appear before me again. Ning Yechen immediately ordered him to leave.
However, unexpectedly, Yechen did not comply this time, but rather spoke up, saying, "Demon Lord, I beg your pardon, it is difficult for me to comply.
We are tasked with guarding the demon lord's wife and the little princess, always ready to follow your orders and protect the lady and the princess. Rest assured, demon lord, we will disguise our identities and will not cause you any trouble."
Ning Yechen was furious when he realized Yechen dared to defy his orders and was about to raise his hand to teach him a lesson before personally sending him back to the demon realm. However, just as he raised his hand, Ning Yechen suddenly realized the implication of Yechen's earlier words.
Wait. What do you mean by we? Are there others besides you? Yechen lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Yes.
In addition to myself, all the other commanders and leaders of various legions, as well as the Imperial Guards and Dark Guards, have been ordered to disguise themselves and lurk throughout the city.
We are always ready for your summons, demon lord." Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen was taken aback.
Who gave this order?
The demon lord. It was the left protector.
Could it be she has also come?
Time returns to the period of the Merchant Association competition.
Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying have already left, and Meng Niu and the others naturally take on the responsibility of staying at home. Even in Ning Yechen's absence, they diligently cleaned every inch of the house. Only after everything was cleaned did the three of them sit idly on the steps of the courtyard, holding cleaning tools like feather dusters and cloths. "Hey, how long do you think it will be before the adults and the lady bring the young miss back?" Bai Yuan curiously asked Meng Niu and Kai Se beside him.
Although the lattice cultivation is only at the celestial realm, her internal spiritual power is exceptionally abundant, so she is likely to return soon.
Kai Se crossed her arms and casually said. She had seen Luo Ruiying secretly use her spiritual power to wash clothes, and that faint golden spiritual power was filled with an unusual pressure that made her feel somewhat wary. If it came down to a life or death struggle, she didn't even have complete confidence in defeating Luo Ruiying. It was clear that the lattice strength was not ordinary.
Meng Niu, boasting proudly, patted his chest and said, "I don't know how long the lady will be away.
But if the adults allow me to deal with those people, I could slap them dead with one hand."
"You foolish cow, you should tone it down a bit.
If you expose your identity and ruin the adults' plans, they won't let you off. Don't forget you threw a snowball at the young Miss face, and the adults haven't settled that with you yet. You should be grateful to be alive at this point."
Kai Se shot a glance at Meng Niu. Sometimes she truly feared that this foolish cow would inadvertently expose his identity. If the adults were to pursue the matter, she and Bai Yuan would probably be implicated as well. Mentioning Ning Yechen made Meng Nyo's proud demeanor instantly fade as he shrank back like a wilting flower, appearing quite obedient. Recalling how he had unintentionally broken things while working recently, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. What if the adults found him repulsive and dealt with him directly? Compared to when the adults and the lady will return, I feel more sympathy for the Jiang family. Why would they provoke someone like the adults? Thinking of Ning Yechen's terror, Kai-sei couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the Jiang family. With the adults' temperament, they would definitely not let the Jiang family off. I fear that in a few days the Jiang family will disappear from the world. Bai Yuan nodded in agreement. A few days. That's too long. If the adults wanted, they could make the Jiang family disappear right now. But it seems the adults don't wish to eliminate the Jiang family so directly. Kai-sei said calmly. The fact that Ning Yechen had not allowed them to directly eliminate the entire Jiang family only indicated one thing: he had not yet intended for the Jiang family to vanish so directly, otherwise annihilating them would be a matter of minutes. Just as the three were chatting, the courtyard door was suddenly knocked gently. Someone is here. Is it the adults returning? The three of them looked surprised and quickly stood up, pretending to be working, sweeping and wiping the tables. At this moment, Kai-sei and the others were filled with confusion. Logically, the adults and the lady would not conceal their presence and footsteps when returning home. Why had they heard no sound at all? Soon the courtyard door slowly opened and a stunningly beautiful woman with an ethereal presence stepped lightly into the yard, her beautiful eyes curiously surveying the surroundings as she softly murmured, "Is this the place where the demon lord resides?" After searching for over 100 years, she has finally found it. Meng Nyo and the others looked at the newcomer in confusion and silently withdrew their hands from their tasks. Oh. They thought it was the adults returning and were startled. It turned out it wasn't the adults. Meng Nyo bluntly said, "Hey, who are you? Don't you know you can't just enter someone else's home?" In these past few days, other than Shi Yuan, no one else had come and gone in the house. Upon seeing a stranger arrive, Meng Nyo's first reaction was to treat her as someone who had taken a wrong turn and wanted to chase her away. Kai-sei hurriedly stopped Meng Nyo, fearing he would stir up trouble, and approached Yu Qingyu politely asking, "May I ask who you are looking for?" "The master and lady are not at home right now." "Not at home?" Yu Qingyu murmured lightly, her expression somewhat disappointed. However, having waited for over 100 years, she wouldn't mind waiting a little longer. During this time, she also wanted to understand more about the demon lord's current life. Yu Qingyu stepped into the yard, her curious eyes surveying the surroundings, ignoring Meng Nyo and the others. This made Kai-sei frown slightly. Who on earth is this person so self-assured? If it weren't for not wanting to trouble the adults, she would have already thrown her out. Seeing Yu Qingyu preparing to step into the main hall, Kai-sei and the others could no longer hold back, blocking her path and asking displeased, "May I ask who you are?" Entering someone else's home without permission is quite rude, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyu halted her steps, her calm gaze landing on Kai-sei and the others, and she spoke, stunning everyone. "Heaven-swallowing serpent, chaotic demon, cow titan, great ape. I didn't expect there to still be remnants of ancient beast bloodlines in the human realm. But your strength is a bit lacking. You only just stepped into the immortal realm recently." Kai-sei and the others widened their eyes in shock. This person saw through their disguises at a glance. They had already entered the immortal realm. In the human realm, they were among the top cultivators. Even Luo Ruiying had not been able to see through their disguises yet. This suddenly arriving woman had seen through them at once. Although this person exuded no aura of cultivation, she was definitely not ordinary. The expressions of Kai-sei and the others immediately turned serious as they exchanged glances and unhesitatingly took action. They had heard that someone was trying to assassinate the lady and the young miss. Perhaps this woman was the one. With the adults absent, it was their duty to protect the home. They would subdue her first. As the three charged at her, Yu Qingyu showed no change in expression, simply stating, "Lie down." In an instant, Kai-sei and the others felt a jolt in their heads as if their bodies were being controlled by an unknown force, and they immediately lay down on the ground. Their bodies couldn't obey their commands. This was not a pressure enforced by spiritual power, as she emitted no aura of spiritual energy. Rather, the words she spoke seemed to carry an inexplicable magic, controlling their bodies and leaving them with no choice but to comply. They had no ability to fight back at all. This was only the second person since encountering Ning Yechen who made them feel such terror and helplessness. Yu Qingyu looked down at Kai-sei and the others from above, slightly furrowing her brows, and said with a hint of disdain, "Too weak. Are you three the pets newly adopted by the Demon Lord?" "Demon Lord? Pets. Kai-sei stared up in confusion. Is the Demon Lord she speaks of that one? They were all cultivators at the immortal realm, yet this woman referred to them as pets. But given that one's strength, it didn't seem entirely wrong to call them pets. Luo Ruiying, after parting ways with Ning Yechen, walked into the courtyard holding Luo Hongya. Upon seeing the wide-open courtyard gate, she felt puzzled, thinking that Kai Sei and the others must have forgotten to close it. It wasn't until she entered the courtyard and saw the stunningly beautiful figure of Yu Qingyu that she realized someone had arrived. After glancing at Yu Qingyu, Luo Ruiying turned her gaze to Kai Sei and the other two lying on the ground, asking in confusion, "What happened to you? Why are you lying on the ground?" "Madam, miss, you are back. We just accidentally slipped and fell to the ground," Kai Sei explained awkwardly. Just then Yu Qingyu silently withdrew her command, and the three of them, regaining their freedom, hurriedly scrambled to their feet. Their gazes towards Yu Qingyu were filled with unprecedented apprehension. If she wished to kill them, it could be accomplished in an instant. The three of them falling simultaneously was indeed too careless. Luo Ruiying didn't think much of it and looked back at Yu Qingyu, asking, "Who is this young lady?" Since Luo Ruiying returned holding Luo Hongya, Yu Qingji's eyes had been fixed on the two of them, gradually revealing endless joy and affection. She is the wife of the demon lord, the lady of the demon realm. Such a breathtaking beauty is truly a perfect match for the demon lord. And the little darling in her arms must be the little princess of the demon realm. So beautiful, so adorable. Just like the demon lord when he was young. Satisfied. She was overwhelmingly satisfied. Yu Qingji's cold face couldn't help but show a slight smile, revealing an uncontrollable expression of joy. At such times one should maintain elegance and composure, but she simply couldn't help it. Yu Qingji's smile appeared extremely suspicious in Luo Ruiying's eyes. This woman had been sizing them up from the start, and her fiery gaze was filled with delight. Could it be that she is? Luo Ruiying slightly furrowed her brows, instantly raising her guard. Yu Qingyu, unfazed, gracefully approached Luo Ruiying, crossing her feet, lightly touching her chest with her palm and slightly bowing, performing a very elegant greeting. "I have met the madam and the little princess." "Madam. Little princess." Luo Ruiying tightened her hold on Luo Hongya in her arms, staring at Yu Qingyu with a puzzled expression. Just as Yu Qingyu was about to respond, Ning Yechen hurriedly returned. Upon seeing Yu Qingyu, his expression changed drastically. "She really came." Ning Yechen quickly stepped in front of Luo Ruiying and asked, "How did you come too? Yechen, do you know this young lady?" Before Yu Qingyu could answer, Luo Ruiying spoke up first. "Why, she was once a servant in my family. It's been a long time since I've seen her." Ning Yechen quickly improvised smoothly, continuing the conversation. "Is that so?" Luo Ruiying responded, carefully examining Yu Qingyu once more. Although she had heard Ning Yechen mention his noble background before, she hadn't expected that even the servant would be so good-looking and charming. She had initially thought that Kai Sei and the other two were already far above ordinary in appearance and temperament, but this young lattice's beauty and demeanor far surpassed theirs. Yu Qingyu exuded an air of noble elegance and aloofness, not at all resembling a servant. She was hardly inferior to herself. Yu Qingyu was very clever and quickly understood why Ning Yechen had prevented her from speaking. It seemed this madam was still unaware of the true identity of the demon lord. From Luo Ruiying she could sense a faint aura of the celestial realm. She is from the celestial realm. No wonder the demon lord wanted to keep his identity hidden. Although Yu Qingyu felt somewhat puzzled as to why the demon lord would choose a woman from the celestial realm as his wife, she had no objections whatsoever. As long as the demon lord was willing to marry and have children, she would absolutely support him, no matter who he chose as his wife. Even if it were a pig demon, she wouldn't mind in the least. Understanding that Ning Yechen did not want to reveal his identity, Yu Qingyu immediately followed his lead, bowing respectfully as she introduced herself. "I am Yu Qingyu, pleased to meet you, madam. I was once the personal maid of the young master, and at the young master's command I have come to serve the madam and the little princess." "My command?" Ning Yechen was taken aback. "When did I give such an order?" Yu Qingji's words imply that she intends to stay here. "Is that so?" Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yechen beside her and asked. Ning Yechen thought to himself that it was bad. If she continued to say this, it would be difficult for him to find an excuse to send her away. But at this moment he couldn't deny it either, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to Luo Ruiying. With little time to hesitate, Ning Yechen could only nod in agreement with Yu Qingji's words. "Yes, my wife." "I see, but I am not used to being served by others." After learning that Yu Qingyu was called over by Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying felt her guard diminish. Ning Yechen seized the opportunity in Luo Ruiying's words and immediately said, "Since you are not used to it, I will have her leave then." Having said that, Ning Yechen immediately shot a glance at Yu Qingyu, secretly urging her hurry and leave. Yu Qingyu seemingly did not hear Ning Yechen's transmission at all. Her previously cold face suddenly assumed a tearful and sorrowful expression, reaching out to gently wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said in a mournful tone, "Young master, ever since you left I have been looking for you. It truly makes me very happy to see you again." But now you want to drive me away. I have been wandering outside for a long time. If you do not want me, I have no place to go. Woo woo. Ning Yechen. Ha. Ning Yechen was dumbfounded. He never expected that Yu Qingyu would use such a petty strategy to stay. The president of the demon realm, who stood above countless others, actually displayed a pitiful demeanor. If he didn't know Yu Qingjia's character so well, he might have almost believed her. It was simply too discordant. You are not like this usually. Do not randomly add drama to yourself. And you looking like this, how could you seem like someone who has been wandering outside for a long time? Wife, you must not be deceived by her. Ning Yechen turned to Luo Ruiying only to be even more dumbfounded. He saw that Luo Ruiying's eyes were slightly moist, looking at Yu Qingyu with a face full of sympathy. It's alright, there are empty rooms at home. Since you are here, you might as well stay here for the time being. Luo Ruiying stepped forward, gently taking Yu Qingjia's hand. After saying that, she turned back to glare fiercely at Ning Yechen as if blaming him for being so heartless. How could he call her over and then ruthlessly drive her away? Luo Ruiying had once spent some time wandering in the human realm to escape pursuit when she brought Luo Hongyi along, so she deeply resonated with Yu Qingjia's words. Seeing this scene, Ning Yechen's first reaction was that it was over. His wife had fallen for it. Come, Miss Yue, I will take you to choose a room you like. Luo Ruiying led Yu Qingyu into the inner room. Thank you, madam, Yu Qingyu responded with a bow, secretly glancing at Ning Yechen, her lips curling into a victorious smile. Ning Yechen. This room will be yours from now on, and let me know if you need anything. And Luo Ruiying led Yu Qingyu through the inner courtyard to select a chamber, speaking with gentle kindness. Thank you, madam, and Yu Qingyu bowed slightly in gratitude. Naviri gesture radiated poised grace and profound respect. This deepened Luo Ruiying's curiosity about Ning Yechen's family background. What kind of lineage could cultivate a servant so exceptionally refined and courteous? And Ning Yechen remained closely at Luo Ruiying's side, vigilantly watching Yu Qingyu, alert for any unusual movement or strange utterance. Now that Yu Qingyu stayed constantly by Luo Ruiying's side, Ning Yechen had no opportunity for private conversation with her, and his telepathic messages were utterly ignored. As if she were certain he would never dare lay a hand on her, not while Luo Ruiying stood nearby. Just then Luo Hongyan nestled in Luo Ruiying's arms, lifted her head and murmured softly, her voice tender and faint, and Mother Ye is hungry, and wife, please go prepare something for Ye. Very well, I'll handle things here. And seizing the moment, Ning Yechen interjected swiftly and gently guided Luo Ruiying out the door. Alright then, you two may speak freely. And assuming Ning Yechen merely wished to reunite with his longtime attendant, Luo Ruiying thought nothing of it and carried Luo Hongyi away. Then I shall assist Madam Nas. Yu Qingyu turned to follow. Ning Yechen immediately stepped forward and blocked her path. And stay. I have matters to discuss with you. Once Luo Ruiying was safely out of earshot, Ning Yechen shut the door firmly and fixed Yu Qingyu with a stern, icy gaze. And what brings you here? To serve His Majesty the Demon Sovereign and Madam and the little princess. And with Luo Ruiying gone, Yu Qingyu instantly resumed an attitude of utmost reverence, placing one hand over her heart as she replied. I am no longer the Demon Sovereign of the Demon Realm. You need not remain by my side, and nor do I require your service. Leave immediately. Ning Yechen's expression remained rigid as he dismissed her. And with them around, how could he possibly live a quiet, ordinary life with his wife and child? Upon hearing these words, Yu Qingyu's countenance grew solemn and reverent. She dropped to one knee, hand still resting over her heart, and gazed up at Ning Yechen with unwavering gravity. And you shall forever remain the sole supreme sovereign of our demon realm. As we swore that day, we shall follow you eternally, and if you truly demand our permanent departure, it must be by your own hand. Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed faintly with a subtle lift of his palm. The very air around Yu Qingyu warped and twisted, but she stood unmoving, offering no resistance whatsoever. After a long silent hesitation, Ning Yechen sighed softly in resignation and rise. At times he truly found his subordinates' fanatical loyalty exhausting, so much so that retirement seemed impossible. And he had expressly forbidden them from seeking him, yet they had searched for over a century. And how could he ever bring himself to strike down such devoted servants? Yu Qingyu surely counted on precisely this, knowing full well he would never raise a hand against her. And thus he truly had no recourse against her. That was what angered him most. And thank you, Your Majesty. Na faint unguarded smile curved Yu Qingyu's lips as she rose effortlessly, as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. Tell me, how many from the demon realm have you brought into the mortal realm? And Ning Yechen settled onto a nearby chair, propping his cheek upon one hand, his demeanor aloof and imperious, just as the demon sovereign of old. Seeing Ning Yechen once more embody that sovereign aura filled Yu Qingyu with quiet elation. And Your Majesty, I have summoned all 13 demon deities to the mortal realm. The 1st, 3rd and 6th legions are already en route and will arrive imminently, and legion commanders as well as your personal shadow guards and Imperial Guard Corps have begun arriving throughout the city. I have secured false identities for each, dispersing them discreetly across the city, ready to obey your command at any moment, and their sole purpose to safeguard Madam and the little princess. Of course we shall never intrude upon your majesty's life with Madame and the little princess Ning Yechen, and this intrusion is already intolerable. Ning Yechen rubbed his temples exasperated. 13 demon deities, plus 3 legions totaling nearly 1 million soldiers. That did not even include the Shadow Guards or Imperial Guard Corps. And this was less protection, more like a full-scale invasion of the mortal realm. And yet they expected him to live peacefully. And maintain only the bare minimum personnel within the city, order all legions back to the demon realm immediately. Ning Yechen cast a sidelong glance at Yu Qingyu and issued the command with palpable irritation. With Yu Qingyu's command alone the entire mortal realm could be leveled. And she hesitated, then ventured cautiously, "In your majesty, would that not compromise their safety?" With Yu Qingyu's command alone the entire mortal realm could be leveled. And she hesitated, then ventured cautiously, "In your majesty, would that not..." He needed no protection, yet she had mobilized this vast force with such fanfare. 13 demon deities alone were all celestial emperor tier cultivators, and Yu Qingyu herself had personally arrived, and hearing his final remark she interpreted it as a mark of trust, smiled faintly and nodded in assent. "Understood, I shall abide by your majesty's decree and for now remain here as a maid." Noonable to dismiss Yu Qingyu outright, Ning Yechen reluctantly permitted her to stay. Yu Qingyu was shrewd and meticulous, her presence would likely disturb his life little if at all. And moreover, having her near Luo Ruiying and the child brought him genuine peace of mind. Her presence was incomparable to that of Meng Niu and the other two, and "I have always been your majesty's personal attendant," Yu Qingyu corrected earnestly. Ning Yechen, too weary to argue further, summoned Meng Niu and the others and instructed them, "And from now on, when I am absent you obey her without question." "Yes, your majesty," and the three bowed deeply and responded with sullen reverence. Having learned of Ning Yechen's true identity and witnessed Yu Qingyu's terrifying power firsthand, they voiced no objection. Yu Qingyu frowned slightly at the trio, then turned to Ning Yechen, "And your majesty, even if you keep pets they ought to be formidable ones. These 3 are far too weak, utterly useless, and they cannot even compare to the hellhounds guarding your palace gates, and shall I replace them with stronger ones from the demon realm?" Hearing this, Meng Niu and the others trembled violently, tears welling in their eyes as they looked pleadingly toward Ning Yechen, and if his majesty discarded them would they simply be erased? And surely, even if weak, they still had some value. They had mastered laundry, cooking, cleaning, chopping wood and tending fires. Ning Yechen stared wordlessly at the trio, truly not a shred of demon king dignity remained, "And keep them. I find them quite agreeable." "As your majesty commands," and since Ning Yechen had spoken so plainly Yu Qingyu withdrew her suggestion. "And thank you, your majesty." Tears streamed down Meng Niu's face, their lives were spared once more. His majesty had not rejected them, and they had survived again. On the other side, Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye in her arms, feeding her porridge spoonful by spoonful while occasionally glancing towards the inner courtyard. Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu had been talking in the room for a long time and had yet to come out. Her intuition told her that the relationship between Yu Qingyu and Ning Yechen seemed unusual. But she couldn't quite pinpoint what was off. She wanted to sneak a peek but felt it might be inappropriate. Had staying in the human world for too long, living a mundane life, made her start overthinking? Luo Ruiying couldn't help but gently touch her cheek, lost in thought. She wasn't someone who used to overthink like this. Hopefully she was just overthinking. Mother Luo Hongye sat steadily in Luo Ruiying's embrace, swinging her little feet and looking up at Luo Ruiying with her mouth wide open as if waiting to be fed. Luo Ruiying smiled affectionately, dismissing her wandering thoughts, and continued to scoop porridge to feed Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye squinted her eyes happily, swinging her little feet back and forth, revealing a crescent moon-like adorable smile. At this moment, Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu walked out from the inner courtyard. "Daddy," Luo Hongye called out sweetly, and Ning Yechen smiled as he took Luo Hongye from Luo Ruiying's arms, holding her lovingly in his embrace, gently stroking her small back. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying merely smiled lightly, reaching out to wipe Luo Hongye's mouth with a handkerchief. Yu Qingyu, witnessing this scene from the side, was instantly moved to tears, a look of contentment appearing on her face. What a warm and happy scene this was. She had waited so long to witness it, and finally in her lifetime she had seen it with her own eyes. Now even if she were to die she would have no regrets. She wished to capture this moment, projecting it to the demon realm so that the entire realm would sing its praises. Luo Ruiying noticed Yu Qingyu gently wiping her tears and puzzled asked, "Miss Yue, what's wrong?" "Madam, I'm fine, just too moved." "Moved?" Luo Ruiying asked in confusion. "Yes. Seeing the young master and you and Miss being so affectionate, I am deeply moved." "Thank you, madam," Yu Qingyu said as she deeply bowed to Luo Ruiying. If it weren't for Luo Ruiying she wouldn't have known when she would witness the moment the demon lord married and had children. Luo Ruiying was left bewildered, turning to look at Ning Yechen with confusion. Ning Yechen also felt helpless and didn't know how to explain, only saying lightly, "My dear, don't mind her. She has always been this way." Yu Qingyu had been urging him to marry for at least decades while in the demon realm. For her, perhaps she was indeed very moved at this moment. Yu Qingyu slowly walked in front of Ning Yechen, her usually indifferent eyes filled with ripples of affection, focusing intently on Luo Hongye in Ning Yechen's arms. What a lovely and beautiful little princess. No wonder she inherited the excellent genes of the Demon Lord. She would surely not be inferior to the Demon Lord in the future. Yu Qingyu suppressed her excitement to quickly hold Luo Hongye and asked in a tone that was almost pleading, "Young master, may I hold the young lady?" "If it's just a hug, then there's no problem. Just don't scare Yi. Rest assured, young master. If I scare the young lady, I will pay for it with my life," Yu Qingyu said in a calm tone as if discussing something trivial. "There's no need to go that far." Ning Yechen replied speechlessly. Luo Ruiying beside him also looked astonished. This Miss Yu was taking things too seriously, threatening to pay with her life at every turn. Luo Hongye, nestled in Ning Yechen's arms, looked curiously and timidly at Yu Qingyu. Ning Yechen gently handed Luo Hongye to Yu Qingyu, softly instructing Yi, "Don't be afraid. She is not a bad person." At first Luo Hongye was resistant, clinging to Ning Yechen. The only ones she truly trusted were Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, and she never let anyone else hold her. Even when Shi Yuan wanted to hold her, she would instinctively resist. However, under Ning Yechen's gentle reassurance, although Luo Hongye was still a bit scared, she behaved very obediently, not struggling or crying, and was gently embraced by Yu Qingyu. Yu Qingyu carefully held Luo Hongye, her face filled with incredible joy. Her hands cradling Luo Hongye couldn't help but tremble slightly as she felt overwhelming excitement inside. She was holding the child of the Demon Lord. The little princess of the Demon Realm. What an honor this was. She decided. From now on she would never wash this outfit or these hands. She looks just like the young master when he was little. Truly worthy of being my dear little princess, Yu Qingyu praised Luo Hongye with a gentle and affectionate expression. Ning Yechen shot a speechless glance at Yu Qingyu and immediately interrupted, "Wake up, that's mine." If others from the demon realm saw her so gentle, they would probably find it hard to believe. Is this really the serious and merciless president of the demon realm? Yu Qingyu seemed not to hear Ning Yechen's words, her eyes still full of joy as she carefully observed every inch of Luo Hongye. Relying only on touch and sight, she had roughly estimated Luo Hongye's weight and body dimensions. Luo Hongye, feeling shy under the gaze, timidly asked, "Sister, are you here to play with Yi?" "Sister. If only you could call me grandma." "Well, but sister is fine too." Yu Qingyu felt slightly disappointed upon hearing Luo Hongye's address but quickly accepted it. "Please don't casually alter the hierarchy." Ning Yechen helplessly reprimanded Yu Qingyu again. Luo Ruiying, standing aside, appeared increasingly confused. She couldn't quite understand. Did she just hear something? "Grandma. Does that mean Miss Yu wants to be their mother? Is this something a personal attendant should say?" "Yechen this." Luo Ruiying looked puzzled and sought an explanation from Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen also didn't know how to explain, only saying, "My dear, don't mind her. She's always been this way." It was hard not to mind. Luo Ruiying inwardly thought. Yu Qingji's behavior was becoming increasingly strange to her. Yu Qingyu seemed completely unaware that her previous statements were inappropriate, and with a very formal tone she gently patted her chest, answering Luo Hongye's earlier question, "From now on I will always be by your and madam's side, responsible for serving you and madam." In this moment she pledged her loyalty to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye in the demon realm. Nightfall. After bathing, Luo Ruiying sat on the edge of the bed, cradling Luo Hongye in her arms and gently drying her damp hair. The moment her hair was dry, Luo Hongye eagerly turned and burrowed beneath the covers. Aside from eating and playing, Luo Hongye's favorite nightly ritual was sleeping beside Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. "Daddy, mama, time for sleep." Emerging just her small head from beneath the quilt, Luo Hongye chirped in a soft babyish voice. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged tender smiles before slipping off their outer robes and climbing onto the bed together. One bed. One quilt. 3 souls sharing slumber. Luo Hongye, as always, nestled snugly between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Scarcely had she settled when Luo Ruiying's rhythmic soothing strokes lulled her swiftly into deep sleep. Ning Yechen lay propped on one elbow, gazing tenderly at Luo Hongye before lifting his eyes to meet Luo Ruiying's with quiet affection. Sensing his gaze, Luo Ruiying lifted her graceful eyes and asked, puzzled him, "Why are you staring at me like that?" "Because my wife is beautiful." The words slipped from Ning Yechen's lips with sincere warmth, and they were wholly true. Among all the women he had ever beheld, Luo Ruiying's countenance remained peerless. Her hair, pinned with a jade hairpin and drawn into the elegant coiffure of a married woman, lent her ethereal beauty and added depth of mature grace. While soothing Luo Hongye moments earlier, she had radiated a gentle, nurturing light, the unmistakable aura of motherhood. Caught unawares by such sudden praise, Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed a delicate cherry pink.
With a mock scolding glance, she lowered her gaze and shyly turned her face away.
Honestly, what on earth is he saying now? It's making her flustered.
Watching her bashful expression, Ning Yechen felt his heart stir all the more. Though already a mother to a child over 2 years old, she still carried herself like a blushing maiden. A charm he found utterly enchanting.
Slowly Ning Yechen drew his face nearer to hers, narrowing the space between them inch by inch.
They had been together for some time now, yet opportunities for quiet private moments remained rare.
Most days unfolded as a trio, playful, tender, devoted to their daughter.
Though their affection deepened steadily, it had yet to blossom into anything bolder. With Luo Hongye peacefully asleep, this hushed nocturnal hour became one of their few treasured interludes as husband and wife.
A whispered conversation between spouses veiled in midnight stillness.
Just as Ning Yechen leaned and poised for something tenderer, Luo Ruiying's sudden question froze him mid-motion. By the way, Yechen, was that Miss Yu truly your former personal attendant?
Ning Yechen's heart leapt in alarm.
Ha! Why would his wife ask that? Had she already sensed something amiss? Noting his silence, Luo Ruiying lifted her gaze, only to find Ning Yechen's face already hovering mere inches from hers. Why are you so close? I was merely worried the quilt might slip and let the night chill seep in, so I thought snuggling closer would keep Hongye warm.
Ning Yechen declared this with solemn, unwavering sincerity.
Ah, I see.
Then why is your face so near mine?
His features now hovered no farther than the width of a clenched fist from her own. Somehow she sensed this explanation wasn't quite the whole truth. Flustered, Ning Yechen cleared his throat awkwardly and discreetly eased himself back a little. A failure, regrettably complete.
Luo Ruiying watched his crestfallen expression and couldn't help but find it quietly amusing. What exactly was he disappointed about?
Gently propping herself up, Luo Ruiying tugged the quilt higher, drawing its warmth more fully over Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen. With her cultivation, even the harshest winter held no sway over her. So naturally the quilt belonged first to their child, and to him.
My dearest wife, you are truly kind.
As she tucked the blanket around him, Ning Yechen's face bloomed into a radiant, deeply contented smile.
You're far too sweet.
Luo Ruiying retorted playfully, then added with a teasing glint, don't try to dodge the question.
You still haven't answered me. Ning Yechen. My love, she truly was my personal attendant once.
Yet after I withdrew from the world and chose seclusion, I saw her not again for many long years. He spoke carefully, yet without deceit. In the demon realm, Yu Qingyu had indeed served as his closest, most trusted attendant.
A personal attendant.
At these words, Luo Ruiying's luminous eyes narrowed faintly, a soft inscrutable murmur escaping her lips. Ning Yechen's pulse quickened, he watched her expression with breathless caution.
Could she possibly be jealous, or angry? Thankfully no storm of jealousy arose, only quiet curiosity. Yechen, your attendants all seem rather extraordinary. I'm growing genuinely curious about your family background.
If Meng Yo and the others were remarkable enough, then Yu Qingyo's presence, her poise, her unearthly beauty, had left an indelible impression.
That such a woman had once been his personal attendant only deepened Luo Ruiying's intrigue.
What lineage could nurture an attendant of such caliber? And yet beyond fascination, Luo Ruiying sensed something ineffable, an instinctive awareness that this woman was no ordinary soul. Her intuition whispered that Yu Qingyu was exceptional, yet undeniably respectful, even reverent toward them both, bearing no trace of hostility. Observing Luo Ruiying's open curiosity, Ning Yechen smiled, knowing, enigmatic.
My love, what is there to wonder about? In time I shall personally escort you home, to show you everything, and then all will become clear.
Yes, of course. Luo Ruiying heard only the surface meaning, imagining a simple visit to her husband's ancestral home in the mortal realm. As his wife, propriety dictated she pay formal respects to his family.
Are many still living at home?
I'll prepare appropriate gifts before we go.
No need for special gifts, my love, they'll rejoice simply at your arrival.
And the household, well, let's just say it's rather large.
You'd never finish preparing for everyone.
Ning Yechen chuckled somewhat sheepishly. After all, as sovereign of the demon realm, every denizen therein was in essence his subject, making the number anything but modest.
Luo Ruiying's curiosity, however, only deepened.
How vast was his household? Fearing further probing questions, Ning Yechen swiftly changed the subject.
My love, could you lift your head just a little?
Bewildered, Luo Ruiying nonetheless raised her head slightly from the pillow. Seizing the moment, Ning Yechen slid his arm beneath her pillow and smiled, you may rest your head now.
Glancing down, Luo Ruiying finally understood his intent.
He wished for her to rest upon his arm. Hesitating only a moment, she carefully laid her head upon it, only for him to gently draw her closer, cradling her against his chest until she nestled almost atop him. Luo Hongye slept warmly nestled between them, the three bound together in quiet intimate closeness. Luo Ruiying's breath caught softly, a blush warmed her cheeks, but she offered only a wry affectionate glance, remaining where she was.
My love, how does it feel? Ning Yechen asked, smiling.
Too firm.
Not comfortable at all.
Her lips curled upward in gentle teasing disdain.
Is that so? Then perhaps I should adjust my posture.
At her words he began to withdraw his arm, ready to try again. But Luo Ruiying pressed her hand lightly over his arm and closed her eyes, murmuring softly, no need.
This is fine. It's perfect.
The next morning Luo Ruiying sat gracefully in front of the vanity, combing her hair, her enchanting figure on full display. Ning Yechen leaned close to Luo Ruiying's ear from behind, whispering against her cheek, can you style your hair?
Luo Ruiying's face flushed slightly as she asked in surprise.
If my wife asks like that, then you underestimate me a bit too much. Ning Yechen chuckled, gently taking the hairpin and comb from Luo Ruiying's hands to meticulously style her hair. Luo Ruiying sat quietly in front of the mirror, silently allowing Ning Yechen to manage her hair. Although his technique was clumsy, it was surprisingly skillful, and in no time he had styled her hair neatly and secured it with a hairpin. Luo Ruiying was somewhat taken aback as she looked in the mirror. Luo Hongye was already bouncing excitedly at Ning Yechen's feet.
Daddy, it's my turn now.
Alright, it's time for my lovely Hongye, Ning Yechen replied with a smile, picking up Luo Hongye and placing her on his lap, carefully styling two adorable buns on her little head.
Luo Ruiying watched from the side.
Although she had never seen such a hairstyle, it surprisingly looked quite cute. Just as the hairstyle was finished, a voice from outside the door called out. Young master, madam, breakfast is ready, came the voice.
Thank you for your hard work, Luo Ruiying replied, picking up Luo Hongye and opening the door. Yu Qingyu stood elegantly at the door.
Upon seeing the adorable hairstyle of Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying's arms, her eyes lit up with a burst of fervent desire. Fortunately, she quickly suppressed it. That was close, she almost lost control.
The little princess was simply too cute.
She also wished to hold the little princess in her arms just like Madame. Ning Yechen arrived in the hall, where the table was already filled with various delicious dishes.
You can actually cook? Ning Yechen asked in astonishment, secretly transmitting a message to Yu Qingyu.
He had never thought of her as someone who could cook. After hearing of the little princess' birth, I spent 3 days learning how to cook, Yu Qingyu replied calmly through the transmission.
This revelation left Ning Yechen even more shocked. Was it really necessary to work this hard? The president of the demon realm personally learning to cook seemed utterly absurd. Luo Ruiying was also surprised, and after trying a few bites her eyes brightened.
The taste was truly delightful. Luo Ruiying picked up some tender fish and fed it to Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye chewed happily, her face lighting up with a smile.
Delicious, to receive the praise of the young lady is my honor. If you like it, I will prepare it for you every day. Hearing Luo Hongye's words, a proud and satisfied smile appeared on Yu Qingji's face.
She would be the first in the demon realm aside from the demon lord to receive praise from the little princess. All the diligent practice during this time had not been in vain.
It was worth it. Meng Niu and the others stood obediently behind Yu Qingyu. In the past, Luo Ruiying didn't mind them sitting down to eat together, but now with Yu Qingyu present they dared not. She had said that if they did anything that didn't match their status, she would make them disappear from this world. The terror was no less than that of the Great One. Moreover, she was even stricter with them. Seeing Yu Qingyu standing with Meng Niu and the others, Luo Ruiying smiled at them and said, you all sit down and eat too. We are merely your servants, madam, and do not have the qualifications to sit at the same table as you, Yu Qingyu replied seriously with a bow. Luo Ruiying did not expect Yu Qingyu to adhere so strictly to her principles and laughed, saying, it's fine with me. After all, there is plenty of food and not eating would be wasteful. Madam, that's not acceptable. This does not align with our identity and duties. Yu Qingyu firmly and resolutely refused again. Luo Ruiying was at a loss for how to deal with the stubborn Yu Qingyu. Ning Yechen gently patted Luo Ruiying's shoulder and said, my wife, just phrase it differently. After saying that, Ning Yechen turned to Yu Qingyu and said indifferently, you all sit down and eat, that's an order. Yes. With those words, Yu Qingyu hesitated slightly but nodded and took a seat. She actually wanted to refuse, but the demon lord's orders could not be defied. This was an absolute command in the demon realm. So she had to comply. Meng Niu and the others only dared to cautiously sit down after Yu Qingyu took her seat. Luo Ruiying felt somewhat helpless. Did these people really need to receive orders to sit down? It seemed she could accomplish more with a single command. Just as everyone was gathered around the table, a sudden knocking sound echoed from the courtyard. Ning Yechen didn't need to guess, it was undoubtedly Qi Yuan arriving. Although he had told Qi Yuan to come find him today, he didn't expect her to come so early. Kaisei stood up to open the courtyard door. As expected, it was Qi Yuan visiting early in the morning. Sister Luo brother Ning Qi Yuan greeted Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen warmly as she entered the hall. After winning against the Zhang family yesterday, the Qi family had been busy consolidating their control over the streets of Nanli City. However, this busyness brought immense joy to everyone in the Qi family. Since yesterday she had been smiling so much that her lips hadn't stopped. Little Hongye Qi Yuan went straight to Luo Hongye's side, squatting down and affectionately rubbing the chubby little cheeks of the princess. Sister Qi. Luo Hongye could hardly speak as she was being rubbed. Yu Qingyo, sitting not far away, was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in shock as she watched Qi Yuan directly pinch Luo Hongye's cheeks, a trace of coldness flashing in her gaze. How dare she treat their little princess like this? It was simply unforgivable. Yu Qingyu had never done such a thing. Demon Lord. Who is this woman? Can I kill her? Don't worry, I will not cause you and madam any trouble. I promise she will leave peacefully. Yu Qingyu desperately suppressed the raging killing intent within her as she transmitted a message to Ning Yechen, keeping her icy gaze fixed on Qi Yuan. As long as the demon lord agreed, she would make this woman disappear in an instant. Ning Yechen shot Yu Qingyu a disapproving glance and decisively replied no. Just because Qi Yuan touched Luo Hongye's cheeks, it didn't warrant her disappearance. Moreover, this was merely Qi Yuan showing her affection for Luo Hongye, making it even less likely for him to let her take action against Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan subtly sensed the coldness behind her and turned to meet Yu Qingji's icy gaze. At that moment she realized there was someone else she didn't recognize. This sister didn't look much worse than Sister Luo. But she seemed quite terrifying. Why did she seem to be staring at her with hostility? Had she done something wrong? Hello. As a servant, Yu Qingyu had no choice but to politely respond to Qi Yuan, yet her eyes remained cold and unyielding as they gazed at her. Qi Yuan couldn't help but shrink back in fear. Who exactly is this woman? She's truly terrifying. Being stared at by her feels like falling into an ice cave, sending chills throughout my body. Qi Yuan looked towards Ning Yechen for help, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Miss Qi, this is my family's new servant who was once my personal maid, Yu Qingyu. Ning Yechen briefly introduced her to Qi Yuan. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan looked at Yu Qingyu with even more curiosity. She initially thought that Yu Qingyu might be a guest of Luo Ruiying or Ning Yechen. But it turns out she is Ning Gij's former personal maid. Having grown up in a wealthy family, Qi Yuan had encountered many distinguished nobles and considered herself well acquainted with extraordinary servants, yet she had never seen a maid with such beauty and grace. Even if someone told her that Yu Qingyu was a princess from a powerful nation, she wouldn't have doubted it at all. Even Ning Gij's servants possess such remarkable appearance and demeanor. Meng Niu and the others were already quite remarkable, but Yu Qingyu left her utterly stunned. However, she still couldn't understand why Yu Qingyu was hostile towards her upon their first meeting. Qi Yuan stopped pondering further, quietly averted her gaze, not daring to meet Yu Qingji's eyes again, and turned to Ning Yechen, asking, "By the way, Ning Gij, did you summon me today for something?" Indeed, Ning Yechen smiled slightly and asked, "Miss Qi, although the jurisdiction of various streets in Nanli City has now been taken over by the Qi family, it seems that they have not completely disappeared from Nanli City yet." Yes. Although the jurisdiction over the streets in Nanli City has been transferred to my Qi family, many merchant associations still choose to side with the Zhang family. They still belong to the Zhang family's shops, and the Zhang family's business continues as usual, Qi Yuan said indignantly. Just mentioning the Zhang family makes me angry. Even though the Qi family successfully obtained the jurisdiction of the streets in Nanli City, significantly weakening the Zhang family's power and impacting their business. A large portion of the merchant associations in the city still chose to side with the Zhang family. The contracts for the street shops have not yet expired, they simply lost the jurisdiction over the streets, allowing the Zhang family's shops to continue operating normally. However, when the contract terms expire, the Qi family can threaten the streets merchant associations that if they wish to continue operating, they must sever ties with the Zhang family. At that time, even if they refuse, the Qi family could leverage their jurisdiction over the streets to deny them renewal, forcing them to shut down. But until then, the Qi family truly has no way to deal with the Zhang family. They could only try their best to persuade those merchant associations still supporting the Zhang family to join the Qi family. However, the results were not very satisfactory. This was the very issue that had been troubling Qi Yuan since yesterday. They couldn't strike down the Zhang family outright, who knows what schemes they might resort to next. Ning Yechen already knew it would be like this and continued to ask, "I remember that the Zhang family's main business relies on selling various pills and elixirs." That's right. Over a decade ago, the Zhang family somehow acquired a fourth-grade body refinement liquid called Fire Lotus Liquid. This Fire Lotus Liquid can refine the physical body and is highly sought after by countless cultivators. The Zhang family rapidly rose to prominence due to this Fire Lotus Liquid.
All major merchant associations under the Jiang family's influence in the city sell this fire lotus liquid, Qi Yuan said seriously. If it weren't for the Jiang family relying on this fire lotus liquid, they wouldn't have been able to rise so quickly and suppress my Qi family. It was also the significant profit from the fire lotus liquid that led countless merchant associations to choose to support the Jiang family. A fourth-grade body refinement liquid. Ning Yechen mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Qi Yuan looked puzzled. She didn't quite understand why Ning Yechen suddenly wanted to ask her about the Jiang family's business. After a moment, Ning Yechen waved to Yu Qingyu. Qingyu, pen and paper. Yes, young master. Without hesitation, Yu Qingyu immediately brought the pen and paper and handed it to Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen took the pen and paper and quickly listed dozens of types of immortal herbs and spiritual medicines. Luo Ruiying, sitting beside Ning Yechen, couldn't help but lean over curiously, and the more she stared at the list of immortal herbs on the paper, the more astonished her beautiful eyes became. This looks like a recipe for some kind of body refinement liquid. And it's a formula for a spiritual liquid that she has never encountered before. Having grown up in the immortal realm, she had perused countless medical texts and was familiar with various elixir recipes, yet this recipe listed by Ning Yechen was the first she had seen. She attempted to carefully consider the formula Ning Yechen had listed in her mind. To her surprise, she discovered that these immortal herbs could perfectly blend together, producing remarkable effects in refining bones and meridians. This was at least a 7th-grade body refinement liquid. He wasn't just casually writing nonsense. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The formula Ning Yechen casually wrote was indeed for a 7th-grade body refinement liquid. Moreover, it was a formula that had never been documented before. After completing the recipe, Ning Yechen handed the paper to Qi Yuan, casually stating, "This is a body refinement liquid recipe called Lianxian pill. The final product is a pill that can dissolve in water to become a spiritual liquid for body refinement. As for the grade, it should be at the level of 7th grade. I'm not entirely sure. 7th. A 7th grade body refinement liquid." Qi Yuan took the white paper, initially unable to discern anything special, but upon hearing Ning Yechen mention that what she held was a 7th grade body refinement liquid, her hands trembled in shock. This is a 7th grade body refinement liquid recipe. The value of this recipe alone is enough to secure the entire Nanli city. Ning Yechen just casually handed it to her. And he wrote it so casually on a piece of white paper. Seeing Qi Yuan's stunned expression, Yu Qingyu couldn't help but feel amused. Just an uneducated insect. The 7th grade body refinement liquid is merely the simplest refinement recipe that the Demon Lord could conceive. If the Demon Lord wished, even a recipe for a 10th grade liquid would be as easy as pie. The materials needed for the Lianxian pill are not too hard to find. I believe that with Miss Qi's family wealth, gathering these materials for mass production should be no issue. Even if the quality of the produced liquid is subpar, it should still yield effects above 5th grade. After you return, immediately have the Qi family do everything possible to acquire all the materials listed, even if it means buying them from the Jiang family at 10 times the price. Ning Yechen continued to instruct calmly. Qi Yuan held the recipe, her eyes blinking in a daze, her gaze gradually brightening. She immediately understood Ning Yechen's intentions. Ning Yechen wanted the Qi family to use this 7th grade body refinement liquid recipe to completely suppress the Jiang family in business. "Brother Ning, do you want me to have the Qi family refine the immortal elixir to suppress the Jiang family's business?" Qi Yuan looked at Ning Yechen in shock. "Exactly." Ning Yechen gently nodded. Qi Yuan, being the daughter of a merchant family, was not foolish. She quickly understood his intention. Do not rush to refine and sell until your Qi family has acquired enough materials to avoid arousing Jiang family's suspicion. Begin refining when you are fully prepared. Moreover, do not sell the refined immortal elixir through auction, sell it at a low price. Miss Qi, you should understand why, right? Brother Ning is worried that if sold via auction, the price will be too high, making it unaffordable for most cultivators. In that case, even if the Qi family launched this immortal elixir and increased their revenue, it would not successfully suppress the Jiang family's fire lotus liquid. After thinking for a moment, Qi Yuan replied earnestly. She felt both admiration and shock towards Ning Yechen. For the purpose of suppressing the Jiang family's business, Brother Ning was willing to offer a 7th grade body refining liquid at a low price. The choice between the exorbitantly priced 4th grade body refining liquid and the low-priced 7th grade body refining liquid was obvious. This way the Jiang family's business would undoubtedly be severely impacted, and all the accumulated fire lotus liquid would be hard to sell. Ning Yechen nodded in approval. What Qi Yuan said was essentially what he had been considering. But it was still lacking a bit. She did not mention everything. Once the Jiang family's business plummeted, the merchant associations under Jiang would obediently seek to affiliate with the Qi family.
Even if they still chose not to join the Qi family, their business would struggle to maintain operations. By then the Qi family could forcibly acquire those merchant associations and shops under Jiang at an incredibly low price. Once the Qi family sells the immortal elixir, many merchant associations might actively seek to cooperate with your Qi family. At that time, do not rush to agree to them. Wait until they can no longer hold back and actively raise the profit share before agreeing. The Jiang family's shops should also try to lower their prices and acquire everything. Ning Yechen added to Qi Yuan. He could eliminate the Jiang family without lifting a finger, and in the blink of an eye he could make them disappear from the world. The reason he had not acted against the Jiang family until now was not due to mercy. Instead, he wanted to eliminate them when they had lost everything. Qi Yuan was completely stunned at this moment. She never expected that Ning Yechen had already planned everything for the Qi family. Although his strength was not as great as Sister Luo's, his methods were impressive. Had Brother Ning been plotting against the Jiang family since the encounter with Zhongli? He even went to great lengths to help her Qi family. While Qi Yuan understood that Ning Yechen's help was primarily to deal with the Jiang family, she still felt immensely grateful. Luo Ruiying on the side was also taken aback by Ning Yechen's way of dealing with the Jiang family. However, compared to this unexpected method, she was more curious about how he could casually write down the formula for the 7th grade body refining liquid. Yechen, how do you know the formula for this immortal elixir? Luo Ruiying could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. It was hard to believe that a mere mortal could write out the formula for a 7th grade body refining liquid that she had never seen before. In response to Luo Ruiying's inquiry, Ning Yechen was already prepared. He smiled and took out a notebook of elixir formulas from his bosom and handed it to her. Wi-Fi once accidentally found this manual of elixir formulas in the mountains. The formula for this body refining liquid was copied from here. Luo Ruiying took the notebook, curiously flipped through a few pages, and was deeply attracted by the notes recorded therein. Each page of the notebook recorded different elixir formulas. While most looked strange upon closer inspection, they seemed quite novel. Many combinations of spiritual herbs appeared unreasonable at first glance, yet they felt extraordinarily effective. This was evidently the work of some master experimenting with various new alchemy recipes. Among them were numerous high-grade elixirs. As Ning Yechen had mentioned, the 7th grade immortal elixir was also recorded within. Even the formula for the spirit liquid that nourishes meridians was noted. This conveniently explained why Ning Yechen could casually produce the formula for the spirit liquid. Luo Ruiying immediately ceased to have any doubts about Ning Yechen. He was just a mortal, how could he possibly experiment with so many novel formulas? So he had found this notebook. While this explained why Ning Yechen could casually write out the formula for the 7th grade body refining liquid, Luo Ruiying could not help but start to worry. The value of this notebook in her hands was extraordinary. It had created numerous novel and easier to refine elixirs and liquids. This must have been left behind by the senior who had saved her in the forest. He must be very anxious now. If there is a chance to meet again, I will return it to him. Yechen, this notebook you found must have been left by some master. This notebook is incredibly valuable and precious. For now, I will keep it safe. I will return it to the owner when the opportunity arises. Luo Ruiying said to Ning Yechen. Thankfully, the notebook was undamaged, so returning it to that senior should not be a problem. Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. All right, as you wish, my dear. The notebook was merely his rough draft of notes. It was not a big deal. However, being able to dispel his wife's suspicions was more than enough. Time is of the essence, Miss Qi. You should return early to have the Qi family prepare. Yes. Brother Ning. Qi Yuan smiled brightly, her heart filled with excitement. She tucked the formula for the immortal elixir away and prepared to return immediately to instruct the Qi family to begin their preparations. She was already eager to see the Jiang family's reaction then. After placing the formula in her bosom, Qi Yuan still felt it was not safe enough and went on to hide it in various places on her body. No matter where she put it, she felt insecure. What she held was not just a piece of paper but the invaluable formula for the 7th grade body refining liquid. The weight of this paper was unimaginable. If others were to find out, she might not be able to return to the Qi family alive. After much thought, Qi Yuan ultimately decided to hold the formula tightly in her hand for safety, hiding her hand inside her clothing. Brother Ning's sister Luo, I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan carefully walked out of the courtyard. Upon leaving the courtyard, her eyes continuously darted around, feeling as though everyone was plotting against her. This behavior made her appear extremely suspicious. It seemed like she was afraid others wouldn't know she was carrying something precious. Qingyu secretly sent someone to protect her. Ning Yechen instructed Moon Qingyu with concern. Tisk. Understood.
Moon Qingyu replied, clicking her tongue in displeasure. It was evident that she genuinely wanted to kill Qi Yuan. After Qi Yuan left, Luo Ruiying curiously asked Ning Yechen, why do you want to bring down the Zhang family? Since the last Merchant Association competition changed the betting agreement, I felt that you seemed to be targeting the Zhang family on purpose. Ning Yechen turned and gazed at Luo Ruiying, smiling slightly as he replied, because they humiliated my wife. These words made Luo Ruiying's heart tremble slightly. So it turned out he wanted to deal with the Zhang family for her sake. Days later, heavy snow began to fall once again over Nanli City, fluttering like goose feathers. After a brief pause, the sky started to blanket the city in soft white snow once more. A harmonious peace enveloped Nanli City and the streets became more lively and bustling than ever. This was all because the annual auspicious snowfall heralding a bountiful new year was approaching. Every household was busy preparing for the New Year's festivities, with paper cuttings adorning the windows of homes around the street. Vibrant red lanterns hung high, adorning every street and alley. Stalls and shops selling festive goods were everywhere along the streets. Even the cultivators living in Nanli City could not help but be swept up in the atmosphere of the mortal festival. The entire city was filled with a cheerful and joyous ambience. In stark contrast, the Zhang family's estate was shrouded in a heavy gloom, the atmosphere oppressive and tense. Recently, the Qi family had begun to aggressively acquire various immortal herbs and spiritual medicines in the city, offering exorbitant prices. Among the acquired spiritual herbs and medicines were many that were utterly worthless and of no use. Many cultivators and herbalists had sold all their materials to the Qi family at high prices. Zhang Zhen's keen business instinct sensed something unusual about the Qi family's frenzied acquisition of these herbs. He worked through the night consulting many alchemists to study the materials acquired by the Qi family, but he could not figure out what new elixir they were developing. It was no wonder the Zhang family could not decipher the intentions behind this. The formula for the immortal pill given to the Qi family by Ning Yechen was his own invention, with no records existing in the world. Moreover, Qi Rongchang from the Qi family was quite astute. He knew that the Zhang family would surely notice and mixed in many herbs that were not part of the formula among those they acquired. Even if the Zhang family studied for a lifetime, they would never be able to uncover the truth. At this moment, Zhang Zhen sat in the main hall of the Zhang estate, his brows furrowed, hand pressed against his forehead, looking utterly exhausted. With the treasure merchants as witnesses, he dared not refuse to cede the jurisdiction of the streets in Nanli City to the Qi family. As soon as the Qi family secured that jurisdiction, they began to ruthlessly suppress Jiang's business. Many of his subordinates had already turned to embrace the Qi family. To cope with the Qi family's oppression, he had been overwhelmed with work these past few days. At home, aside from a few managers and his brother Jiang Ming, everyone else was utterly useless. Especially his son Jiangli, who had always been frivolous and lacked any talent in business. Now rendered useless, he only knew how to stay at home, throwing tantrums and breaking things, showing no ambition at all. If not for the fact that Jiangli was his only son, Jiang Zhen would have been tempted to cast him out of the Jiang family. The mysterious figure who targeted Jiangli and killed Jiang Gan had yet to be found. The Jiang family did not even know when they had provoked such a person, nor if that individual would strike again. After Chen Rao's death, Jiang Zhen and the others had lived in constant fear. They dreaded that the next victim could be Jiangli or Jiang Gan. This psychological torment had left the entire Jiang family utterly exhausted. With one issue unresolved, another burden pressed upon him, Jiang Zhen could only feel the headache mounting. Elder brother. At that moment, Jiang Ming entered the hall, greeting Jiang Zhen. During this period, he had been specifically responsible for recruiting alchemists to study the Qi family's healing essence and the herbs they had acquired. He was also tasked with investigating who had killed his son Jiang Gan. Upon seeing Jiang Ming enter, Jiang Zhen's face lit up with anticipation as he hurriedly asked, "You're here, how did it go? Were you able to crack the Qi family's formula?" Jiang Ming slowly shook his head, expressing regret as he replied, "No. The varieties of spiritual herbs acquired by the Qi family are diverse and quite peculiar. I have consulted over a dozen alchemists, yet we still cannot determine the formula in the hands of the Qi family." Hearing this, Jiang Zhen, filled with disappointment, leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes and brows. "If there are no results, why did you come to see me? The Qi family has sent someone again. They claim they want to purchase the spiritual herbs in my possession at 10 times the market price." Jiang Ming stepped forward, taking out the list of herbs compiled by the Qi family and handed it to Jiang Zhen. Without even glancing at it, Jiang Zhen snatched the list and tore it to shreds, shouting angrily, "Tell the Qi family to get lost. Otherwise I will send their heads back to them. My Jiang family would rather let the herbs rot in the warehouse than sell them to the Qi family." Jiang Ming stood thoughtfully for a moment before advising, "Elder brother, why not raise the price a bit more and sell the herbs to the Qi family?" "You want me to sell those herbs to the Qi family?" Jiang Zhen glared at Jiang Ming, questioning him sternly. Jiang Ming nodded, his expression serious as he said, "Elder brother, you know that we are already in debt. The Jiang family's main business relied heavily on the high-price sale of fire lotus essence. Now that the Qi family controlled the lifeblood of commerce in Nanli City, the Jiang family could no longer lower the prices of materials needed for fire lotus essence as they once did. The costs of refining fire lotus essence had significantly increased and they had lost many sales channels. Recently they had ordered a large quantity of fire lotus materials from various places, planning to repay part of the debt monthly on credit. Each month they also had to pay a large sum of spirit stones as tribute to the Holy Lotus sect. The Jiang family appeared affluent, but the flow of funds was immense, leaving very little capital on hand. With the Qi family's suppression, next month's funds would be insufficient to repay the previous debts. If the debts among the merchant associations were not settled on time, their credibility would be at stake. Once credibility was compromised, it would be difficult to collaborate with other merchant associations in the future. Jiang Yechen understood this, which only added to his headache. He had originally thought that the merchant competition would secure the Jiang family's victory, so he had ordered a large quantity of fire lotus materials, even willing to buy on credit. As long as they won the merchant competition, the Jiang family would control all commerce and shops in Nanli City, quickly filling the financial gap. Yet he never expected to lose. This had led to the Jiang family's current dire predicament. "Sai, tell me your plan. Since you want me to sell those herbs, you must have a plan, right?" Jiang Yechen sighed lightly, looking toward Jiang Ming. His younger brother was still quite astute. The Jiang family's current situation was largely due to the efforts of the two brothers. Unfortunately, their sons were both too disappointing. Jiang Ming smiled slightly as he shared his thoughts. "Elder brother, I have a plan. The herbs acquired by the Qi family are very likely for the refining of healing essence. Healing essence does not belong to the body-quenching liquid, and it will basically not affect our Jiang family's business. We can take the opportunity to raise the price and sell the herbs to the Qi family, then expedite the refining of fire lotus essence. When that batch of fire lotus essence is sold at a high price, it will be enough to cover our Jiang family's financial gap. Then Nanli City will still belong to our Jiang family." Jiang Yechen's expression was contemplative as he pondered for a moment, finding it feasible. I can agree to sell those medicinal herbs to the Qi family. However, the price needs to be raised a bit more, and I demand that the Qi family sell the materials for the fire lotus liquid to the Jiang family." Jiang Yechen instructed Jiang Ming. As long as a large quantity of fire lotus liquid could be sold at that time, the Jiang family would survive this crisis. Soon the Jiang family would rise again. Jiang Ming nodded in understanding and was about to turn to handle matters when Jiang Yechen asked from behind, "By the way, what's the reply from the Holy Lotus sect?" The Holy Lotus sect said that the sect master is preparing to come personally. It shouldn't be long before he arrives. A sinister smile crept across Jiang Ming's lips. Even if the Jiang family was currently in decline, so what? They still had the support of the Holy Lotus sect behind them. Once the sect master arrived, the situation would turn around immediately. At that time, he would definitely find the murderer who killed his son Jiang Gan. It was likely related to the Qi family or that woman named Luo Ruiying. Good. Very good. Upon learning that the sect master of the Holy Lotus sect was coming personally, Jiang Yechen's gloom instantly dissipated and he stood up excitedly, repeatedly expressing his approval. Having lost to the Qi family in the Merchant Association competition and with Chen Rou dead in battle, he immediately sent someone to notify the Holy Lotus sect. This humiliation must be avenged by the Jiang family. He would make all those who mocked and betrayed the Jiang family regret it. Let the Qi family celebrate for a while longer. Once the sect master of the Holy Lotus sect arrives, the Qi family will soon vanish from the world. Neither the Qi family nor that Luo Ruiying would be spared. After the Qi family acquired a large quantity of medicinal herbs from the Jiang family also procured many materials for the fire lotus liquid and hired a large number of alchemists to begin mass production. On that day, the Jiang family put a large quantity of fire lotus liquid on the shelves of their affiliated shops and further raised the price of the fire lotus liquid. This action immediately provoked dissatisfaction among many cultivators. No way, didn't the price just go up a few months ago? How can it rise again? Exactly. And this time the increase is so much. A bottle of the 4th grade body quenching liquid costs 50,000 spirit stones. Are they crazy? With the poor quality of that fire lotus liquid, which is clearly shoddy work, how dare they sell it for such a high price? Damn it. Refund. I see the Jiang family is preparing to make a quick buck and run away. Numerous cultivators gathered at the entrances of the Jiang family's shops to express their dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yechen not only ignored them but also revealed a reckless smile, leisurely sipping tea with Jiang Ming. After taking a sip of tea, he slowly instructed his subordinates, "Don't pay any attention to those people. If they want to shout, let them shout." Yes. After receiving the order, the subordinate immediately turned and left.
Jiang Jin was able to be so relaxed because this kind of situation had happened many times before. It was simply letting those people vent their frustrations with a few complaints. In the end, they would still have to pay for the body-quenching liquid they needed. In the entire Nanli city, only the Jiang family sold the highest grade of body-quenching liquid. He was not at all worried about not being able to sell it. At that moment, a servant rushed into the hall in a panic, looking tense and out of breath, and said, "No. It's bad, master. I'm fine. What's the urgency about? You're not steady at all while doing your work." Jiang Jin, seeing the servant tumble before him, angrily slammed the table and stood up to scold him. "I know my mistake, but something truly big has happened." The servant knelt on the ground, trembling. Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming both frowned and asked, "Quickly say what happened." The Qi family suddenly announced the sale of a body-quenching pill called the Refining Immortal Pill. The servant said in a panic. Both Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming's expressions suddenly changed, their faces filled with shock. "What? You mean the Qi family has started selling body-quenching pills?" Yes. It said that this Refining Immortal Pill is a 7th grade body-quenching pill." The servant replied. What? What grade? If you dare to speak nonsense, be careful with your life." Jiang Jin's mouth trembled in shock as he quickly stepped in front of the servant, grabbing his collar and questioning him. That was a 7th grade pill. It was not just any roadside item. The value and rarity of a 7th grade pill were extraordinary, a true treasure that one could hardly come by. Such pills had never appeared in the entire Nanli city. Now he was suddenly told that the Qi family had produced a 7th grade pill. And it just happened to be a pill for body quenching. "It's true, master. How would I dare to tell a lie?" the servant said with a mournful face. Upon receiving the news, he had immediately verified its authenticity and rushed back to report. Hearing this news, Jiang Jin instantly felt as if he had lost his soul, staggering backward several steps before collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Ming hurriedly approached to help Jiang Jin up, comfortingly saying, "Elder brother, don't worry. 7th grade pills are not easy to refine. The Qi family will definitely not be able to produce them in large quantities for sale. Even if they are refined, the price will certainly not be low. Not everyone can afford them. For our Jiang family, the Qi family's 7th grade body quenching pills may not affect the sale of our fire lotus liquid." Just as Jiang Ming finished speaking, another servant rushed in from outside, kneeling on the ground in a panic and saying, "Master, it's many cultivators are saying they want refunds for the fire lotus liquid they purchased from us. The Qi family has introduced all their shops with 7th grade body quenching pills at prices equivalent to our fire lotus liquid. Everyone has gone to the Qi family. Moreover, the Qi family has sent people to persuade many cultivators who originally agreed to watch over our Jiang family's shops to side with the Qi family. Now many cultivators are causing trouble in our shops. What should we do, master?" With bad news coming in one after another, Jiang Jin felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, his expression dazed, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Even Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel a deep sense of despair. He couldn't believe that the Qi family's 7th grade body quenching pills would be sold at such a low price and could be produced in large quantities. The 7th grade body quenching pills at such a low price made it clear that the Jiang family's fire lotus liquid was completely incomparable. Before long, the market for body quenching liquid would be completely monopolized by the Qi family, and the fire lotus liquid refined by the Jiang family at great expense would simply not sell. Other purchasing cultivators would also demand refunds from the Jiang family. It's over, completely over. Jiang Ming also sat down heavily on the ground. It was only at this moment that Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming understood. The medicinal herbs that the Qi family had been acquiring in bulk were not meant for refining that healing liquid, but rather to specifically refine this 7th grade refining immortal pill. They had been tricked. If it could be said that the Jiang family had one last breath left after the Merchant Association competition, now that last breath had been cut off by their own hands. They had sold a large quantity of medicinal herbs to the Qi family. Yet they simply could not understand where the Qi family had obtained the pill formula. In the city of Nanli, the annual New Year festival has arrived. At the beginning of each new year, the city of Nanli holds a grand celebration to welcome the arrival of spring. The festival is not only to celebrate the arrival of spring but also to pray for favorable weather and family safety in the coming year. During the New Year festival, the city is often at its liveliest. The streets and alleys are filled with bustling crowds, and various squares host special performances and entertainment programs in celebration. Both sides of the street are lined with various stalls, and the city is filled with the sounds of people chattering and vendors calling out. The snowflakes drifting down from the sky do not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd, rather it adds a unique charm to walking in the snow. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying stroll down the street holding hands with Luo Hongya, while Kai Sei and the others follow closely behind with Yu Qingyu. Such a rare New Year festival is definitely an occasion to take the children out to join in the fun.
Luo Hongye is wearing a New Year sweater hand-knit by Luo Ruiying wrapped in a small cotton coat, making her petite figure look particularly plump. Her tender little hands are held by Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, and her small feet happily stomp in the snow. With her sparkling big eyes, she curiously looks around, occasionally pointing at something and asking questions in a soft voice. Look, she has spotted a toy stall and pointed at a rattle drum, asking, "Daddy, Mommy, what is that?"
That is a rattle drum. If you like it, Daddy will buy you one. Ning Yechen smiled and took Luo Hongye to the stall with Luo Ruiying. Boss, can I please? Eh?
Ning Yechen was about to ask the stall owner for a rattle drum when the owner looked up, leaving Ning Yechen stunned. Although the person had disguised himself to some extent, his robust physique and wild face were unmistakable.
Ning Yechen recognized him at a glance.
The leader of the 6th Legion of the Demon Realm, the 6th demon god, the Wild Prisoner.
It's you. What is this guy doing here? And running a toy stall? It doesn't suit you at all. You are the 6th demon god of the Demon Realm.
A muscular man as solid as a rock and as strong as an ox holding various toys is indeed a striking sight. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, the Wild Prisoner revealed a sunny smile on his rugged face and greeted him with a cheerful laugh. "Guest, what would you like?"
Ning Yechen.
He silently stared at the Wild Prisoner without answering. His subordinate, the 6th demon god of the Demon Realm, is actually selling toys in the human world. There were too many points of confusion for him to process all at once. Could this be what Yu Qingyu referred to when she mentioned arranging someone to disguise themselves and infiltrate the city?
Couldn't you have given him a more suitable identity? Ning Yechen couldn't help but turn back to Yu Qingyu, his eyes filled with questions.
Yu Qingyu maintained a composed demeanor as if everything was unrelated to her.
Uncle Hongye wants this.
Luo Hongye stood on her tiptoes, pointing at the rattle drum in the Wild Prisoner's hand, and said in a sweet voice, Oh, what a charming little princess. This right here is a souvenir free of charge. It's for you." The Wild Prisoner, upon seeing Luo Hongye, felt as if his heart melted, and he joyfully handed over the rattle drum. When extending his hand, he was incredibly careful and gentle, fearing that he might frighten Luo Hongye.
Winning the favor of the little princess from the Demon Realm would be the greatest honor of his life.
And this windmill is also for the lovely little princess, and this. All of these are for the little princess. The Wild Prisoner felt that just one rattle drum was not enough, and he plucked various toys from the stall to hand to Luo Hongye.
As long as Luo Hongye is happy, he wouldn't mind if she took them all.
In fact, that was his greatest wish.
But I can't hold so many.
Luo Hongye's hands were filled with all kinds of toys, and she struggled to carry them.
All right, Hongye, let's go look around elsewhere.
Ning Yechen was really worried that the Wild Prisoner would soon fill Luo Hongye's hands with an entire cart of toys, so he hurriedly pulled her away.
As Luo Hongye left, she turned back to the Wild Prisoner and flashed a crescent moon-like smile, saying, "Thank you, Uncle. Oh. The little princess is truly adorable." He was actually thanked by the little princess. This would be the greatest glory since he became a demon god. The Wild Prisoner waved gently at the departing Luo Hongye, his face filled with tenderness. Another group of parents with their children approached his stall and asked, "I just heard that the toys here are free, is that true?" "Ha! Who said it's free? I don't need to do business. 200 taels each. If you want it, take it, if not, get lost." The Wild Prisoner immediately changed his demeanor, his face turning fierce. If it weren't for the little princess and the need to disguise himself for the Demon Lord, he wouldn't bother with these ants. That family was so frightened by the Wild Prisoner that they nearly fell to the ground, and the child was about to cry. The disparity in attitude was just too great compared to the previous family. It was simply worlds apart. Moreover, even if it wasn't free, the price of 200 taels for a single toy was too steep. It was definitely price gouging. Other people who had intended to approach were all scared away, keeping their distance. Meanwhile, after leaving the Wild Prisoner's stall, Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yechen beside her and asked in confusion, "Yechen, did you think the stall owner was a bit strange just now?" "Strange? What was strange?"
"I didn't feel anything strange."
Ning Yechen tried to cover it up. Honestly, he found it quite odd as well. Luo Ruiying pondered thoughtfully.
That stall owner's physique clearly indicated that he had practiced cultivation. Yet a cultivator was selling toys at a market. It seemed strange in any context.
Moreover, the most important thing was that she couldn't see through his cultivation level.
His cultivation level was likely above hers. The human world truly hides tigers and dragons and should not be underestimated. Even a cultivator selling toys could possess such strength. Luo Ruiying attributed the Wild Prisoner's behavior of selling toys to personal hobbies and interests. After all, there are many cultivators in the world with strange hobbies. Perhaps it was just to experience the joys of the mortal realm. Just like them strolling leisurely on the bustling streets.
However, there was one thing about the wild prisoner that made Luo Ruiying very suspicious. That was his excessive enthusiasm towards Luo Hongye. His enthusiasm was to the point where she felt the need to be wary. She even suspected whether he was one of those demon sect cultivators who abduct children. Regardless, it was better to be cautious. Having left the stall, Luo Ruiying no longer thought much about it and continued to hold Luo Hongye's hand as they strolled down the street enjoying the festive atmosphere. Soon the enticing aroma of grilled meat piqued Luo Hongye's appetite. Following the smell, she saw a barbecue stall crowded with people bustling with activity. Luo Hongye's round eyes were wide open and her small mouth slightly agape, almost drooling. Ning Yechen could tell that the child wanted to eat again. "Yay, do you want to eat?" Ning Yechen bent down and smiled as he asked Luo Hongye. "Yes. I want it." Luo Hongye's big adorable eyes lit up as she earnestly nodded. "Yay, you've been eating too many snacks lately." Luo Ruiying didn't indulge Luo Hongye as usual but spoke seriously. During this time, Qi Yuan brought various snacks for Luo Hongye every time she visited. Although Luo Hongye should inherit her bloodline's celestial talents, she was still young and had been somewhat weak since childhood, which made her concerned about her health. Mama." Hearing that Luo Ruiying seemed to disallow it, Luo Hongye immediately widened her big eyes and looked up at Luo Ruiying with a pitiful expression. Luo Ruiying's heart softened in an instant. "Darling, if the child likes it, let her eat. From now on we won't eat so many snacks, right, yay?" Ning Yechen assured Luo Ruiying as he held Luo Hongye's hand. Luo Hongye obediently nodded. Yay, won't eat so many snacks anymore." Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen and said helplessly, "You just spoil her. Aren't children meant to be spoiled?" Ning Yechen chuckled. Luo Ruiying couldn't argue with Ning Yechen and reluctantly agreed, "All right. But this is the last time." Luo Hongye immediately nodded and smiled in response. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying held hands with Luo Hongye and walked towards the barbecue stall to line up. Yu Qingyo, who followed behind, was taking notes on all the things Luo Hongye liked and was curious about along the way. Meng Yo and the others had completely turned into a moving shopping basket carrying various items of all sizes. When they reached the front of the line, Ning Yechen looked closely and was instantly stunned. He saw Yi Tianchen wearing an apron skillfully grilling all sorts of barbecued food. "Guest, would you like a skewer?" Yi Tianchen raised his gaze towards Ning Yechen, a slight smile appearing on his stern face. "Ning Yechen, what are you doing?" Ning Yechen couldn't help but ask telepathically. "Reporting to the Demon Lord, I am fulfilling my duty." Yi Tianchen replied solemnly while busy with his grilling. "Is your duty to sell barbecue here?" "Yes, Demon Lord. This is the identity I am currently disguising as in the human world." Yi Tianchen looked serious. Ning Yechen was at a loss for words. First, the sixth demon god in the demon realm was selling toys, and now the first demon god Yi Tianchen was selling barbecue. Don't you think this is quite incongruous? You are the most proud demon gods of the demon realm. Ning Yechen didn't need to think to know this was all Yu Qingyo's doing. It was Qingyu who forced you to do this, right? No, Demon Lord. Lord Left Guardian merely gave us a suggestion, and choice choosing to sell barbecue was my own will. Yi Tianchen replied. Why? Ning Yechen asked in confusion. Clearly there were so many identities to disguise, yet you chose to sell barbecue. He really couldn't understand. And Yi Tianchen provided a compelling answer. Because the little princess likes it. He had been secretly observing for the past few days and discovered that the little princess especially liked to eat various snacks. Thus he resolutely began to learn how to grill. Just to please the little princess. Ning Yechen, hearing Yi Tianchen's answer, could not refute it. He silently raised 2 fingers. 2 grilled sausages, not spicy. No problem. Yi Tianchen's eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance and his expression became incredibly serious, employing 200% of his skills at every step. Controlling the heat, balancing the seasoning, all while considering the little princess's healthy growth. Every step had to be precise. Yet even with such meticulousness, his hands didn't slow down at all. He didn't even affect the grilling of other customers. His hands moved like shadows at the stall and the fire blazed at that moment. Ning Yechen watched in astonishment at the stall. This grilling technique. He believed that Yi Tianchen had secretly practiced barbecue skills for decades. He never expected his subordinate to have this skill. If the demon god of the First Legion were to change professions and sell barbecue, he would surely have a broader horizon. At that moment, Luo Ruiying, who stood beside Ning Yechen, also began to take notice of Yi Tianchen. With Yi Tianchen's unique cold and stern demeanor, it was hard not to remember him. Isn't this the new neighbor who just moved in not long ago? Turns out he is selling barbecue. This was truly unexpected for Luo Ruiying. Indeed, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Guessed your grilled sausages. Shortly after, Yi Tianchen slightly bowed, elegantly presenting 2 beautifully grilled sausages to Ning Yechen. Oh, how much? Ning Yechen asked after receiving the sausages. Although he knew the other party's true identity, he couldn't shortchange him. After all, his current identity was that of a guest. Ding ding ding! Yi Tianchen unexpectedly produced a bell from somewhere and began to shake it, producing a series of pleasant ringing sounds. The sound of the bell immediately attracted the attention of other nearby visitors who cast curious glances. Yi Tianchen stepped back a bit, tossing out a handful of confetti, and then congratulated. Congratulations to this group of guests, you are today's 1000th guest, winning a year of free meals. From now on, you and your family can eat anything here without having to pay any fees. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen stared at Yi Tianchen in disbelief. He seriously suspected that this so-called 1000th customer was entirely fabricated. How could it be so coincidental? Clearly he was just too afraid to accept his money and made up an excuse. The surrounding onlookers were all applauding, congratulating Ning Yechen's family. What great luck, a year of free meals. If I win, I can eat until he goes bankrupt. Sigh, why am I never this lucky? Don't say that we've never won a prize. The person behind Ning Yechen was filled with regret. What a pity. He almost had that year of free meals. Seeing the crowd around them growing, Ning Yechen directly pulled Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye away from Yi Tianchen's stall. If they stayed any longer, they would be surrounded. Yi Tianchen didn't forget to send them off, saying, "We welcome you next time." I definitely won't come again. Ning Yechen thought fiercely. What he wanted was a simple outing to the market with his wife and children. Why do I keep running into acquaintances everywhere? Darling Ye, let's go check out that side. Ning Yechen handed the grilled sausages to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye and walked towards another part of the street. He decided to change places. Luo Hongye blew on the hot sausage and bit into it eagerly, her little face filled with joy. Seeing Luo Hongye enjoying the sausage so happily, Ning Yechen smiled slightly. You should try it too, it's really good. Luo Ruiying took a small bite of the sausage and then offered it to Ning Yechen's mouth, looking a bit shy. Since his wife personally fed him, Ning Yechen certainly wouldn't refuse. He opened his mouth and took a gentle bite, savoring it. To be honest, this guy's skills were quite impressive. Guest, may I assist you in selecting a piece of jewelry for your wife? Ning Yechen led Luo Ruiying into another bustling alley when suddenly a vendor sitting on the ground called out to him. The vendor had a slender and graceful figure, her face covered by a veil rendering her features indistinct, but she was clearly a woman. Ning Yechen paused, his brow furrowing slightly as an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He leaned closer to the vendor and whispered uncertainly, "Qi Huan." Qi Huan replied. "Quest, what are you saying? I am not called Qi Huan." She averted her gaze, nervously attempting to explain. Ning Yechen thought. Okay, it must be her. He immediately confirmed Qi Huan's identity, a look of helplessness crossing his face. He had specifically chosen a different place, yet it felt like everywhere he went there were familiar faces. Ning Yechen glanced around the street and spotted several familiar figures. Over there, the short-haired man deftly wielding dual sabers to prepare beef meatballs was the 7th-ranked demon god of the demon realm, Luosha. The woman sitting at a stall selling wigs with hair cascading over her face was the 5th-ranked demon god Fag. And that girl performing in the crowd with fiery red hair like flames was the 10th-ranked demon god Yen Lily. Furthermore, the throng of people also included many guards and commanders from the demon realm. Even those seemingly harmless children running around were disguised demons. Qingyao, tell me the truth, how many people have you arranged in the city? Ning Yechen could not help but secretly question Yu Qinyu. My lord, as per your request, I have kept the personnel to a minimum in the city. There are only 60,000 lurking in the city. 60,000. Ning Yechen was taken aback. He thought 6,000 was excessive, yet Yu Qinyu had arranged for 60,000. Moreover, these 60,000 were primarily top-tier experts from the demon realm, which ensured that Luo Ruiying remained unaware of their presence. 60,000 cultivators above the celestial realm were hidden in Nanli City. For a moment he couldn't determine whether he was in the demon realm or the human realm. One of these 60,000 could easily sweep away any region in the human realm. Ning Yechen was at a loss for words. He thought about reprimanding Yu Qingyao, but she had been diligent and responsible, making it difficult to scold her. Even if he did, she would likely list a myriad of reasons to defend herself. Yechen, do you know this young lady? Luo Ruiying watched as Ning Yechen leaned close to Qi Huan, staring at her curiously, and couldn't help but ask, do you know her? No. Both Ning Yechen and Qi Huan firmly denied it in unison. Is that so? I thought you two knew each other. Luo Ruiying was momentarily taken aback, unaware that both Ning Yechen and Qi Huan had been nearly scared to death just moments ago. Ning Yechen was worried that Luo Ruiying might discover something amiss. Qi Huan, on the other hand, was even more afraid of inadvertently exposing the identity of the Demon Lord. If that happened, she would definitely not be spared by Yu Qingyu. One of the 13 demon god positions might just become vacant. Madam, would you like to choose a piece of jewelry? Qi Huan laughed awkwardly, her gaze darting to Yu Qingyu behind Ning Yechen. Seeing that Yu Qingyu showed no signs of change, she finally sighed in relief and began to recommend to Luo Ruiying. Although Luo Ruiying had once been the Empress of the Immortal Realm, she had no particular desire for jewelry. She initially intended to refuse outright, but her gaze casually swept over the stall and was captivated by the jewelry, prompting her to kneel down and examine it closely. The jewelry at the stall was crafted from extremely rare gemstone ores, one she had never encountered before. She picked up a bracelet, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship, which bore no flaws whatsoever. Inside the bracelet, vibrant colors flowed, gently dazzling to behold. This seemed to be carved from the 7-colored magic stone unique to the demon realm. Moreover, the purity and craftsmanship were of a level that ordinary people could never achieve. She never anticipated that someone in the human realm could actually carve the 7-colored magic stone. Madam, do you fancy this bracelet? Seeing that Luo Ruiying was entranced by the bracelet, Qi Huan asked with a smile. It was said that both the mad prisoner and the night sky god had been visited by the demon lord and the little princess. Such unparalleled honor could not be missed here. Does my wife like this bracelet? Ning Yechen also knelt beside Luo Ruiying and asked with a smile. As long as Luo Ruiying liked it, he would undoubtedly buy it without hesitation. Wait, these were originally all for him. Luo Ruiying put down the bracelet and slowly shook her head. The bracelet is indeed beautiful, but I'll pass on it. The material of that bracelet is quite special, it's not inexpensive. Seeing that Luo Ruiying was preparing to stand up and leave, Qi Huan panicked and hurriedly said, Madam, please wait. I'm currently holding a free lottery event. A lottery event? Yes. The lottery is completely free. There are 4 types of prizes. The Ding prize offers a 50% discount on purchases from my stall. The Bing prize offers a 30% discount. The E prize offers a 10% discount. The Jia prize allows you to choose any item for free throughout the entire stall. Qi Huan eagerly pulled out a box from behind her, enthusiastically promoting it. The box was filled with small balls of the same size. Watching Qi Huan's enthusiasm, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment and reached out to randomly grab one of the balls. She thought that participating in a lottery wouldn't take much time. Besides, how easy could it be to win a prize? She would just draw one and leave. Luo Ruiying gently crushed the ball in her hand and took out the paper inside. Upon opening it, she found the words Jia prize clearly written on it. Before Luo Ruiying could even show the paper to Qi Huan, the latter immediately congratulated her with a bright smile. Oh, congratulations! You have successfully won the Jia prize. You can choose any piece of jewelry for free from my stall. Ning Yechen. He silently gazed at Qi Huan from the side. She hasn't even checked yet and already knows she won the Jia prize. He suspected that the box was filled entirely with Jia prizes. Luo Ruiying never anticipated that she would win the Jia prize with such a casual pick. Now to refuse would seem a waste of such a hard-earned grand prize. Luo Ruiying surveyed the dazzling array of jewelry at the stall again and asked Luo Hongye beside her, Yi, is there anything you like? Rabbit, then I'll take this one. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly and picked up the rabbit hairpin, placing it in Luo Hongye's hair. Ning Yechen casually picked up a finely crafted black and white hair comb from the stall. Do you like this comb? Luo Ruiying asked curiously. This is a gift for my wife. From now on I will exclusively comb your hair, my dear. Ning Yechen turned back, revealing a charming smile as he handed the comb to Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed, and at that moment a flutter of excitement stirred within her. Inside the Zhang family estate, the outside was ablaze with lights and the sounds of laughter and merriment, while the interior was dark, eerie and empty, engulfed in a deathly silence. There was not even a hint of a festive atmosphere, let alone any sense of home. With the launch of the Qi family's refining immortal pill, the Zhang family had completely lost their control over Neili City. Major merchant guilds chose to sever ties and shops closed down one after another. A large amount of fire lotus liquid piled up in warehouses and stores, going unnoticed. Now even if they sold the fire lotus liquid at an extremely low price, no one was willing to buy it. The Zhang family's reputation had deteriorated too much, and the quality of the fire lotus liquid was inconsistent, leading to a complete loss of trust from the public. If it weren't for the lack of alternative refining liquids in Neili City, the Zhang family would not be so reckless. Moreover, the Qi family's refining immortal pill was of the 7th tier. The refining effect was more than a dozen times superior to that of the Zhang family's fire lotus liquid. In the realm of 7th tier elixirs, the price set by the Qi family was practically a giveaway. Even if they had to sell everything they owned, including their skills and even themselves, they would not hesitate to buy the Qi family's refining immortal pill. The Zhang family's fire lotus liquid might not even be accepted if offered for free. For the Zhang family, the tide had turned against them. Most of the household servants chose to leave, with only a few guards personally trained by the Zhang family remaining. Zhang Jin sat alone in the dim dark hall, his face twisted with rage and resentment in the shadows. It was all the Qi family's fault. It was all that woman's fault. If it weren't for that woman's appearance, Neli City would have already belonged to the Zhang family. The Zhang family would not have fallen to this state. To others, the Zhang family might seem finished. But in his eyes, the Zhang family had not lost yet. He still had this final move, and it would surely be his winning card. Elder brother, the Holy Lotus Sect Master, has arrived. At that moment, Jiang Ming rushed into the hall from outside, his face beaming with joy. This might be the best and most anticipated news the Zhang family had heard in days. Quick! Invite them in! Jiang Jin exclaimed excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, a gloomy voice echoed from the skies. No need, this sect master has come personally. A woman dressed in a flowing lotus pattern gown, her delicate features adorned with subtle makeup, slowly descended from the sky. Flanking her on either side were two exquisitely beautiful women. One was dressed in green while the other wore red. Upon seeing the three women, Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming hurriedly approached and knelt on the ground, respectfully greeting. We pay our respects to the Holy Lotus Sect Master and the two esteemed saints. Rise. Sun Yan glanced indifferently at Jiang Jin kneeling on the ground and strode into the hall to take a seat. The two saints closely followed her on either side. Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming trembled as they lowered their heads before Sun Yan, not daring to breathe a word. The Jiang family cooperated with the Holy Lotus Sect, which dispatched a saint to oversee all of Jiang family's affairs. The Jiang family was responsible for managing Neli City for the Holy Lotus Sect, offering a monthly tribute of spirit stones and incorporating willing cultivators into the sect. This was the cooperation agreement between the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus Sect. Now that the Holy Lotus Sect's White Lotus Saint Shenro had perished, the Jiang family had completely lost control over Neli City and were unable to pay this month's spirit stones. It could be said that the Jiang family had become largely useless to the Holy Lotus Sect. At this moment, Jiang Jin was deeply worried that the Holy Lotus Sect would become enraged and abandon the Jiang family. At that point, the Jiang family would not even be able to think about revenge, and their lives might be in danger. Jiang family had long time no see. You seem to be looking rather unwell, Song Yan coldly remarked, glancing at Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin immediately fell to the ground with a thud, kneeling again. Jiang Ming beside him quickly followed suit and knelt down. Please forgive us, Sect Master. Oof. You still know to ask for forgiveness. Is this how you manage Neli City for my Holy Lotus Sect? Perhaps supporting your Jiang family was a mistake from the beginning. It is my Jiang family's incompetence. Please forgive us, Sect Master. Jiang Jin did not dare to deflect blame, pressing his head against the ground and pleading for mercy fervently. Considering the Jiang family's earnest efforts over the years, consistently paying a large tribute of spirit stones and personnel, Song Yan reluctantly chose to forgive the Jiang family this time. Speak. Who is it that dares to oppose my Holy Lotus Sect? Song Yan's eyes turned icy, anger evident in her voice. Ever since the Southern State Martial God Temple was destroyed, the Southern State had become the territory of her Holy Lotus Sect. This was truly a heavenly opportunity. She intended to use the Jiang family to control all of Neli City as a foundation for the Holy Lotus Sect's development, and soon the sect would dominate the entire southern state. However, she never expected that the plan to control Neli City would fail. Even her prized subordinate had perished. This grudge must be avenged by the Holy Lotus Sect. Sect Master. It was the Qi family. The Qi family somehow found a woman with exceptionally powerful cultivation. That woman killed the White Lotus Saint on behalf of the Qi family during the Merchant Guild competition. My son was incapacitated and my nephew was brutally killed. This must all be connected to the Qi family. Sect Master, you must seek justice for the White Lotus Saint and for my Jiang family. Jiang Jin spoke with tears streaming down his face as if he had suffered a great injustice. Song Yan furrowed her brows, revealing her displeasure. Oof. I will ensure that this grudge is repaid. But I fail to understand. Even if your Jiang family lost the Merchant Guild competition with your Jiang family's control over Neli City, it shouldn't have led to such a rapid downfall, right? The herbs required for this formula not only have extremely low refining costs but can also be produced in large quantities. The herbs required for this formula not only have extremely low refining costs but can also be produced in large quantities. The Qi family has dominated the entire market of Neli City with this refining immortal pill. The fire lotus liquid you provided me is now no one wants it anymore. Jiang Jin lamented.
If it weren't for the Qi family suddenly introducing the refining immortal pill, the Jiang family would not have lost so thoroughly.
A 7th-tier refining elixir formula.
Is what you say true?
Song Yan was taken aback, quickly pressing for more details.
If I have even a half-truth, I will accept whatever punishment you decree, sect master. Jiang Jin immediately prostrated himself in assurance. Song Yan's expression contemplated a trace of excitement, curling her lips into a smile. If this were true, then this failure could not be blamed on the Jiang family. A 7th-tier refining elixir formula with low costs and large-scale production capabilities was an extraordinarily rare find. It seems this trip was not in vain. She would gladly accept this 7th-tier refining elixir formula. A glint of cold light flashed in Song Yan's eyes as she ordered the 2 guardians beside her, Qinglian Saint Honli and Saint Chu, to take people to eradicate the Qi family. By tomorrow, I want to see the Qi family wiped from the face of the earth. As for the woman who killed my White Lotus Saint, I will personally deal with her.
Yes. Sect master.
The 2 guardians accepted their orders and immediately departed.
Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming's faces lit up with joy.
The Qi family and that woman were finished. Han Guangji from the Treasure Merchant Guild had also left Neili City. This time no one could save them. At the festival market, the night had grown deep, yet the streets were still bustling with crowds. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying strolled through the streets holding Luo Hong's hand, enjoying numerous performances and purchasing various items at different stalls.
Though they said they bought these items, in reality they spent not a single penny. It was either a lucky win or coincidentally the 20th anniversary of a shop's opening with limited time offers for free. Some even declared that everything was free due to the festival. They encountered over a dozen stalls like this.
Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel the people of Nanli City were exceptionally warm and friendly. Even if these shops were operating at a loss, the owners still remained so cheerful and enthusiastic.
Moreover, their luck today seemed particularly good. They won every time they participated.
Could it be due to the festival that the winning odds were deliberately increased?
Luo Ruiying couldn't help but speculate. It seemed to be the only reasonable explanation.
Following closely behind Ning Yechen, Yu Qingyu recorded Luo Hong's preferences but did not forget to keep an eye on Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Although she didn't know why, she always felt the relationship between the demon lord and his wife was quite delicate. She had sensed this during their time at home. Now, witnessing their date in the lively market, she felt it even more clearly. Although they were husband and wife, they treated each other with the courtesy of strangers. Their relationship couldn't be said to be poor, on the contrary, it seemed quite good, yet there was always a sense of something missing. In such a vibrant and bustling festival atmosphere, it was the perfect time for a date, yet they didn't even hold hands. The demon lord and his wife had already had a child together, hadn't they? Why did they interact like a pair of first-time lovers? Yu Qingyu frowned silently, feeling puzzled. Was the demon lord shy? Given the demon lord's hundreds of years of singlehood, it was indeed possible for him to be nervous about his first marriage. Although she felt satisfied just witnessing the day the demon lord married and had a child, she still hoped to see more affectionate moments between him and his wife. It would be best if they could maintain their romance daily and have several little princes or princesses. No matter how many children his wife bore, she would take on the responsibility to raise them to be as formidable as the demon lord. Thinking of this, Yu Qingyu felt a surge of excitement, her lips involuntarily curling up. In her mind, she had already envisioned a scene where she would be surrounded by a bunch of children for Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. How happy she would be. The 3 women beside Yu Qingyu Kaisei suddenly noticed her dazed and blissful smile, feeling a chill run down their spines. They had already witnessed the terror of this woman. What could make her show such a scary smile? Yu Qingyu realized she had lost her composure and quickly reverted to her usual dignified and graceful demeanor. Now was not the time to be happy. For the future of the demon lord and the demon realm, she decided to subtly give him a push.
All idle personnel, heed my command, emergency mission.
Yu Qingyu sent orders to everyone lurking in Nanli City through a secret transmission. In an instant, all the demon gods, shadow guards and leaders of the band army hidden in Nanli City received the message, their eyes narrowing slightly, their expressions becoming extremely solemn.
An emergency mission.
It had been ages since the demon realm had received such an urgent task. Everyone stood at attention, waiting for Yu Qingyu to issue further orders. Transmitting sound is a celestial technique that turns voice into a special spiritual force that enters another's mind, then resonates back in their thoughts. This subtle and unique spiritual force is usually difficult to detect. Especially when someone of higher cultivation transmits sound, ordinary people find it even harder to capture. However, facing someone with far superior cultivation, the transmission would still be noticeable. As Yu Qingji's voice echoed, Ning Yechen instantly sensed it. He turned his head in confusion to look at her, as if inquiring what significant event had occurred.
An emergency task needs to be issued. Why hadn't he sensed anything unusual? However, Yechen had no intention of explaining to Ning Yechen. She merely revealed a meaningful smile to him. This smile made Ning Yechen feel uneasy. Sure enough, the already busy and crowded crowd suddenly surged with even more people. The throng squeezed past Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, forcing them to stick together. Unbeknownst to who, accidentally bumped into Luo Ruiying, catching her off guard and knocking her into Ning Yechen's embrace. Ning Yechen instinctively wrapped his hand around her waist, protecting her in his arms. Luo Ruiying leaned against Ning Yechen's chest, her cheeks involuntarily flushing slightly. The crowd seems to have suddenly increased. Yes, it does. Be careful, my wife, Ning Yechen said with an awkward smile. He turned and shot Yechen a fierce glare. What are you doing? The extra people just now and the one who pushed Luo Ruiying were all clearly from the demon realm. Yechen replied with an impassive expression. I am assisting the demon lord in your endeavors. You need not thank me, it is my duty. I don't want to thank you. Besides, this isn't part of your duties. Ning Yechen reprimanded Yechen in silence. Yechen felt no remorse for her actions and retorted earnestly, what are you saying, demon lord? Everything regarding you and your wife falls under the responsibilities of the demon realm, thus it is my duty. Although I may be overstepping, demon lord, you should be bolder and more direct. Your wife will not oppose it. Since I arrived, it seems I have yet to witness you and your wife consummating your marriage. Ning Yechen. Shut up. This matter has its own plans. No need for your interference. Ning Yechen warned Yechen speechlessly. It was one thing to urge marriage, but now she was pushing for this. I understand, Yechen replied readily, yet her demeanor suggested she had no intention of giving up. Luo Ruiying propped herself up from Ning Yechen's embrace and, seeing the crowd growing more crowded, bent down to hold Luo Hongye to prevent getting separated. Ning Yechen seized the opportunity to hold Luo Ruiying's hand. When his palm was suddenly grasped tightly, Luo Ruiying was slightly startled, but upon realizing it was Ning Yechen, she relaxed and gently reciprocated his hold. In the throng of people, holding hands made it less likely for them to be pushed apart. Yechen, following behind, noticed this and her lips curled in satisfaction. This was what she wanted to see. It was time to take the next step. Outside the capital of Nanli City, after the midnight hour, a grand fireworks festival will commence to welcome the new year. At this moment, the fireworks team is already positioned outside the city, ready to ignite the fireworks as soon as the time arrives. With some time left until midnight, those responsible for lighting the fireworks are gathered together, drinking and sharing laughter. At that moment, several shadows suddenly appeared behind the group. Before they could react, they were all silently knocked unconscious and dragged into the bushes. A stunningly beautiful woman, her expression cold and detached, slowly emerged from the darkness of the bushes, wielding an exceptionally long blade at her waist. Dozens of shadows followed behind the woman, waiting for further instructions. She raised her arm and the shadows immediately began to transport and set up the fireworks. Once everything was prepared, Yu Lian sent a message to Yechen from a distance. Left guardian, everything is ready here. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen, holding Luo Ruiying's hand, finally navigated through the crowded masses and arrived at a less crowded street. Even after stepping out of the throng, the two seemed to have reached a silent understanding, with no signs of letting go of each other's hands. Behind them, Yechen wore a contented smile on her lips. At this moment, she also received a message from Yu Lian. Very good. Yechen quietly approached Luo Ruiying and bowed slightly, saying, Madam, I heard the New Year's fireworks festival is about to begin. Would you like to go see it? The fireworks festival. Doesn't it start after midnight? It's still early, isn't it? Luo Ruiying replied in confusion. She remembered that the fireworks festival was not supposed to start that soon. Ning Yechen's first reaction was that Yechen must be secretly planning something behind his back. She clearly wasn't paying attention to his words. Facing Luo Ruiying's confusion, Yechen appeared quite nonchalant and explained, Madam, the fireworks festival has been moved forward. Is that so? Luo Ruiying asked, puzzled. She had heard that the annual New Year's fireworks festival in Nanli City was magnificent and unforgettable for those who had witnessed it. Before leaving, Qi Yuan had specifically emphasized that she must not miss the fireworks festival at midnight. Yechen nodded with certainty. Yes. Since we're here, let's go take a look. Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yechen and smiled, seemingly seeking his opinion. Since my wife is interested, let's go. Although he had no idea what Yechen was planning, again seeing Luo Ruiying's apparent interest, Ning Yechen naturally couldn't refuse. The two of them, holding Luo Hongye, made their way to a small hill specially prepared for watching the fireworks festival. From here they could not only overlook the myriad lights of the city but also enjoy the splendid fireworks blooming beneath the night sky. However, when Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying arrived with Luo Hongye, the hill was devoid of any figures, completely empty. How strange, not a single person in sight. Could it be that everyone was unaware the fireworks festival had started early? Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel suspicious. Little did she know the area had already been cleared in advance. Yu Qingyu communicated with Yu Lian in the outskirts saying the Demon Lord and the Madam are in place, let's begin. Understood. Yu Lian responded immediately, relaying the order to her subordinates, get ready. Upon receiving the command, the dark guards swiftly lit the fuses in their hands. In an instant, bursts of flames shot up into the night sky with a whoosh illuminating the dark night with dazzling fireworks. The brilliant and resplendent fireworks lit up most of the dark night, complementing the twinkling stars in the night sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. As Qi Yuan had said, the fireworks festival was indeed as dazzlingly beautiful as she had described. Luo Ruiying, holding Luo Hongye, quietly gazed at the brilliant fireworks and the myriad lights of the houses below. Such a serene and harmonious feeling was something she had never experienced in the celestial realm. Suddenly she felt that the warmth of the mortal world was no less appealing than the countless pursuits of the immortal path in the celestial realm. Luo Hongye, nestled in her arms, turned his head and joyfully watched the fireworks and the starry sky, his eyes sparkling with the vibrant blossoms of the fireworks. Ning Yechen initially wanted to reprimand Yu Qingyu for meddling, but seeing that his wife and child seemed to enjoy it, he let it go. At this moment, others in the city also noticed the fireworks in the sky, stopping in their tracks to gaze up at the night sky filled with fireworks. Some quickly reacted in confusion, saying, "Hey, wait a minute. Why did the fireworks festival start early? Exactly why was no one notified?" Those who realized what was happening hurriedly grabbed their families and rushed towards the hillside where Ning Yechen was. However, Yu Qingyu would never allow anyone to disturb the time the Demon Lord and the Madam had to themselves. A mysterious mist suddenly rose at the foot of the hill, causing those who entered the white fog to lose their sense of direction. No matter how they tried to escape, they couldn't find their way out. Even the cultivators attempting to fly out with their swords found it impossible. The mist seemed boundless, preventing any possibility of escape. She was determined to create the perfect opportunity for the Demon Lord and the Madam to be together. Seeing that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were still merely holding hands and gazing into the distance without making any further advances, Yu Qingyu couldn't help but frown slightly. She didn't forget to send a message reminding Demon Lord, "You might want to try getting closer to the Madam. Such things require the right atmosphere. How can there be any atmosphere with someone watching us from behind?" Ning Yechen scolded in exasperation. Although the atmosphere created by Yu Qingyu was indeed pleasant, with a few light bulbs trailing behind them, it was impossible to feel any romance. Yu Qingyu suddenly realized and immediately turned around, sternly ordering Meng Niu and the others, "You three are too much of a hindrance here. Hurry up and leave. I'm talking about you." Ning Yechen couldn't help but almost roar as he sent a message. Yu Qingyu truly had no self-awareness. Yu Qingyu looked incredulous, as if she hadn't expected Ning Yechen to be referring to her. Understood. To create time for Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying to be alone together, Yu Qingyu sensibly took Meng Niu and the others and quietly, finally gone. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying sat down together on the grass, their arms intertwined as they silently gazed at the blooming fireworks. Although it was meant to be a time for the two of them to be alone, Luo Hongye was still nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace. With a child present, no matter how good the atmosphere, they couldn't do much. However, sitting together as a family of three enjoying the fireworks was still a kind of joy. At least he liked it very much. From a distance in the bushes, Yu Qingyu and Meng Niu peeked out. Yu Qingyu frowned slightly, her expression contemplative. Why hadn't the scene she hoped for occurred yet? Could it be that the atmosphere was still insufficient? Just as Yu Qingyu was pondering how to create a better atmosphere for the Demon Lord and his lady, she suddenly received a transmission from a shadow guard left protector. Someone is heading towards the Qi family. Since the last time Ning Yechen handed over the recipe for the immortal pill to Qi Yuan, Yu Qingyu had been secretly dispatching people to protect the Qi family. According to the Demon Lord, the Jiang family would soon be unable to sit still. Indeed, just as the Demon Lord predicted. Yet it was precisely at this moment. How dare they disturb her mood? Yu Qingjia's delicate face instantly turned icy, her noble and cold demeanor resembling that of an empress who held dominion over life and death. Before Yu Qingyu could speak, Yu Lian, who was responsible for setting off fireworks outside the city, sent another transmission. Left protector, there are also a large number of ants heading towards the Qi family. Additionally, it seems someone is approaching the Demon Lord's direction. Should we eliminate them all? Eliminate all those ants. We cannot let them disturb the Demon Lord and his lad estate. Leave the one coming towards the Demon Lord to me. Qi Huan and Guang Qiu, you two will go to the Qi family. Remember to leave one or two alive for questioning. Let the rest of those ants disappear. The rest will clear out all the other ants in the city. Remember, do not make any noise or it will disturb the Demon Lord and his lady. Yu Qingyu calmly issued orders to all her subordinates in the city. All those disguised and lurking within the city received the command immediately, their eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty and cold glint. Having disguised themselves as mortals for several days, they could finally stretch their limbs. They were nearly suffocating. Killing and arson were their proper duties in the demon realm. Many commanders from the demon realm shadow guards and figures like Quang Qiu and Chi Huan showed sinister smiles. It might be a bit difficult for the left protector to leave them one or two alive. Before the barbecue stall, Yi Tianxin's eyes were colder than ever. He would not allow anyone to disturb the demon lord and the little prince estate. Let's temporarily close up shop. Yi Tianxin, Quang Qiu and Chi Huan quickly hung up a sign saying they were not open for business and disappeared from the stall in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the stall owner vanished, leaving the person standing in front of the stall bewildered, looking around. Where's the boss? On the other side, Luo Ruiying sat on the lawn holding Luo Hongye, her beautiful eyes occasionally stealing glances at Ning Yechen beside her. With the light of the fireworks blooming in the night sky, she could clearly see Ning Yechen's handsome yet composed profile. Upon closer inspection, this guy indeed looked quite good-looking. Even among the celestial beings, he could be considered one of the best. Luo Ruiying stealthily reached into her bosom, grasping a gift she had specially prepared over the past few days, but her expression showed slight hesitation. Ning Yechen immediately noticed Luo Ruiying's strange behavior, and with curiosity he turned to look at her, asking with a smile, "My lady, what is it? Why do you keep staring at me?" "No, nothing." Being questioned by Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying realized she had been staring a bit too intently. Her face flushed as she averted her gaze, vigorously denying. She didn't manage to take out what she was holding. Ning Yechen noticed Luo Ruiying's hand delving into her bosom as if to retrieve something, and just as he was about to inquire, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Not far away, someone was approaching him. It seemed they were specifically coming for him and Luo Ruiying. The Zhang family finally could not hold back any longer. They were more impatient than he had anticipated. How unfortunate to choose the day of the festival to strike. What impeccable timing. He had intended to let the Zhang family live a few more days to celebrate the new year, but it seemed that there was no longer any need. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen also received a transmission from Yuqingyo, "Demon Lord, someone intends to attack you and the Qi family. I will deal with it immediately." After thinking it over, Yuqingyo knew Ning Yechen must have sensed it too, so she took the initiative to report the situation to him. After all, this was also her duty as the leader of the demon realm. You first focus on clearing out those ants, do not let them disturb Ruiying and the child. I will personally go over shortly. Although she could handle everything perfectly if entrusted to her, Ning Yechen still decided to visit the Zhang family personally. There was someone he absolutely had to see again. Yuqingyo did not expect Ning Yechen to take action himself. She was momentarily stunned, feeling a surge of anger, regret and guilt. As the leader of the demon realm, she had unexpectedly let the demon lord take action personally. This was simply her dereliction of duty. If she had arranged for someone to deal with those damned ants earlier, the demon lord would not have had to notice and take action himself. All of this was the fault of those damned ants, causing the demon lord to have to leave his lady and the little princess, interrupting their date. She would definitely make those ants regret their actions tonight. Yuqingyo's face was like frost, desperately suppressing her rage and killing intent. She feared that if she let loose, she would reduce the entire Nanli city to ashes. Mengniu and the other two, who were following closely beside Yuqingyo, sensed her terrifying killing intent and were so frightened they had already collapsed to the ground. They had never encountered such a fearsome killing intent. Just being close to her, they felt breathless, as if they were suffocating. "You three follow me." After coldly leaving this sentence to Mengniu and the others, Yuqingyo vanished from her spot in an instant. "Yes." As Mengniu and the others replied, they had just lifted their heads when Yuqingyo had already disappeared. "Eh? Where is she? Master, your speed is too fast for us to keep up." Seeing Yuqingyo vanish in an instant, Mengniu and the others felt like crying without tears. This was quite difficult for them. To avoid making Yuqingyo feel they were useless, they hurriedly exerted their utmost effort to chase after her. Noticing the movement among his subordinates in the city, Ning Yechen slowly stood up. "Is something wrong?" Luo Ruiying raised her head and asked with confusion. "It's nothing. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to buy something." "My lady, you take Yi home first. I will return shortly." Ning Yechen replied with a smile. "What did you forget to buy?" "I can go. You should take Yi home first." "It won't be a bother for my lady. I still have to take care of something on the way, so just immediately take Yi home," Ning Yechen gently urged, holding Luo Ruiying's cheeks. "All right." Luo Ruiying's cheeks appeared slightly flushed under the glow of the fireworks, and she did not insist further. She was merely a bit dissatisfied that Ning Yechen was coaxing her like a child. Luo Ruiying turned around and took a few steps while holding Luo Hongye, suddenly remembering there was still something she hadn't given to Ning Yechen. When she turned her head, she found that Ning Yechen's figure was already gone. Did he leave so quickly? Deep night. On the surface, Nanli City bustled with serene prosperity, music, dancing, and dazzling revelry, yet beneath its tranquil facade treacherous currents churned and lethal intent lurked in every shadow. Disciples of the Sacred Lotus sect scattered across the city, converging swiftly toward Ning Yechen's residence and the Chi family compound, their eyes gleaming with murderous resolve. Yet as they threaded through crowded streets, a pool of darkness suddenly welled up beneath each disciple's feet, or from pitch-black alleys beside them spectral hands erupted, dragging them one by one into the abyss. Those seized by the shadows vanished without uttering a single sound, not even a gasp, erased from existence as if they had never been. Others passing down desolate unlit alleys were struck by streaks of blackness that flashed past and slit their throats clean. They never glimpsed their assailant's face, only wide-eyed shock as they collapsed rigidly to the ground. Their corpses were then swallowed by darkness, bloodstains wiped away entirely, leaving no trace, as though nothing had ever occurred. Gradually, some disciples of the Sacred Lotus sect sensed something deeply amiss. Just moments ago they had walked shoulder to shoulder with over a dozen comrades, yet when they turned back only solitude greeted them. Where had everyone gone? The lone disciple stood frozen, terror flooding his gaze as his eyes darted wildly in all directions. In the next breath a coil of shadow beneath his feet snatched him away, utterly, irrevocably. Not a single passerby beside him noticed his disappearance. The street remained vibrant, clamorous, unchanged. Meanwhile, another group of Sacred Lotus sect disciples soaring midair halted abruptly in flight. Before them hovered a breathtaking young woman, her hair a cascade of crimson flame, her eyes twin orbs of blazing sapphire and scarlet. "Who are you?" demanded the sect's elder, voice sharp with challenge. A faint playful smile curled at Yen Lily's lips. "Who I am matters little. What matters is, you are already corpses." At her words the elder's expression contorted in shock, then flared into furious outrage. "Arrogant whelp. No one in the southern prefecture dares speak thus to the Sacred Lotus sect. Kill her." With that command dozens of disciples surged forward as one. Yen Lily remained motionless, then snapped her fingers once. In that instant flames erupted across every disciple's body, including the elders, consuming them in roaring conflagration. They had no time even for a shriek, spirit and soul incinerated, flesh reduced to gleaming white bone. Her power could have reduced them to ash, leaving not a speck behind. Yet she deliberately tempered the blaze, choosing instead to leave perfect skeletons. Collecting skeletal specimens was one of her few cherished pastimes. It had been too long since she last crafted such pieces, and her skill remained undimmed. Though these dozens were crude inferior works, barely fit to augment her ossuary mountain, they would suffice. Had the left guardian not forbidden excessive commotion, she might have lingered to savor their slow, agonized screams, the most exquisite symphony imaginable. Elsewhere near Ning Yechen's courtyard, a contingent of Sacred Lotus sect disciples had already taken position, lurking silently around the perimeter awaiting reinforcements. But the appointed hour passed, and still no one arrived. The commanding elder furrowed his brow deeply, turning sharply to a subordinate. "Did you not say the others were already en route? Then where are they after all this time?" I do not know." The disciple stammered, trembling. He truly had received word they were coming imminently. But where had they vanished to? This order came directly from the sect master herself. Such negligence on so critical a mission. "When this is done I shall show no mercy. Go, hurry them here at once," he barked at the trembling disciple. "Yes." The disciple bowed and turned to depart, when a frigid voice echoed from the alley behind him. "No need. I've brought them to you. Who dares?" The elder whirled about, stunned, his face etched with disbelief and alarm. From the gloom emerged Yi Tianshan, a figure of chilling stillness, holding several severed heads, his gaze glacial as it swept over the assembled sect members. He cast the heads contemptuously at their feet. The disciples stared and recoiled in horror. These were precisely the elders they had waited for, the very ones who never arrived. Each bore the cultivation realm of celestial sovereign peak, yet they had perished without a whisper. Who then was this man? The elder's face paled, his earlier arrogance dissolved into quavering dread. "Who are you? Why do you strike against the Sacred Lotus sect? You offended one who must never be offended." Yi Tianshan stepped forward, vanishing and reappearing before them in an instant. Slowly he raised his palm, aiming it squarely at them, his gaze cold, detached, as if gazing upon cadavers. The elder tried to flee, but terror locked his limbs rigid. Frantically replaying Yi Tianshan's words, realization dawned, and with a deeper, more suffocating fear. Could the one who must never be offended truly be this family? Did Sect Master Son Yen even comprehend the magnitude of the being she had provoked? Despair flooded the elder's heart. All he wished was to scream at Son Yen, "Whom did you send us to attack? Why provoke such a being? This was no foe the Sacred Lotus sect could ever hope to confront. Be erased. Yi Tianxian spoke, voice quiet absolute. Wait. The elder tried to plead, but before the plea left his lips he and his dozen disciples were consumed whole by a beam of obsidian light. A flash of inky brilliance seared the alleyway. When it faded the sight was immaculate, no trace remained. To raise your hand against the demon sovereign his consort and their little princess, dying thus is your greatest grace. Yi Tianxian murmured into the void. Beyond Nanli City's outskirts hundreds of elite Sacred Lotus sect disciples streaked across the heavens racing toward the capital. They had long stood ready beyond the city walls. Upon receiving Song Yan's order to slaughter the Qi family they departed without hesitation. Yet along their path Yu Lian stood waiting upon the earth, flanked by a handful of shadow guards. Do not intervene, she instructed her guard softly, then slid her hand slowly onto the hilt of her long sword. High above the sect disciples watched her warily, confused yet instinctively alert. A glint of frost flickered in Yu Lian's eyes. Her blade slipped half from its scabbard, no motion visible yet thousands of silver flashes sliced through the airborne formation. In the next heartbeat every disciple was cleaved apart, limbs and viscera raining from the sky like a macabre blossoming of blood. This was the price for disturbing the demon sovereign and his consort. Outside the Qi family's residence, Wang Xian, the Red Lotus Saint Envoy of the Holy Lotus sect, and Xiaoyu, the Green Lotus Saint Envoy, led a group of disciples from the Holy Lotus sect to the vicinity of the Qi family's estate. Looking at the brightly lit Qi family residence filled with family reunions and the harmonious sounds of celebration, a cruel smile involuntarily appeared on the lips of Wang Xian and Xiaoyu. Truly ignorant mortals. Soon the entire Qi family will vanish from this world. This will be their last moment of joy. However, they will kindly send everyone to another place to reunite. As Wang Xian and Xiaoyu exchanged glances and raised their hands to command an assault on the Qi family, they suddenly noticed the surrounding void twisting, revealing figures cloaked in shadows. Upon carefully surveying their surroundings, they were shocked to find that they had been surrounded by dozens of these mysterious figures. Moreover, they couldn't even perceive the cultivation levels of this group. Wang Xian and Xiaoyu were filled with terror. Who are these people? How do they know that we are going to strike at the Qi family? When did the Qi family acquire such protective power? No. We need to report this to the master immediately. Chao Yu. We must separate and retreat. Make sure to inform the master about this. Wang Xian whispered to Xiaoyu beside her, but upon turning her head she noticed a golden halo had somehow encircled Xiaoyu, your neck. Wang Xian hurriedly reminded her. Xiaoyu looked down, realizing that a halo had appeared around her neck. Before she could figure out what this halo was, it suddenly constricted. Xiaoyu couldn't muster any resistance. The halo severed her neck as easily as cutting through tofu. Xiaoyu's head rolled to the ground, her face filled with shock. Her body remained upright, blood gushing from the severed neck. Drops of blood splattered onto Wang Xian's face and clothes, causing her to instinctively scream in terror. However, just as Wang Xian opened her mouth, a towering man had appeared before her, his icy gaze fixated on her, his massive hand gripping her entire head. Her head appeared exceptionally small compared to that hand. It's late at night, you mustn't make any noise to disturb the others nearby. The mad captor held Wang Xian's head in one hand, leaning closer to her and whispering. At this moment, even if Wang Xian wished to scream, she was too terrified to utter a word. Jihuan slowly emerged from the darkness, her alluring figure twisting as the halo on her finger spun like a hula hoop, a blissful smile of excitement on her face. Jihuan inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of blood in the air, her face flushed with intoxication, gently caressing her cheek, her smile growing more fervent. What a delightful scent, what should we do? I'm getting a bit too excited to contain myself. Ah, the mad captor. The mad captor shot an exasperated glance at Jihuan, who was almost in ecstasy, and said discontentedly, the left protector ordered us to leave one or two alive for questioning. Did you just act so rashly? There are still quite a few people here, Jihuan nonchalantly replied, then turned her gaze toward the still paralyzed members of the Holy Lotus sect and asked with a smile, tell me who among you is the leader? Tell your sister and you'll be rewarded. Jihuan smiled seductively at the members of the Holy Lotus sect. It's her. A trembling disciple pointed at the already lifeless Xiaoyu on the ground. Jihuan. The mad captor. What now? I accidentally killed the leader here. Jihuan's charming facade instantly vanished, replaced by panic as she turned to the mad captor. Typically the leader would know more, but she couldn't hold back and killed her. To them these ants were so insignificant that they couldn't tell who was the leader. If the left protector finds out, won't it be the end for her? The mad captor grinned, a look of schadenfreude on his face. After all, it wasn't him who killed her. Seeing the mad captor's smug expression, Jihuan couldn't help but get angry, pointing at him and accusing, it's all your fault. Why didn't you stop me from the start? Ha! You're blaming me. Isn't it your fault for not holding back, you dead witch? the Mad Captor retorted without holding back. The surrounding shadowy guards dared not interject. Dead witch. You dare to insult me. Even though I was the one who acted first, don't you bear any responsibility? Ji Huan's reasoning was weak, but her anger was strong. Ha! The Mad Captor's temper flared and he turned to angrily confront Ji Huan. Ji Huan, not one to back down, summoned rings of light that swirled around her arms. If it weren't for the current mission and the fact that Yu Qingyu had specifically emphasized the need to keep a low profile during their disguise in the city, they would have already clashed. Well, that person you are holding in your hand is also our Saint Envoy. A trembling disciple from the Holy Lotus sect cautiously reminded them. Upon hearing this, both the Mad Captor and Ji Huan were momentarily stunned, ceasing their quarrel, then revealed a cruel yet delighted smile. Is that so then? Thank you very much. In that case you are of no use. The members of the Holy Lotus sect felt an immediate chill run through them, a sense of impending doom washing over them. A golden halo expanded, swiftly flashing past the front of the crowd, then contracted back to Ji Huan's finger. In an instant, dozens of disciples from the Holy Lotus sect were severed in two. The Mad Captor extended one hand, palm open, revealing a transparent giant claw as sharp as a beast's paw looming over the remaining individuals. The Mad Captor gently squeezed and all the remaining individuals were directly crushed into a puddle of blood. Both of them displayed an exhilarating bloodthirst. Had it not been for Yu Qingji's order to leave one or two alive, they would have already lost control and attacked. After dealing with everyone, the Mad Captor prepared to leave with Wang Xian, but suddenly felt that the person in his hand had not moved at all for a long time. The Mad Captor quickly released his grip, discovering Wang Xian's eyes wide open yet lacking any trace of breath. She had been scared to death. The Mad Captor and Ji Huan were both stunned, exchanging glances. Once they regained their composure, both displayed expressions of immense terror. It's over. They had killed everyone else and now the one left in their hands was scared to death. How would they report back now? Hey! Wake up! Wake up quickly, I didn't mean to kill you, why did you die so quickly? The Mad Captor shook Wang Xian by the collar, occasionally slapping her face, trying to wake her. This was the first time both Ji Huan and the Mad Captor were so frightened at the prospect of killing someone. In the capital of Nanli City, within the office of the president of Nanli Academy, a middle-aged man with a mature and composed demeanor sat at the desk, his hands clasped together, his expression solemn. He was none other than Xia Jia, the president of Nanli Academy, and before him stood a beautiful woman. The woman looked equally serious as she reported the urgent situation occurring in Nanli City. President, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect Song Yan has personally come to Nanli City accompanied by 2 holy envoys and hundreds of disciples of the Holy Lotus sect. Each of them is an elite disciple of the Holy Lotus sect. According to reports, Song Yan has left the Zhang family and the disciples of the Holy Lotus sect in the city have begun to take action. I'm afraid the Zhang family is going to use the Holy Lotus sect to strike against the Qi family and that woman named Luo Ruiying. Xia Jia's brow furrowed tightly, his expression troubled. What was meant to come had finally arrived. After hearing that the Qi family had actually won against the Zhang family in the trade fair, he felt both joy and concern. The joy came from the fact that the Zhang family had lost most of its control over the trade associations in Nanli City and could no longer act wantonly to monopolize various resources. The concern stemmed from the Zhang family's backing by the Holy Lotus sect. Once they informed the Holy Lotus sect, both the Qi family and the woman representing the Qi family would be in danger. During this time, the Qi family had launched the Immortal Refining Pill, completely shattering the Zhang family's foundation, pushing them to desperation. He knew it wouldn't be long before the Zhang family notified the Holy Lotus sect to take action. He just didn't expect it to come so quickly. And unfortunately coinciding with the New Year festival in these few days. This was the situation he least wanted to see. Tonight would likely be a night of blood and slaughter. The Holy Lotus sect would never let the Qi family and that family go. As the president of Nanli Academy, he could not just stand by and watch the Qi family and that family face extermination. But he was definitely not a match for Song Yan. If he chose to intervene, it would put Nanli Academy in crisis. Yet if he were to turn a blind eye, he knew he couldn't do that. Nanli Academy was established in Nanli City not only to cultivate outstanding cultivators but also to protect Nanli City. If the Holy Lotus sect were allowed to act wantonly in Nanli City, then there would be no reason for the existence of Nanli Academy. Linya, immediately gather everyone in the academy. Let them go protect the Qi family and that family. I will personally go find Song Yan to negotiate. Xia Jia pondered for a moment and instructed Linya in front of him. If Han Guangji from the treasure chamber were still in the city, he could team up with him to deal with Song Yan. But the Zhang family clearly seized the opportunity after Han Guangji left Nanli City. With his own strength, he found it difficult to contend against Song Yan and could only think of ways to reach a negotiation with her. Otherwise, if he and Song Yan were to really fight in Nanli City, it would inevitably affect the residents. Yes. I will gather everyone right away. President, you must also be careful. I have heard that the leader of the Holy Lotus sect has already reached the peak of the celestial realm. Lin Ye nodded, gave a warning to Xia Jia and immediately began to arrange personnel. If they were any later, the Qi family and that family would be in danger. In the night sky of Nanli City, Song Yan personally led a portion of the disciples of the Holy Lotus sect swiftly heading toward the reported location of Luo Ruiying. And a stunningly beautiful and cold shadow had already stood in the night sky quietly waiting for them. Yu Qingjia's ice-cold deep eyes were fixed on Song Yan and the others. Song Yan immediately halted her steps, frowning as she stared at Yu Qingyu. This woman she could not see through. Is she from Nanli Academy? Before the operation began, Song Yan had predicted that the greatest resistance in this operation would likely be Nanli Academy. The president of Nanli Academy, Xia Jia, also possessed the cultivation of the celestial realm, which was indeed not to be underestimated. But she had never heard of this woman appearing in Nanli Academy. Who are you? Song Yan coldly asked Yu Qingyu. Are you the mastermind behind them? Are those people in the city all your people? Yu Qingyu ignored Song Yan's questions and directly coldly asked. Song Yan sneered in disdain and directly admitted, that's right. I am the leader of the Holy Lotus sect and everyone in the city is my disciple. Is that so? A glint of cold light flashed in Yu Qingjia's icy eyes as she lifted her delicate finger and lightly spoke, burst apart. Song Yan looked puzzled, not knowing what Yu Qingyu was up to. However, the next second strange sounds came from behind her disciples. Song Yan turned her head in confusion and was instantly shocked. She saw the disciples following her suddenly inflate violently, becoming round and huge like balls. Each disciple's expression was twisted with immense pain, desperately reaching out their arms toward Song Yan, pleading, "Leader. Save. Save me." As soon as the words fell, dozens of disciples behind her instantly exploded like balloons. Blood and flesh fragments burst forth like fireworks under the night sky. Song Yan was instantly frozen in place, her face filled with horror, unable to believe what she saw, staring at Yu Qingyu. At this moment her gaze no longer held the previous arrogance, only fear remained. What have you done to my disciples? Song Yan pointed at Yu Qingyu, frantically questioning. She had not seen Yu Qingyu perform any spell, nor had she felt any aura of spiritual energy from her. With just a single phrase she had caused all her elite disciples to explode and die. She had practiced for over 300 years and had never seen such a method. At this moment Meng Niu and the other two had just arrived at Yu Qingjia's side and happened to witness the gruesome scene of blood and flesh flying, their expressions turning pale. Even though they often fought in the demon domain forest, they had never seen such a bloody explosion. Yu Qingyu slowly walked toward Song Yan, step by step, treading on the void. Her steps and posture were dignified and elegant, and she had no aura of spiritual energy, yet Song Yan inexplicably felt an unprecedented immense pressure in her heart. Don't underestimate me. I am the leader of the Holy Lotus sect. Song Yan transformed her fear into anger, her hands forming a spell. Yet Yu Qingyu merely said lightly, "Twist." The next moment Song Yan's arms began to twist irregularly on their own, the sound of bones breaking crisp and clear. Her bones even protruded outwards. Meng Niu and the others stood aside, frowning, feeling a wave of pain. The intense pain twisted Song Yan's face, leaving only endless fear. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes as she desperately questioned Yu Qingyu. Who are you? Yu Qingyu approached Song Yan and finally answered her question. I am merely a servant of the Supreme Being. Of course you can also consider me as his mother. The attendant. Mother. Song Yan completely could not understand what Yu Qingyu was saying, thinking she was just toying with her. What attendant would dare to claim to be the mother of their master? Then you shall pay the price for the decision you made tonight. I will let you know what the consequence of disturbing the great demon lord and his lady will be. What will be the cost of interrupting my pleasure? Yu Qingjia's expression was icy, her deep dark eyes turning into a mesmerizing emerald green. Filled with endless fear, Song Yan decisively turned to flee. But how could she possibly escape from Yu Qingjia's grasp? As she fled in terror, she glanced back. When she turned back again, Yu Qingyu had silently appeared right before her. It seems I should first cripple your legs. Twist. Wait. Upon hearing Yu Qingyu speak, Song Yan's face instantly turned pale as she desperately pleaded for mercy. However, as Yu Qingjia's words fell, her legs immediately twisted uncontrollably and broke. The sound of bones snapping echoed loudly. The combination of fear and excruciating pain made tears stream down Song Yan's face as she let out a heart-wrenching wail. Too loud, shut up. Yu Qingyu said with a look of disgust. Song Yan's mouth closed uncontrollably, unable to open, only able to make muffled sounds of plea, her face full of desperation. She could not comprehend what kind of person she had provoked. Who was this woman and where did she come from? She was completely bewildered. With her peak cultivation at the celestial god realm and the martial god temple already destroyed, there should be no one in the southern state who could match her. Her plan for tonight should have been foolproof. In the next moment, an invisible force began to forcibly peel away every inch of her skin, scalp, and even her hands. Underneath the skin was, in the next moment, an invisible force began to forcibly peel away every inch of her skin, scalp, and even her hands. Underneath the skin was flesh, and beneath the flesh were bones, as her entire body was being gradually stripped away. The intense pain made Song Yen feel as though she would rather die, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Strangely, her mind remained exceptionally clear, so clear that she could feel the excruciating agony of each inch of her skin being torn away. Mum. Song Yen could only convulse helplessly, her eyes rolling back. Just as she was about to collapse, feeling that she must already be dead, she suddenly realized that aside from her broken hands and feet there was no other pain. Everything that had just occurred felt as if it had been a nightmare. However, the despair and pain of witnessing herself being peeled away layer by layer were deeply etched in her mind. That sensation was incredibly real. She definitely did not misinterpret it. What on earth was going on? Song Yan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as she looked up in confusion at Yu Qingyu before her. Yu Qingyu smiled lightly and explained, "Do you feel it? Your body will be peeled away layer by layer in a mental illusion, and that pain will be indistinguishable from a real experience. But rest assured, your real body will not suffer any substantial harm. And this process will continue to repeat until I release you." Hearing this, Song Yan's pupils shrank instantly, her fear intensifying as she desperately bowed and pleaded, even wishing for her immediate death. She could no longer bear this pain. And the fact that her real body would remain unscathed while she endlessly relived the sensation of being peeled away was simply terrifying. This kind of punishment was something no human could endure. Yu Qingyu ignored Song Yan's desperate pleas, only coldly gazing down at her with a smile. Soon the next round of peeling began. To outsiders, aside from her broken limbs, nothing else seemed to be happening to Song Yan's body, not even a single wound. Yet she lay in the air, her face contorted in agony, tears streaming down as she convulsed and twisted as if she had gone mad. At this moment she was experiencing a form of terrifying execution that most people could only endure once. Moreover, most people would typically die early from pain or excessive blood loss, but she would not. She would experience every moment from beginning to end, only to start a new cycle. Meng Niu and the others stood frozen nearby, watching Song Yen convulse and wail silently, their bodies trembling in fear. Compared to this woman, their master seemed almost merciful. Even in death, a master would usually provide a swift end, the suffering would be momentary, but this woman would not. "What are you all standing around for? Take her with me to the Jiang family. And inform me about what transpired while the great demon lord and his lady entered the city before I arrived." Yu Qingyu frowned slightly as she ordered Meng Niu and the others. Though these three demons had ancient bloodlines, their strength was simply too weak. They were almost too weak to be taken seriously. It was unclear why the great demon lord chose to keep them around. If it weren't for the fact that the little princess seemed to quite like them and the great demon lord had ordered it, she would have reluctantly accepted them. Yais. Upon hearing Yu Qingjia's command, Meng Niu and the others hurriedly approached and lifted the still convulsing Song Yan to follow behind her. The three told Yu Qingyu in detail everything that had transpired in the city, with Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying accompanying Qi Yuan, including how Zhang Li of the Zhang family had provoked Ning Yechen and insulted Luo Ruiying. Yu Qingjia's expression grew even colder. Hoof. Zhang family. To dare speak disrespectfully to the great demon lord and his lady, very well. Inside the Zhang family estate, hundreds of cultivators and guards gathered within their figures, filling the entire estate. Each guard donned armor and selected various weapons to assemble. These individuals were the strong ones that the Zhang family had vigorously trained and recruited from various places over the years. Now was the time for them to put their skills to use. Although the leader of the Holy Lotus sect and the two holy envoys were personally involved, he felt quite at ease. But how could he miss the night when the Qi family and that family were destroyed? Thus Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming decided to summon all the family members to join forces with the Holy Lotus sect to storm the Qi family. Not a single one would be spared. Everyone. Thank you all for responding to Jiang's call. I am immensely grateful. After eradicating the Qi family tonight, my Jiang family will definitely not treat everyone poorly. I have only one request, and that is for the Qi family to vanish from this world tonight. Jiang Jin stepped into the courtyard and bowed to the gathered crowd, expressing his gratitude. The crowd was invigorated, raising their weapons in response, shouting, "Rest assured, Master Jiang. Tonight we will ensure that the Qi family disappears from the earth. Yes, yes. The Jiang family has treated us well over the years. It's time to repay Master Jiang. We await only Master Jiang's command to storm into the Qi family." Everyone was so fired up and not worried at all.
They had already heard that the Holy Lotus sect had taken action for the Jiang family, so they were merely tagging along for the ride. Perhaps once the objective was achieved they could have the Jiang family owe them a favor and receive generous rewards. Such a sweet deal, why not? Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming gazed at the enthusiastic crowd, their long-suppressed emotions finally released at this moment, revealing a long-lost smile on their faces. What if the Merchant Guild competition is won by his Jiang family? What if the alchemy pill is used against his Jiang family's Fire Lotus liquid? After tonight, Nanli City will still belong to his Jiang family. The Qi family is destined to be no match for his Jiang family. It seems I have come at just the right time. As the Jiang family mansion was filled with joy and anticipation, a clear and cold voice suddenly echoed from the sky. The crowd looked up in confusion, only to see a stunningly beautiful and cold figure standing beneath the hazy night sky. Behind her followed one woman and two men, one of whom seemed to be carrying another person on his shoulder. May I ask who you are? Jiang Jin furrowed his brow and stepped forward to inquire. Yuqinyu couldn't be bothered with such insignificant beings and simply waved her hand indicating Meng Niu to throw down Song Yan. Meng Niu did not dare to be slow, directly grabbing Song Yan and tossing her into the center of the Jiang family mansion. Song Yan plummeted from the height, crashing heavily into the Jiang family's courtyard. The crowd, filled with confusion, quickly surrounded to check. Upon seeing the onlookers, were instantly dumbfounded. They saw a half-dead Song Yan convulsing on the ground, her face filled with a mix of fear, regret and despair, with clear traces of dried tears at the corners of her eyes. Even more horrifying, all of Song Yan's limbs were twisted and broken in an extremely grotesque manner, with bones and flesh exposed, a truly frightening sight. Some timid individuals witnessing this scene were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, retreating repeatedly. The leader of the Holy Lotus sect, Song Yan. Leader, what happened to you? Say something. The crowd was alarmed and hurriedly approached to check on Song Yan's injuries. They could not believe that someone in southern province could injure the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, Song Yan, so severely. Ever since the disappearance of the martial god temple, the Holy Lotus sect has become the largest force in southern province. Jiang Jin was stunned to see Song Yan in this state, unable to utter a word. How could this be? The leader was supposed to go kill that woman. How could she return in such a miserable condition? At this moment the crowd looked at Yuqinyu and the others with eyes full of confusion, shock and fear. Yuqinyu coldly looked down at the crowd in the Jiang family mansion and ordered Meng Niu and the others behind her, go eliminate all the insignificant beings except for the Jiang father and son. Yes. Meng Niu and the others replied, immediately leaping down into the Jiang family mansion. The Jiang family members all drew their swords, watching Meng Niu and the others with wary expressions. Meng Niu grinned, revealing a handsome and sunny smile, and took out a crimson war axe. The crimson war axe swung swiftly like a flash of blood, instantly severing all those standing in the front row. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The blood that stained the crimson war axe was directly absorbed by the axe, emitting a dim crimson glow. If it weren't for the need to avoid making too much noise, Meng Niu would have wanted to level the entire Jiang family with a single axe. Kai Se wielded a serpent sword, moving through the crowd as swiftly as a snake. Wherever she went, the bodies of the crowd were all sliced open. The Jiang family members didn't even catch a glimpse of her silhouette. On the other side, Bai Yuan, wearing a dazzling gauntlet, threw a punch into the air with a powerful and fierce punch wind sweeping through the Jiang family members. Everyone in the vicinity was completely shattered without exception. In the blink of an eye, countless Jiang family members perished. Faced with Meng Niu and the others, the Jiang family had no chance of resistance, only able to flee in terror. A hint of pride appeared on the faces of Meng Niu and the others. Finally, after a long time, they once again felt the sensation of being the Demon King. Since following Ning Yechen, they had almost forgotten that they were once the strongest demon kings in the demon domain forest. During this time, they truly believed that they were like three pets. No, they were even more obedient than pets. Pets can sometimes act woefully and throw tantrums, ignoring their owner's commands, but they dared not. However, even though Meng Niu and the others had almost slaughtered the Jiang family members, Yuqinyu still frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with their performance. Is this how you normally serve the demon lord? Yuqinyu lightly touched the ground with her toes, descending from the sky, and said to Meng Niu and the others, who were still exterminating the Jiang family with displeasure. Meng Niu and the others were taken aback, stopping their killing, looking at Yuqinyu in confusion and fear, unsure of what they had done wrong. But they did not dare to question her. Since you three have been adopted by the demon lord, then you are considered part of my demon realm. Since you are from my demon realm, you must never show mercy to enemies. Yuqinyu admonished coldly. Meng Niu and the others looked dazed. Was their previous method still considered merciful? That was already quite brutal. I told you to deal with them, but I didn't mean for you to kill them directly like that. The way you killed them with a single stroke, they didn't even feel a hint of pain. That is merely a grace to them. Anyone who offends my demon realm should experience endless pain and torment, struggling to die amidst regret and despair. Yukinji's expression was cold, her eyes glimmering with chill, a terrifying smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Despite having a graceful and ethereal beauty, her words and expression were chilling. Meng Yo and the others stood blankly in place, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. Fine, let me demonstrate for you our methods in the demon realm. Yukinji's gaze fell on Jiang Ming, who was hiding behind the crowd in fear, and she calmly said, "End your own life, witness your death in pain and regret." As her voice fell, Jiang Ming suddenly moved uncontrollably. Eh? My hand, I can't control it. What did you do to me? Someone quickly save me. Jiang Ming shouted in terror, his hands uncontrollably picking up a short sword from the ground. Under the trembling and fearful gazes of the crowd, Jiang Ming gradually stabbed the short sword into various parts of his own body. First he completely sliced off his arm, then his thigh, and then he cut into his abdomen. Jiang Ming's piercing wails echoed throughout the Jiang family mansion, his face filled with terror and pain until he died in fear after his abdomen was fully opened. The whole scene fell into a deathly silence, with Jiang Ming's tragic cries resonating in everyone's ears. All were stunned by the shocking scene. Even those who had practiced for many years were left with nothing but endless fear. Yet Yu Qingyu watched quietly with a look of appreciation. At this moment everyone had the same thought in their hearts. This woman is simply a devil. Meng Yo and his companions stood frozen in place, struck with fear. They prided themselves on having killed countless people, considering themselves rather ruthless, yet compared to Yu Qingyu they were truly soft-hearted. The remaining members of the Jiang family were already terrified and dared not face Yu Qingyu, hastily scattering and fleeing in all directions. Naively they thought that dispersing would give them a chance. However, as they leaped into the air, shadowy figures silently emerged from the void, slaying those who soared above. No one knew where these figures had come from or when they had lain in wait. The despairing crowd huddled together, having nowhere left to escape. Who is the head of the Jiang family? Yu Qingyu slowly stepped forward, each movement exuding elegance and grace, calmly inquiring of the crowd. Without hesitation the crowd pushed Jiang Jin, who had been hiding at the back, forward. Senior. You are looking for the Jiang family. He is the head of the Jiang family. Why, yes. We have nothing to do with this. We beg you, Senior, show mercy and spare us. Senior, I really have no ties with the Jiang family. I just came for a meal. The Jiang family is guilty beyond redemption. Perhaps, Senior, if we eradicate the entire Jiang family for you, will you spare us? Is that possible? The crowd cried out in desperation, hoping that Yu Qingyu might let them go. Some even proposed exchanging the extermination of the Jiang family for a slim chance of survival. Others nodded in agreement. If only the Jiang family had known what kind of people they had offended, they would not have brought this calamity upon themselves tonight. It was hardly worth sacrificing themselves for the Jiang family. Jiang Jin turned back in disbelief, looking at the crowd. Just moments ago they had all proclaimed their loyalty to the Jiang family, yet now they spoke of exterminating his entire clan. These were the same people who had flocked to curry favor during the Jiang family's glory days, and he had generously rewarded them. I only want Jiang Jin and Jiang Li. Yu Qingyu said lightly, her voice calm. The crowd understood immediately and forcibly pulled Jiang Li, who was sprawled over several women, out of the room, tossing him beside Jiang Jin. Even though the Jiang family was about to vanish from the world and Jiang Li's lower body was paralyzed, he still lay contentedly atop the women, indulging in pleasure. The horrifying wails from within the mansion went unheard, and he remained oblivious to the chaos engulfing the Jiang family. Jiang Li, disheveled, was thrown heavily to the ground. His legs, already crippled, let out a pained cry as he angrily shouted at those dragging him. You have rebelled. How dare you do this to me? I am the eldest son of the Jiang family. Do you want to die? I will have someone chop off your heads immediately. Somebody help! It was clear that Jiang Li, just forcibly pulled from his previous position, was still trying to comprehend what was happening. The crowd gazed at Jiang Li with a mix of sympathy and anger. Jiang Li soon sensed something was amiss and glanced around. Only then did he realize that the courtyard was littered with corpses and blood, with countless severed limbs lying in pools of blood. And his greatest support, his father Jiang Jin, was on his knees, trembling all over. Old man, what has happened? What is going on? Jiang Li called out to Jiang Jin but received no response. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Jiang Li turned to see the cold, stunningly beautiful Yu Qingyu gazing down at him with calm, piercing eyes. So beautiful. Jiang Li's first reaction was to marvel at Yu Qingji's appearance, and an obscene look involuntarily surfaced in his eyes, his lips curling into a grin. Humph, truly deserving of being the lowest of ants. Yu Qingyu looked at Jiang Li's infatuated expression with immense disdain, though a significant smile played upon her lips. As senior, we have brought the Jiang father and son you wanted, please see. The remaining crowd trembled as they pleaded with Yu Qingyu.
You have worked hard. You may leave now. Yu Qingyu said with a light smile. Thank you, senior. The crowd's faces immediately lit up with joy upon hearing her words. However, they soon heard Yu Qingyu continue. As a reward for your obedience, I will grant you a death that is not too painful. You may kill each other. Wait, senior. You promised you would. Pfft. A terrified individual stepped forward to plead but was unexpectedly pierced through the chest by a long blade from behind. You? The man turned in confusion to look at the assailant, who desperately shook his head in explanation. And no, it wasn't me. My hands are out of my control. As soon as he finished speaking, the man who had attacked was also stabbed through the body by others around him wielding swords. In an instant, the crowd huddled together began to desperately kill each other, each one shouting that it was not their intention to act, begging for the others to stop. They all wanted to stop, but it was impossible. The screams and wails were incessant, blood splattering everywhere. In a short while, only one person remained standing among the countless corpses, his body pierced by dozens of blades drenched in blood. Yet his hands remained uncontrollably gripping the long knife as it slid across his own neck. Thus the last person also fell into a pool of blood. Zhongli was completely dumbfounded by this scene, his legs trembling uncontrollably. At that moment he finally understood just how terrifying this woman before him was. And no, don't kill me. Whatever you want, the Jiang family will give it to you. Zhongli began to desperately plead with Yu Qingyu. Rest assured, the Supreme Demon Lord wishes to see you. I will not kill you yet. Yu Qingyu replied blandly. If not for the Demon Lord specifically sending for him, she would have long succumbed to the urge to kill Zhongli. Just for his past disrespect towards the Demon Lord and his lady, and for daring to look at her with that gaze earlier, he deserved to die 1,000 times. Demon Lord. Jiangjin and Zhongli murmured, repeating the title, momentarily unable to recall who it was. When had their Jiang family ever provoked such a figure? Just as the Jiang father and son were puzzled, Ning Yechen slowly descended from the sky. Hundreds of shadowy guards emerged from the darkness, placing their hands over their hearts, bowing in unison and respectfully addressing Ning Yechen. Demon Lord. Yu Qingyu gracefully stepped aside, placing her hand over her heart and slightly bowing softly, calling out Demon Lord. As for Meng Niu and his companions, they had long since obediently prostrated themselves on the ground. A pet must know its place. Ning Yechen slowly walked past the shadowy guards, coming to stand before Zhongli and Jiangjin. Jiangjin and Jianli looked up astonished, their faces filled with disbelief. It's you! Jiangjin in shock raised his body and trembled as he pointed his finger at Ning Yechen. You are that woman's husband? He never expected that the one who easily defeated the Holy Lotus sect's leader Song Yan and annihilated the Jiang family overnight would be that woman's husband. This person, aside from his handsome and refined appearance, seemed utterly unremarkable. When he first saw Ning Yechen, he didn't even pay him much attention. Zhongli also raised his head to look at Ning Yechen, his face filled with disbelief. The once mocked pretty boy had become the revered Demon Lord in the mouths of these people. Yu Qingyu noticed that the father and son of the Jiang family dared to raise their heads and look directly at Ning Yechen, and her brows furrowed slightly as she coldly reprimanded, the Demon Lord is not someone that ants like you can look upon directly. Kneel. As Yu Qingji's words fell, Jiangjin and Jianli immediately knelt down, unable to move, not even able to raise their heads. The Demon Lord has not permitted you to speak. You ants have no right to utter a word. Yu Qingyu was very displeased with the Jiang family's disrespectful attitude. If it weren't for the Demon Lord being present, she would have already made these two experience what true suffering feels like. It seems that you are quite surprised to see me here. Ning Yechen coldly smiled, looking down at Jiangjin and Jianli. The reason he had come here was to let them know exactly whom they had offended. He also intended to do something he hadn't been able to do before when he was beside Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. That day, your disrespect towards my wife and the offense against me must be reckoned with. Ning Yechen reached out his hand and gently gripped Jiangli, causing his limbs to instantly begin twisting and compressing, gradually folding his body into a ball. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please spare me. Father, save me. Jiangli cried out in agony, repeatedly begging for mercy, desperately calling for help from Jiangjin, who was kneeling beside him. Jiangjin trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear, completely unable to care for Jiangli. Rather, he was filled with hatred towards his useless son at this moment. If it weren't for him, perhaps the Jiang family would not have fallen to this point today. The decades of foundation built by the Jiang family had been ruined because of this prodigal son. After compressing Jiangli to near a spherical form, Ning Yechen released his grip but chose not to continue compressing or kill him immediately. He wanted Jiangli to endure the pain of his body twisting and breaking. Long ago, when he had teased Luo Ruiying in front of Jiangli, he had wished to slap him to death. Allowing him to live a few more days was merely to let him watch the Jiang family fall from grace to destruction. Now he had changed his mind and was in no hurry to kill him.
Let him wail in regret for a while longer. Ning Yechen's gaze briefly turned to the kneeling Jiang Jin as he smiled slightly and said, I heard that you specifically notified the Holy Lotus sect that you wanted to kill my wife. And even threatened not to spare anyone. Upon hearing Ning Yechen's words, Jiang Jin's pupils constricted sharply and he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He knew everything. He was aware of all the plots and preparations made in his home over the past few days. Jiang Jin knew he was destined to die tonight and that his death would likely be very tragic. The Jiang family of Nanli City would also vanish from the world, and strangely he felt a sense of calm. To oppose such a terrifying person, the Jiang family's fate had long been sealed. My lord, may I ask you a few questions? Jiang Jin pleaded as he knelt on the ground. You mere ants dare to question the demon lord. Yu Qingji's brow furrowed slightly as she coldly spoke. A terrifying pressure instantly caused Jiang Jin to spit out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his entire body was crushed. Ning Yechen raised his arm to signal Yu Qingyu to withdraw her pressure and said to Jiang Jin indifferently, speak so you can die understanding. Thank you. My lord, I just want to know if the healing spirit liquid and the alchemy pills of the Qi family were both given to them by you. Jiang Jin, weakly lying on the ground, looked pale but still forced himself to ask. Before he died, he had to know the truth about how the Qi family suddenly had 2 new alchemical formulas, otherwise he would not be at peace. He believed his business acumen was not inferior to that of the Qi family, and he understood how to make money better. During the time he was with the Qi family, he had sincerely worked for them, responsible for managing a certain street. Thanks to his management, the business association on that street had seen profits multiply several times, yet he had not received the Qi family's trust and was instead reprimanded. Because his keen insight captured a business opportunity, he knew that a certain rare herb would become scarce in the future, so he had aggressively acquired that precious medicinal material in advance, achieving a monopoly and raising prices by dozens of times. Because of this, he had received numerous complaints and dissatisfaction and was reprimanded by the Qi family. The Qi family's philosophy was to benefit the people and not seek high profits, which was in direct opposition to his beliefs. Later, when the Holy Lotus sect approached the Qi family wanting to use them to control Nanli City, they were outright rejected. Therefore, he took the initiative to contact the Holy Lotus sect, and with their help he had the current Jiang family. He believed that he absolutely should not lose to the Qi family. His philosophy was not wrong. Running a business association was all about making money. Ning Yechen was somewhat surprised that Jiang Jin would specifically ask this question. His face was filled with an obsession to learn the truth. Indeed, the healing spirit liquid and the alchemy pills of the Qi family were given by me. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Then I have not lost to the Qi family. Jiang Jin's sorrowful face revealed a hint of a relieved smile. Finally he pleaded with Ning Yechen, my lord, I know that even if I beg for mercy you will not spare me. I only hope that you can give my son and me a quick end. Having witnessed the various tragic deaths of the people in the mansion, Jiang Jin could not claim to be unafraid. That would be impossible. He was just an ordinary person, having only undergone physical tempering. How could he not be afraid? Especially now, seeing Yu Qingji's figure, he could not help but tremble all over, feeling suffocated. Beside him, Jiangli, in pain and wailing, heard Jiang Jin's words and, disregarding his own suffering, shouted in terror, you old fool. If you want to die, then die yourself. I don't want to die. Please spare me. If that old fool dies, I will become the head of the Jiang family. I will give you anything you want. As long as you can spare me. Seeing Jiangli still in such a state, Jiang Jin's expression became grim, his heart filled with both despair and a sudden sense of relief. With such a beast around, even if it weren't tonight, the Jiang family would probably fall one day. In some respects, the Qi family had already won over him. In light of Jiang Jin's apparent grit, Ning Yechen generously permitted him to die a swift death, directly tossing a dagger before. As for Jiangli, he would not let him off so easily. The moment he set his sights on Luo Ruiying, it was destined that he would not die a quick death. Jiang Jin cast one last glance at the writhing Jiangli, slowly picked up the dagger from the ground and without hesitation plunged it into his own chest. This was all Jiangli's doing at this point. He had brought it upon himself. As a father, he was undoubtedly a failure, but he had done everything he could for him. With the dagger plunged into his heart, Jiang Jin quickly fell to the ground lifeless. Jiangli, witnessing this, let out even more desperate howls of plea. Please let me go. I will give you the entire Jiang family. I don't want anything, just spare my life. Ning Yechen coldly and disdainfully regarded Jiangli, wondering if he still understood what was happening. His annihilation of the Jiang family was not for their meager possessions. The little wealth of the Jiang family was hardly worth his attention. He sought a price for the offenses against him. Ning Yechen slowly raised his hand, preparing to compress Jiangli into a flat disc. Just as he began, Jiangli emitted a series of wails and screams akin to a slaughtered pig. To Ning Yechen's surprise, Yu Qingyu suddenly spoke up to stop him. Lord Demon Monarch, may I spare his life? Why?
Ning Yechen paused his compression of Jianli, turning back with a puzzled expression. He recalled that Yu Qingyu was not the type to show mercy towards mere insects. In her eyes, most beings in the 6 realms belonged to that category of insects. He considered himself one of the most merciful and direct among the demons. Compared to his subordinates with various eccentricities. Yu Qingjia's cold, beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiangli as she offered a chilling smile and explained, Lord Demon Monarch, this man has not only offended you but has also disrespected the lady. To kill him outright would be too lenient. Why not allow me to hand him over to the Demon Realm's execution palace? The execution palace of the Demon Realm, as the name suggests, is filled with personnel dedicated to executions and interrogations. Their methods of execution are particularly cruel and terrifying, reaching an unprecedented level of notoriety. Even those from the Immortal Realm tremble at the mere mention of the Demon Realm's execution palace. Many would rather die their souls extinguished than be captured by the Demon Realm and taken to the execution palace for interrogation. They have countless ways to make you wish for death while ensuring you cannot die. The wails and pleas for death from within the execution palace have never ceased. Anyone captured there has never returned. Even the most resolute individuals sent in would beg for release by the next day. It was a place that even Ning Yechen felt nauseous just visiting. The execution palace had been established in ancient times and has continued through successive generations of demon monarchs. Ning Yechen had proposed multiple times to abolish the execution palace but faced strong opposition from various demons and subordinates. They unanimously believed that the existence of the execution palace could better deter other ill-intentioned individuals in the demon realm and ensure that those who offended the demon monarch received their due punishment. Given the chaos in the demon realm and his recent ascension to the position of supreme ruler, it was indeed necessary to instill some fear in the other rebellious demon kings. Thus the execution palace was retained. Until he decided to leave the demon realm, he had not cared about it any further. If Yu Qingyu hadn't mentioned it, he would have completely forgotten about the execution palace. Ning Yechen pondered for a moment and nodded, allowing Yu Qingjia's suggestion. All right, you can take him. Yes. I guarantee you will not disappoint the demon monarch. Do you need me to report the execution results to you regularly? Yu Qingjia's face lit up with joy as she replied happily. In her mind, anyone who offended the demon monarch and the lady should be sent to the execution palace. The methods of those in the execution palace were such that even she admired them. Many of her techniques were learned from those inside. Upon hearing that Yu Qingyu wanted to report the execution process and results to him, Ning Yechen quickly waved his hands in refusal. That won't be necessary. He probably wouldn't have the stomach to see it. Understood, my lord. Yu Qingyu slowly approached Jiangli and instructed the dark guards beside her take him to the execution palace and informed the palace master of heavenly punishment that this insect has offended the demon monarch and the lady. He should know what to do. Remember to tell him I want him to live. If he accidentally dies, the next to be executed will be, yes. 2 dark guards immediately dragged Jiangli into the torn, distorted void. Where are you taking me? Let go of me. Jiangli, terrified, attempted to struggle, but before the dark guards he was as helpless as a small chick being carried away, vanishing into the void. Awaiting him was a brand new and thrilling life. With the Jiang family's matters settled, Ning Yechen turned and prepared to rush home to find his wife in bed. Before leaving, Ning Yechen saw Song Yan convulsing on the ground, her pupils dilated, a dazed and numb expression on her face. At this moment, Song Yan had just undergone yet another excruciating process of being stripped bare, coincidentally meeting Ning Yechen's gaze, her eyes pleading, desperately praying for him to end her life. Who is she? Lord Demon Monarch. Her name is Song Yan, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect who attempted to attack the lady tonight and is also the Jiang family's backer. I have already dealt with all the insects inside and outside the city. Yu Qingyu replied casually. Ning Yechen hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand, instantly turning Song Yan into nothingness. It was a direct and merciful conclusion for her. In the past he might not have allowed Song Yan to end so swiftly. But after experiencing these days with Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, he showed mercy and granted Song Yan a swift end. After all, he didn't want his precious daughter and wife to think he was too cruel. Sigh, he truly was too kind. Yu Qingyu did not expect Ning Yechen to end Song Yan so directly, but she respected any decision of the demon monarch and praised him, saying, no wonder you are the demon monarch, your mercy is unparalleled in the entire demon realm. Enough. You are responsible for cleaning up everything afterward. I don't want too much commotion tomorrow. Ning Yechen waved his hand casually, eager to disappear. Yu Qingyu stayed behind to instruct everyone to clean up all traces.